Chapter 1. The Sign and System, the Golden Dragon of Fate. From this day forth, you shall be known as the human race. A goddess of unparalleled beauty stood amidst the newly born 129,600 members of the human race, suspended in midair. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and an aura of supreme majesty emanated from her very being. We humbly thank the Holy Mother for bestowing life upon us. The 129,600 newly born humans bowed in unison towards the goddess hovering above. Their eyes were filled with reverence and admiration. Nuwa stood aloft, surrounded by an aura of profound mystery. Heavenly Dao above, today the innate deity Nuwa comprehends the path of creation and shapes a new race, called humanity. May the Heavenly Dao witness this. At that moment, as Nuwa proclaimed her reverence to the Heavenly Dao, Xiao Yang, standing not far from the human race, silently observed the unfolding scene before him. His expression was a whirlwind of emotion, shock, excitement, and confusion. He never anticipated that after his demise, he would become what was referred to in his past life as a ghost. Even more surprising was his arrival in this primordial world, witnessing the birth of the human race firsthand. At this moment, Nuwa was manifesting humanity, ascending to the primal realm, achieving the revered status of saint. Yet, Xiao Yang remained an isolated spirit, still just a wandering ghost. He contemplated entering the formless clay of the newly born, yet each time the thought arose, a wave of dread washed over him, as if such an action would surely lead to his demise. Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, unwilling to remain a mere ghost. He resented the idea of waiting for reincarnation, to have his memories washed away, and to become oblivious to the cycle of life. He despised the prospect of meeting calamities, encountering malevolent cultivators, and dying defenseless in conflicts. In this realm where immortals and gods coexisted, he yearned to become a celestial being, to ascend as an ancestor, to wander the northern sea at dawn and the Kangwu at dusk. He longed to know what it would be like to be a powerful being, to gaze upon this primordial world with newfound majesty. With newfound determination, Xiao Yang resolved that no matter the cost, he must become a god or immortal. At that moment, a voice, audible only to Xiao Yang, resonated in his ear. The Tao of Heaven's resonance has been detected. The system is absorbing energy, activating now. The human race sign-in system has been successfully activated. Upon activating the system, a novice gift package awaits. As these words echoed, a kaleidoscope of brilliant light erupted before Xiao Yang. The vibrant hues intertwined, forming a system interface visible only to him. The interface was shrouded in haze, with a single point of light flickering, seemingly awaiting Xiao Yang's touch. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang extended his finger towards the flickering light. As his fingertip made contact, the haze dissipated, revealing a clear panel before his eyes. The human race sign-in system, linked to the fate of humanity, allows for sign-ins as the fate of humanity flourishes, granting various rewards. The concise introduction gradually faded away. Then, lines of text appeared on the panel. Current environment detected, automatically matching novice gift package. Congratulations, you have received the novice gift package number 10086. Would you like to open the novice gift package? Without hesitation, Xiao Yang tapped the system panel. Opening novice gift package. Congratulations, you have acquired one initial sign-in opportunity. Automatically signing you in. Congratulations, you have gained the human fate Golden Dragon of Fate. You may now choose to merge with the Golden Dragon of Fate. For more information, please click the system panel. The Golden Dragon of Fate? Xiao Yang's gaze shifted to the system panel. Through the panel, he beheld the newly born 129,600 humans, with a golden dragon soaring above them. However, this golden dragon appeared somewhat ethereal, resembling wisps of golden mist. Simultaneously, information regarding the Golden Dragon of Fate flooded into his mind. After a moment, Xiao Yang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy shining within. The concept of fate, whether concerning an individual or an entire race, was intrinsically linked. For an individual, abundant fate brings blessings even without action. Opportunity shall come. Conversely, dwindling fate invites misfortune, often leading to perilous circumstances. For larger races, fate holds boundless potential. In ancient times, the innate tribes of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants contended for supremacy over the primordial realm, vying for the unification of fate to transcend their limits. And now, the witch and demon clans battle for dominance, seeking to seize fate to achieve the status of saints, becoming eternal sovereigns of the cosmos. In the future, during the calamity of the gods, why did the great saints unleash their true power, leading to the shattering and reformation of the primordial realm? It was all in pursuit of fate. Xiao Yang's thoughts raced as he gazed at the soaring golden dragon of fate, without a hint of hesitation. I shall use the golden dragon of fate and merge with it. The moment Xiao Yang's words fell, a radiant light, invisible to others, emanated from the panel before him. This light descended upon the golden dragon of fate, which danced above the humans. In the blink of an eye, the originally modest golden dragon of fate swelled to an imposing size, reaching 100 zhang in length. Xiao Yang transformed into a golden streak of light and fused into the body of the golden dragon. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and the dragon's eyes gleamed with brilliance, resembling a true dragon. In the external world, countless powerful beings observing Nuwa's ascension were astonished to witness the manifestation of the golden dragon of fate. Is this the golden dragon of fate of the human race? It is but newly born, yet already 100 zhang long, truly remarkable. Why has the fate of humanity suddenly manifested? And why does it possess such vitality? As they pondered these questions, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The tail of the golden dragon of fate flicked, suddenly diving from the sky. As the dragon approached the humans, a gentle golden light blossomed, enveloping all members of the human race. This golden light was impenetrable, even for the mighty beings present. When the golden light dissipated, a figure appeared before the humans. This figure donned a dark gold dragon robe, with a face as handsome as jade, eyes sparkling like stars, and a golden dragon pattern shimmering on his forehead. Surrounding him was a phantom of a golden dragon, exuding an aura of immense authority. Xiao Yang's emergence instantly captured the attention of all the mighty beings focused on the human race. This is the fate of humanity, isn't it? Why can he take form? My cultivation is limited, and my realm is not high. Yet do not deceive me, can fate truly take form? A Deluo golden immortal who survived the great calamity of Long Han found himself questioning reality. Isn't fate merely instinctual? The powerful beings of the primordial realm were engulfed in doubt, some even casting spells to verify whether they were ensnared in an illusion. Chapter 2. A surge in fate. Sign in again. If fate can take form, then why can't the fate of our demon race? Within the heavenly court, the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged bewildered glances. Witnessing Xiao Yang take form, both were momentarily at a loss. We are of the same lineage, your human race, as fate, and so does my demon race. Why is it that the fate of humanity is so extraordinary, capable of taking form, while ours cannot? If we were to compare, the humans have only just been born, barely the weakest race in the primordial realm. Yet, the demon race boasts several quasi-saints, with countless Deluo golden immortals and countless more beneath the Tai golden immortal level. Such a powerful race cannot achieve this. So why can a mere human race do so? Is it solely because the human race was created by the Saint Nuwa? On the summit of the eastern Kunlun, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian were equally in disarray. Big brother, second brother, during the teachings at the Xiao Palace, did the master mention that fate can take form? Tong Tian asked, his eyes clouded with confusion as he looked to Laozi and Yuan Shi. Both Laozi and Yuan Shi shook their heads. In the three teachings at the Xiao Palace, they had never heard Hong Jun Daozu speak of fate taking form. Yet, not mentioning it does not imply its non-existence, does it? It should be perhaps possibly like that. The three fell into a contemplative silence. In the chaos, within the Xiao Palace, Hong Jun, who had merged with the heavenly Tao, slowly opened his eyes. A hint of astonishment flickered within them. Even he had not anticipated that the fate of humanity could take form. Even with the creation jade plate as a medium to communicate with the heavenly Tao, he could not discern the reasons behind this phenomenon. Under the heavenly Tao, minor forces can be altered, but great forces cannot be reversed. The emergence of this human fate has disrupted the heavenly secrets, even I cannot control it. As Hong Jun raised his hand, intending to erase the manifested Xiao Yang from the chaos, a sudden wave of trepidation surged within him, halting his actions. His expression fluctuated as he took a moment to regain his composure, ceasing his gaze upon the primordial realm, merging himself with the heavenly Tao and vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, who had now taken form, he pointed one hand towards the heavens and the other towards the earth, facing the gazes of the humans before him. I am Xiao Yang, manifested from the fate of humanity, destined to be the emperor of humanity. Humanity shall revere me. In the midst of the ethereal realm, Nuwa, who had reigned in her formidable saintly aura, gazed at Xiao Yang with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. The human race was crafted by her hands, yet she could not discern the specifics of Xiao Yang's essence, only that he was the embodiment of the human race's fateful golden dragon. Presently, their fates were intertwined, flourishing together or suffering in unison. How fascinating it is that fate can take form. Let me witness the extent of your journey. A hint of a smile graced Nuwa's lips as if recalling something amusing. I, in the name of Saint Nuwa, and as the mother of humanity, acknowledge your ascension to the throne of the human emperor. We pay our respects to Emperor Xiao Yang. At her proclamation, the assembly of humanity instinctively felt that Xiao Yang would be their boon, and they joyfully bowed in reverence. It seemed their spirits were thus fulfilled, and warmth enveloped their hearts. Boom! Boom! High above in the heavens, streaks of thunder flashed across the sky, heralding the descent of vast expanses of merit-laden golden clouds. Merit golden clouds. How could there be such an abundance descending? Previously, when Nuwa attained sainthood, boundless merit golden clouds fell now. Again, they descend. Could it be that humanity has encountered some extraordinary phenomenon? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, the discussions among the powerful went unheard, for with a mere wave of his hand, he gathered all the merit unto himself. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. You have become the human emperor, gaining the recognition of Nuwa and all of humanity, resulting in an elevation of human fortune. You have received the approval of the heavenly Tao, drawing forth merit golden clouds, further enhancing human fortune. As human fortune continues to rise, you have earned an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. A flicker of joy passed through Xiao Yang's eyes upon hearing the series of system notifications. Open the system panel. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang silently invoked the activation of the system panel. At the moment his words fell, a radiant, multicolored panel materialized before him. Host, Xiao Yang. Identity, embodiment of the human race's fortune golden dragon, human emperor. Fortune level, level 0. Realm, celestial immortal pinnacle. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can harness the power of all humanity. Cultivation techniques. None. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can learn all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items. 900 acres of merit golden clouds. Fortune sign-in attempts. One with the rise of human fortune, sign-in attempts can be gained. System. Proceed with the sign-in. Xiao Yang exhibited no hesitation and immediately initiated the sign-in. At this moment, even with the ability to mobilize the entirety of humanity's strength, he was still merely a celestial immortal. To survive in the primordial world and to lead all humanity to endure, he required greater power. Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have acquired the Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture, the Upper Primordial Court, and the Scripture Transformation Pavilion. Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture, an ancient body refinement technique created for humanity by the Celestial Court of the Primordial Age. Upper Primordial Court, a grand world, a royal court established by the upper celestial court of the past, possessing remarkable wonders. Scripture Transformation Pavilion, a grand world that embodies the mechanisms of heaven and earth, capable of capturing the essence of the Tao and evolving into techniques and divine powers. Would you like to immediately accept the divine essence body refinement scripture and retrieve the upper prime royal court and Scripture Transformation Pavilion? A blue radiance enveloped the system panel before Xiao Yang, casting its glow over the valley where humanity resided. Observing the spectacle, a spark of enlightenment flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. As long as the blue light shone upon an area, he could choose to place the upper prime royal court and Scripture Transformation Pavilion anywhere he desired. I shall not accept nor retrieve them at this moment. Xiao Yang resolutely declined, for he was not foolish. At present, both Nuwa and the myriad of powerful beings from the primordial realm were keenly observing this place. If he were to extract the system rewards, how would he explain it then? He feared he would not even know how his demise would come about. What he needed to do now was to patiently await the unfolding of events. System, initiate the sign-in. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Yang promptly proceeded with the sign dash, and at this moment, he summoned the entirety of the human race's strength, yet he was merely at the level of a celestial immortal. In a vast wilderness, to survive and to lead the entire human race to endure, he required far greater power. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in. You have received the divine essence body forging scripture, the upper primordial royal court, and the Yan Pavilion, divine essence body forging scripture, an ancient technique crafted by the celestial court of the human race in the primordial era for the purpose of body refinement. Upper primordial royal court, a grand world established by the upper primordial court, possessing remarkable divine anomalies. Yan Pavilion, a vast realm, embodying the principles of heaven and earth, capable of capturing the essence of the Tao and manifesting various techniques and supernatural powers. Do you wish to immediately accept the divine essence body forging scripture and retrieve the upper primordial royal court and Yan Pavilion? Before Xiao Yang's eyes, the system panel shimmered with a blue radiance, enveloping the valley where the human race resided. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of enlightenment passed through Xiao Yang's eyes. As long as the blue light covered an area, he could choose to place the upper primordial royal court and Yan Pavilion anywhere within it. Not now. I shall not retrieve them yet. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yang declined. He was not foolish. Present. Both Nuwa and numerous powerful beings of the wilderness were closely watching this place, if he were to extract the system rewards. How would he explain it later? He feared he would not even know how he met his end. What he needed to do now was to wait patiently. Once everyone had turned their attention away, he could then retrieve these treasures. Would that not be more advantageous? Nuwa, however, was unaware of Xiao Yang's thoughts. This moment, she slightly furrowed her brow, as if sensing something that, in a millennium, I shall establish the Nuwa Emperor's heaven within the chaos. Those fated may come to witness. After uttering these words, Nuwa glanced at Xiao Yang and the gathering of humans below before preparing to depart. Holy Mother, please pause. A voice rang out, halting Nuwa in her tracks. Hearing that Nuwa was about to leave, Xiao Yang hastily spoke, compelling her to stop. Nuwa turned to look at Xiao Yang, a glimmer of intrigue appearing in her eyes. Xiao Yang, what is it that you wish to convey to me? Chapter 3. A millennium of protection, the level of fortune has increased. What is it that you wish to convey to me? Nuwa regarded Xiao Yang with curiosity, inquiring further. Not only Nuwa, but also the other powerful beings wore expressions of peculiar interest. Though they did not comprehend why Xiao Yang possessed awareness or how he could manifest from the golden dragon of fortune, they did not believe that a mere celestial immortal could have any significant connection with the sage. Holy Mother, the human race was born from your creation, yet we are weak, aside from myself. A single celestial immortal could annihilate the entire human race. I wonder if the Holy Mother would wish to see such a calamity unfold. Xiao Yang spoke boldly, his gaze towards Nuwa imbued with tranquility. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Nuwa's brow furrowed slightly. She had never considered the emergence of such an issue. After all, as one of the few powerful beings in existence, she had been a great Luo golden immortal since her birth. Now, having attained the status of a sage, she had never contemplated this matter. These beings born from her creation, though they were all innate Tao bodies, possessed strength barely at the earth immortal level to survive. It was likely the human race would suffer tremendous losses, a point she had overlooked. What do you propose? After pondering for a moment, Nuwa turned her gaze to Xiao Yang. She vaguely began to understand his intentions. The heavens are vigorous. The human race must strive unceasingly. I firmly believe that the human race shall rise and stand atop the myriad of races in the wilderness. However, the current human race is still far too weak that I hope the Holy Mother will show mercy and protect us for a millennium, allowing our race to endure this frail period. Xiao Yang's words were resolute. His confidence in the future of the human race unshakable, that he believed wholeheartedly that the future of humanity was bright and grand, that I can protect the human race. But you must provide me with a reason why I should do so. Nuwa's gaze flickered slightly. She had already made her decision. The human race was created from her essence, and to them, she was their holy mother. For her, achieving sagehood was influenced, if not determined, by the rise of humanity. She ought to protect them. Yet Nuwa still wished to hear Xiao Yang's response. She sought to understand the foundation of his confidence. First, while Nuwa's ascension to sagehood may not have been solely dependent on the human race, it was undeniably a significant factor. Second, as Nuwa was revered as the holy mother of humanity, the strength of the human race would enhance her own fortune. Third, and most importantly, with me, the human race shall undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of the myriad races in the wilderness. Xiao Yang's words resonated throughout the heavens and earth, as if the very fabric of reality trembled at his declaration. Those powerful beings who heard his words could hardly contain their derision. How presumptuous of a mere celestial immortal to claim such grandeur, were it not for the sage Nuwa. Where would your human race even be, with a population of merely tens of thousands? You scarcely compare to any race in the wilderness. Your fortune is illusory, barely a fraction of our billionfold. How dare you speak such words? Insects gazing at the heavens, presuming to elevate themselves. How utterly laughable. While these powerful beings mocked him, Nuwa remained unfazed to the moment of her ascension. Her primordial spirit was entrusted to the heavenly Tao. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to glimpse a fragment of the future. Intriguing, Nuwa chuckled softly, extending her hand to draw a circle in the air. This circle descended upon the area where the human race resided, enclosing a radius of several 100,000 miles. This is the domain for your human race's existence. Is it sufficient? Nuwa inquired of Xiao Yang. Sufficient. Xiao Yang offered a slight bow to Nuwa. I pay homage to the Holy Mother, and I thank you for your benevolence. Those among the human race who shared a connection with Xiao Yang also bowed in reverence. For a millennium, this land shall belong to the human race. Aside from the human race, no other beings may enter. Violators shall face annihilation. Nuwa's voice echoed throughout the vast wilderness, her decree etched into the minds of countless beings. Above the heavenly court, the expression of the demon emperor Jun darkened, filled with discontent. As a sage of the demon race, Nuwa chose not to protect her kin, but instead safeguarded a feeble human race. It was utterly absurd. Yet even in his dissatisfaction, he dared not defy a sage's command. Proclaim my edict. For millennium, none of the demon race shall tread upon the territory of the human race. Those who disobey shall face extermination. At the moment Jun issued his decree, he heard the urgent call of Dong Huangtai. Brother, look at the human race. Upon hearing this, Jun turned his gaze towards the realm of the humans. In an instant, his expression grew even darker. What did he see? At the very moment Nuwa's words fell, an ethereal golden dragon of fortune emerged behind Xiao Yang. Originally a 100-foot-long golden dragon of fortune, it surged tenfold in an instant, reaching a staggering length of 1,000 feet. Though this tenfold increase in the human race's fortune still paled in comparison to his demon races, the essence of the golden dragon of fortune that manifested from Xiao Yang now radiated the aura of a true immortal. To Jun, it remained easily extinguishable with a mere flick of his hand. However, he perceived a looming threat in the human race's future, a millennium, a mere millennium. How far could the human race develop in that time? By then, a golden immortal demon king could obliterate them. I can afford to wait. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Jun's eyes. With this thought, he chose not to spare another glance at the human race. What merit was there in concerning himself with a race destined for annihilation in a millennium? Your human race has received the protection of Nuwa for a millennium, significantly enhancing your chances of survival. And your fortune has surged. With the surge in fortune, you, as the golden dragon of fortune for the human race, have ascended in realm. Your current level is now true immortal. The fortune level of the human race has increased to level 1, granting you an opportunity for fortune sign-in. As Nuwa's decree to protect the human race for a millennium resonated, a multitude of voices echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. A surge in fortune, true immortal cultivation. An opportunity for sign-in. Excellent. This is truly splendid. Excitement filled Xiao Yang's eyes as he could not help but clench his fists, his form trembling with exhilaration. Why, after merely agreeing to protect the human race, has there been such an abundance of rewards? With but a fleeting moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang swiftly comprehended the reason behind the unfolding circumstances that in the original timeline, there existed no figure of his stature, a being of transformed human destiny, and thus humanity was deprived of Nuwa's protection. Although each individual was a congenital Dao body, their individual strength scarcely surpassed that of Earth immortals, rendering their survival in the chaotic wilderness an arduous endeavor. After much struggle to endure, they found themselves amidst the calamity of the witch and demon conflict, suffering heavy casualties, nearly facing extinction, had it not been for the emergence of the 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan. Followed by the governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, humanity would likely have perished long ago. Yet now, with Nuwa's millennia of protection, along with his presence and the enigmatic human destiny sign-in system, Xiao Yang was poised to expedite the flourishing of humanity. It could be said that his actions not only altered the fate of the human race, but also significantly reshaped the course of the primordial world. In midair, Nuwa gazed upon the burgeoning fate of humanity, nodding in approval. With a wave of her hand, a radiant glow enveloped Xiao Yang, infusing him with a divine artifact of creation. You are the Emperor of humanity. This divine creation whip is conferred upon you as a token of your stewardship over the human race. I trust you will nurture humanity's growth and not disappoint my expectations. With her words, Nuwa's figure abruptly vanished. Xiao Yang felt the presence of the divine creation whip within him, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Fear not, for the humanity of the future shall undoubtedly astonish the entirety of the primordial realm. Chapter 4. The Fusion of Constructs, the Ancestral Abode of Humanity. With Nuwa's departure and the decree she had set forth, the human race, restricted to the realm of Earth immortals, gradually faded from the consciousness of the myriad beings in the wilderness. At this moment, in the birthplace of humanity, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged upon a colossal rock, summoning a resplendent panel of multicolored light with a mere thought. Host, Xiao Yang identity. Golden Dragon of Human Destiny. Emperor of Humanity Destiny Level. Level 1 Realm. True Immortal. As the embodiment of human destiny, you can harness the strength of the entire human race. Cultivation techniques and abilities. Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture. As the embodiment of human destiny, you can learn all human cultivation techniques and synthesize them. Items. 900 acres of merit golden clouds. Postnatal merit spiritual treasure. Divine Creation Whip, Upper Sovereign's Court, Scripture Pavilion Destiny, Sign-in Attempts. 1. Human destiny has increased. Granting you sign-in opportunities. System. Initiate the destiny sign-in. After a moment of contemplation regarding the panel, Xiao Yang resolved to perform the sign-in once more. Congratulations! Destiny sign-in successful. You have acquired the Martial Arts Plaza and the Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein. Martial Arts Plaza. A realm within the vast universe, crafted from the essence of human dominion. Training here enhances perception and accelerates mastery of techniques. Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein. Contains boundless spiritual energy, circulating endlessly. For more details, please click on the specific items for further information. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with contemplation as he extended his hand towards the Ancestral Dragon's spiritual vein. Waves of information surged into his mind. It was revealed that the ancestral dragon's spiritual vein was transformed from the corporeal form of the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. In the ancient times, the three innate clans contended for supremacy, unsettling the entirety of the primordial realm and leading to the demise of countless beings. Ultimately, each clan was burdened with karmic retribution, and in an effort to relieve the Dragon Clan's burdens, the ancestral dragon swore an oath to the heavenly Dao, transforming into the Azure Dragon of the East, eternally safeguarding the easternmost reaches of the primordial realm. His corporeal form subsequently morphed into an endless spiritual vein, embedded within the mountains and rivers of the primordial world. Thus, the ancestral dragon's spiritual vein was deemed the highest quality spiritual vein. Subsequently, Xiao Yang pointed at the Upper Sovereign's Court, Scripture Pavilion, and Martial Arts Plaza, with streams of information flooding into his consciousness that, the Upper Sovereign's Court, what a magnificent court it is. Upon absorbing the information, delight illuminated Xiao Yang's visage. The Upper Sovereign's Court not only possessed the ability to suppress its domain, shielding it from diseases and calamities, but also gathered the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, enhancing perception and accelerating cultivation speed. Furthermore, the court itself was a spiritual treasure, though it currently stood as a lower-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Its quality would undoubtedly improve as it assimilated various extraordinary constructs. Perhaps, in time, it could evolve into a congenital treasure or even a primordial treasure system. Integrate the Scripture Pavilion and Martial Arts Plaza into the Upper Sovereign's Court. Do you confirm the integration of the Scripture Pavilion and Martial Arts Plaza into the Upper Sovereign's Court? Once integrated, they cannot be separated. Confirmed. Radiant lights flickered across the panel. Xiao Yang observed as the Scripture Pavilion and Martial Arts Plaza seamlessly merged with the Upper Sovereign's Court. A soft golden light blossoming, obscuring the specifics of the process. With the integration complete, the system's voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ears. Extract the Upper Sovereign's Court and Ancestral Dragon's spiritual vein. Placing the Ancestral Dragon's spiritual vein within the Upper Sovereign's Court, please select the placement location. A blue radiance enveloped the entire valley. From a divine perspective, Xiao Yang surveyed the entire valley. Let the Upper Sovereign's Court be placed at the very center of the valley. He proceeded towards the heart of the valley. Boom! As Xiao Yang's words echoed, a resounding roar reverberated throughout the valley. Suddenly, a palace materialized in mid-air, gracefully descending into the valley's center. In an instant, Xiao Yang appeared before the palace. Before this edifice lay a square of Han jade, faintly shimmering. Upon closer inspection, the palace itself exuded an aura of profound darkness, emanating a sense of grandeur and solemnity. In this life, I am the golden dragon of human destiny and the emperor of humanity. You shall accompany me in witnessing the ascent of our race. Henceforth, you shall be known not merely as the Upper Sovereign's Court, but as the ancestral abode of humanity. The spirit of the court responded, as the characters inscribed upon the plaque shimmered momentarily before transforming into the words ancestral abode of humanity. Satisfied, Xiao Yang nodded, a gleam of contentment gracing his eyes that he stepped into the ancestral abode. Inside the ancestral abode, vast expanses lay before him. Aside from the palace formed from the Scripture Pavilion, there stood a main hall, a side hall, and a rear hall that I am Emperor Xiao Yang. All kin shall gather at the ancestral abode of humanity. After surveying the abode, Xiao Yang settled in front of the ancestral abode, awaiting the arrival of his kin. Before long, a total of 129,600 members of humanity had assembled. We pay our respects to the Emperor. The gathered kin bowed in unison, their expressions brimming with reverence for Xiao Yang. You may all sit. With Xiao Yang's command, the assembly of humanity mimicked his posture, settling upon the ground. Xiao Yang's gaze swept over his kin. Observing their pure and untainted eyes, he felt a surge of emotion. The firstborn of humanity embodied such innocence. Yet it was precisely this purity that, in the absence of Nuwa's protection in his past life, had led them to endure immeasurable sacrifices and tribulations to survive cautiously in this brutal primordial world. Countless efforts have been expended to ensure humanity's gradual rise to prominence amidst the chaos. Even so, humanity had merely existed as puppets of the saints. However, this time, all would be different. He, Xiao Yang, Emperor of humanity, would lead the human race to rise, and none would surpass them. A resolute determination shone in Xiao Yang's eyes as he addressed his kin, proclaiming, the human race is frail. To survive in the primordial realm and to ascend, we must contend with heaven, earth, and the myriad races. To battle against heaven is a source of joy. To contend with the earth is a source of joy. To engage with the myriad races is also a source of joy. Therefore, today, I shall impart to you the divine essence body refinement scripture, fortifying the spirit of our kin while enhancing our corporeal strength. As heaven moves vigorously, so too shall our human race strive ceaselessly. Chapter 5. The Crisis of Humanity. An endless night. In the primordial realm, where time was but a fleeting notion, the passage of a millennium had gone unnoticed. Within the ancestral abode of humanity, in the Scripture Pavilion, Xiao Yang sat with his eyes gently closed, emanating a golden radiance, surrounded by 10 jade slips that ebbed and flowed in rhythm. After an indeterminate interval, Xiao Yang exhaled deeply and gradually opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he sent the 10 jade slips soaring onto the shelves of the Scripture Pavilion. Every decade, the pavilion could produce 3 jade slips. And now, after a millennium, a total of 300 slips have been amassed. At long last, our human race has begun to establish a foundation. Observing the 300 jade slips upon the shelf, a smile unconsciously graced Xiao Yang's face. Open the system panel. As the words fell, a vibrant tapestry of colors materialized before Xiao Yang's eyes. Host, Xiao Yang identity, human race's fortune golden dragon. Emperor of humanity fortune level, level 1 realm. Xian. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can mobilize the strength of the entire human race, techniques, and divine abilities. 300 martial arts, including the foundational divine essence body forging scripture and golden spear sword technique. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can master all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items: Post-Heaven Merit Spiritual Treasure Creation Whip, 900 acres of Merit Golden Cloud Fortune Sign-In Count. 0. The Rise of Human Fortune allows for sign-in opportunities. Xiao Yang scanned the system panel, ultimately focusing on the Post-Heaven Merit Spiritual Treasure Creation Whip and the Merit Golden Cloud. That a contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. Sui Run, I seek an audience with your majesty. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the Yanjing Pavilion. Ah, Sui Run, do come in. A smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Soon, a figure strode into the Yanjing Pavilion, robust and radiating an aura of authority. His features chiseled as if sculpted from stone, exuding determination. Sui Ren pays respects to your majesty. The entering Sui Ren bowed to Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with reverence and no need for such formalities. Sui Ren, have you come to discuss something of importance? Xiao Yang, still smiling, helped Sui Ren to his feet, his gaze reflecting immense satisfaction. When Nuwa created humanity to attain sainthood, he had observed closely. Sui Ren was the first human crafted by Nuwa. Had it not been for his existence, Sui Ren might have become the leader of all humanity. Your Majesty, over the millennia, our human race has continuously flourished, expanding from a mere 12,000 to nearly 1 billion souls. However, we now face considerable challenges. I, Sui Ren, am powerless and thus have come to seek your Majesty's guidance. The hint of shame clouded Sui Ren's expression. Throughout the millennium, Xiao Yang had selected 3,000 of the most gifted individuals to oversee the human race. As the first chosen by Xiao Yang, Sui Ren bore a heavy responsibility. Yet he felt he had failed to meet Xiao Yang's expectations, and unease gnawed at his heart. Noticing the look of distress on Sui Ren's face, Xiao Yang offered a warm smile and patted his shoulder. There is no need for such worry. Over this millennium, you and your kin have performed admirably, and I am quite pleased. Moreover, as the Emperor of humanity, it is only natural for you to consult me when faced with insurmountable challenges. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Sui Ren's demeanor visibly softened. Your Majesty, although our population has reached nearly 1 billion, the quality of our kin's aptitude has declined with each generation, and many have yet to embark on their training. The length of the primordial nights has made survival increasingly arduous. Sui Ren's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he laid bare the plight of their people. Xiao Yang remained silent for a moment, then extended his hand forward, conjuring a golden dragon silhouette that flickered past him. Before them, a luminous screen materialized. Gazing at the screen, they beheld numerous kin struggling to survive in the overwhelming darkness of the night. The protracted darkness not only brought despair, but also hunger and cold. The ferocity of the feral beasts had intensified, making the hunt considerably more challenging. After observing in silence for a while, Xiao Yang dispersed the luminous screen, his heart heavy with concern. "Your Majesty, do you possess a solution?" Sui Ren gazed at Xiao Yang with hope, wishing that the omnipotent emperor could resolve their predicament. "To wholly rectify the issue of the interminable nights is beyond my current capabilities. However, there are ways to improve the living conditions of our people." Xiao Yang initially shook his head, then nodded thoughtfully. "What methods do you propose?" Sui Ren inquired eagerly. "Sui Ren, why is there no darkness during the day?" Xiao Yang posed a question instead of answering. "Why is there no darkness during the day?" "Indeed, why?" Sui Ren pondered, lost in thought, having never considered such a query. "Your Majesty, After much contemplation, Sui Ren still found himself without an answer. "Follow me." Xiao Yang rose and walked outside, with Sui Ren hastily trailing behind him. Soon they arrived outside the ancestral grounds of the human race. As they stepped outside, jubilant cheers erupted. Another long night had come to an end. "Sui Ren, what do you see in the sky?" Xiao Yang pointed towards the resplendent sun. "That is the sun. Your Majesty, I understand now. It is because of the sun, which dispels darkness with its light," Sui Ren exclaimed joyously, though a shadow of concern soon followed. "But how do we obtain this light?" While initially elated, Sui Ren became troubled once more. Light may banish darkness, yet it does not ward off the cold. What then could dispel the chill? Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited from Xiao Yang's palm, capturing Sui Ren's attention. "Fire! Fire can drive away the cold, just as the sun brings warmth." Xiao Yang's voice, soft yet imbued with a unique cadence, held Sui Ren's gaze captive. For those with cultivation, igniting a fire is a trivial task. "But how can we teach the untrained kin to produce flames?" Xiao Yang inquired, looking at Sui Ren. "Your Majesty, I do not know how to kindle this fire, but I shall seek out a way. I will surely discover a method that even ordinary kin can use to create fire." The flames in Xiao Yang's hand cast a warm glow on Sui Ren's face, illuminating his resolute expression. Nothing could deter his determination. After declaring his intent, Sui Ren bowed to Xiao Yang and swiftly departed, eager to find a way for the ordinary kin to create fire, not wishing to lose a moment. "Strive diligently, for when you uncover the means to ignite flames, you shall ascend as the second emperor of humanity." Sui Ren the emperor. Xiao Yang watched Sui Ren's retreating figure, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 6. The Eternal Flame of Humanity. Information on humanity's supreme treasure. Once again, the primordial realm was enveloped in an extended night. Amidst the darkness, the distant echoes of frenzied beast roars reverberated. Now near, now far. Within many human tribes, some kin trembled in fear, anxious about the potential assault from these feral beasts. In the Valley of Humanity, Sui Ren squatted on the ground, 2 wooden sticks and a pile of dry grass before him. "Let us begin. Whether I can summon fire rests upon my efforts." Sui Ren inhaled deeply, setting one stick against the other, which had been hollowed out. He rubbed them together with increasing speed, nearly conjuring an ethereal image. Shortly, wisps of green smoke began to rise from the point of contact. Flickers of sparks emerged, igniting a glimmer of joy in Sui Ren's eyes as he poured the sparks into the dry grass, gently blowing on them. With a soft pop, the smoke thickened, and suddenly, a small flame surged forth. The crimson glow dispelled the surrounding darkness, bringing forth warmth. Sui Ren reached toward the flame, savoring the searing heat, and a smile spread across his face. "Fire! This is the fire of our humanity, the eternal flame." Sui Ren's expression grew resolute, the flames dancing in his eyes, his towering figure emanating a sacred aura. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The kin surrounding the flames erupted in joyous cheers. The radiant glow bathed them, banishing the cold and darkness that had enveloped them, that a feeling of warmth and hope blossomed within their hearts. All of this was, of course, witnessed by Xiao Yang, as the fortune golden dragon of humanity. He was privy to all significant events concerning the human race in real time. The emergence of fire would undoubtedly propel humanity forward. The path ahead for humanity would shine as brightly as this flame. A golden dragon silhouette flickered around Xiao Yang as he beheld the king's joy, a smile gracing his lips. Boom! High above the heavens. Thunder rumbled ominously, and beams of golden light emerged, dispelling the encroaching darkness. Each of these radiant streaks represented virtuous deeds, transforming into a golden cloud that descended upon Sui Run and the flames before him. Once these virtuous clouds entered Sui Ren's being, his aura surged dramatically, propelling him instantaneously into the realm of the golden immortal. The two wooden staffs he wielded absorbed a considerable amount of virtue as well. Their surfaces entwined with dark red patterns that resembled flickering flames. Before him, the blazing fire, having absorbed the virtue, ceased its violent display and transformed into a serene warmth. A faint golden radiance emanated from it, reminiscent of an eternal, unyielding flame. Merely gazing at the fire instilled a profound sense of tranquility within his heart. The human race had birthed its own flame, heralding an accelerated growth and an ever-increasing fortune. As the fortunes of humanity soared, you, as the golden dragon of human fortune, experienced a rise in your own realm, now standing at the golden immortal level. The fortune level of humanity has ascended, now at level 2, granting you an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. As the system's voice resonated, a portion of the descending virtuous clouds drifted toward him. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang extended his hand to collect all the virtuous clouds. Although I currently have no immediate use for the virtue, it is always wise to retain it for future needs. The potential of virtue is boundless. Saving it ensures that it will one day be of use. Open the system panel. After gathering the virtue, Xiao Yang showed no hesitation and opened the system panel that a vibrant, multicolored screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Yang identity. Golden Dragon of Human Fortune. Human Emperor Fortune Level. Level 2 Realm. Golden Immortal. As the Golden Dragon of Human Fortune, you can summon the strength of all humanity. Techniques. Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture. Basic Martial Arts. Golden Spear Sword Technique. True Dragon Fist Technique. As the Golden Dragon of Human Fortune, you can learn all human martial arts and integrate them seamlessly. Items. Acquired Virtuous Treasure. Creation Whip. 900 acres of virtuous clouds, fortune sign-in opportunities. 1. As human fortune rises, sign-in opportunities are granted. System. Proceed with the sign-in immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yang chose to utilize his fortune sign-in opportunity. As humanity continues to develop, it will inevitably attract the attention of numerous powerful beings from the primordial era. He requires greater strength to safeguard the human race. Congratulations! Your fortune sign-in is successful. You have acquired the secret technique, passing on the flame, opportunity information, the supreme treasure of humanity. Passing on the flame. In the fantastical world, there exists a lineage known as the Sui Run, who, to prevent the extinction of humanity's heritage, infuse their essence into an eternal flame, as long as the flame endures. The legacy shall remain unbroken. Opportunity information. This pertains to information regarding the supreme treasure of humanity. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression grew serious. In this fantastical realm, does a lineage of Sui Run and an eternal flame truly exist? Regarding the information about the supreme treasure of humanity, Xiao Yang pondered briefly before directing his focus to the opportunity information. In that instant, the colorful screen shimmered, and a divine light penetrated his mind. Instantly, information about a location materialized within his consciousness. Xiao Yang carefully sensed the connection to that place, his brow furrowing tightly. It is so distant that I can barely perceive it, only knowing it lies to the east. Regardless, the supreme treasure of humanity must not fall into the hands of others. Xiao Yang's gaze turned resolutely towards the eastern lands. The descent of virtue instantaneously drew the attention of countless powerful beings from the primordial era. Upon realizing that the place where the virtue had manifested was the realm of humanity, They were filled with astonishment. This should not be. How could virtue descend upon humanity again? Is it possible that humanity is truly the favored child of the heavenly Tao? While our clan strives for a single instance of virtue in vain, humanity seemingly possesses such divine favor. Within the heavenly court, Jun's gaze towards the realm of humanity grew increasingly frigid. He had initially believed he held a sufficiently high regard for humanity, only to discover he had underestimated them. Nevertheless, his determination to eradicate the faith of humanity only intensified. Everything awaits the passage of 10,000 years. Brother Zhurong, as the ancestral shaman of fire, how is it that you cannot ignite a flame without relying on divine power? In the Pangu temple of the shaman clan, Ho Tu, one of the 12 ancestral shamans, inquired of Zhurong, who stood not far away, that I cannot. The fire principles I command are solely for battle, and besides, such methods are of no use to my shaman clan. Zhurong shook his head, his expression nonchalant. Ho Tu was not surprised by Zhurong's words. She rested her chin upon her hand, her fingers lightly tapping her cheek, her eyes filled with curiosity towards humanity. Humanity is truly a fascinating and intriguing race. Chapter 7. The enshrinement of a human emperor by the name of Nesting. In the void, within the palace of Nuwa. Nuwa was deep in discussion with her brother Fushi when she suddenly halted. She cast her gaze towards the primordial realm, as if witnessing the scene of humanity creating fire. Unconsciously, a gentle smile graced her lips. Little sister, is there something that brings you joy? Fushi observed Nuwa and asked softly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Brother, the fortune of humanity has increased. I merely sensed it. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi instinctively began to calculate. Moments later, he exclaimed in astonishment, humanity is truly a remarkable race. Lacking immense power, they have nonetheless given birth to fire through their wisdom. Your choice to protect humanity was undoubtedly correct, little sister. With that, Fushi gazed at Nuwa with a broad smile, since he became aware of himself. He and Nuwa had relied on one another. Now, witnessing Nuwa's success, he felt immeasurable joy within. Hearing Fushi's words, Nuwa's smile deepened as the image of Xiao Yang appeared in her mind, with a hint of confidence. She spoke to Fushi, brother, humanity is not merely commendable for its wisdom. In the future, they will also possess formidable power. Oh, then I shall pay closer attention. A spark of curiosity flickered in Fushi's eyes. He wondered why Nuwa held such unwavering faith in humanity. Yet a newfound respect for humanity began to blossom within him. The conversation between Nuwa and Fushi did not affect the human race far away in the primordial realm. At this moment, within the ancestral hall of humanity, under the watchful eyes of their kin, Sui Run bowed before Xiao Yang, his gaze filled with deep reverence. Sui Run expressed his gratitude to the emperor for guiding him, enabling humanity to defy the darkness and cold. Xiao Yang, brimming with warmth, helped Sui Run rise, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Sui Run, all of this is your achievement. I merely provided you with direction. Now, you have ignited an eternal flame for humanity, a merit deserving of reward. From this day forth, you shall be the second human emperor of our kind. Sui Run, the human emperor. Xiao Yang's expression turned grave as he regarded Sui Run. The moment the kin heard Xiao Yang's proclamation, a murmur of unrest rippled through them, voices rising in discord. Your Majesty, how could Sui Run become the human emperor? This, Sui Run's complexion shifted as he anxiously addressed Xiao Yang. However, before he could finish, Xiao Yang interrupted him with a wave of his hand. As the golden dragon of human fortune, if I declare you worthy, then you are indeed worthy. You have ignited an eternal flame, causing the fortunes of humanity to swell, shielding our kin from the threats of darkness and cold. That alone is more than sufficient. Xiao Yang's gaze towards Sui Run was unwavering. His words brooked no argument. Sui Run met Xiao Yang's expectant gaze, his heart quivering suddenly. Taking a deep breath, he bowed before Xiao Yang, that I shall not fail the emperor's profound grace. I will serve humanity with all my heart to live up to this title of human emperor. Xiao Yang, satisfied, patted Sui Run's shoulder. A flash of light emitted from his hand, revealing the creation whip. In the name of the human emperor, I hereby enshrine Sui Run as the second human emperor of our kind, bestowing upon him the fortune of humanity. As the words fell, a radiant beam shot forth from the creation whip, merging into Sui Ren's being. Instantly, a golden dragon shadow enveloped him, bestowing an air of majesty upon Sui Run. We pay our respects to the human emperor Sui Run. The assembled kin bowed in reverence to Sui Run, their voices filled with congratulations. Enough, there is no need for excessive formalities. While humanity has gained the flame, we still face crises yet to be overcome. Xiao Yang gestured for the bowing kin to rise. Your Majesty, may I inquire what crises still besiege our human race? A remarkably youthful tribesman stepped forward and posed a question to Xiao Yang. Upon gazing at this individual, Xiao Yang noticed that while the tribesman possessed a slender physique and an unremarkable countenance, his eyes shimmered with a gentle brilliance. Most striking were his exceptionally long and fair hands. In this era, with nearly 100 million humans, they were all still dwelling within caves. These caves, damp and frigid, were far from ideal living quarters, and with the continual increase in population, how could they possibly accommodate all the tribesmen solely within caves? Xiao Yang regarded the young tribesman and addressed him. However, the beasts also reside within caves. If we do not inhabit these caves, where else might we seek refuge? The young tribesman's eyes clouded with contemplation as he murmured to himself. Hearing this, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and a small bird flew into the ancestral grounds. Follow it. Perhaps you will uncover the answer. With those words, the bird flapped its wings and soared out of the ancestral grounds. The young tribesman, disregarding everything else, bowed to Xiao Yang and followed it. Xiao Yang observed this with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He gestured before him, and a luminous screen displaying the current living conditions of the human tribe appeared. There, he saw some tribesmen afflicted by poisonous insect bites, their bodies swelling painfully, while others succumbed to the venom. The winter was harsh. Though fire could provide warmth, it could not fend off the venomous insects. Thus, the tribesmen required something that could shield them from such bites. The woman stepped forward, her figure both graceful and ample, boasting legs that were remarkably long and shapely. This moment, her gaze was imbued with determination as she bowed to Xiao Yang. My emperor, I am willing to seek out means to protect our kin from the venomous insects, but I beseech your guidance. Xiao Yang regarded the slightly bashful woman before him, a smile gracing his lips. Consider the beasts. They too face the threat of insect bites. Yet why do they remain unscathed? Upon hearing his words, the woman's expression shifted to one of contemplation. She bowed to Xiao Yang and then departed from the ancestral grounds, intent on observing the beasts to discern their differences. Xiao Yang's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of the ancestral grounds. He beheld the youth chasing after the bird and the bashful woman. Go forth. I eagerly anticipate the satisfactory answers you shall provide. In due time, you shall become the revered emperors of the nest and the garment of the human tribe. Chapter 8. The Blessings Descend. My prophetic insight. In the valley of the human tribe, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, as purple lightning danced amidst them. Before long, a thunderous clap heralded a torrential downpour. The tribesmen hastily sought refuge within the caves. Many of them stared vacantly at the rain cascading in lines, lost in their thoughts. Yet, beneath the relentless rain, a gaunt human stood beneath a large tree. He gazed upwards at a nest constructed of branches, sheltered from the elements by layers of leaves. Witnessing this scene, his body trembled slightly, while his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning sliced through the heavens, igniting a spark within the young man's mind. His expression transformed into one of exhilaration as he clapped his hands together, producing a crisp sound that I understand now. I finally comprehend. The birds construct nests for shelter, using leaves to shield themselves from the rain. Our human tribe can likewise learn from them and build our own abodes. With homes, we shall no longer fear the storms. With this revelation, he disregarded the downpour and began gathering stones and branches to emulate the bird's nest. Initially, his constructions would collapse or fail to provide proper shelter. However, he remained undeterred, persistently reflecting and refining his designs at long last, he successfully erected the first dwelling for humanity that could withstand the elements. Ha ha ha! It's done. It's finally accomplished. This is our abode. We shall no longer fear the storms, for we now possess a sanctuary. He laughed heartily, standing within his creation, observing the rain kept at bay outside. His eyes alight with excitement, as his voice echoed. A resounding roar reverberated from the heavens. The dark clouds were swiftly dispersed, and a golden cloud of merit descended upon the valley of the human tribe. A portion of it merged into the young man's being, causing his energy to surge and swiftly elevating him to the golden immortal realm. The remaining merit was divided into two parts. One entered Xiao Yang's hands, while the other gradually infused itself into the newly constructed dwelling. The once ordinary stone structure erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, intricate patterns appearing, resembling both symbols and script, exuding an extraordinary aura. The stirrings of the human tribe once again captured the attention of countless powerful beings in the primordial world. If the previous descent of merit could be rationalized, this occurrence provoked a twinge of envy. Is the human tribe not favored by the heavenly Tao? How could it be that so soon after, merit descends once more? How utterly unjust! We seek merit yet find it elusive, while the humans receive it so effortlessly. Regardless, once the millennia-long prohibition is lifted, I must observe what is so special about this human tribe. Boom! Before they could fully process this, another booming sound echoed through the universe. The golden cloud of merit cascaded down upon the valley of the human tribe. This merit, in terms of magnitude, was no less substantial than that which accompanied the construction of the dwelling. Likewise, this merit was also divided into three parts. One portion entered the body of the woman who had previously stepped forward, elevating her to the golden immortal realm within mere breaths. The remainder of the merit was divided, with one part merging into the animal skin garment she held, and another part entering Xiao Yang's possession. In that moment, the entire primordial realm fell into a stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. They were utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend how the human tribe could consistently attract the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Should this merit have fallen into a single individual's hands, it would likely propel them into the realm of the great Luo or enable them to forge a protective golden wheel of merit. How fortunate it would be if this merit belonged to them. At that moment, envy consumed them, their eyes filled with greed, yearning to seize the merit for themselves. In the East Kunlun, within the hall of the three pure ones, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian stood in silent contemplation. The three pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's essence, were inherently endowed with the blessings of Pangu. Thus, they lacked no merit. Yet they could not help but envy the human tribe for their ability to continuously draw down blessings from the heavenly Tao. After all, such consistent blessings indicated a favor from the divine. Elder brother, do you discern what is so unique about this human tribe? Yuan Shi inquired hoarsely of Laozi. Despite his lofty pride, he was profoundly shaken by the continuous descent of merit upon the humans. Laozi shook his head slightly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. I cannot discern it either, but whether it pertains to Nuwa's saintly status or the continuous blessings from the heavenly Tao, it is undoubtedly connected to the human tribe. After a brief pause, Laozi continued, I intend to depart Kunlun and venture into the primordial realm to uncover what is so exceptional about this human tribe. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances of surprise. Elder brother, while the human tribe may possess unique qualities, is it truly worth your personal journey? Tong Tian questioned, perplexed. Elder brother, Tong Tian speaks wisely. Our foremost priority should be to comprehend the mysteries of attaining sainthood. Nuwa has already taken the lead. We cannot allow the two from the west to surpass us. Otherwise, what face shall we have left? Yuan Shi implored Laozi. Laozi remained resolute, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. No, I must see the human tribe for myself. I have a premonition that perhaps my opportunity for enlightenment lies within the human tribe. Upon hearing the words of Laozi, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained silent. When it came to the opportunity for sanctification, even though they were brothers connected by a single breath, they could not speak to dissuade him. Having made up his mind, Laozi chose not to elaborate further. He slowly rose and walked toward the hall's exit, mounting a green ox as he headed toward the realm of humanity. Inside the grand hall, Yuan fell silent for a moment before addressing Tanta. Third brother, while our elder brother seeks to comprehend his path to sanctification, we must not lag behind. I shall enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I achieve sanctification. A glimmer of divine light flashed in Tongtian's eyes as he stood tall, a sharp aura radiating from him. Second brother, go ahead. This time, let us three of the Qing compete to see who first comprehends the opportunity for sanctification. A hint of a smile appeared on Yuan's proud face, and he gradually dissipated within the hall. Tong Tian watched Yuan depart and turned his gaze toward the realm of humanity. That a glint of divine light flickered in his eyes, as if he could see the scene of humanity through endless mountains and rivers. Humanity, Chapter 9. Dijun's scheme, the three sovereigns of the beginning, in the heavenly court at the Sun Palace. This was the place where the Demon Emperor Dijun and various demon gods convened. At this moment, both Demon Emperor Dijun and Dong Huang Tai remained silent, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. In this environment, Dong Huang Tai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, turned his neck. Elder brother, if you have any thoughts, do share them. I shall certainly support you. Dong Huang Tai gazed at Dijun, his expression earnest. Previously, he had some reservations about why Dijun regarded humanity as a threat to the demon race. However, at this moment, witnessing the continuous merits descending upon humanity and their fortunes expanding from merely 100 zhang to now 100,000 zhang, his disdain for humanity completely dissipated. His current thoughts aligned with Dijun's. Humanity must not be allowed to remain, for to do so would invite great calamity. Dijun remained silent, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Tai, I recall you have a Luo named by Shi among your ranks. Correct? Dong Huang Tai was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. Indeed, the Baishi demon god is under my command, but regrettably, he suffered severe injuries in the previous battle against the Wu clan. He once had the potential to become a quasi-saint, yet now he can only maintain his status in the early stages of the Luo. Upon hearing this, a divine light burst forth from Dijun's eyes as he spoke. Tai, relay a command to Baishi, instructing him to lead his kin to the realm of humanity. As soon as the ban is lifted, we shall... A murderous intent flashed in Dijun's eyes. Although his words were not fully articulated, Dong Huang Tai understood his meaning. Elder brother, I have no objections to taking action against humanity, but after all, the Saint Nuwa stand behind them. What if the saint? A hint of hesitation colored Dong Huang Tai's eyes, that Dijun's gaze turned cold as he spoke indifferently. Tai, do not forget, though Nuwa is a saint, she is also the empress of the demon race. Sharing in our fortunes, even if she were to become enraged, we still have Baishi and his kin at our disposal. Hearing Dijun's words, Dong Huang Tai looked at him in shock. Tai, do not blame me for being ruthless. You have seen the threat posed by humanity. They cannot be allowed to persist, no matter the cost. In that moment, Dijun displayed the ruthlessness and decisiveness of an emperor. Dong Huang Tai's eyes darkened slightly, and after a long while, he finally spoke in a deep voice. I understand. I shall attend to it at once. Just as Dong Huang Tai was about to leave the grand hall, Dijun's voice called out from behind. Tai, convey to Baishi that I shall not forget, nor will our demon race forget, the sacrifices made by him and his kin. You are also to bring Baishi's offspring to the heavenly court. I promise that once we eradicate the Wu clan, I will allow his descendants to rebuild their lineage. Dong Huang Tai did not respond, but left the grand hall directly. The previously somber atmosphere once again surged with vigor. Meanwhile, behind him, Dijun's gaze darkened slightly, as if harboring other thoughts. In the valley of humanity, joyous cheers erupted. They had learned of the arrival of houses and clothing. Perhaps they did not fully grasp the profound significance of these two items for humanity. But they understood that from now on, they would no longer have to reside in damp, cold caves, nor suffer from the bites of venomous insects. Their lives were poised to improve, standing in midair. Xiao Yang beheld the jubilant throng of humanity, feeling the joy emanating from the golden dragon of fortune. and a smile graced his face at by the decree of the golden dragon of humanity's fortune and the command of the human emperor. I hereby confer the title of the third human emperor upon Yu Chao. I confer the title of the fourth human emperor upon Yu Chao, Yi, and Sui Run are collectively known as the initial three human emperors. A resounding dragon's roar echoed in the hearts of all humanity. Looking up, they beheld a golden dragon of fortune rapidly expanding, reaching a colossal size of 100,000 zhong in an instant. This massive golden dragon exhaled golden dragon energy toward Yu Chao and Zi, which instantly transformed into two beams of divine light, enveloping them. When the divine light dissipated, Yu Chao and Zi, like Sui Run before them, donned the robes of human emperors, exuding an aura of boundless majesty. That we bow before the initial three human emperors, paying our respects to Sui Run, Yu Chao, and we bow before the initial three human emperors, paying our respects to Sui Run, Yu Chao, and as Xiao Yang conferred these titles, the multitude of humanity reverently bowed before Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi. The figures of the three appeared in the hearts of all the people. Your kin have built dwellings, and the speed of humanity's growth has accelerated, enhancing the fortune of humanity. Your kin have produced clothing, and the speed of humanity's growth has accelerated, enhancing the fortune of humanity. The initial three human emperors have taken their positions, fortifying the fortune of humanity. The golden dragon of humanity's fortune. Your fortune has increased tenfold. Your cultivation has advanced, and your current realm is Tai-E Golden Immortal. Congratulations, you have successfully elevated the fortune of humanity to level 3, granting you an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. System, proceed with the fortune sign-in. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. You have received the creation blood pool and the innate spiritual root enlightenment ancient tea. Creation blood pool, a vessel crafted by the human emperor, using the blood of myriad races as its foundation and the energy of creation as its fuel, capable of refining bloodlines and evolving innate talents. Enlightenment ancient tea. Originally an innate spiritual root, it was demoted to an innate root due to a great calamity. When brewed in water, it bestows endless Dao rhythms, ineffective for those above the Deluo Golden Immortal. A divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, and his smile grew ever brighter. This time, the rewards from the sign-in, whether the creation blood pool or the enlightenment ancient tea, delighted him immensely, with their significance for humanity being abundantly clear. If one were to speak of humanity's advantages, their rapid reproductive rate would be among them. Over the past millennium, despite Xiao Yang's constant control, the population of humanity had surged from over 120,000 to nearly 100 million. Among this burgeoning population, a staggering 70% could neither cultivate nor exhibited significant cultivation efficacy. As the lineage continued, the quality of humanity's talents would inevitably decline, even if a genius were to arise. The chances of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim. Even among geniuses, without proper nurturing, they would still fade into obscurity among the masses. However, now with the creation blood pool, everything would change. Xiao Yang could selectively uplift a portion of exceptionally gifted individuals, compensating for their deficiencies with the creation blood pool, thereby ensuring a continuous stream of fresh talent for humanity. As for the Enlightenment Ancient Tea, it could be utilized in conjunction with the previously acquired martial arts arena and the ancestral hall of humanity. Xiao Yang was confident that even a pig, under such nurturing, could become a Deluo Golden Pig. Chapter 10. The Immortality of Humanity, the Passing of the Flame, within the Ancestral Hall of Humanity. Xiao Yang gazed contentedly at the trio of Sui Ren standing not far from him. You have all performed admirably, living up to my expectations. Sui Ren respectfully replied to Xiao Yang. This is largely thanks to your Majesty's guidance. Otherwise, we would have had no means to resolve these issues. Yu Chao and Zi nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting their approval. Observing this, Xiao Yang slightly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to Sui Ren and spoke. Sui Ren, hand over the eternal flame of inheritance to me. Sui Ren exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He extended his right hand and gestured toward the space before Xiao Yang. In the palm of his hand, a conflagration blazed steadily. This flame, tinged with a pale gold hue, appeared far from ferocious, yet the temperature in its vicinity steadily ascended. Swearin, this everlasting flame is a treasure of acquired merit. Not only rare among the human race, but exceedingly precious even in the primordial wilderness. Bestowing it upon me means you will no longer possess it. Xiao Yang observed Swearin with a half-smile and addressed him. Swearin waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "If my sovereign desires it, then take it. Without my sovereign, this eternal flame would not exist. Thus, it is only fitting to present it to you." Beside them, Yu Chao and Zi also flashed their hands, offering the stone house and beast garments imbued with merit to Xiao Yang. Though words were not spoken, their intentions were unmistakably clear. Seeing this, Xiao Yang gently shook his head and said, "Enough of this. I was merely jesting with you. As for treasures, I possess the creation whip bestowed by the Holy Mother Nuwa." After a brief pause, he pointed towards the everlasting flame. "However, this eternal flame is indeed of great utility. I often ponder, as the human race continues to flourish, where will our kin seek methods of cultivation, should they venture to our ancestral grounds? And if calamity befalls the human race, resulting in the loss or incompleteness of our cultivation methods, what then shall we do?" These inquiries left Swearin and his companions deep in contemplation. After a moment, Swearin raised his head to gaze at Xiao Yang. "Why, sovereign, if you desire the eternal flame, it seems the key to resolving this matter lies within it." Xiao Yang nodded and replied, "Indeed, having contemplated these issues, I have been seeking a solution. The crux of the resolution lies in the everlasting flame. Therefore, my sovereign may take it, for nothing is more crucial than the legacy of our people." Without a moment's hesitation, Swearin pushed the eternal flame toward Xiao Yang once more. This time, Xiao Yang refrained from further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then pointed at the eternal flame, causing it to levitate before him. As he formed intricate hand seals, strange runes appeared around him, gradually coalescing into a shimmering sea of pale golden symbols. "Merge!" Xiao Yang bellowed, as the sea of golden runes surged toward the eternal flame. With a thunderous explosion, the flame, seemingly invigorated, swelled from a small ember into a grand blaze, its hue shifting from pale gold to a darkened gold. The auspicious golden dragon manifested, a roar erupted, and a dragon claw extended from Xiao Yang's back, resting upon his shoulder. Soon after, a massive dragon head slowly materialized. When Xiao Yang pointed toward the eternal flame, a breath of fortune transformed into a stream of dragon essence that washed over the flame. Xiao Yang then raised his hand, summoning jade slips to fly into the grand hall. These slips radiated various colors of light, exuding a unique rhythm of Tao. This rhythm transformed into ethereal figures, some meditating in cross-legged postures, others practicing divine arts and martial techniques, all merging into the eternal flame. These are the techniques and divine arts from the Yan Scripture Pavilion. The realization dawned upon Swearin and his companions, who were taken aback that this what my sovereign referred to as a method to ensure our lineage remains unbroken. Time flowed by, seemingly stretching into eternity, yet feeling like mere moments at a sound akin to a sacred melody resonated within the hall. Subsequently, an endless brilliance erupted forth from the eternal flame, compelling even Swearin and his companions to shut their eyes against the radiance. When they reopened their eyes, the eternal flame had vanished without a trace. Even for Swearin, who shared the deepest connection with the flame, it felt simultaneously close yet distant. Now, take a moment to introspect and sense any newfound changes within yourselves. Xiao Yang gestured to Swearin and his companions. Upon hearing his words, they closed their eyes, attentively attuning to every subtle shift in their beings. After a while, they opened their eyes, their expressions revealing a hint of astonishment. "It appears you discern the presence of a flame-like phantom within you. That phantom represents the eternal flame, which I have integrated into every member of our kin, including those yet to be born. All our people can derive the divine Yuan body refining technique and foundational martial skills from this flame phantom. As their cultivation progresses, they will continue to receive further inheritances, Should they learn new techniques or divine arts in the future, they can also merge them within. This is the method I speak of, capable of preserving our lineage eternally, which I have termed passing the flame, passing the flame. The trio of Swearin felt a tremor of awe at Xiao Yang's words, unconsciously repeating them. Indeed, the human race shall endure. Passing the flame. Xiao Yang nodded, a divine light flashing in his eyes. Passing the flame. What an admirable concept. What a grand ambition. In the primordial chaos, within the palace of Nuwa, she gazed at the flame-like patterns that had manifested around her wrist. Even she had not anticipated that Xiao Yang would devise such a means to ensure the continuation of the human lineage. Furthermore, she was astonished that he had bestowed upon her a fragment of the eternal flame through their shared connection of fortune. The techniques and divine arts contained within the eternal flame materialized vividly in her mind. Although she had ascended to the status of a sage, many of these arts still held substantial benefits for her. How intriguing. I cannot be stingy. Nuwa chuckled softly, extending her left hand to touch the flame pattern, causing a stream of light to merge with it. Chapter 11. Within Xiaoyang Mountain, the exquisite treasure of Kongtong. Is this truly the sanctuary of our human race's most cherished artifact? What a splendid scene reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Xiaoyang surveyed the divine mountain before him, his eyes gleaming with divine radiance. Before him stood a mountain, suffused with celestial energy, shrouded in mist and vibrant hues, where the sun and moon shimmered. Stretching for millions of miles, it resembled a celestial dragon resting between the mountains. The mountain was adorned with towering pines and cypress trees, lush and verdant, interspersed with sheer cliffs and cascading waterfalls. Occasionally, the calls of celestial cranes echoed, resonating through the vast skies, while ethereal apes and white deer flitted through the underbrush. Unconsciously, a smile graced Xiaoyang's face as he strolled towards the divine mountain. Upon stepping onto its sacred ground, an inexplicable insight surged within him. Xiaoyang Mountain. So this is Xiaoyang Mountain. It dawned on him that the treasured artifact of the human race was none other than the Kongtong seal. Excitement flickered in Xiaoyang's eyes. Though Xiaoyang Mountain may not boast a prominent reputation, it would eventually become the sanctum of the esteemed Laozi, a sage of unparalleled stature, bearing the weight of sage-like fortune, and thus possessing extraordinary significance. This mountain not only nurtured the divine material known as Xiaoyang Copper, but also gave rise to the human race's treasured Kongtong seal, unlike treasures of acquired merit or innate treasures. The Kongtong seal is a rare artifact of fortune. Its very existence serves to stabilize the human race's fortune, preventing its dilution. While not classified as an innate treasure, if the human race unites in purpose, the Kongtong seal can unleash power rivaling that of innate treasures. Conversely, if unity eludes them, the Kongtong seal will merely serve to suppress fortune, proving less valuable than mere scrap in his previous life. The Kongtong seal was claimed by Laozi, who established the teachings of humanity and wielded the authority to determine the fates of the human emperor. In this life, as Xiaoyang becomes the golden dragon of human fortune and the emperor of his people. The Kongtong seal shall rightfully belong to him. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyang steadied his somewhat elated heart. Following the faint pull, he ventured deeper into the mountain. Soon, he paused before a rocky cliff, gazing at the wall before him. A spark of insight flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand to strike the surface. With a resounding crash, streams of white divine light erupted, sketching an innate grand array upon the cliff, obstructing Xiaoyang's path. Indeed, it was here, yet to think that a mere innate grand array could hinder me is to underestimate my strength. Fortune Golden Dragon, arise, Xiaoyang bellowed, radiating golden light as a dragon's roar echoed in the air. Behind him, a colossal golden dragon, stretching 100,000 zhang, revealed itself, coiling majestically in the sky. The golden dragon glared at the innate grand array before it, unleashing a furious roar as it turned. Its tail striking towards the array, bang! As the innate great formation shattered with a resounding crash, it offered no resistance whatsoever before the golden dragon. The moment the formation broke, the mountain wall rippled, ultimately transforming into the entrance of a cave. Xiao Yang stepped into the cave. Before he could discern anything clearly, a beam of golden light surged toward him, radiating a joyous aura. As the golden light dissipated, a square-shaped seal emerged, inscribed with 9 golden divine dragons. Beneath the seal, for characters were etched, "Humanity will triumph over heaven." Xiao Yang gazed at the seal before him, his thoughts surging within, and after a moment, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the seal before him was a treasure of the human race, the Kongtong seal, yet it was still in an incomplete state. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yang understood the reason. The human race had existed for less than 10,000 years. Despite his influence and the boost in fortune brought about by the primordial 3 emperors, it was still insufficient for the complete maturation of this treasure. After all, the witch and demon tribes were still active in the primordial world, and in this era, they were the protagonists. Only after the decline of these tribes would the human race enter a period of rapid growth, allowing this treasure to fully develop. Logically, since the Kongtong seal was not yet fully matured, Xiao Yang should have left it behind to continue its development until it was complete. However, Xiao Yang was no ordinary individual. He was the emperor of the human race and the embodiment of its fortune, possessing the power to command its destiny. With a mere thought, he summoned forth the golden dragon of fortune once more. Upon sighting the Kongtong seal, the dragon let out a resounding roar filled with delight. The seal, in turn, radiated brilliance, responding to the golden dragon. Xiao Yang formed seals with his hands, and a myriad of runes surged toward the Kongtong seal, while the golden dragon behind him exhaled the fortune of the human race toward the seal. The Kongtong seal welcomed both with open arms, as if it were an endless abyss, voraciously absorbing their offerings. It was unclear how much time passed before Xiao Yang ceased his actions, and the golden dragon also halted its exhalation of human fortune. I could see this moment. A glimmer of joy appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes as he gazed at the Kongtong seal. Remarkably, after absorbing such a substantial amount of human fortune, it had finally begun to take shape. Now, it could accompany me back to the human realm. The Kongtong seal seemed to comprehend Xiao Yang's words, emitting a soft hum as it circled around him several times, exuding an air of elation. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yang summoned the seal into his grasp, causing it to vanish from sight. Finally, Xiao Yang cast one last glance at the cave that had nurtured the Kongtong seal before departing without a trace of reluctance. Meanwhile, far away, an elderly man riding a green ox raised his head. His brow furrowed as he extended his hand to calculate, but he soon stopped, shaking his head in bewilderment. "Master, what has transpired?" inquired the young man holding the green ox, concern evident in his voice. "A warning has reached my mind. It seems I have lost a significant opportunity," the elder replied calmly, as though the matter held little weight. "Master, have you discerned any outcomes?" the young man asked, curiosity piqued. "I have attempted to calculate, but yielded no results. Perhaps the calamity of the witch and demon tribes is imminent, shrouding the heavenly mechanisms in obscurity, making it impossible to perceive. No matter, if there are no results. It merely indicates that this opportunity is not destined for me." The elder remained tranquil, betraying no hint of disappointment. "Master, you are remarkably magnanimous. Were it me, I fear I would be disheartened for quite some time," the young man said with a smile, his eyes filled with respect for the elder. "Xiandu, remember this. Spiritual treasures, roots, and pills are mere external objects. True cultivation lies in one's mindset, cultivation level, and mastery of divine techniques. These are the true paths. Do not sacrifice the greater for the lesser, straying into misguided avenues." The elder spoke earnestly to his disciple, whom he had accepted under his wing. The young man named Xiandu replied with a smile, "Rest assured, master, my resolve toward the Tao is unwavering and will not be swayed by external matters. Moreover, my master is none other than the Taiji Laozi, the first disciple of the Dao ancestor. How could I tarnish his reputation?" The elder regarded Xiandu, and a flicker of reminiscence crossed his eyes, as if he were recalling the youthful human who sought the path of cultivation amid the mountains. "Very well. Let us hasten to the human realm. The millennium is nearing its end, and the human race is bound to stir." Chapter 12. The serpent-demon clan. The enmity between humans and demons has begun. Within the ancestral grounds of the human race, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi sat in a position of honor, surrounded by the leaders of various human tribes. I could see this moment. Their faces bore a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The cause of this was the fact that today marked the day of the human race's long-awaited unsealing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of buzzing sounds erupted as golden lights suddenly radiated from outside the human realm. Spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, the golden light coalesced into a circle, encircling the vast domain of the human race, continuously emanating brilliance. Soon, the golden light vanished without a trace, and the restrictions that had barred the myriad beings of the primordial world were lifted. Send the word. The Yin Hu, Xiao Yang, and Jinyu tribe shall be the first to migrate outward. Sway, run, exhaled, as if a great burden had been lifted. Rising to his feet, he exuded the regal authority of the human emperor. Issuing orders to the assembly of tribal leaders below, we heed the command of the esteemed Sway Run, human emperor. The leaders of the three tribes stood, their faces a mask of unease and tension. Yet they showed no signs of retreat. Beside them, Zi observed the expressions of the three leaders and understood their apprehension. Over the years, the human race had thrived under the protection of Nuwa and the schemes of Xiao Yang. Be it the inheritance from a Yan Scripture Pavilion or the treasures like the creation blood pool, the human race had been shielded exceptionally well. They had not encountered the vast primordial world, merely following a methodical progression in the confines of their domain. Faced with this unfamiliar realm, it was only natural for them to feel disoriented. Even she, the human emperor, felt the same. However, she could not afford to display panic. She had to present a confident facade, for she was the human emperor. This was the trial that Xiao Yang had left for them, the initial three emperors before his departure. She did not wish to disappoint him. You three may lead your people out with confidence. The human race shall not remain coiled within this narrow domain forever. You are the pioneers of our people, and countless kin shall follow the path you carve. We, the entire human race, shall remember the contributions of your three tribes. Pausing briefly, a radiant smile graced Ziyi's face. Moreover, we have the protection of the Holy Mother Nuwa and the presence of human Emperor Xiao Yang. Even if challenges arise, we will find solutions. Do not forget, as heaven moves vigorously, the human race must strive unceasingly. Ziyi's words resonated throughout the ancestral grounds of the human race, spreading to the valleys and all tribal leaders. The leaders of the Yin Hu, Xiao Yang, and Jinyu tribes transformed their expressions into solemnity. As heaven moves vigorously, the human race must strive unceasingly. The valleys of the human race and every tribe echoed with the chant. As heaven moves vigorously, the human race must strive unceasingly. A figure exuding a dark, demonic aura stood at the forefront of the human realm. His ears twitched slightly, as if he had heard the voices emanating from the human race. Striving unceasingly. How amusing! A feeble race, destined to become the sustenance for my warriors. As his words fell, countless azure serpents appeared behind him as if summoned by command, surging toward the realm of humanity. Among them were serpents yet to take form, some half-human, half-serpent, and others resembling humans entirely. Regardless of their appearance, all gazed upon the realm of humanity with eyes filled with cruelty and coldness. 7 days passed, and the Yin Hu tribe, the first of the human tribes, was nearing the designated realm of humanity set by Nuwa. With millions strong, the Yin Hu tribe was considered a large faction among humans. During this expedition, Yin Hu, the tribe leader, chose not to bring along the women and children. He was uncertain of the world beyond. Perhaps it was safe, or perhaps it was fraught with peril. Yet, to err on the side of caution, he led only the young men of the tribe, those capable of fighting. Yin Hu turned to glance back at the valley of humanity. He was suddenly met with cries of terror and despair. Ah, I've been bitten. It hurts so much. Snakes, so many snakes. We are surrounded by snakes. Upon hearing this, Yin Hu immediately soared into the air, his heart sinking as he beheld the scene around him. Countless azure serpents had encircled them, a dense mass that seemed to stretch into infinity. We, the humanity, have no quarrel with your serpent kin. What reason do you have to assault us? Yin Hu roared, flames igniting around him, transforming him into a figure of fire. Ah, the strong survive, and the weak perish. In this primeval world, there is no room for such reasoning. You humans are weak. It is only fitting that you become sustenance for my kin. Kill with abandon. Devour with zeal. A voice echoed, ethereal and elusive, making it difficult to discern its origin. Upon receiving the command, the azure serpents began to crawl toward the Yenhu tribe, some even coiling in the air before launching themselves from above toward the tribe. Damn it, tribe members, these serpents see us as prey. Let us show them that humanity is not to be trifled with. Kill. Yenhu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent, with a wave of his hands. He formed seals, unleashing a fire dragon that surged forth to assault the serpents. Kill. Let these serpents learn that we are not to be underestimated. I will avenge our fallen kin. Kill. The warriors of the Yenhu tribe, gritting their teeth, echoed his battle cries, their eyes aflame with rage as they charged at the serpents. Soon, the area transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Serpents would open their mouths to inhale, swallowing whole groups of human warriors, while others grew to immense sizes, trampling through the chaos. Yet, the humans retaliated with their own powers, unleashing sword energies and martial arts, fire erupting from their ranks as they fought back. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the Xiao Yang and Jinyu tribes, who rushed to join the fray. However, the onslaught of serpents showed no signs of abating. For every one that fell, another would take its place, a relentless tide of foes in the realm of humanity. A figure shrouded in black mist bore witness to the unending carnage, his eyes flashing with a blood-red glimmer. He seemed to perceive the ceaseless battle and understood why he had been sent here. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, Lord Dongwang, I now comprehend the purpose of sending my kin here. For the serpent kin, I bear no grievances. He rose and bowed toward the heavens before striding toward the battlefield. Within the heavenly realm, Dijun and Dongwang Tai observed this scene in silence. Chapter 13. Mutual destruction. The will was tempered. The Yenhu, Xiaolang, and Jinyu tribes found themselves besieged by the azure serpentkin. Outside the encirclement, the ground ran red with blood, littered with the corpses of countless serpents and human warriors alike. Is this all the strength humanity possesses? If so, you might as well submit and become our sustenance. It would allow you to survive a while longer. An azure serpent, with a head like a snake and a body resembling a human, approached the three tribes, taunting Yenhu and the others. A cruel glint flickering in its eyes. Pa! To think you would wish for us to surrender. You vile serpent beast must be dreaming. We humans may lack in many things, but we possess a proud spirit. Even in death, we shall take a few of your teeth with us. Yenhu spat blood, his body marred with wounds, blood seeping continuously. His chest heaved as he gasped for air, yet despite his condition, defiance radiated from his brow as he regarded the azure serpent. Indeed, well said. We humans pride ourselves on our indomitable spirit. Come, let us fight once more. We shall instill terror in your serpent kind. The leaders of the Xiaolang and Jinyu tribes echoed in unison, their laughter resounding with bravado, devoid of fear. Under their infectious resolve, the remaining human warriors displayed a fierce determination, their auras growing more intense as they faced the azure serpents with madness in their eyes. Insects dare to boast. It is time for you to witness true power. The azure serpent sneered, stepping forward, its aura bursting forth like that of a Tai golden immortal. Azure serpent constriction, it bellowed coldly, channeling its entire demon energy, enveloped in an ominous aura that in an instant, this dark energy coalesced under its hand seals, transforming into a colossal azure serpent. With a fierce hiss, the serpent lunged toward the three human tribes, its gaping maw exuding an irresistible pull, intent on devouring all in its path. Xiaolang, Jinyu, I must take my leave first. Please look after my tribe's warriors. Yenhu uttered gravely, his eyes betraying a sense of foreboding as he addressed the leaders of the two tribes. Drawing a deep breath, a strange flush colored his face. The temperature around Yenhu abruptly soared, distorting the very air around him. With a sudden burst, a golden flame erupted from his being, and as it appeared, Yenhu, originally at the golden immortal level, surged forth into the Tai golden immortal realm. Beast, If you wish to slay humanity, you must first pass through me. Yan Hu clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within him. A hint of intoxication flickering in his eyes, as he sensed his body nearing its limits. An overwhelming murderous intent ignited within him. Like a streak of fire, he charged toward the azure serpent. The serpent, eyes filled with malice, showed no sign of fear. Instead, it opened its mouth wider, intent on swallowing Yan Hu whole. Yan Hu, leader, Xiao Yang and Jinyu, along with the other human warriors, cried out in alarm as they watched Yan Hu being engulfed by the azure serpent. The azure serpent gazed at the humans with a cold smile. "Oh, not worry. Soon you shall?" "What?" The serpent's words were cut short as it was suddenly seized by shock. Boom! The azure serpent, once cloaked in dark hues, now shimmered with golden red patterns. These markings spread across its body. Flames surged forth, causing the serpent to explode into a conflagration of azure and black. Humanity is not something you, a mere beast, can look down upon. Die, you scoundrel! Before the serpent could regain its composure, a fiery figure emerged from the remnants of the exploded serpent, confronting the azure serpent before it. The fiery figure clasped the serpent's waist with both hands, launching itself skyward. "Ah, damn it! You wish to perish together?" The azure serpent shrieked in horror, feeling the ever-growing pressure from the fiery figure, its voice turning shrill in its final moments. The dark energy surrounding it began to dissipate as it trembled in fear, desperately trying to escape Yan Hu's grasp. It was merely the passage of a millennium when he ascended to the rank of Tai Golden Immortal, brimming with potential and time yet to unfold. The ancestral deity of the Baishi clan, the Baishi demon god, had lauded him, proclaiming he bore the semblance of a quasi-saint. He was unwilling to meet his demise. Bang! Yet, before he could finish contemplating, darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness was plunged into eternal silence. Until the final moment, his eyes were filled with a look of terror. Once the aftermath of the explosion subsided, a tattered corner of a bee-skin garment drifted before Cao Cao and his companions. Yan Hu, the leader, has perished. Cao Cao and the others fell into a profound silence. Their leader, who had shared their days and cared for their kin, was gone. After a prolonged pause, Cao Cao lifted his gaze to the surrounding Baishi demon clan, his eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent. Without uttering a word, a flush of crimson crossed his face, and his aura surged, his figure enveloped in a pale, golden flame. "Kill!" A thunderous roar erupted as a chilling blade of light swept across the heavens, obliterating the Baishi demon clan within a radius of hundreds of miles. As Cao Cao charged forward, the human warriors behind him showed no hesitation. Each unleashed secret techniques, igniting waves of pale, golden flames upon the battlefield. "Kill! Avenge our leader. Eradicate these demons. To the last breath. Let them perish." Lu, with their apprehensions completely dispelled, they erupted with a more ferocious intent to kill, charging toward the remnants of the Baishi demon clan. Chapter 15. The Baishi demon god forces the three sovereigns. It is unclear how much time has elapsed, but within the realm of humanity, the stench of blood has thickened, with corpses strewn across the ground. Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi are all drenched in blood, both their own and that of countless Baishi demons. At this moment, before them stands the last Tai Golden Immortal of the Baishi demon clan. The Baishi demon gazes at Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi, his eyes filled with terror. "Madmen! You are all madmen!" The previous battle had been like a nightmare to him. They had hundreds of Tai Golden Immortals, easily capable of slaying the three from the Sui Run clan. Yet, they had not anticipated that the trio would shatter their divine abilities, and when they could not evade, they would resist with their physical bodies. Just as they had managed to inflict injuries upon the Sui Run clan, the trio rose once more, as if they were utterly indifferent to their own demise. Thud! 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 The sound of footsteps emerged from behind the Tai Golden Immortal of the Baishi demon clan. Startled, he turned around only to feel a surge of joy upon recognizing the newcomer. "Ancestor, you've finally arrived." However, before he could finish his words, a sharp pain shot through his head, and his consciousness faded into oblivion. To the eyes of Sui Run and the others, It appeared as though the figure that had suddenly appeared had merely pointed at the Bice demon, causing his head to explode. "You are the ancestor of the Bice demon clan?" A grave expression flickered in Sui Ren's eyes. Through continuous slaughter and the trials of life and death, he had already stepped half a foot into the great Luo realm. Yet, even so, he could not perceive the true essence of the Bice demon god before him, which remained as elusive as a mirage. "Indeed, I am the ancestor of the Bice demon clan. You may refer to me as the great Luo demon god or the Bice demon god." The Bice demon god lifted his head, his eyes devoid of life, and rasped at Sui Ren. "Have you been watching the Bice demon clan battle against us all this while?" Yu Chao inquired, her eyes glimmering with divine light as she directed her question towards the Bice demon god. "Indeed, why incite your kin to attack the human race and ignite a war between our kinds?" Zi stepped forward, her aura somewhat diminished, yet her momentum grew ever higher. "There is no need for so many whys. This is not a war between humans and demons. Your race is not worthy to contend with the demons. This is merely a matter between my Bice clan and your human race." The Bice demon god spoke with indifference as he mentioned the war between humans and demons. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. In response, neither Sui Ren nor Yu Chao or Zi exhibited any signs of discouragement or shame. They were acutely aware that even dealing with the Bice demon god before them was an arduous task for the human race, let alone the myriad of races that comprised the demon kind. Yet, they would not be disheartened. They would use this as motivation to propel the human race to grow and flourish. They firmly believed that one day, their kind would attain strength equal to, or even surpassing, that of the demons. Was this war instigated by the demon race? Are you truly unafraid of the wrath of the Holy Mother, Xiandu? Standing before the remnants of the human race, stepped forward and addressed the Bice demon god. Simultaneously, the Taiji diagram above his head shielded Sui Ren and the other two before he had appeared to protect the humans. His master, Laozi of Taiji, had informed him that the Bice demon god was a great Luo, while Sui Ren and his companions were merely Tai golden immortals. There was no comparison between the two. The Bice demon god first cast a glance at the floating Taiji diagram, revealing a hint of wariness in his eyes. This innate Taiji diagram belongs to Laozi of the three purities of Kunlun. "You are his disciple." "Indeed, my master is Laozi of Taiji," Xiandu replied without hesitation, pride evident in his voice as he spoke to the Bice demon god, Daha. "I have already stated, this matter is solely between my Bice clan and your human race. It does not involve the entire demon race. As of now, my Bice clan has been utterly annihilated aside from myself. If Nuwa wishes to lay blame, so be it," the Bice demon god scoffed, a complex expression flashing in his eyes as he spoke with indifference. Upon hearing the words of the Bice demon god, Sui Ren and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, their eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. "What a cunning strategy! You, the ancestor of the Bice clan, truly possess a heart of stone." A cold smile graced Sui Ren's lips as he regarded the Bice demon god with a newfound disdain. He had comprehended the implications of the Bice demon god's words. This war between humans and demons was merely a personal endeavor of the Bice clan, unrelated to the demon race. If Nuwa sought to punish them, the Bice clan would have already met their end, leaving no blame to be placed upon the demon race. The Bice demon god ceased further dialogue, taking a step forward, his great Luo aura pressing down upon Sui Ren and the others. "You are a disciple of Laozi of Taiji. I shall not lay a hand on you. However, you are the three sovereigns of the human race. If you are willing to watch your kin perish at my hands, then you may hide like turtles beneath this Taiji diagram." The Bice demon god addressed Xiandu and the three from the Sui Ren clan in succession. Upon finishing, a dark green demonic energy surged from his body, coalescing in his right palm to form a dark green sphere. This sphere spun rapidly, emanating a terrifying aura that distorted the surrounding space. "Bice demon god, you truly are a disgrace to the great Luo." The expressions of Sui Ren and his companions shifted dramatically, their eyes ablaze with fury as they beheld the Bice demon god. They had not anticipated that a dignified great Luo golden immortal would resort to such shameless tactics, using the entirety of the human race as leverage. "Your words are meaningless," submit to your fate of destruction. The Beist demon god spoke flatly, pushing the dark green sphere before him. The sphere transformed into a streak of light, hurtling away into the distance. What audacity! Damn it! Sui Ren and his companions' expressions changed drastically as they swiftly exited the protective bounds of the innate Taiji diagram. They rushed toward the dark green sphere, each employing their techniques in an attempt to intercept it. Observing their actions, a cold smile crept across the Beist demon god's lips. Explode! Boom! The dark green sphere detonated under the Beist demon god's command, unleashing a wave of dark green light that swept across the surroundings. Regardless of towering mountains or endless rivers, everything was obliterated, reduced to a flat expanse. His intent was not to target the human tribes, but to lure Sui Ren and his companions out, aiming to eliminate these three pillars of the human spirit first. His consciousness reached into the center of the explosion, seeking to ascertain whether Sui Ren and his companions had perished. Yet, the moment his consciousness penetrated, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Chapter 16. Is the great Luo demon god truly this? The Beist demon god gazed upon the site of the explosion, his eyes betraying no hint of joy over the potential demise of Sui Ren and his companions, but rather a solemn gravity. As the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, the area within a radius of millions of miles lay in ruins, transformed into a flat wasteland. Yet at the very center of the explosion, a golden barrier shimmered. As the barrier faded, Sui Ren and his companions stood unscathed at its core. Great Luo, demon god, is this all there is? A light laugh echoed as Xiao Yang appeared before Sui Ren and his companions, his demeanor exuding nonchalance as he regarded the Beist demon god. Sui Ren and his companions, upon seeing Xiao Yang, beamed with joy and bowed in reverence. That we pay our respects to your majesty. The remaining human survivors, including Chao Ci, also expressed their respect toward Xiao Yang with a bow. We pay our respects to Emperor Xiao Yang. Xindu, positioned before Chao Ci and the others, felt his face flush with excitement upon witnessing Xiao Yang's arrival. Xiao Yang was the person he admired most, his idol in every sense. What nonsense! Is forbidden technique meant for you to wield it like this? A glimmer of divine light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes as he observed the condition of Chao Tsong and the others, after which he reprimanded them sharply. Chao Tsong and the others simply smiled foolishly, remaining silent. Seeing this, Xiao Yang shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Behind him, a colossal golden dragon, embodying boundless fortune, emerged. This golden dragon soared above Chao Tsong and the others, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of fortune that washed over them. The dark wounds inflicted by forbidden techniques were completely cleansed by this powerful surge of fortune. Once this was accomplished, the golden dragon returned, its form gradually shrinking until it coiled around Xiao Yang, its two foreclaws resting on his shoulders, and its head hovering near his ear. Xiao Yang, are you the personified golden dragon of human fortune? 100,000 zhang of fortune. Never has my Baishi clan witnessed such magnitude, even at the height of our power. Truly, your human race is exceptionally favored. No wonder you pose such a grave threat. The Baishi demon god regarded Xiao Yang with an expression brimming with curiosity. Di Jun sent you here. Did he? He has cast the Baishi clan aside as pawns, seeking to annihilate my human race while deflecting blame from himself. Should he succeed, he gains. Should he fail, he learns of my race's vulnerabilities and the stance of the Saint Mother. Am I mistaken? Xiao Yang regarded the Baishi demon god with indifference, his gaze eventually drifting towards the heavens. In the celestial realm, within the Sun Palace, Di Jun seemed to lock eyes with Xiao Yang, observing the unfolding events. His expression remained unchanged, yet the murderous intent within him intensified. Tai Yi, the Baishi demon god, is no match for Xiao Yang. Soon, you should test him. I wish to discern the true intentions of the Saint Mother. Di Jun spoke with a hint of profundity, his gaze growing ever more inscrutable. Understood. Tai Yi nodded gravely, in response to Xiao Yang's words. The Baishi demon god remained silent, enveloped in contemplation, observing the demon god's demeanor. Xiao Yang nodded in understanding. He regarded the Baishi demon god as the golden dragon of fortune behind him merely gazed at the demon god. Since you have chosen to strike against my human race, you must be prepared for death. Are you ready? Initially silent, the Baishi demon god suddenly erupted into laughter, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Ha ha ha! If you wish to slay me, then come forth. During the war of the witches and demons, countless from the witch clan sought my life, yet I survived. That I shall see just how capable you, the human emperor born of fortune, truly are. Following his declaration, the Baishi demon god wasted no time. His aura surged violently. The flash of spiritual light emanated from his hand, revealing a sinuous, sword-like spiritual treasure clutched firmly within his grasp. Kill! Roared the Baishi demon god as a manifestation of a Baishi surged forth, roaring toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang observed the Baishi demon god's movements with unwavering calm. He clenched his right fist and struck towards the demon god. A golden dragon erupted with a roar, swiftly tearing apart and annihilating the Baishi 10,000 serpents charge. The Baishi demon god held his sword aloft, and under his incantation, the sword multiplied into countless blades, filling the air before him. Hissing sounds echoed as the blades transformed into a myriad of Baishi serpents, which, guided by the demon god's gesture, surged toward Xiao Yang, obscuring his figure entirely. These serpents intertwined, forming a closed space that confined Xiao Yang within. A fierce determination gleamed in the Baishi demon god's eyes. Explode! 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 Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions reverberated as the serpents detonated, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to descend into chaos. Before the shockwaves could dissipate, a pair of hands, resembling white jade, tore open a passage. Unscathed, Xiao Yang stepped forth, his attire untouched, as if he had never been subjected to the attack. I ask this all. It seems your title as a great Luo demon god is not entirely warranted. Could it be that you are merely a counterfeit among the demon race? Xiao Yang chuckled lightly, taunting the Baishi demon god. Grinding his teeth in frustration, the Baishi demon god had not anticipated Xiao Yang's nonchalance towards his attack. Now faced with Xiao Yang's derision, he was nearly driven to madness. Enough? I have no interest in sparring with you. Mere underling to it is better to resolve you swiftly and summon the true master. Mountain River Seal. Xiao Yang's expression turned serious as he formed seals with his hands, boundless Taoist rhythms emanating from him, as if sourced from the very mountains and rivers surrounding him. Gradually, a phantom resembling the landscape appeared behind Xiao Yang. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this phantom mirrored the surrounding terrain. This is the true Mountain River Seal. I had never grasped its essence fully. A nearby figure, Yu Chao, gazed enraptured at the Mountain River phantom behind Xiao Yang, while Zi looked upon him with admiration, her eyes occasionally betraying a shy glimmer. In days past, the Saint Mother Nuwa imparted to my human race the Mountain River Seal. To perish beneath this seal is a fitting fate for you. Go! The phantom of the mountain river shrank continuously until it hovered above Xiao Yang's right hand, then surged towards the Baishi demon god. Roar! Do not underestimate me. Kill! Facing the mountain river phantom, the Baishi demon god felt as though he were confronting the very weight of heaven and earth. His eyes widened, blood vessels surfacing as he roared, wielding his sword in an attempt to shatter the phantom. All futile, suppress. A cold glint appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes as he suddenly bellowed, and the mountain river phantom obliterated the Baishi demon god's assault, suppressing him completely. As the phantom dissipated, the Baishi demon god had long since lost his life. Reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, the demon race truly this merciless. Xiao Yang's eyes were icy, his gaze directed toward a certain point in the sky. With his words, a golden sun abruptly materialized, standing alongside the original sun, as if it had existed since ancient times. Chapter 17. Can you withstand 30 billion years of power with a single punch? A golden sun hung high above, parallel to the existing sun, resembling two celestial bodies that had coexisted since primordial times. Suddenly, from within the golden sun emerged a divine bird with 3 legs. The divine bird spread its wings. An infinite blaze ignited upon it, rendering the golden sun even more radiant and intense. This the supreme ruler of the demon race. The three-legged golden crow? Xiao Yang regarded the three-legged golden crow. Taking a deep breath, his expression grave. Abruptly, both the golden sun and the three-legged golden crow vanished, replaced by a youth clad in the royal garb of the golden crow. This youth, strikingly handsome, possessed pale golden eyes that radiated supreme authority. With a sharp glint flashing as he closed his eyelids, a small bronze bell spun on his shoulder, appearing inconspicuous yet instilling a sense of unease. Xiao Yang, who has granted you the audacity to slay the divine beings of my demon race? Who has emboldened you to address me, Dong Huang Tai Yi, so brazenly? And who has given you the gall to so recklessly malign my demon race? Dong Huang Tai Yi glared at Xiao Yang defiantly, his words seemingly casual yet weighing heavily on those who heard them. The appearance of Dong Huang Tai Yi, the sovereign of the demon race, drew the attention of countless powerful beings from the primordial era. At that moment, they finally realized the blood-soaked battlefield and the fallen warriors of the Baishi clan and the human race. The demon race has struck against the human race? How lamentable it is that, even with merits descending, what does it matter? With Dong Huang Tai Yi, a quasi-saint, intervening, how could the mere human race resist? The fact that Dong Huang Tai Yi personally took action was a source of pride for the human race. Among these powerful beings, some were astonished, some relished the misfortune, and others sighed. Yet, not a single one believed that the human race could survive under Dong Huang Tai Yi's might that a mere demon god has been slain. What will you do next? You are the Eastern Emperor of the demon clan, while I am the Emperor of the human race. Our statuses are equal. Why then do I hesitate to call you by your name? You claim that your kind is devoid of compassion. Am I mistaken in my assertion? The Baishi clan has not been treated as pawns by you, used to test the resolve of my people and the mother goddess Nuwa. As Xiao Yang gazed upon the Eastern Emperor Tai, it seemed as though he remained unaffected by the immense pressure emanating from him, that a faint, cold smile graced his lips as he spoke with nonchalance. This is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. A mere insect of a race like the humans dares to compare itself to my demon clan. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the Eastern Emperor Tai covered half of his face with his right hand and erupted into boisterous laughter, his remaining visage radiating disdain for humanity. Xiao Yang, unfazed, returned the gaze filled with amusement. Indeed, your clan stands above all. Then why do you send the Baishi clan to test my people? Is it not out of fear that we, the so-called insects in your eyes, might surpass you? Fear that one day, your demon clan will be beneath our feet. The Eastern Emperor Tai ceased his laughter, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang in silence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. You humans are unworthy. I have come today solely to address the matter of my clan's deity, whom you have slain. Do you acknowledge this? Xiao Yang raised his head to meet the Eastern Emperor Tai's gaze and replied, It was I who struck him down. And what of it? Tai nodded, extending his right hand towards the realm of humanity and brought it down with force. Very well, your admission is sufficient to slay my clan's deity. You shall pay with the lives of your entire race. His hand bore no trace of mortal intent, yet it radiated an overwhelming terror. As he moved, a colossal hand manifested in the air, shimmering in gold and crimson, descending from the heavens and tearing apart the fabric of reality as if to annihilate all existence. Those towering mountains, touching the hand, turned to mere wisps of smoke, effortlessly erased from existence. Should this hand fall upon the realm of humanity, it would result in the instantaneous vaporization of all. The seal of mountains and rivers. Xiao Yang scoffed, his eyes ablaze with divine light. With a decisive gesture, he conjured symbols that floated before him. As he moved, these symbols reconfigured and fused, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal representation of a vast realm. This realm, though largely illusory, clearly depicted the land of humanity and the Xiaoyang mountain he had visited. In the end, this grand illusion converged into Xiao Yang's right hand, transforming into a mighty seal. He thrust the seal of mountains and rivers towards the descending palm. Boom! The heavens trembled as the fiery hand collided with the grand seal, unleashing a cataclysmic aura. The resounding roar echoed as the golden-red flames surged outward, obliterating the seal entirely. Xiao Yang stifled a grunt, staggering back a few steps, his complexion paling slightly. Yet within his gaze, there remained no trace of fear. In the skies above, the Eastern Emperor Tai regarded his right hand with a furrowed brow. He observed a wound that was rapidly healing, a mere breach in his flesh, causing him no true harm. Interesting, you are indeed worthy of being the first to manifest fate from the primordial chaos. Even as a Deluo golden immortal, you have managed to injure me. With this alone, you may hold your head high. Thus, he resolved to let you die content. The Eastern Emperor Tai's tone was laced with amusement, yet his eyes transformed with lethal intent. This murderous aura suffused the surrounding realm with a blood-red hue. Should any beings venture into this crimson domain, those lacking the strength of an ancient immortal would surely be consumed, turning into mere monstrous harbingers of slaughter. Suddenly, the sunfire erupted around the Eastern Emperor Tai. He clenched his right hand into a fist and struck towards Xiao Yang. Can you withstand the force of 30 billion years of cultivation in this single blow? This punch bore no embellishment, no divine arts. It was a straightforward strike, a display of raw power. Chapter 18. The Golden Crow's Dominion. Eradicate evil. The Eastern Emperor Tai's fist surged toward Xiao Yang, overshadowing the sky, as if it were the sole righteous path in the universe, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Xiao Yang's expression shifted to one of gravity. He sensed that he had been completely locked onto by Tai's punch. There was no escape. He could only brace himself for the impact. Even if evasion were possible, he could not retreat, for behind him lay countless tribes of humanity. Many among them might not even comprehend the nature of the calamity unfolding. Yet that did not excuse them from suffering such a fate. Eastern Emperor Tai, do not underestimate the man before you. He is the emperor of humanity. With a roar, Xiao Yang unleashed a fierce cry. Golden light erupting from his being as a colossal golden dragon materialized behind him, roaring with fervor. This 10,000 zhang dragon of fortune merged into Xiao Yang's essence, causing his aura to surge dramatically, propelling him from the realm of Deluo golden immortal into a new dimension. At this moment, Xiao Yang resembled a being forged from gold, transformed into a golden figure. Break for me. With a swift motion, Xiao Yang drew back his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck back at the Eastern Emperor Tai's blow. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tai's eyes, unprepared for Xiao Yang's sudden surge of power. Yet soon, a wild grin spread across his face. Impressive, truly worthy of fate's manifestation, exhibiting such strength. Now, I am even more exhilarated. I yearn to strike you down. The Eastern Emperor Tai's exuberance only grew in the face of Xiao Yang's newfound power. He was confident that even if Xiao Yang could unleash quasi-saintly strength, he remained unafraid, for he was the Eastern Emperor Tai, Golden Crow Dharma form, Golden Crow's dominion. A tempest of sunfire erupted from Tai, enveloping the heavens and earth, as if it were the sole essence of creation. Within the inferno born of boundless sunfire, a shrill cry pierced the air, followed by the emergence of a three-legged golden crow, embodying a ferocious force, descending upon Xiao Yang with the intent to incinerate him utterly. The Eastern Emperor Tai hovered above, resembling an inborn sovereign, coldly observing Xiao Yang. The overwhelming pressure of his dominance bore down upon Xiao Yang. As one approaches the latter stages of a realm, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced that a confrontation between an early-stage Deluo golden immortal and a late-stage counterpart might still yield a chance for victory if the former possesses a primal treasure. However, once one steps into the quasi-saint realm, even hundreds or thousands of Deluo golden immortals would find it impossible to overwhelm a newly attained quasi-saint. After all, the title of saint carries weight. In this moment, Xiao Yang had summoned the entirety of humanity's strength, bolstered by the 10,000 zhang dragon of fortune. Yet he only barely stepped into the early stages of quasi-saint, confronting the full might of the mid-stage quasi-saint Eastern Emperor Tai. He felt the immense pressure weighing upon him. The crushing force bore down, causing his body to tremble, each movement accompanied by creaks, cough, golden crow's dominion. Then I shall slay this golden crow, eradicate evil and extinguish it. Sword strike. Xiao Yang coughed lightly, a divine light igniting in his eyes. Should one gaze closely, they would witness the manifestation of boundless sword energy within his gaze. An aura of inexplicable power surrounded him, rending the very space around him, revealing dark fissures. With a trembling hand, Xiao Yang raised his right arm, pointing his finger like a sword. With the intent to annihilate all, he resolutely slashed down towards the fiery golden crow. A cacophony of thunderous roars reverberated through the air, the cataclysmic aftermath radiating outward in all directions. Where the fiery golden crow met the blade of Xiao Yang, the fabric of space shattered, revealing a gaping black hole. This abyss exuded an overwhelming gravitational pull, intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. Hiss! How could this be possible? Dong Huangtai was one of the foremost experts of the demon clan. While Xiao Yang was merely a manifestation of human fortune, how could he possibly contend with Dong Huangtai? The very heavens and earth crumble beneath their hands. Quasi-saints, quasi-saints. If Dong Huangtai failed to vanquish Xiao Yang and eradicate the human race, it seemed likely that the demon clan would gain a rival not inferior to the witch clan. In a vast wilderness, where the world was immeasurably expansive, the space appeared extraordinarily resilient. Even a great Luo golden immortal could only induce a slight distortion. While only a quasi-saint possessed the power to rend the very fabric of space, to effortlessly shatter space was a feat reserved solely for saints. Those observing the clash between Xiao Yang and Dong Huangtai, merely a contest of divine capabilities, witnessed the very space disintegrate, a display of might that seemed almost incomprehensible. As for Dong Huangtai, he was a legendary figure who, following the calamity of the dragon and Han, had traversed the wilderness, aiding Emperor Jun in establishing the celestial court of the demon clan. What baffled them was how Xiao Yang, a being born of fortune, could, in just a mere 10,000 years, stand toe-to-toe with Dong Huangtai. It was well known that within the wilderness, those who were powerful had cultivated for countless eons, many even possessing sentience since the dawn of existence. Indeed, he must not be spared. Dong Huangbel, as Dong Huangtai gazed at Xiao Yang, the murderous intent in his eyes began to subside, and the surrounding flames receded. It seemed he no longer targeted Xiao Yang, instead consolidating all his power to deliver a single, fatal blow. Behold, the ancient spinning bronze bell descended before him. With a mere flick of his finger, Dong Huangtai struck it lightly. Ding! A melodious chime echoed forth. From the archaic bronze bell emanated wisps of chaotic energy, rippling outward in concentric waves. The remnants of destruction, alongside the voracious black hole, were frozen in place. Not far away, the anxious Sui Run and the others found themselves immobilized. Their bodies rendered still, although their eyes flickered, betraying the activity of their thoughts. Xiao Yang was no exception. A formidable force of confinement rendered him motionless, regardless of his desire to move or summon the magical energy within him. He found himself utterly powerless in the realm of chaos, within the palace of Nuwa. Nuwa observed this scene and shook her head slightly. The time was still too brief. She believed that, given another 10,000 years, Xiao Yang would not only be able to rival Dong Huangtai, but at the very least achieve parity. What? Just as Nuwa contemplated rising to rescue Xiao Yang, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. It seemed she witnessed something truly extraordinary. Chapter 19. The Flow of Humanity, Nuwa's Pressure upon the Celestial Court. Goodness, I never anticipated you possessed such a hidden ace. It appears I need not intervene. Let me see how far you can go. Within the palace of Nuwa, as she observed Xiao Yang's actions, a smile graced her lips. In the wilderness, within the domain of the human race, a grand seal materialized before Xiao Yang. Imbued with mysterious power, even the confining force of the Dong Huang Bell could not hinder this strange power from radiating outward. As this peculiar energy spread, Xiao Yang felt the binding force of the Dong Huang Bell beginning to unravel. He could not help but exhale in relief. Fortunate was he to possess the Kong Tong seal, or he might have perished. What was that? Dong Huang Tai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the grand seal that manifested before Xiao Yang. Yet, the seal was shrouded in brilliance, and even with his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, he could merely discern its outline. Surely, this cannot be a solution found by that human emperor? After all, it was the Dong Huang bell, a primordial treasure. The great practitioners, who initially believed Xiao Yang would be utterly annihilated under the suppression of the Dong Huang bell, were taken aback to discover that Xiao Yang too possessed a spiritual treasure capable of resisting the bell's oppressive confinement. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. This was not the first time they had been astonished by Xiao Yang. After the confinement dissipated entirely, Xiao Yang extended his hand to cradle the grand seal in his palm. As its radiance dimmed, its true form emerged before Dong Huang Tai and the myriad great practitioners of the wilderness. There, coiling above the seal, were 9 golden dragons of varying shapes, and inscribed on its side were the words Kong Tong, Kong Tong. This aura was neither innate nor acquired. A treasure of fortune. Dong Huang Tai's gaze sharpened as he beheld the Kong Tong seal, the murderous intent within his eyes intensifying. Born of the essence of Pangu's left eye, the sun star naturally came into being alongside the Dong Huang bell, a primordial spiritual treasure, not to mention assisting Emperor Jun in establishing the demon clan as one of the 2 sovereigns of the wilderness. His heart swelled with pride. Yet despite this, their demon clan lacked a tar. Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai turned around and transformed into a 3-legged golden crow. With its arms outstretched, the 3-legged golden crow appeared to overshadow the heavens and the earth. With a gentle flap, it traversed the cosmos and arrived before the Dong Huang bell. Flames of true sunlight engulfed the body of the 3-legged golden crow, and as it opened its mouth, a sea of fire surged forth, engulfing the sky and racing toward the luminous point. Boom! Boom! As the 2 forces collided, a blinding radiance emanated outward. Even the divine senses of the great beings present could not discern what had transpired. When the brilliance subsided, it seemed as if nothing had occurred between Dong Huang Tai and Xiao Yang. The Dong Huang bell and Kong Tong seal remained suspended beside them, within the heavenly court. Di Jun's expression shifted. He understood his brother all too well. If he had not suffered a setback, he would not have appeared so calm. He waved his hand, and the He Tu and Luo Shu materialized in his grasp, intending to summon the Star Lord of the Zhou Tian to accompany him to the realm of the human race in the primordial wilderness. However, before he could utter a word, a tremendous pressure descended upon the heavenly court. This force crushed everyone to the ground, and even Di Jun, despite his utmost resistance, found himself kneeling on one knee, his face flushed. Di Jun, this shall not happen again. Do not provoke my patience and limits. A transcendent voice resonated, and the oppressive force dissipated entirely. Di Jun rose, his complexion fluctuating between shades of blue and red before ultimately settling into tranquility. He waved his hand, sending a stream of light toward the primordial wilderness. A sage indeed. Di Jun's gaze deepened, lost in contemplation. Chapter 20. The Pre-Saint Realm. I wish to wander among the human race. In the primordial wilderness, where the realm of humanity resides, Dong Huang Tai's palm spun the Dong Huang bell incessantly. His aura steadily rising to a T this moment. He cast a glance at Xiao Yang, devoid of any trace of disdain. If not for his timely reaction during their earlier clash, the mark he left within the Dong Huang bell would have long since dissipated. Should that occur, the time required to reconsecrate this innate supreme treasure would be incalculable. That if, during that interval, the Wu and Yao clans engaged in battle, his loss of the Dong Huang bell would not render him powerless, but it would at least diminish his strength by 30%. Now, facing Xiao Yang, he still had a chance at victory. That chance lay in the fact that Xiao Yang's current pre-saint power was not solely his own, but derived from the amalgamation of the human race's fortune. Even though he had transformed from the golden dragon of human fortune, his corporeal form ultimately possessed limits, and when that time came, he would naturally be unable to utilize the power of the fortune dragon. Moreover, his current strength was entirely reliant on the fortune dragon, with each strike consuming his luck. Should he exhaust too much of this fortune, even if he were to strike against the human race, they would face annihilation due to countless calamities. Just as Dong Huang Tai, he contemplated making another move, a stream of light entered his mind. Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. After a prolonged pause, he regained his composure and gazed at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, luck may not favor you. With that, Dong Huang Tai, he made no further delay and transformed into a stream of light, heading toward the heavenly court. Watching Dong Huang Tai depart, Xiao Yang exhaled in relief. With a slight thought, the golden dragon of fortune that had fused with him instantaneously separated from his body. It was evident that the once majestic dragon, spanning 100,000 zhang, had diminished to 89,000 zhang after this battle, its head bearing signs of fatigue. Xiao Yang waved his hand, and the golden dragon of fortune vanished from sight. His expression turned grave. If the conflict continued, he would have to resort to his final trump card. Congratulations! Your human race has completely annihilated the opposing race in its first external war, achieving a resounding victory. The fortune of the human race has increased. Congratulations! You have repelled a pre-saint. Your human race has overcome a crisis of extinction, and the fortune of the human race has grown. The fortune of the human race has doubled from this increase. And the current fortune dragon measures 178,000 zhang. Congratulations! Through this war, the will of the human race has been tempered, beginning its transformation, leading to a substantial enhancement, and you have gained an opportunity to sign in for fortune. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. An imperceptible dragon's roar resonated in his heart, allowing him to sense the joy emanating from the golden dragon of fortune. Simultaneously, his cultivation, which had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, surged, breaking through to the pre-saint realm in an instant. An abundance of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy flooded toward him, forming a vortex of spiritual energy above his head, in a flash of brilliance. The 5 energies within his chest and the 3 flowers atop his head bloomed splendidly. Within his 3 flowers, a whip and a grand seal rose and fell. Suddenly, the grand seal shimmered with light, and a figure leaped forth from within. I have met the true self. The figure, clad in beast skin, bore an exceedingly ordinary countenance, akin to countless common members of the human race. Yet, upon his face resided a gentle smile, as if that smile could dissipate all worries. You and I are one. My friend need not be overly courteous. Please enter the 3 flowers. Xiao Yang's expression brightened. He had not anticipated that through this battle, he could elevate from the great Luo golden immortal to the pre-saint realm, severing the grasping corpse among the 3 corpses. Generally, in the primordial wilderness, practitioners would first sever the good or evil corpse, with the grasping corpse being the most challenging. However, for Xiao Yang, it was different. Having been a member of the human race in his past life, and now embodying the golden dragon of human fortune, his deepest attachment was to the human race. With the aid of the Kongtong seal, a treasure of human fortune, he easily severed the grasping corpse. Good. Kongtong responded and then leaped onto the 3 flowers, becoming invisible to Xiao Yang. That we congratulate our emperor for achieving the pre-saint realm. Sui Ren and others approached Xiao Yang, all bearing joyful expressions as they bowed to him. Xiao Yang nodded at Sui Ren and the others before shifting his gaze toward Xiandu. Xiandu pays respects to His Majesty, the human emperor. Xiandu's face flushed with excitement as he bowed to Xiao Yang. Feeling somewhat constrained, as a member of the human race, he held immense respect for Xiao Yang. The human emperor, now witnessing Xiao Yang protect humanity by repelling the fearsome Dong Huang Tai Yi, his reverence deepened. Xiandu, what a splendid name. Xiao Yang remarked, sighing inwardly at yet another renowned figure in the primordial wilderness. He pointed at Xiandu, and a flame-shaped mark appeared upon Xiandu's forehead. Xiandu felt a warmth at his brow, as if something had been imprinted within him. Just as he pondered this peculiarity, a figure appeared beside him. I have met the human emperor Xiao Yang. I thank you for your kindness toward my disciple. It was Taiching Laozi who offered a slight bow to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang returned the gesture and spoke. My friend Laozi need not be so formal. Xiandu is not only your disciple, but also a member of the human race. As the human emperor, it is only right to bestow a blessing. Hearing this, Xiandu bowed to Xiao Yang. Filled with gratitude, I thank His Majesty the Human Emperor for the generous gift. Xiao Yang nodded toward Xiandu before turning his serious gaze toward Laozi. What brings you to the human race, my friend Laozi? Laozi lifted his head and glanced at Xiao Yang, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. After a while, he finally spoke, in merely 10,000 years. The human race has continually received merits. I am curious and wish to visit the human race. I implore the human emperor for permission. Saying this, Laozi flipped his hand, revealing a pill bottle and a palace lamp before Xiao Yang. This bottle of 9 revolutions golden elixirs and this 8 scenery palace lamp shall serve as my congratulatory gift to the human emperor. Xiao Yang regarded Laozi, his expression unwavering. He was acutely aware that Laozi's visit to the human race was motivated by a desire to pursue the opportunity for sanctification. If he were to establish a teaching within the human race, the fortune of the human race would inevitably have to share a portion with Laozi. After pondering for a time, Xiao Yang accepted the bottle of 9 revolutions golden elixirs and the 8 scenery palace lamp. With a cheerful demeanor, he spoke, "My friend Laozi, feel free to explore the human race. Upon your return, I shall await you in the ancestral land of humanity. Good." A faint smile graced Laozi's face. Chapter 21. Enlightenment of Ancient Tea, the Oath of Heaven. In the primordial chaos, following the battle between the Eastern Emperor Tai of the Demon Clan and the human Emperor Xiao Yang, tranquility was restored throughout the land. The human race, having drawn strength from Xiao Yang's fierce resistance against Tai, seamlessly integrated into the primordial realm. At this moment, the various tribes of humanity sparkled like stars in the night sky, scattered across the region close to their kind. The human valley, the birthplace of the human race, had now become a sacred ground in the hearts of countless humans. While Xiao Yang was in seclusion within the ancestral court of humanity, he suddenly opened his eyes that a golden divine light flickered within, as if he beheld the scene beyond the ancestral court. "Since my friend from Taiching has arrived, please enter the ancestral court for a discussion." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and a golden light formed a bridge leading outside the ancestral court. Soon, that golden bridge was retracted, and an individual wielding a dragon-headed staff entered. It was none other than Laozi of Taiching. "Human Emperor Xiao Yang, I come uninvited. I hope you will not take offense." Laozi greeted Xiao Yang with a slight bow, his expression serene, revealing little of his current emotions. Xiao Yang returned the gesture gracefully, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Laozi. "There is no need for such formalities. You may simply refer to me as a fellow Taoist. Speaking of which, my friend has traversed the human realm for quite some time, yet I have not properly entertained you, which is indeed my oversight. Now that you are here, allow me to offer you some tea." Laozi took his seat opposite Xiao Yang with a calm demeanor, a flicker of curiosity evident in his eyes. "Tea? I wonder what this tea you speak of is." A mysterious smile crossed Xiao Yang's face as he replied, "You shall see shortly." Oh, Laozi's curiosity deepened upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. With a wave of his hand, a tray appeared between them, adorned with a jade pot and 2 jade cups. He lifted his hand, and a divine water, radiating 3-colored starlight, flowed into the jade pot. Subsequently, a faint golden flame silently ignited beneath the pot. In no time, a gentle sound emanated from within. Xiao Yang delicately placed a few withered yellow tea leaves into both jade cups. He then poured the water from the jade pot into the cups. As the hot water met the withered leaves, they unfurled, releasing ethereal mist in those small cups. It was as if starlight shimmered with resplendent brilliance, and the few leaves floated amidst this sea of stars, exuding an aura of Tao. "Taiching Taoist, please." Laozi, not one to be courteous, lifted the jade cup, inhaling deeply as a refreshing aroma filled his lungs. He then took a small sip, experiencing a flavor that began with a slight bitterness before transforming into a sweetness that coursed through his being. In that moment, he gently closed his eyes, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. After a considerable pause, Laozi finally opened his eyes, gazing at the jade cup before him with admiration. "Excellent tea. A single cup contains the beauty of mountains and rivers, the vastness of the heavens, and the magnificence of the starry skies. if one were below the great Luo. Merely drinking this tea could enhance one's Dao cultivation, saving countless years of arduous practice. May I ask, does this tea have a name? Upon hearing Laozi's praise, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes. Indeed, my friend possesses discerning taste. This tea is known as the ancient tea of enlightenment, imbued with supreme Dao essence, capable of aiding one in their quest for understanding. Of course, for you, Taiching Taoist, it may merely serve as a leisurely beverage that, if you desire, I would be pleased to offer you some. Acknowledging Xiao Yang's words, Laozi nodded without a hint of embarrassment. In that case, I thank you, Xiao Yang Taoist. Following this exchange, the atmosphere between Xiao Yang and Laozi grew increasingly harmonious. After a period of light conversation, their expressions turned serious. Xiao Yang addressed Laozi, Taiching Taoist, having traveled among my people for quite some time, have you found the answers you seek? Initially, when Sister Nuwa created humanity and attained sainthood, I felt that my own opportunity for sainthood might be tied to the human race. Now, after my travels among them, I am certain that the path to my sainthood lies within humanity. Laozi did not conceal his intentions, for he understood that in seeking to attain sainthood through the human race, he would inevitably have to contend with Xiao Yang, the human emperor. What does Taiching Taoist intend to do? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before looking at Laozi. I wish to impart teachings to humanity and establish a doctrine for their enlightenment. Laozi declared without hesitation. What can you offer in return? Xiao Yang inquired, his brow furrowing as he considered the implications of such an exchange. The human race is on the brink of flourishing, Laozi asserted. Not enough, Xiao Yang replied without hesitation, firmly rejecting Laozi's proposition. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Laozi's brows furrowed as he regarded him. Then what does Xiao Yang Taoist propose? Taiching Taoist, having journeyed among humanity for so long, have you not observed their lack of cultivation methods? Xiao Yang countered, you believe that if humanity possessed such practices, their flourishing would not be inevitable. This caused Laozi to falter momentarily, for he was aware that all humans possess their own cultivation methods. Even the golden core path he had established before coming here could not rival the cultivation practices of humanity. He had to concede that even without his intervention, the combined forces of Nuwa, a saint, and the golden dragon of human fortune, Xiao Yang, would lead to humanity's inevitable rise. Thus, he pondered what he could offer in return for attaining sainthood through humanity. Noticing Laozi deep in thought, a slight smile crept onto Xiao Yang's face as he resumed his usual demeanor. Taiching Taoist, while you wish to borrow humanity to attain sainthood, it is not entirely impossible. However, Laozi's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed intently at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang Taoist, speak your conditions plainly. Xiao Yang's gaze remained fixed on Laozi, his eyes gleaming brightly. Very well. You may impart teachings to humanity and attain sainthood through them. However, I require you, Taiching Taoist, to establish a heavenly oath, should you borrow humanity for your ascension and subsequently neglect them. You shall no longer partake in the fortune of my people. Moreover, your own fortune shall also flow to humanity. After a moment of silence, Laozi's furrowed brow finally relaxed. By the heavens above, I hereby pledge that should I borrow humanity for my ascension and later disregard them, I shall forfeit my share of their fortune, and my own fortune shall belong to humanity. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, resonating with both Laozi and Xiao Yang. They exchanged smiles, though who could truly fathom their thoughts? Chapter 22. The Three Sovereigns' Concerns and the Celestial City Plan. Within the ancestral court of humanity, Laozi had already departed. Although he had secured Xiao Yang's consent, he still required time to prepare for his ascension. Xiao Yang lifted the jade cup before him, savoring a sip that brought a smile to his face. Why Emperor? Why agree to Taiching Laozi's request to attain sainthood through humanity? Wouldn't that mean a portion of our fortune would be claimed by him? In walked Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Yi, having just emerged from another chamber where Xiao Yang had not concealed Laozi's intentions from them. Sui Ren, do you believe we have any ground to oppose this? This, my Emperor, you are the human emperor, transformed from the golden dragon of fortune. Without your consent, he cannot proceed. Sui Ren furrowed his brow and spoke to Xiao Yang. You are correct. I certainly have the ability to prevent it. However, Have you considered a vital question? Tai Ching Laozi is never alone. He is accompanied by his brothers, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tong Tian. To obstruct one's path to sainthood is a graver offense than a vendetta. And even with the assistance of the Saint Mother Nuwa, can we withstand the assault of 3 saints? A divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The reason he was reluctant to offend Laozi now was twofold. First, Laozi and his companions were destined to attain sainthood, rendering it unnecessary to create trouble for humanity. Second, humanity was currently too weak. Even though they were the protagonists of the next era, once Laozi and his peers achieved sainthood, they would have countless means to deal with humanity. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Sui Run and the others fell into silence. Enough, there is no need for such concern. Tai Ching attaining sainthood is not without benefits for humanity. Moreover, did I not require him to establish a heavenly oath in the end? Should there come a day when my kin, the human race, faces great calamity, and he remains indifferent to our plight, then a cold smile crept upon Xiao Yang's lips. How could those from my previous life be unaware of how this Tai Ching sage turned a blind eye during the great tribulation that befell humanity? In this incarnation, he wished to see whether, bound by the oath of the heavenly Tao, Tai Ching would once again disregard the human race as in times past, should he choose to aid us. Then humanity would gain another sage to shield us, paving a smoother path for our future. Conversely, if he opts not to assist, he shall gain nothing and instead forfeit his own fortune. Regardless, he might profit. But I shall never incur a loss. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the 3 from the Sui Ren clan exchanged glances filled with understanding. Their previously anxious expressions transformed into delight. Very well, irrespective of what Tai Ching intends to do. We, the human race, shall not act in accordance with the dictates of a sage. Remember, the strength of humanity relies solely on ourselves. The heavens are vigorous. Humanity must strive unceasingly. Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards the 3 from the Sui Ren clan, imparting this wisdom that we shall faithfully adhere to our sovereign's decree. The 3 from the Sui Ren clan responded solemnly, bowing to Xiao Yang. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi as the 3 sovereigns of humanity. Have you grasped the current state of our race? Suddenly, Xiao Yang inquired of them. Our sovereign, the population of humanity has now surpassed 1 trillion, spreading across nearly 1 billion miles of the primal wilderness. Aside from the 3 of us who have attained the pinnacle of the Luo, there are 81 others at the Del Luo level, and nearly 1 billion Tai golden immortals, thanks to the assistance of the creation blood pool and enlightenment ancient tea. Some gifted yet unrooted younger generations have also begun to flourish. It is foreseeable that, in due time, the strength of humanity will experience a tremendous surge. The Sui Ren clan spoke proudly to Xiao Yang. Indeed, he felt a sense of pride as one of the first innate humans. Even the very first, he witnessed humanity's journey from nothingness to greatness, from insignificance to strength, and he naturally felt a sense of pride. Beside him, Yu Chao and Yi also revealed smiles. Their entire lives had been devoted to humanity. The better humanity fared, the happier they became. After hearing the words of the Sui Ren clan, Xiao Yang first nodded, then shook his head. No. The pace of humanity's development is still too slow. The Sui Ren clan exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. Currently, humanity is fragmented, integrated into the primal wilderness. While the larger tribes can defend themselves, the smaller tribes often face peril, and with a single misstep, they could be obliterated. Therefore, I intend to unite humanity and transform tribes into immortal cities. Immortal cities? The 3 from the Sui Ren clan looked at each other, their eyes reflecting confusion. Within the primal wilderness, the demon race consists of myriad tribes coalescing into various factions. The witch race, led by the 12 ancestral witches, is divided into 12 tribes, with each major witch commanding one, residing throughout the primal expanse. Yet humanity lacks the innate strength of the witch race. Small tribes cannot survive within the wilderness to ensure the survival of the members of these smaller tribes. They must be consolidated. I refer to this approach as constructing immortal cities. Xiao Yang observed the 3 from the Sui Ren clan deep in thought, paused briefly, then continued. An immortal city can dominate a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Each city requires a Luo golden immortal to oversee it, with 100,000 Tai and 1,000,000 golden immortals as its military. Should there come a day when immortal cities that the primal wilderness, then humanity can truly be said to flourish. Xiao Yang's words struck like a bolt of lightning in the minds of the Suiren clan. His vision for humanity surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet at that moment, it ignited their fervor. How shall we proceed? Please guide us, our sovereign. The Suiren clan, filled with excitement, addressed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang extended a hand, pointing before him, as two small structures materialized in front of the three from the Suiren clan. These two edifices will be integrated into the ancestral grounds of humanity. Point one is named the Heavenly Craft Pavilion, the other the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The Heavenly Craft Pavilion contains supreme methods for refining artifacts, capable of forging a myriad of weapons. To establish a city, one must go straight to the source, directly forging a spiritual treasure immortal city. Should a crisis arise that is insurmountable, one can command the spiritual treasure immortal city to quell the enemy. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion houses supreme methods for alchemy, capable of concocting a multitude of elixirs, each with various effects, yet their importance to the development of humanity is indisputable. Thus, I require you to select those among your kin who possess talent in this regard for training. Once the immortal city is forged, we shall usher in the era of humanity's immortal cities. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yang's gaze was piercing as he regarded the three from the Suiren clan. When the mountains crumble, humanity must rely on itself to grow strong. Remember, only through self-reliance can humanity truly thrive. We shall remember our sovereign's teachings. Chapter 23. The Path to Sagehood in the Ancestral Grounds of Humanity. Near the Ancestral Court, a towering platform stood at a height of 9 zhang and 9 cun. Laozi sat cross-legged upon the platform, his eyes gently closed as wisps of spiritual energy converged upon him. The essence of the Tao radiating forth, enhancing his ethereal presence. At that moment, Laozi opened his eyes, which shimmered like vast starry seas, drawing one into their depths. Surrounding him, the radiance of Ta Ching blossomed, while the mysterious yellow tower and the Taiji symbol danced around him, emanating divine light. A unique aura spread throughout the ancestral grounds of humanity. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always remain nameless to observe the subtle. Always remain named to observe the tangible. These two emerge together, yet have different names. They are both referred to as the mysterious. The mysterious within the mysterious is the gateway to all wonders. The voice of Laozi's teachings resonated, gradually rising from a soft murmur to a grand proclamation. Within the ancestral grounds of humanity, many kin were drawn to Laozi's discourse, sitting cross-legged beneath the platform. Their eyes filled with rapture. Some swayed their heads, some laughed heartily, while others wept bitterly. An array of expressions on display. While the teachings of a quasi-saint may not reach all, the words of one on the verge of becoming a saint elicit a different kind of response. Countless streams of spiritual energy swirled towards the ancestral grounds of humanity, transforming into celestial flowers that descended upon the people. As these flowers touched them, they absorbed their essence, enhancing their cultivation. Wisps of purple energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Laozi. Gradually, the sound of Laozi's teachings radiated beyond the ancestral grounds, spreading to every corner where humanity existed. His voice echoed throughout the primal wilderness, reaching countless beings. In the eastern Kunlun, Yu Qing Yuan Shi and Shang Qing Tong Tian appeared simultaneously within the grand hall of the Three Pure Ones. They exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of surprise. This is the voice of our eldest brother. Has he perhaps discovered the path to enlightenment? In the heavenly court, the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged knowing looks. Having witnessed Laozi imparting teachings in the ancestral grounds of humanity, perhaps another saint is on the verge of emerging, and this time it is one connected to humanity. In the western region, atop Mount Shumi, Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti bore expressions of bittersweetness. The eastern lands are blessed with exceptional talents and resources, while the western region suffers greatly, lacking the abundance of spiritual energy found in the east. When will the west rise again? 3 months swiftly passed. Laozi sat upon the platform, surrounded by a dense purple aura, nearly obscuring his form like a T this juncture. He ceased his teachings, slowly rising to gaze at the heavens. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above, today I, Tai Ching Laozi, have comprehended the path to sagehood, declaring the golden elixir Tao to the human race, enlightening humanity. My cultivation is now complete. I shall establish a new teaching, called humanity, with the innate treasure Taiji diagram to govern the fortunes of the human teaching. The human teaching is established. Thunder rumbled across the 9 heavens, lightning flashing in a cacophony. Subsequently, Laozi's ethereal form spread throughout the primal wilderness. No matter where one was or who they were, they could behold Laozi. Boundless merit descended from the heavens as a colossal wave of purple energy surged toward Laozi. His originally late-stage quasi-saint aura skyrocketed, while the primordial purple energy within his mind fused with his essence. A tremendous pressure enveloped the primal wilderness, descending upon all living beings. We bow to the Ta Ching sage. We bow to the master of the human teaching. We bow to the Ta Ching sage. We bow to the master of the human teaching. At this moment, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, no living being dared to meet Laozi's gaze. Even the eternal radiance of the sun appeared dim and lackluster in comparison. Laozi directed his gaze toward the eastern Kunlun and softly spoke, "Second brother, third brother, if now is not the time to attain enlightenment, then when shall it be?" His voice, a gentle call, cleaved through the fog of confusion enveloping Yuan Shi and Tong Tian like a bolt of lightning. The primordial purple aura within their primordial spirits surged with fervor. "Ha ha! The path to our sanctification lies before us." Yuan Shi laughed heartily, for as one of the 3 pure ones, connected to Laozi's fortune, he understood how to reach the state of sanctification. That he stepped forward, his aura expanding as a jade-clear celestial light swept across the universe, casting forth resplendent hues that soared to unimaginable heights, radiating an unparalleled nobility. "Heavenly Tao above, I am the jade, clear Yuan Shi. And today I establish a doctrine called Chuan. Chuan signifies alignment with heaven and humanity, elucidating celestial mysteries, with the primordial treasure, the Panga banner, to suppress the fortunes of the Chuan sect. Chuan sect, established, Tong Tian, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forth his boundless brilliance manifesting, embodying an unparalleled divine sword, almost ready to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao above, I am the supreme clear Tong Tian, and today I establish a doctrine called Jia. The heavenly Tao is of 4 nines. All things possess a thread of survival. Jia signifies the seizing of that thread, with the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation to suppress the fortunes of the Jia sect. Jia sect established, boom, boom. Once again, the heavens and earth shifted as the 2 established their great doctrines, and countless golden clouds of merit descended upon them, awakening the remnants of Pangu's legacy within them. The primordial purple aura within their primordial spirits fused with their essence. Unconsciously, 2 ethereal figures of saints emerged, casting their presence across the vast expanse, their saintly pressures radiating throughout the wilderness. That we have witnessed the jade, clear Yuan Shi, the founder of the Chuan sect. We have witnessed the supreme, clear Tong Tian, the founder of the Jia sect. In the west, atop Mount Simru, as Jiejin remained unhurried, Zhuan Ti spoke with impatience. "Elder brother, what are you hesitating for? Now that the 3 pure ones in Nuwa have attained sanctification, we can no longer delay. Otherwise, when will the west rise?" Hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Jiejin sighed lightly, the struggle in his eyes dissipating. "Then let us begin." "Good. I can hardly wait any longer." With preparations made, Jiejin seated himself upon a 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, surrounded by swirling swastika symbols, faintly resonating with sacred sounds. Zhuan Ti manifested his towering, translucent golden form, appearing quite extraordinary. "Heavenly Tao above, Today, the Western Taoists Jie and Zhuan establish the Western sect, guiding all beings toward goodness, free from suffering, worry, disaster, and pain, with the 12-petal golden lotus and the 8 treasures of merit pool to suppress the fortunes of the Western sect. Western sect established. The heavenly Tao responded, bestowing immeasurable merit. However, this merit might suffice for one to attain sanctification, let alone for both Jie and Zhuan. Although their cultivation improved, they did not break through to the realm of saints. Elder brother, Zhuan looked at Jie anxiously. Alas, it seems we have much to do in the future. Younger brother, recite with me. Jie sighed quietly, a deeper sorrow etched upon his face. If I attain Buddhahood, my land will be pure, illuminating the countless worlds of immeasurable Buddhas, like a clear mirror reflecting their forms. If not, I shall not attain true enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood in my land, the heavenly beings and all creatures will be pure and radiant, their forms unique, and even the minutest details will be immeasurable. Those beings, even those with celestial sight to discern their names, shall not attain true enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood, the bodhisattvas of other lands, upon hearing my name, will attain the pure liberation samadhi. In this samadhi, at the moment of intent, they will offer countless immeasurable Buddhas without losing their focus. If not, I shall not attain true enlightenment. Jie and Zhuan, having made a total of 48 great vows, finally accumulated enough merit, instantly stepping into the realm of saints, as 2 more waves of saintly pressure descended upon the wilderness. In the span of a single day, the 4 teachings stood divided, and 5 saints graced the heavens. Their emergence heralded the dawn of the age of saints. Chapter 24. The Will to Migrate. Trials of the Prodigies. Host, Xiao Yang Identity. Human Race Fortune Golden Dragon. Emperor of the Human Race Fortune Level. Level 3 Realm. Early Stage Quasi-Saint. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can summon the power of the entire human race. Techniques. Supreme Body, Refinement Scripture. Supreme Artifact, Refinement Method. Supreme Alchemy Method. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can master all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items. Post-Heaven Merit Spiritual Treasure. Tower Whip. Merit Fortune Spiritual Treasure. Kong Tong Seal Fortune Sign-In Count. 0. As human fortune rises. Sign-in counts can be obtained within the ancestral grounds of the human race. Xiao Yang gazed at his attribute panel, a contemplative expression in his eyes. The arrival of the age of saints heralded the imminent conclusion of the calamity between the Wu and Yao. It would be no more than a few decades, perhaps a century at most. Moreover, the development of the human race had drastically diverged from his past life, and one could predict what the final outcome would be. Now, whether it be alchemy, artifact forging, or the development of the human race, everything had commenced. His role within the human race was diminishing, prompting a desire to journey through the wilderness. After all, it was said that the wilderness was rich in treasures. Apart from his previous venture to retrieve the Kong Tong seal, he had yet to leave the realm of humanity. This time, he could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart. Why, Emperor? You summoned us? Just as Xiao Yang was lost in thought, the 3 of the swearing clan arrived before him and bowed respectfully. In no need for formalities, I have called you here for one last matter, to entrust to you. After saying this, he added, I too shall leave the human realm and journey through the wilderness. The 3 swear and exchange glances. Why, Emperor? What is your command? You are all aware that with the 4 teachings divided in 5 saints in the heavens, the highest combat power in the wilderness is no longer the quasi-saints, but the saints. Do you think the 2 dominant forces of the current wilderness, the Yao and Wu, will remain idle? A glimmer of divine light sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes as he posed this question to the swearing. Upon hearing his words, the 3 fell into contemplation. After a while, Zi glanced at Xiao Yang and spoke, Does my emperor mean that before long, the Wu and Yao will go to war? Jin and Yu Chao also considered this possibility, turning their gazes toward Xiao Yang. Indeed, it is highly likely that the Wu and Yao will engage in a new round of conflict, and this time it could very well be the final battle to determine the fate of the 2 races. When the battle commences, what scene might the wilderness behold? Can you imagine? Xiao Yang's tone was grave, as though he could already sense the impending future. The expressions of the three swearing shifted dramatically. Now, having reached the Duo realm, they were no longer as insignificant as before, solely concerned with their own small territory. Their minds have been broadened by Xiao Yang to encompass the entire wilderness. They envisioned that the future battle between the Wu and Yao would plunge the entire wilderness into devastation. The calamity would sweep across the wilderness. Not only the human race, but even quasi-saints might not escape unscathed. At that time, the human race could suffer a devastating blow. It seems to have grasped this point. Although our human race currently possesses a quasi-saint and nearly 100 Daoyuo, this strength is still far too weak compared to the Wu and Yao. If the human race wishes to survive, we must bolster our power. The Sueren's expression grew resolute as he bowed to Xiao Yang. Please inform us, my emperor, how we should proceed. The initial construction of the immortal city was part of the plan, and the other part involves the migration of our human race from this place. Xiao Yang sighed, his gaze somewhat distant. What migration? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Sueren and Yu Chao turned grave. They had lived here since their birth, never once contemplating that they might one day leave this place. Indeed, migration. This is the foot of the heavenly pillar, the future battleground of the Wu and Yao. If the human race remains here, we may very well be swept into the fray. The losses to the human race would be immeasurable. Xiao Yang paused, allowing the Sueren to contemplate this matter before continuing. I have decided to divide the human race into 3 groups, with the 3 of you leading them to migrate in stages to the shores of the Eastern Sea. The region is exceptionally conducive to the survival of our human race and is also remarkably suited for the unfolding of the Celestial City plan. Once we have settled down, we shall allow the prodigies of our clan to venture forth into the vast wilderness to seek their fortunes. To establish a clan of golden immortals, it is imperative to return to the realm of Tai. And to establish a clan of Tai, one must return to the realm of Deluo. Regardless of the circumstances, we must elevate ourselves to a higher realm. Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Sueren clan wore expressions of profound dismay. Their eyes filled with horror, in both their own race and others. Prodigies are the backbone of a lineage, the very essence of a clan. They could scarcely fathom the consequences should their prodigies venture into the wilderness and suffer devastating losses. What then would become of the human race? Just as they were about to counsel Xiao Yang, his icy voice pierced the air. I am aware of your thoughts. Yet without weathering storms, how can one witness a rainbow? Without enduring tribulations, how can one radiate brilliance? Does our human race lack cultivation methods? Lacking treasures? Lacking elixirs? We are devoid of none of these. What we lack is the tempering of blood and fire. You have sheltered them too well. Xiao Yang's words resonated within their hearts like the tolling of a morning bell and the beating of an evening drum. Now, migrating to the shores of the Eastern Sea is their first trial, and venturing forth is their second trial. If they do not grow, how can they defend a celestial city? How can they safeguard our race? Do you think that merely relying on nearly 100 Deluo and the nearly 100 celestial cities is sufficient to protect our human race? After a prolonged silence, Sueren stood up, his eyes still tinged with sorrow, but more resolute than ever. Sueren, I shall faithfully adhere to the will of our sovereign. He and Z also rose to their feet. Perhaps they mourned the impending losses of the future human race. Yet their greater concern was for the future of their race. If they could exchange their lives for a brighter future for humanity, they would do so without hesitation. This is their conviction and the will of the human race to transform. Chapter 25. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng Narrow-Minded Creatures. After Xiao Yang meticulously arranged the affairs of the human race, he departed, embarking on a journey through the wilderness in search of his own fortunes. Along the way, he paused intermittently, encountering numerous unprecedented occurrences: life and death, love and hatred, the ephemeral and the void. Each experience greatly enriched his understanding. Yet, Xiao Yang never entertained the notion of intervening in these matters. Having spent considerable time in the wilderness world, the first lesson he learned was the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. In this wilderness, the weak are unworthy of sympathy, nor do the strong concern themselves with such emotions. Their sole purpose is to stand atop the food chain, surveying all beings below. Consequently, Xiao Yang's resolve grew ever stronger, his aura becoming increasingly harmonious and unified. Thus, as Xiao Yang journeyed onward, he became unaware of his surroundings, his sole focus on moving forward. Kong Xian, Golden Peng, you cannot escape. Kill them, seize their source energy. At that moment, the sounds of battle echoed ahead, a malevolent aura soaring into the sky. Xiao Yang halted, his brow furrowing slightly. What were they shouting? It seemed to be Kong Xian and the Golden Peng. Upon this realization, a glimmer of divine light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes, and his figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing atop a cloud, quietly observing the plains below. There he beheld two figures surrounded by a throng of adversaries. The encircled pair radiated with the brilliance of the five elements and the duality of yin and yang. That it was indeed Kong Xian and the golden-winged Apeng. A faint smile graced Xiao Yang's lips, his eyes holding a knowing glint. Kong Xian, Golden Peng, surrender your essence, and I shall guarantee your safe passage. Otherwise, you shall perish here today. An elder stepped forth, exuding the aura of a late-stage Deluo golden immortal, his eyes glinting with cunning. Humph, rodents are but rodents, forever incapable of rising to prominence. You wish for our essence. How many of your kin will you sacrifice to obtain it? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Kong Xian's mouth, his words devoid of civility. Bah, old rodent, let me tell you, should I escape, your Golden-Eye Mouse clan will find no peace in the future. The Golden Peng spat blood at the elder, speaking defiantly. His eyes were sharp and bloodshot, radiating a palpable murderous intent. Heh, if that is the case, then you shall not be spared. Kill. An icy expression crossed the elder's face, his murderous intent unmistakable with his command. The Golden-Eye Mouse clan surrounding Kong Xian and the Golden Peng surged forward, intent on slaughtering them. Kill! We shall slay you! Kong Xian and the Golden Peng roared in unison, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they charged fearlessly toward the Golden-Eye Mice. Boom! Clang! Bang! The air reverberated with explosive sounds, divine powers clashing, tearing apart the clouds above. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng, though merely at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal, did not falter against the onslaught of late-stage and perfected Tai Golden Immortals. They occasionally struck down members of the Golden-Eye Mouse clan. Faced with the increasingly valiant Kong Xian and Golden Peng, the Golden-Eye Mice appear to be instinctively activated, shrinking back in fear, unwilling to advance. Ha! Did you not desire my essence of yin and yang? Why do you all hesitate now? Rodents will always be rodents. The Golden Peng, covered in wounds, with golden blood seeping from his body, seemed oblivious to the pain, instead mocking the Golden-Eye Mice around him. Kong Xian remained silent beside him, his face also adorned with a mocking expression that a bunch of worthless fools, utterly disgracing our ancestors. The elder's words were filled with fury as he witnessed his clan's disgraceful display. His expression darkened, a cold glint filling his eyes. It seems I must intervene personally. Behold my divine power. Narrow-minded rodents. As the elder's words fell, a colossal phantom of a mouse materialized behind him. Both the phantom and the elder unleashed a beam of golden light from their eyes. This beam, imbued with a terrifying aura, appeared to pierce through space, instantly manifesting mere inches before Kong Xian and the Golden Peng. 5 elements divine light. Yin-Yang transformation vessel. Faced with this almost imminent golden light, Kong Xian and the Golden Peng exhibited no signs of panic. Behind Kong Xian, a peacock phantom emerged, the essence of the 5 elements swirling around him, and with a gentle sweep, a beam of multicolored divine light shot forth. Meanwhile, the Golden Peng transformed his yin and yang essence into a vessel, its mouth inverted, exuding a terrifying pull that sought to absorb the golden light. Interesting. Xiao Yang, standing atop the clouds, stroked his chin thoughtfully, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Ultimately, as if struck by a whimsical thought, a smile spread across his face. With a single step, Xiao Yang created ripples in the void, abruptly appearing on the battlefield. The faint aura of a pre-saint emanated from him, instilling an overwhelming pressure upon those present, causing them to struggle for breath. What esteemed senior are you, and why do you trouble us? The elder of the golden-eye mice, flushed and gasping, addressed Xiao Yang. You are not worthy to know my name. Xiao Yang didn't even glance at the elder, clearly dismissive of him. Esteemed senior, our golden-eye mouse clan has already aligned with the demon race's heavenly court. We implore you to allow us to return. A flash of resentment flickered in the elder's eyes as he spoke to Xiao Yang. Oh, are you threatening me? As a member of the demon race, do you not know who fought against your Eastern Emperor Tai? Xiao Yang's gaze was like lightning as he scrutinized the elder, speaking with a mocking tone. The elder was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling something, his eyes reflecting a hint of terror. He attempted to speak, but found himself utterly speechless. I had intended to spare your lives, yet you are oblivious to your peril. This truly is a path to death. Xiao Yang's gaze turned frigid as he waved his hand at the elder and the others. In an instant, the elder and his kin vanished, as if they had been erased from existence, as though they had never been there at all. Subsequently, Xiao Yang shifted his gaze towards Kong Xian and Jin Peng, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. Seniors, Kong Xian and Jin Peng regarded Xiao Yang with the gravitas of facing a formidable adversary, although there was no malice in Xiao Yang's demeanor. It nevertheless evoked a sense of discomfort within them. I am the emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang. Will you consent to follow me? Chapter 26. The subjugation of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. An encounter with the witch clan. I am the emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang. Will you consent to follow me? With hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Yang regarded Kong Xian and Jin Peng with an expression of indifference. In their eyes, at this moment, Xiao Yang appeared extraordinarily majestic, as if surrounded by the transformative energies of yin and yang, with an ethereal golden dragon coiling about him, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura that rendered them unable to meet his gaze. Kong Xian and Jin Peng swallowed hard, a flicker of trepidation passing through their hearts. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, if we were to decline, would you permit us to depart? Kong Xian asked cautiously. Certainly. A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he extended his hand, preparing to erase them like he had done with the ancestors of the golden-eye mice. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's gesture, Kong Xian was drenched in sweat and hurriedly exclaimed, Wait! Wait! We are willing to follow your majesty. Hearing Kong Xian's words, Xiao Yang's right hand paused momentarily, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Kong Xian. Oh, have you truly considered this? As the emperor of the human race, I never coerce others into actions they do not wish to undertake. Kong Xian fell silent for a moment, a rather unsightly smile creeping across his face as he slowly replied, Of course, we have given it considerable thought and are willing to follow your majesty. With that, Kong Xian knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang. Observing his elder brother's actions, Jin Peng followed suit without objection, offering a respectful bow to Xiao Yang, as they submitted. The smile on Xiao Yang's face flickered and vanished. With a wave of his hand, he assisted Kong Xian and Jin Peng to their feet. Once more, he pointed at their foreheads, imparting a profound scripture into their minds. Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall not be stingy. This starry nirvana scripture is divided into 9 levels, capable of channeling the powers of the celestial bodies for cultivation. Each level mastered will allow for a rebirth, transforming both your physical bodies and innate talents. You must diligently cultivate and not disappoint my expectations. Gratitude shone in Kong Xian and Jin Peng's eyes as they promptly seated themselves on the ground. Engaging in the practice of the starry nirvana scripture, they began their cultivation. The daylight above transformed into a vast starry sky, countless stars showering down their celestial energy upon Kong Xian and Jin Peng, which they absorbed into their bodies. Their previously nascent energies surged forth, propelling them into the late stages of the Tai golden immortal realm. Very well, I shall lend you my strength, Xiao Yang observed Kong Xian and Jin Peng with a slight smile. Extending his hand in a sweeping motion, the spiritual energy within 1 billion miles was drawn to him, encircling Kong Xian and Jin Peng, allowing them to absorb it at will. Time passed, and eventually, Kong Xian and Jin Peng opened their eyes, elated to discover they had reached the late stages of the Tai golden immortal realm. Alas, after all my considerable efforts, you have only attained the late stages of the Tai golden immortal realm. Truly disappointing, Xiao Yang shook his head, turning to depart. Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Their initial gratitude towards Xiao Yang dissipated, leaving them at a loss for words regarding their feelings. After accepting Kong Xian and Jin Peng, Xiao Yang and his companions continued their journey through the vast expanse of the primordial world. The primordial realm was boundless. Even the most formidable of beings would find it challenging to measure its vastness. The landscape was predominantly dominated by mountains and hills, which constituted a significant portion of the terrain, while plains accounted for a mere fraction. This abundance of mountains and hills exuded a primordial aura, reminiscent of an ancient wilderness. Within these highlands thrived countless ethereal roots and celestial flowers of unknown age, alongside various unique creatures of the primordial realm. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang directed Kong Xian and Jin Peng to gather these ethereal roots and celestial flowers. While instructing them to document the appearances and habits of the unique creatures, Kong Xian found Xiao Yang's actions perplexing and had previously questioned him. Your Majesty, these ethereal roots and celestial flowers are abundant in the primordial realm, and even ordinary beasts may not consume them. What purpose do they serve for us? Moreover, those unique creatures are exceedingly rare and pose no threat to the human race. In response to Kong Xian's remarks, Xiao Yang sighed, recalling the calamity of the Fengshen and the devastation wrought upon the disciples of the Jie sect. The furious Tong Tian had nearly reopened the primordial realm, and though he was thwarted by the Dao Ancestor Hongjun, the realm ultimately fragmented into 4 continents. Since then, apart from the celestial energies found in certain blessed lands, the innate energies of the primordial realm had gradually transformed into acquired energies. Now, these once commonplace ethereal roots and celestial flowers were becoming increasingly rare. The appearance of even a single specimen would incite fierce competition among many. Kong Xian, you may not comprehend it now, but you need only understand that this endeavor holds significance if you insist on a reason. Consider it a means of safeguarding and cataloging the ethereal roots and celestial flowers of the primordial realm, as well as compiling a record of the unique creatures. Xiao Yang's words were laden with meaning, yet left Kong Xian somewhat bewildered. It would be only in the future, when the primordial realm fragmented into 4 continents, that Kong Xian would recall Xiao Yang's initial words, leading him to regard Xiao Yang as an everlasting figure of admiration. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Who dares trespass upon the territory of my Huta clan? A voice boomed, and before it had even faded, a swift sound of slicing air followed. A streak of brilliance, imbued with a heavy and sharp aura, pierced through the air towards Xiao Yang and his companions. Humph! Kong Xian snorted coldly, unleashing his magical powers as he extended his right hand. The energies of the 5 elements emanated from his palm, intercepting the streak of brilliance. As the light dissipated, it revealed an ancient, long arrow. Kong Xian grasped the arrow shaft, channeling the powers of the 5 elements into it, launching it towards the direction from whence the brilliance originated. Boom! The long arrow sliced through the vibrant light, producing a resounding explosion that unleashed a tempest, ravaging the landscape for miles around, leaving a gaping pit at the center of the collision. What an audacious display! A muscular man adorned with war markings, his chest bare and skin glistening bronze, bellowed with rage as he approached. His right hand gripped a dark bow, while his left hand retrieved an arrow. His eyes gleaming with fierce determination, but he drew the bowstring, a full moon arching, and released. Chapter 27. The laughter of Hutu. Damnably sweet. The 2 arrows, entwined in brilliance, collided in the void. The tremendous roar erupted, and the impact of the arrows unleashed a cataclysmic storm, sweeping away the terrain across a vast expanse, leaving behind a bottomless pit at the epicenter of the clash. Xiao Yang observed the towering figure approaching from a distance, a flicker of divine insight flashing in his eyes. Who are you, to dare intrude upon the territory of my witch clan? The witch clan warrior approached closer, surprise evident in his gaze as he beheld Xiao Yang and his companions. He could sense that both Kong Xian and Jin Peng were of similar strength, all existing within the realm of the Tai, golden immortal. Yet Xiao Yang exuded an enigmatic aura that eluded his understanding. Umph! How amusing it is! You claim this is your witch clan's territory. Yet why not assert that the entire primordial realm belongs to you? Xiao Yang remained silent, but Jin Peng, unable to contain himself, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Although he and his brother Kong Xian had not allied themselves with the Beast clan, they held no fondness for the aggressive Witch clan either. How audacious! I shall see what strength you possess to act so brazenly on the territory of my Witch clan. The muscular Witch warrior's face flushed with anger, and he drew his bow, preparing to retaliate. A tempest of malevolence surged from his being, establishing an inexplicable connection with the sinister energies that permeated the heavens and the earth. Countless strands of malevolence rushed towards the long arrow in his grasp with frenzied intensity. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if the very cosmos held its breath. Whoosh! The long arrow transformed into a streak of luminous energy, piercing through the fabric of space, imbued with boundless intent to kill. And in an instant, it appeared near the Golden Peng. The Golden Peng's eyes revealed a grave seriousness. Despite having mocked this man of the Witch clan, he harbored a considerable apprehension regarding his cultivation. Had it not been for the Stars Nirvana scripture that Xiao Yang had earlier imparted to them, enabling him to metamorphose his physical form and elevate his cultivation to the great Luo realm, he would have surely fled at the first sign of danger. Yet now, he felt confident enough to confront this Witch clan warrior. With a furrowed brow, the Golden Peng unleashed his nascent great Luo golden immortal aura. A piercing cry emanated from behind him, and the manifestation of a golden-winged rock materialized. His hands transformed under a radiant glow, morphing into a pair of rock claws, infused with the dual energies of yin and yang. Reaching out towards the long arrow, boom! A shockwave erupted from before the Golden Peng, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Humph! Is that all there is to it? The celestial Peng strike. The Golden Peng extended his hand, effortlessly shattering the long arrow that had dared to impede his path. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the Witch clan warrior before him. This strike instantly manifested the golden-winged rock behind him, launching an assault against the Witch clan warrior. How intriguing! Remember, I am Hou-Yi. As Hou-Yi witnessed the Golden Peng's prowess, a fervent battle spirit surged within his eyes, fleeting excitement flashing across his countenance. As a member of the Witch clan, born to fight and reveling in combat, he had never feared anyone. With a swift motion, Hou-Yi drew 9 long arrows and knocked them onto his bow. The bow took the shape of a full moon. Each of the 9 arrows brimmed with inexhaustible malevolence, locking onto the Golden Peng, leaving him no option for evasion. Boom! 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 A cacophony of thunderous roars reverberated through the forest, unleashing endless waves of power. The terrifying shockwaves surged outward, engulfing the surroundings. When the dust settled, a profound chasm appeared between Hou-Yi and the Golden Peng, unfathomable in its depths. Impressive to withstand my 9 arrows unleashed simultaneously. Let us engage in another bout. If you can endure a spirited fight, you shall earn the right to be my friend from the Witch clan. As Hou-Yi spoke, he slung his longbow across his back, his battle markings shimmering with brilliance, charging toward the Golden Peng. The Golden Peng, upon hearing Hou-Yi's words, felt somewhat speechless. Is it truly the case that all members of the Witch clan are so mindless? Yet, facing the oncoming Hou-Yi, the Golden Peng did not shy away from battle. The energies of yin and yang surged around him, forming a golden bridge that pressed down towards Hou-Yi in response to his movements. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in an epic clash amidst the thicket. Hou-Yi, my brother, Kwafu comes to aid you. Take this staff. Just then, a tremor that shook the earth echoed from afar, accompanied by a rough yet fiery voice. Xiao Yang and Kong Xian turned to observe. They beheld a colossal figure from the Witch clan, resembling a mountain, rushing towards them, wielding a peachwood staff, his face brimming with malevolence. Hemph, I shall meet you in battle. Upon witnessing Kwafu's intention to intervene in the duel between Hou-Yi and the Golden Peng, Kong Xian snorted coldly, transforming into a radiant 5-colored light, charging at Kwafu. Haha, splendid, eat my staff. Kwafu, upon seeing Kong Xian approach, felt no fear but rather joy, laughing heartily as he swung his peachwood staff. Watching as Hou-Yi and Kwafu grew increasingly excited in their battle, Xiao Yang couldn't help but cover his face. Are all members of the Witch clan so simple-minded? Is their solution merely to fight? Just observing Ho, Yi, and Kwafu, Xiao Yang could easily imagine the mindset. Should one wish to converse with my witch clan? No problem, let us fight. Should one seek an alliance with my witch clan? No problem, let us fight. If there are issues that cannot be resolved, then let us engage in battle. If fighting does not suffice, then you simply haven't fought enough, and we shall continue until resolution is achieved. As Xiao Yang pondered these thoughts, suddenly, a sensation arose within him, prompting him to glance to the left. The Earth Mother has met the human sovereign. A graceful figure appeared, clad in an elegant, wide-sleeved gown of pale yellow, exuding an aura akin to the Earth itself. This individual was none other than the Earth Ancestor of the Witch Clan, Hutu. As Xiao Yang regarded Hutu, a gentle smile graced her features. Beholding Hutu's exquisitely pure smile, Xiao Yang's mind was consumed by a singular thought. AWSL, was it not said that the Witch Clan was composed of muscle-bound brutes? Devoid of intellect, why then does this Hutu before me radiate such irresistible sweetness? Xiao Yang had encountered the Earth Ancestor before. Xiao Yang reined his wandering thoughts, adopting a solemn demeanor as he bowed respectfully to Hutu. Ho, Yi, and Kwafu pay their respects to the Ancestor. Meanwhile, Ho, Yi, and Kwafu, who were engaged in combat with the Golden Peng and Kong Xian, upon witnessing Hutu's presence, hastily retreated from their skirmish and approached her. Bowing in reverence, their eyes shone with respect for the Earth Ancestor. Hutu returned their nod with a slight bow of her own before her gaze turned to Sheng. It is an immense honor for the Earth Ancestor to host the human sovereign in my Hutu tribe. I humbly invite the human sovereign to accompany me to the Hutu palace, so that I may extend my hospitality. Ever since the human race's fortune transformed into the golden dragon that became Xiao Yang, and the subsequent merits bestowed upon the human race, culminating in his battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai, it could be said that Xiao Yang had piqued Hutu's curiosity to its zenith. Now, upon meeting him and sensing the aura of a quasi-saint emanating from him, her intrigue only deepened. Curious about how Xiao Yang cultivated to reach the quasi-saint level in such a brief span of time, Xiao Yang remained unaware of Hutu's musings, yet upon her invitation, he nodded in agreement, responding with eagerness. Excellent. Chapter 28. Xiao Yang discusses the witch and demon clans. On a plain bisected by Grand River, countless stone houses were built along its banks, some even constructed from the bones of ferocious beasts. While these structures may not be aesthetically pleasing, they possessed a rugged charm. This truly the abode of the Earth Ancestor. As Xiao Yang traversed the tribe, taking in the sights of this witch clan settlement, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Indeed, this is my Hutu tribe. Xiao Yang, the human sovereign, what do you think of my witch clan tribe? Hutu slightly raised her head, a smile illuminating her face, her eyes reflecting a trace of pride. Indeed, I observe that within the tribe of the Earth Ancestor, there are nearly 100 great witches and close to 10,000 at the Tai level. Just by considering this one tribe of the Earth Ancestor, one can gauge the overall strength of the entire witch clan. The witch clan truly deserving of its status as a dominant power in the current primordial world. As Xiao Yang perceived the depth of the Hutu tribe, he found himself articulating compliments regarding Hutu's tribe and the entire witch clan. He had gained a substantial understanding of the specific strengths of both the witch and demon clans. Hutu stood beside Xiao Yang, her silence only enhancing the radiance of her smile. Moments later, a stone hall emerged before Xiao Yang and Hutu. Though not grand in size, this stone hall emanated an ancient, profound, and weighty aura. Even without Xiao Yang's perception, the traces of the Earth's law could be discerned upon its surface. Human sovereign, please. At that moment, Hutu waved her sleeve, and the stone hall's doors swung open. Subsequently, she gestured for Xiao Yang to enter first. Excellent. Xiao Yang looked at the stone hall before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward and entered. Hutu observed his actions, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Without further ado, she followed him into the hall. Moments later, Xiao Yang and Hutu found themselves seated across from one another. Human sovereign Xiao Yang, the human race has existed for merely several tens of thousands of years, and yet you have cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. Your talents are truly extraordinary. I am deeply impressed. In the past, when a rift arose between the human and demon races, you engaged in battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai. Yet now, You are accompanied by 2 demons. What brings you to my witch clan? While Hotu harbored a favorable disposition towards the human race, a species of the path, she was still the earth ancestor of the witch clan, and thus felt compelled to ascertain Xiao Yang's intentions for visiting. Meeting Hotu's serious and composed gaze, Xiao Yang did not waver in the slightest. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng are not demons. Their mother is the matriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng. The Phoenix clan has never bowed to the demon race. As for the Wu clan, Xiao Yang paused momentarily, casting a glance at Hotu, a smile gracing his visage, that I originally traversed the vastness of the primordial realm in search of fortuitous encounters, yet unexpectedly found myself amidst the Wu clan. Can the ancestral, which Hotu truly believe my words? Observing the forthright demeanor of Xiao Yang, Hotu nodded in acknowledgement. The human emperor, as the sovereign of the human race, would surely not deceive me. Hotu places her faith in the words of the human emperor. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of curiosity appeared in Hotu's eyes. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, is it indeed true that the human race is bestowed with such remarkable fortune by Nuwa, the sage of humanity, over the span of several millennia, has a being of unparalleled prowess such as the human emperor truly emerged? Upon hearing Hotu's remarks, Xiao Yang chuckled softly. Is it truly how the ancestral which Hotu perceives the human race? Hotu fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yang, blinking her eyes, yet remained silent. Noticing her actions, Xiao Yang gently shook his head and spoke. Ancestral which Hotu, if we are to discuss extraordinary fortune, should it not pertain to your Wu clan, from the moment of your inception? Your formidable physicality is such that even the demon race finds it challenging to compete with the Wu clan in terms of corporeal strength. Furthermore, each member of the Wu clan harbors a principle within, and by continually comprehending this principle, they can enhance their cultivation. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Hotu was momentarily taken aback, before retorting. Although our Wu clan possesses great physical strength, we lack a primordial spirit, rendering us incapable of comprehending the heavenly path and refining spiritual treasures. Can this truly be referred to as extraordinary fortune? Xiao Yang laughed heartily, turning to address Hotu's day. If the ancestral which Hotu insists on such a viewpoint, then what does my human race possess? We humans do not possess the formidable physique of the Wu or the demon races, nor do we harbor principles, and we lack a continuous lineage. Even our lifespan, if one cannot cultivate, barely extends to a mere 10,000 years. How can my human race be considered extraordinarily fortunate in any regard? A look of confusion flickered in Hotu's eyes, and after a while, a glimmer of realization crossed her face. I understand now. Your human race is remarkably prolific, Xiao Yang. Observing the speechless expression on Xiao Yang's face, Hotu felt a touch of embarrassment. Chuckling awkwardly, the ancestral which Hotu speaks the truth. For those without cultivation, our human race can give birth after a mere 10 months of gestation. Even for those with cultivation, it is not like the demon race, who can take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The ability to reproduce is indeed a distinctive advantage of my human race. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Yang addressed Hotu's day. After a brief pause, he looked at her with a serious expression, prompting Hotu to subconsciously adjust her posture. Ancestral which Hotu, are you aware of the disparities between your Wu clan and the demon race? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Hotu initially appeared bewildered, but soon her gaze sharpened as she focused intently on Xiao Yang. Does my Wu clan truly fall short compared to the demon race? Indeed, in what ways does my Wu clan lag behind the demon race? Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, is eager to hear the human emperor's insights. Just then, a spatial fluctuation emanated from the Grand Hall. Subsequently, the space nearby, Xiao Yang and Hotu, was torn apart, and the remaining 11 ancestral witches of the Wu clan emerged. Upon learning that the human emperor of the human race had arrived at Hotu's location, they hastened to join. However, they were unaware that upon arrival, they immediately overheard Xiao Yang claiming that the Wu clan was inferior to the demon race. This ignited a flash of anger in the eyes of the 11 ancestral witches. Each of them fixed their steely gazes upon Xiao Yang, as if ready to strike him down should he utter anything incorrect. Having fought against the demon race for so long, the ancestral witches As the leaders of the Wu clan should be well aware of the population numbers of their clan, may I inquire, how has the population of the Wu clan changed compared to the past? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's inquiry, Dijiang, Ho Tu, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. As the foremost among the 12 ancestral witches, Dijiang possessed more knowledge than the others. Nowadays, it could be said that the Wu clan has reached a bottleneck in its development. Yet, he was uncertain where precisely this bottleneck lay. Hearing Xiao Yang's question, a vague answer began to form in his mind. Although the other ancestral witches may not have overseen the Wu clan as closely as Dijiang, they too derived a similar conclusion based on their respective tribes. How is this possible? Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire among the 12, spoke incredulously. Chapter 29. The Wu clan's shortcomings blood sacrifice battle formation. Inside the Grand Hall, Xiao Yang observed the 12 ancestral witches lost in thought, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As the human emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang would naturally not overlook the Wu clan and the demon race, which are considered the greatest obstacles to the rise of humanity. The Wu clan possesses formidable individual strength. However, the Wu clan's shortcoming lies in its population numbers. The Wu clan's origins stem from the 12 ancestral witches utilizing their own blood as a conduit, creating a blood pool from the heart of Pangu. Yet the Panga blood pool is not boundless, and the Wu clan has lost its primary source of population, even though there are instances of pairings and procreation within the Wu clan. The difficulty of bearing offspring is far more arduous than for the demon race. Throughout the Wu clan's development to the present day, it has taken countless epochs to maintain a population of mere hundreds of millions. And this figure barely constitutes a fraction of the demon race's numbers. Even if the individual combat power of the demon race does not match that of the Wu clan, what of it? If one demon cannot vanquish you, then 10 can, or even 100, 1,000. Even through sheer numbers, they could overwhelm a single member of the Wu clan. Xiao Yang even felt that had it not been for the presence of the 12 ancestral witches and their profound comprehension of the 12 heavenly godly array, the demon race could have simply outlasted the Wu clan. If we follow your reasoning, then why has the strength of my Wu clan been continuously on the rise? Zhu Rong gazed at Xiao Yang, her eyes wide with confusion, as she hoarsely inquired. The overall strength of the Wu clan has indeed grown because the individual strength of its members has increased. Take, for instance, the tribe of the ancestral, which Ho Tu. 100,000 years ago, there were only 20 great witches. Yet now there are 100, however, in the wars against the demon race. The number of clan members has dwindled by half. Has the strength of the Wu clan truly increased? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the ancestral witches fell into silence once more. Until now, most of the ancestral witches have been preoccupied with fighting and nurturing more powerful beings, rarely considering this issue. If I am not mistaken, the population of the Wu clan has not seen any significant change for a long time, perhaps even showing a declining trend, correct? A confident expression emerged on Xiao Yang's face. After a considerable moment, Dijiang finally spoke to Xiao Yang. Aside from this, what other disparities exist between my Wu clan and the demon race? Without hesitation, Xiao Yang replied once more. Certainly. While the Wu clan possesses formidable individual strength and can wield the power of principles, they lack primordial spirits. Engaging the demon race's divine treasures and techniques with bare hands must surely be an arduous endeavor, would it not? It is akin to the ancestral witches facing off against the likes of Dijun and Donghuang Tai Yi from the demon race. Beside them, Ho Tu's eyes glimmered with a cunning light. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, we are aware of this issue, yet we have no means to address it. Could it be that you possess a solution to this dilemma? Dijiang and the others turned their gazes toward Xiao Yang. They remained calm, harboring no expectations for him, as they had struggled with this issue for countless epochs and were skeptical that Xiao Yang could offer any viable solution. However, they were mistaken. Naturally, I have a method to enable the Wu clan to wield spiritual treasures. With a slight smile, Xiao Yang spoke. What? You have a solution? How can this be possible? Dijiang and the others rose, each unable to contain their breath. The entire grand hall became distorted, and dark fissures emerged in the air. Their eyes were filled with incredulity, especially Ho Tu, who at that moment gaped, her eyes blinking in astonishment. Xiao Yang turned his gaze toward Ho-Tu, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. This caused Ho-Tu's face to flush slightly, and a trace of embarrassment flickered in her gaze. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, if you truly possess a solution to this problem, I am willing to exchange half of the treasures from the Wu clan's treasury for it. After a long pause, Di Jiang regarded Xiao Yang solemnly and made his promise. The other ancestral witches voiced no objections. Although the Wu clan's treasury held numerous spiritual treasures, if they could not be wielded, these treasures were no more than worthless trinkets to them. If a viable solution could be obtained, the remaining half of the treasury would suffice for their needs. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yang nodded. Whoosh! As the scene unfolded, Xiao Yang raised his hand with a flourish. Releasing a sound that sliced through the air, and a jade slip materialized, hovering before the 12 ancestral witches. Di Jiang took the jade slip and began to examine its contents, subsequently passing it to the other ancestral witches for their review. Once all 12 had perused the slip, smiles illuminated their faces. What a splendid method of blood refinement! Our witch clan, devoid of primordial spirits, cannot refine spiritual treasures, so we shall resort to the washing of our essence blood, cultivating our lives in tandem. Moreover, we can forge divine materials with our essence blood, crafting the combatants we desire. This is the kind of warrior our witch clan deserves. Di Jiang and the others erupted in excitement, their imaginations already soaring with visions of the type of warriors they would forge. With such warriors, the demon tribes would find themselves at a disadvantage in external matters, in the next great battle. They would surely eradicate the demon race completely. Ho-Tu rose to express gratitude on behalf of the Witch Clan sons, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang, the Emperor of Humanity. We, too, express our gratitude to Emperor Xiao Yang. Di Jiang and the others followed suit, bowing in unison. Observing the 12 ancestral witches before him, a fleeting complexity flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. He then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Esteemed ancestral witches, there is no need for such formalities. This is merely a transaction. I am merely fulfilling my obligations. Upon hearing his words, Di Jiang waved his hand grandly and addressed Xiao Yang. Such magnanimity from the Emperor of Humanity calls for our witch clan to reciprocate in kind. Please accompany us to our sacred ground, the Pango Hall. In addition to half of the treasures from our witch clan's treasury, we shall prepare a significant gift for you as a token of our gratitude. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement with Di Jiang's decision that in that case, I shall graciously accept your offerings. A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he did not refuse the goodwill extended by Di Jiang and the others, but rather accepted it with ease. That moment, Zhu Rong turned to Xiao Yang and asked, Emperor, I have a question. Are you not concerned that our witch clan, having gained a method to forge soldiers with blood sacrifices, might turn against humanity? Zhu Rong's words plunged the great hall into silence. Xiao Yang regarded Zhu Rong with a calm demeanor. No one can extinguish humanity, not the witch clan, nor the demon tribes, and certainly not even the saints. As long as I exist, humanity shall endure. With these words, a wave of confidence that looked down upon the primordial world filled the great hall. Chapter 30. Entering the Pangu Divine Hall, a drop of Pangu's heart blood. At the base of Mount Buzhou, a straight passage lay ahead. Gazing into the seemingly endless darkness of the passage, Xiao Yang raised his right hand. The auspicious treasure, the Kongtong seal, appeared in his grasp. The seal emanated a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings. The further he descended, the denser the darkness became. Xiao Yang sensed that this darkness was composed of malodorous and turbid energies. As he ventured deeper, these foul energies grew increasingly solidified. Emperor Xiao Yang, these foul energies pose no threat to our witch clan, but please exercise caution. Ho-Tu, accompanying Xiao Yang, warned him. Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. These foul energies held little danger for a clan without primordial spirits. However, for those with primordial spirits, the foul energies were to be avoided at all costs. Yet, Xiao Yang paid little heed to these energies. After all, he was not merely a cultivator. He had transformed into the auspicious golden dragon. His primordial spirit naturally possessed the characteristics of the golden dragon, rendering him immune to all forms of harm. Such trivial foul energies were beneath his notice. Suddenly, the darkness, formed from the solidified foul energies. Seemed to sense Xiao Yang's presence that it transformed into black mist, surging toward him. Yet before the mist could reach him, the Kongtong seal shone brilliantly, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. The black mist was purified one by one as Xiao Yang and Ho Tu continued their journey. After an indeterminate passage of time, the pair arrived at a flat area where the foul energies were markedly thin. Looking up, they beheld an ancient, majestic hall. Is this the Pangu Divine Hall? Xiao Yang gazed at the hall before him, his eyes sparkling with wonder. This Pangu Divine Hall was formed from the heart of Pangu and served as the sacred site of the witch clan. Just a glance revealed that the hall contained profound mysteries beyond his understanding. Emperor Xiao Yang, let us enter. My brothers have prepared everything and are awaiting our arrival. Ho Tu observed Xiao Yang lost in thought, her eyes reflecting a hint of pride. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded, and the two entered the Pangu Great Hall. Upon entering the hall, the space appeared boundless, as if it contained the size of an entire world. Following Ho Tu, Xiao Yang progressed forward, and as they walked, murals depicting primordial deities and demons emerged on the walls. Gazing at these murals, Xiao Yang felt as though he were perceiving the paths and laws of the 3,000 primordial deities and demons. A look of perplexity clouded his gaze as he turned to Ho Tuesday. The primordial spirit of Pangu split into three, merging with the pure air of creation to form the Pangu Three Pure Ones. Upon departing, they not only acquired the merits of creation, but also received a treasure formed from those merits, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. But what of the Witch Clan? Do they possess nothing beyond being transformed from the 12 drops of Pangu's heart blood? No, they too inherited Pangu's legacy. Although the 12 ancestral witches lack primordial spirits and naturally absorb countless foul energies, each has mastered a unique law. The spatial ancestral, which Di Jiang, the temporal ancestral, which Zhu Jiuyin, the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, weather, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Each of these laws ranks among the foremost. If they could fully master these laws, the strength of the 12 ancestral witches would undoubtedly exceed their current quasi-saint realm. Should they recognize the significance of these murals and comprehend their paths and laws, they might not achieve immediate sainthood, but they could certainly advance their power. The path of law is the most fitting path for their enlightenment. Yet, no one knows why these 12 ancestral witches forsake the established path of law and instead seek to prove themselves through brute force. Pangu himself achieved enlightenment through force, and although the paths they tread differ, Pangu was unable to traverse his. Why do these ancestral witches believe they can succeed? Ha! Emperor Xiao Yang, you have finally arrived. Come and see the gifts we have prepared for you. Just as Xiao Yang pondered these matters, Di Jiang's hearty voice echoed in his ears. As he lifted his gaze, Di Jiang approached him, clapping him on the shoulder with vigor. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched slightly. The spot where Di Jiang had struck tingled with sensation. While he was confident in his formidable physique, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could match the strength of the ancestral witches, who specialized in physical prowess. What gifts could Di Jiang possibly have prepared for him? A flicker of curiosity crossed Xiao Yang's mind, for he could not recall any particularly valuable treasures within the witch clan. Otherwise, they would not have been saved for this moment. Di Jiang did not respond to Xiao Yang's inquiries. Instead, he wore a mysterious expression as he led Xiao Yang toward a specific location. Following Di Jiang, the other ancestral witches trailed behind. Soon, Di Jiang brought Xiao Yang to a blood pool. Here lies the birthplace of our witch clan, and the gift I wish to bestow upon you is found within. Di Jiang gestured toward the blood pool before them, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Xiao Yang gazed into the blood pool. The space was vast, yet the liquid within was only a thin layer. Clearly, this blood pool had been nearly drained during the creation of the witch clan. After observing it for a while, Xiao Yang could not discern anything particularly remarkable. Just as he was about to inquire further, Di Jiang spoke again. Emperor Xiao Yang, do you know the origins of the 12 ancestral witches? Before Xiao Yang could respond, Di Jiang continued. We, the 12 ancestral witches, are born from the union of the Father God's heart blood and the foul energies. Today, the gift we present to you is a drop of Pangu's heart blood. What? Pangu's heart blood? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Di Jiang and the others would present him with such a precious gift. Although possessing this drop of Pangu's essence would not enable him to create another ancestral shaman. Absorbing it could lead to a transformation of his physical form, potentially rivaling that of an ancestral shaman. The gift from Di Jiang and the ancestral shamans was simply too invaluable to accept. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang ultimately declined the offer to Di Jiang. The instant the words left his lips, he felt his heart bleed, for that was indeed a drop of Pangu's lifeblood. Di Jiang, unfazed, stood alongside the other ancestral shamans before the blood pool. Each of them cast their seals, and a series of runes, resonating with their essence, materialized in the AI. As these runes coalesced, they plunged into the blood pool. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the blood pool suddenly radiated a crimson glow, transforming the entire hall into a sanguine spectacle. As the crimson hue gradually dissipated, a single drop of bright red blood emerged before the assembly. Xiao Yang, the Emperor of Humanity, this drop of Pangu's lifeblood is a token of gratitude from our witch clan. Should you refuse it, it would be tantamount to belittling our lineage if you choose not to befriend us. You will inevitably become our adversary, and we shall not hold back against our enemies. Di Jiang spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Yang. The other ancestral shamans followed suit, their expressions stern, as though ready to take action should he refuse. A wry smile crossed Xiao Yang's face. Alas, this was not his desire, yet the ancestral shamans were simply too earnest. Therefore, he relented. Very well, I shall accept it. That is the spirit. Di Jiang and the others erupted into hearty laughter. Their gazes toward Xiao Yang now imbued with a sense of camaraderie. Chapter 31. The mark of creation with every thought and every strike of the sword. The heavens are created. In a secluded chamber within the Pangu Divine Hall, Xiao Yang gazed at the suspended drop of Pangu's lifeblood before him. A contemplative look in his eyes, he had perused the murals depicting the 3,000 chaotic demons, each containing profound insights into their paths and laws. However, these were not what he sought. What he yearned for was to glimpse the path and laws of Pangu himself. The only way he knew to achieve this was through the mark of creation. According to legends of his past life, it was said that the three pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Should they intertwine their marks, they could recreate the mark of creation and witness the moment Pangu split the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, the esoteric technique known as the 8-9 mysteries, practiced by Yang Jian under the Yuan Shichao, was derived from the understanding of the mark of creation. Since it was possible to derive the mark of creation from the primordial spirit and witness Pangu's act of creation, it stood to reason that this drop of Pangu's lifeblood must also contain the mark of creation. What he needed to do now was to find a way to perceive the moment of Pangu's creation through this lifeblood and ascertain whether he could grasp Pangu's path and laws. Time passed, and Xiao Yang finally made up his mind. He inhaled deeply, drawing the drop of Pangu's lifeblood into his mouth. In but a fleeting moment, he felt a warm current emanating from his heart, swiftly circulating throughout his body. Every cell within him seemed to yearn to absorb this warmth. Just then, the auspicious golden dragon manifested before him. With a mighty roar, the dragon surged into his being. An endless fortune enveloped him, and his spirit flowed harmoniously with this newfound energy. Soon, at the center of his heart, he discerned the drop of Pangu's lifeblood pulsating with energy. The fortune seemed to sense something intriguing and surged towards the lifeblood. A wisp of chaotic energy unraveled from the blood and coursed through his veins. What is this? Xiao Yang beheld a faint, ethereal silhouette emerging above the lifeblood, which appeared to smile at him. Just as he began to comprehend, the phantom vanished, leaving him to ponder whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, the drop of Pangu's lifeblood exuded an overwhelming force, pulling Xiao Yang's consciousness within. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a nebulous expanse that he could sense that his state resembled that of the primordial chaos. Here, there was only consciousness, devoid of a physical form. Xiao Yang contemplated this. A thunderous voice echoed, "Today I, Pangu, shall create the heavens and the earth." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of joy illuminated Xiao Yang's face. Pangu, The mark of creation truly resides within Pangu's lifeblood. It seems I have succeeded. As Xiao Yang reveled in his triumph, a resounding roar reverberated. He looked up to see a colossal figure approaching him. This being wielded an axe and bore a jade disc upon its head that emitted a hazy azure glow. Resonating with countless sounds, upon witnessing this figure, no words were necessary. Two characters materialized in Xiao Yang's mind. Pangu. Pangu halted a short distance from Xiao Yang, surveying the chaotic surroundings with unwavering determination in his eyes. Channeling his inner power, he swung the axe, carving a profound mark through the chaos. Without a sound, he cleaved the chaos in two, revealing a space of purity and filth, wherein the four primordial elements of earth, water, wind, and fire began their manifestations. The rhythm of the Tao emanated from this world, spreading throughout the chaos. Xiao Yang paid little heed to this spectacle. His entire being was captivated by the mark Pangu had struck. In his mind, the trace left by Pangu's axe unfolded into myriad interpretations, as if it encompassed all transformations of the world. Entrancing him completely, as Xiao Yang immersed himself in this experience, the entire mark of creation began to unfold. Depicting the ancient scene, he beheld the 3,000 chaotic demons charging from a distance, their eyes filled with both murderous intent and avarice. Born of chaos, they understood that if Pangu were to rend it asunder, their existence would be threatened. Yet, with Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth, the vibrations emanating from the newfound world drew the attention of all chaotic demons. It was as if, by vanquishing Pangu and seizing that world, they could attain the heights of the Tao. Pangu regarded the approaching chaotic demons with unwavering composure, his expression resolute. He raised his axe and unleashed 9 strikes upon the oncoming horde. The demons' eyes reflected terror, despair, and reluctance as they unleashed their own formidable powers, whether through innate divine abilities or accompanying treasures, all aimed at countering Pangu's 9 strikes. Yet it was all in vain. Following the 9 strikes, all the chaotic demons lay vanquished, their carcasses strewn across the ground, a testament to Pangu's ferocity. Breathing heavily, Pangu gazed upon the newly formed world, a smile gracing his lips. He then raised his axe once more, cleaving down repeatedly to expand the realm of purity and filth. Pangu executed a total of 49 strikes, and just as he prepared to deliver the 50th, the world quivered. Enough, 49 shall be 49. Pangu sighed softly before stepping into the realm of purity and filth that he intended to admire his creation. But as he entered, the heavens and earth trembled. The forces of purity and filth began to merge. As if to reconstitute chaos, Pangu, unperturbed, unveiled his true form, separating the two energies. From that moment on, the heavens ascended to an unfathomable height, and the earth descended to an unfathomable depth. The opening axe bifurcated the 3 treasures, defining the world's elemental essence, establishing a foundation for stability. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Pangu succumbed to exhaustion. He cast one last glance at this world before gradually collapsing. Pangu became one with all creation. Upon Pangu's transformation, Xiao Yang's consciousness disengaged from the mark of creation. That moment, he found himself enveloped in a wondrous state. Within his mind, the echoes of each axe stroke wielded by Pangu began to fade, leaving behind the traces of each strike, each imbued with countless paths and laws. Xiao Yang immersed himself in contemplation, gradually seeking to unify the essence of the 49 strikes. Suddenly, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, extending his hand and forming a sword with his fingers, sweeping it before him. Crack! The sound of space fracturing echoed, and a void black hole materialized before him. With a single sword and a single thought, the heavens were opened. Chapter 32. The gourd seed suggestions for weapons. With a single sword and a single thought, the heavens were opened. A glimmer of brilliance gradually ignited in Xiao Yang's eyes as he gazed at the void black hole that had emerged from his casual stroke. He murmured softly, "Boom!" At that moment, a tremendous sound reverberated within him. The originally nascent energy of a quasi-saint surged violently, and in the blink of an eye, transcended into the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Without any visible action from Xiao Yang, 3 flowers gathered atop his head, and 5 energies enveloped the flowers like a canopy. Among the three flowers, a figure was seated, precisely the embodiment of the desire he had once vanquished, this time. A phantom figure gradually solidified within his heavenly flower, if not now, then when Xiao Yang called lightly. And in an instant, the phantom figure materialized before him. I pay my respects to the true self. The figure bowed to Xiao Yang. We are one. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. Xiao Yang nodded, his face alight with joy as he regarded his benevolent corpse, Huang Tian. This is for you. At that moment, Huang Tian presented Xiao Yang with a seed. What is this? Xiao Yang inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. He could not discern the nature of the object, yet he sensed the vitality contained within the seed. Esteemed self, this seed is a gourd seed. I emerged from the creation whip after being severed from the benevolent corpse, and this seed embodies the last vestige of life contained within the creation whip. If nurtured properly, it may yet sprout, Huang Tian explained. Upon hearing Huang Tian's words, a contemplative expression flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The creation whip was, after all, one of the 10 innate roots of the primordial world, the 7-colored gourd vine. In the past, the 7-colored gourd vine bore 7 gourds, which were subsequently taken by the 3 pure ones, Hong Yun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Nuwa. This left the 7-colored gourd vine severely wounded at its source. To prevent its essence from obliterating, it returned the last gourd to its origin. However, even so, the 7-colored gourd vine could not preserve its vitality. Later, it was taken by Nuwa, who utilized it in the creation of saints, thereby acquiring merit and becoming the postnatal merit spirit treasure, the creation whip. Until now, he had merely refined the creation whip without realizing that it contained a gourd seed that I understand now. Upon my return, I shall plant this gourd seed beside the ancient tea tree of enlightenment that I, too, wish to see what kind of gourd this last seed may yield. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes. In legends from his past life, that final gourd possessed immense power, yet was barred from manifesting due to the constraints of the heavenly path that I, in this life, he was determined to uncover the mysteries of that last gourd. Huang Tian said nothing further, offering Xiao Yang a respectful bow before returning to the heavenly flower. Seeing this, Xiao Yang retracted the 3 flowers and 5 energies back into his being as he felt his body growing ever stronger. A smile unconsciously graced Xiao Yang's lips. Upon exiting his secluded training, Xiao Yang arrived at the Panga Temple, only to be met by 12 ancestral witches, all wearing expressions of worry. Xiao Yang, you have emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, Hotu's eyes sparkled with joy. Ah, congratulations, brother Xiao Yang. It seems you have successfully refined the blood of Pangu. I told you all that brother Xiao Yang would be able to refine the blood of Pangu. But you did not believe me. The other 11 ancestral witches gathered around, their eyes brimming with happiness as they regarded Xiao Yang. Looking at the 12 ancestral witches before him, Xiao Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Ever since he had received the blood of Pangu as a gift, he had referred to the 12 ancestral witches as brothers. Moreover, their straightforwardness, devoid of ulterior motives, made them all the more endearing. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Brother Di Jiang for bestowing upon me the blood of Pangu. Otherwise, I would not have had this opportunity. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Di Jiang and the others burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, Di Jiang appeared to recall something, his expression growing troubled. Brother Xiao Yang, your timing is impeccable. We have acquired your blood sacrifice war soldier technique and wish to forge a war soldier. However, we are uncertain of its form. Please assist us with your thoughts. The other ancestral witches' eyes lit up, all turning their attention to Xiao Yang. Well, the war soldier is intended for your use. How could I possibly know if it will satisfy you? Xiao Yang hesitated, shaking his head. Di Jiang responded, Brother Xiao Yang, as you know, we are accustomed to fighting with our fists. At this moment, we are unsure of what to create. Please share your suggestions, and if we find them agreeable, we will proceed. If not, we shall devise our own methods. Zhurong interjected, Exactly. Brother Xiao Yang, you're not being a good friend by remaining silent. Share an idea. It may ignite our inspiration. Seeing this, Xiao Yang rubbed his nose and gazed at the crowd. Very well. In that case, I shall share my perspective. Brother Di Jiang is the ancestral witch of space, able to rend space with a mere wave of his hand. Why not forge a space claw? Brother Zhu is the ancestral witch of time. Time flows like a river, with all beings as mere grains of sand. Why not create an hourglass? She by sure could wield the weather talisman. Zhurong, the Zhurong flag. Gong Gong, the water god's spear. Zhumeng, the wood god's needle. Rushou, the golden spear. Chongliang could have the thunder god's hammer. Shizi, the lightning whip. Xian Ming, the ice spear. And Tian Wu, the swift wind fan. Finally, Ho Tu, as the ancestral witch of earth, should forge a mountain river plate to harness the essence of the earth and suppress all foes. Xiao Yang exhaled, turning to Di Jiang and the others to gauge their reactions. Di Jiang's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Excellent, Brother Xiao Yang. You truly embody the spirit of the human emperor. You have spoken directly to my heart. I shall craft the space claw. With a single swipe, I shall shatter space. This shall be the hallmark of our witch clan." Xiao Yang felt a strong urge to politely inquire what connection his title as the human emperor had to the suggestions he had offered. At that moment, the ancestral witches erupted into a fervent debate, their eyes ablaze with excitement, eager to seize the war soldiers and test their might. Ha ha! When the time comes, with my Zhurong flag unfurled, it shall create a sea of flames that incinerates those demon clans. Humph! Your Zhurong flag cannot compare to my water god spear. Wherever the spear points, a torrent of weak waters shall surge. My thunder god's hammer, with a single strike, shall unleash a tempest of thunder. When facing those demon clans, I shall unleash a series of lightning whips that will turn them to charcoal. Chapter 33. Can you be gentler next time? Boom, boom, boom. Beneath Mount Buzhou, in the open expanse outside the Panga Temple, the sounds of combat roared as thousands of years passed, surrounding them. The dense black malevolent energy was entirely dispersed, swept away by a frenzied wave that surged outward. The space contorted under the force of this wave, barely able to withstand the pressure. That moment, a golden pillar of light shot skyward. Within this golden column, a golden dragon shadow danced. The Kongtong seal floated in midair, exuding an aura of supreme majesty, subduing the chaotic, malevolent energy surrounding it. Ha ha! I have longed to engage in combat with you, Brother Xiao Yang. Witness the might of my Zhurong flag, the ancestral witch of fire. Zhurong shouted with excitement. In his hand, a fiery banner, as crimson as the clouds, unfurled, releasing torrents of blazing southern Ming fire. This fire engulfed the realm, transforming it into a sea of flames, and then, like shooting stars, rained down upon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he pointed towards the Kongtong seal. The sound of dragon roars resonated throughout the space. The 9 golden dragons atop the Kongtong seal seemed to awaken, roaring forth from the seal, either exhaling breath, whipping their tails, or striking with claws to obliterate. The meteor-like fire rain conjured by the southern Ming fire did not harm Xiao Yang in the slightest. Again, Zhurong's excitement intensified, his fighting spirit surging within him. Only then did Zhurong open his mouth wide and inhale deeply, drawing the vast sea of flames towards him, engulfing his entire being. In the next moment, a pair of hands adorned with battle tattoos emerged from the inferno, parting the fiery ocean asunder. That instant, Zhurong, with a fearsome beast's head, had his hair transformed into blazing flames, and serpentine flames adorned his beastly ears. His body was clad in crimson scales, and beneath his feet lay 2 fire dragons. The sea of flames swirled around him, forming pillars and rings of fire, radiating an overwhelming might. This was the true form of Zhurong, the ancestral shaman. Boom, boom, boom. Zhurong strode boldly toward Xiao Yang, causing the earth beneath him to groan and shatter. Witnessing Zhurong's ancestral shaman form, Xiao Yang hesitated not for a moment. Human Emperor battle body. He raised his hand in a gesture, and a golden dragon of fortune materialized, merging into his being. Boundless golden radiance exploded forth from within Xiao Yang, spreading outward. Amidst this golden brilliance, a majestic figure crowned and robed in imperial garments emerged. Upon closer inspection, one could see 9 golden dragons surrounding this imposing figure. His eyes opened wide, as if the sun, moon, and stars revolved within them, revealing a regal authority that commanded the heavens, without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Yang unleashed a punch towards Zhu Rong. This strike, imbued with divine radiance, seemed to carry the essence of mountains, rivers, and the survival of countless human lives that it felt as if it were chanting a proclamation. Beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the king. Within the four seas, all subjects are his. Wherever this fist passed, everything crumbled to dust, manifesting the majesty of the human emperor. Kill, fire god of the world. Zhu Rong gazed upon this fist. His expression tinged with seriousness. He wielded the laws of fire, summoning the essence of flames from the world around him, drawing it towards himself. The pillars and rings of fire surrounding him grew deeper in hue, exuding an aura of terror. An endless torrent of flames coalesced in his hand, and with a mighty punch, it resembled a realm consumed solely by fire. Crash! The two forces collided, initially silent, before a resounding roar echoed throughout the region, even causing the Pangu temple to tremble slightly. An endless cloud of dust and malevolence enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the events that transpired within. After an indeterminate period, as the dust settled and the malevolence subsided, Xiao Yang still exhibited the human emperor battle body, while Zhu Rong maintained his ancestral shaman form. It seemed as though that previous clash had left no mark upon either of them. "Are you coming again?" Xiao Yang inquired, looking at Zhu Rong. "Come if you dare. Who fears whom?" Zhu Rong replied in a deep voice, his eyes betraying no hesitation. "Very well. Then receive my strike. One sword, one thought. Both create the heavens." Xiao Yang's words flowed like a chant, and with a finger pointed like a sword, he directed it towards Zhu Rong. Behind him, an ethereal figure materialized, mirroring Xiao Yang's movements, pointing its finger like a sword towards Zhu Rong. This attack lacked the previous tumult, appearing exceedingly restrained. Aside from a subtle glow, no extraordinary phenomena were visible. Yet, Zhu Rong's expression grew grave. The battle tattoos upon his ancestral shaman form blazed even more vividly. While the laws of fire had been pushed to their utmost limits, the flag of Zhu Rong in his hand radiated with boundless brilliance, illuminating the dim space around him like a sun, emanating its light and warmth. "Kill!" Zhu Rong raised the Zhu Rong flag, drawing in the surrounding flames, and suddenly directed them towards the faint glow. Lights surged forth, flames erupted in all directions, and the sound of thunder roared incessantly. The Pangu temple spontaneously emitted a divine light, suppressing the residual waves. "Ouch! Brother Xiao Yang, you are too ruthless. Can you not hold back a little next time?" Suddenly, a cry of pain was heard. Zhu Rong appeared somewhat disheveled before Xiao Yang. His ancestral shaman form bore numerous wounds, oozing blood, and many areas were charred black. This caused the fierce beast head of Zhu Rong to widen its eyes in resentment, glaring at Xiao Yang with a look of grievance. Xiao Yang's lips twitched slightly. "I asked you if you wanted to continue. Now you blame me?" Xiao Yang, with a hint of exasperation, sprinkled several drops of divine water upon Zhu Rong, causing all his injuries to vanish as if they had never occurred. "Brother Xiao Yang, that last strike of yours was truly formidable. Why have I not grasped any powerful techniques from Father God? I am beginning to doubt who truly is Father God's descendant." Zhu Rong, seeing his wounds healed, exchanged glances with Xiao Yang, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. For countless millennia, after each ancestral shaman forged their battle soldiers, they would seek out Xiao Yang for a spar. Of course, apart from Hutu, none had any intention of sparring with Xiao Yang as for the outcomes. Time and space were quite tricky. Had Xiao Yang not unleashed that final divine move, he would have been at a disadvantage. However, should he unleash it, Xiao Yang felt they would all be equally matched. Regarding Zhu Rong's words, Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He thought to himself that in their 1,897 sparring sessions, Zhu Rong had uttered this line 1,897 times. Xiao Yang turned to Zhu Rong and spoke. "Brother Zhu Rong, Chapter 34. The Primordial Starry Sky, offspring of ferocious beasts. Brother Zhu Rong, I've spent a considerable amount of time within the witch clan, and it is now time for me to depart." Xiao Yang remarked with a smile as he looked at Zhu Rong. "You are leaving?" Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhu Rong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Indeed, having been away for so long, you should return to the human clan to take a look, but won't you say farewell to the others? Xiao Yang shook his head slowly, a smile gracing his face. No need. I have never been fond of farewell scenes. Just let me convey a message to the other ancestral shamans, and we shall meet again when fate permits. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong waved his hand, making no effort to retain Xiao Yang. Very well, then hurry along. I shan't see you off. Brother Xiao Yang, you're always welcome to visit my witch clan. I look forward to sparring with you again. Xiao Yang did not respond further. He clasped his hands in salute to Zhu Rong, casting his gaze towards a certain direction. Subsequently, his figure transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from Zhu Rong's sight. Not far away, within the Panga temple, Hutu, donned in a flowing yellow gown, appeared. She gazed at the departing figure of Xiao Yang, her expression tinged with a sense of melancholy and reluctance. On the other side, after Xiao Yang left the witch clan, he journeyed towards the ancient starry sky with Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Several millennia later, My Emperor, the ancient starry sky is said to be a desolate expanse. What purpose do we have in venturing there? Kong Xian queried, a hint of confusion flashing his eyes upon learning of Xiao Yang's destination. Jin Peng beside him nodded in agreement, as they traversed the path to the ancient starry sky. They encountered numerous perilous and desolate regions, such as the Nine Heavens Gale layer, which could not only dissolve the physical body, but also annihilate the soul. They could not fathom what benefits could possibly lie within such a barren place. A glimmer of light shone in Xiao Yang's eyes. Oh, you truly perceive the ancient starry sky in such a manner. Isn't it so? Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged perplexed glances. The ancient starry sky is filled with countless stars, most notably the 365 primary stars and the 129,600 subsidiary stars. The Sun Star and the Moon Star have birthed great beings such as Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Shi He, and Chang Shi. Even if the creatures born on the other stars are weaker than them, how weak could they possibly be? The Zhou-Tian Star Doe Formation, too, is a powerful array conceived by Di Jun's understanding of the stars. Thus, how can such a grand expanse of stars be deemed desolate? Xiao Yang valued the talents of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Therefore, he took the time to explain meticulously. You see, Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. All right, you both come from extraordinary backgrounds, but there are many experiences yet to unfold before you. It is not surprising that you are unaware of these matters. Remember, the Honghuang world is vast. Even I am but a fleeting speck within it. The primordial deities and the remnants of chaotic demons coexist with both peril and opportunity. Should one become arrogant and overconfident, the only fate that awaits is death. I implore you all to never underestimate any creature in your future endeavors. Kong Xian and Jin Peng are the offspring of Yan Feng, the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. While their roots may not rival those of the likes of Di Jun and other primordial beings, they nonetheless rank among the upper echelons of existence within the vast wilderness. However, due to their relatively short lifespan, their experiences pale in comparison to those of beings who have endured for countless years. Thus, Xiao Yang felt compelled to issue a special warning to Kong Xian and Jin Peng. His gaze flickered. These words served as a reminder to himself as well. After many years in the wilderness, he had ascended from a mere specter to the threshold of quasi-sainthood. The higher his cultivation, the more profound his reverence for the wilderness became. The wilderness is vast. How many unknown events unfold within its expanse? Indeed, my emperor, we are aware. Kong Xian and Jin Peng nodded gravely, adjusting their demeanor accordingly. Observing this, Xiao Yang chose not to elaborate further, transforming into a streak of light as he accelerated towards the ancient starry sky. Kong Xian became a radiant spectrum of divine light, while Jin Peng transformed into an embodiment of yin and yang. Closely trailing behind Xiao Yang, several millennia passed, the three streaks of light materialized within the ancient starry expanse. What a resplendent scene it was! Xiao Yang marveled at the sight before him, unable to contain his admiration. Countless stars shimmered within the darkness, their luminescence intertwining, resembling a silver ribbon bridging heaven and earth. How utterly magnificent, standing behind Xiao Yang. Jin Peng and Kong Xian were rendered speechless by the spectacle. As great Luo golden immortals, they could conjure countless wonders, yet those fabricated beauties paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring creations of nature before them. Suddenly, a fierce and domineering roar resounded from afar. The three turned their gaze towards the source of the roar. Moments later, a colossal figure, vast enough to eclipse the heavens, emerged before them, as if intent on severing the galaxy woven from stars. Xiao Yang scrutinized the imposing form before him. How grotesque! After a brief moment, he remarked with mild disdain. The figure boasted a dragon's head, an alligator's body, and a serpent's tail, its entire being adorned with azure scales reminiscent of fish. Its dragon head bore 8 eyes, and 2 pairs of featherless, fleshy wings sprouted from its back. With an even more terrifying roar, it seemed to comprehend Xiao Yang's earlier disdain. A chilling aura of malice emanated from its being, rippling through the tranquil starry sky and disturbing the surrounding celestial bodies. How intriguing! I had assumed that all fearsome beasts of the wilderness had perished. To my surprise, a ferocious creature still survives within the ancient starry sky. Having transformed into a celestial behemoth, Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with divine light. Piercing through the overwhelming malevolence, he discerned the origins of the creature before him. When Pangu split the heavens and the earth, the 3,000 chaotic demons were vanquished. Their unwilling resentment and the polluted aura coalesced, giving rise to the beastly lineage. The feral beasts were seldom endowed with intelligence, never taking human form, and they honed their animalistic bodies, embodying sheer brutality. Ultimately, the beastly lineage was eradicated. Xiao Yang had not anticipated that remnants of those primordial beasts still thrived within the ancient starry sky. With another furious roar, the celestial behemoth surged forward, unleashing an explosion of ominous energy. Its massive claws tore through the fabric of space, hurtling toward Xiao Yang and his companions. In the face of such an overwhelming appendage, the figures of Xiao Yang and his companions appeared as mere grains of rice. Enough with the roaring. You're deafening. As he beheld the incoming claws, a cold glint flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, and his expression soured. With a mere thought, waves of imperial energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a golden dragon that surged forth to suppress the celestial behemoth. A golden dragon lay across the river of stars, its head raised in a fierce roar, as it lifted its right claw to strike at the colossal claw tearing through space. With a thunderous crash, the 2 massive claws collided, scattering the brilliance of countless stars across the cosmos. Waves of shock rippled outward, shattering numerous diminutive stars into meteors that drifted through the starry expanse. Kong Xian and Jin Peng each harnessed the powers of the 5 elements and yin yang, erecting a luminous barrier before them to deflect the ensuing shockwaves. Their expressions turned solemn. Within the Wu clan, they had clashed with top-tier great shamans such as Ho Yi and Xing Tian. Now, having advanced to the late stage of great Luo golden immortal, they felt an undeniable threat from the terrifying residual waves. The celestial behemoth bellowed in anger. Its azure scales shattered, blood gushing from its wounds. Seemingly enraged by the pain coursing through its body, its gaze toward Xiao Yang became increasingly savage. How fascinating! Xiao Yang observed the celestial behemoth, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Although his earlier strike had not been delivered with full force, it bore the weight of an initial quasi-saint's power. Yet, it appeared that despite its numerous injuries, the behemoth had only sustained superficial wounds. The resilience of these feral beasts is remarkable. That moment, the celestial behemoth opened its 8 eyes, each radiating a gray-black light of annihilation. These lights merged into a singular beam of destructive energy, hurtling toward Xiao Yang. This annihilation light, forged from the absorption of boundless malice, exuded a particularly ferocious aura. Even a perfected great Luo golden immortal would be gravely wounded, if not killed, upon being struck by such a beam. Kantong's seal, suppress. The fateful artifact, the Kantong seal, floated above Xiao Yang's head. With a wave of his hand, boundless imperial energy erupted from the seal, forming a colossal phantom of the Kantong seal in midair. This phantom descended rapidly upon the celestial behemoth, The beam of annihilation collided with the phantom, causing ripples to emanate from the seal. Yet it did not waver, continuing its descent upon the celestial behemoth. The immense oppressive force descended upon the creature, forcing it to the ground, unable to stand. The celestial behemoth let out a mournful howl. It had never endured such an oppression. Its body trembled as it struggled to rise. Yet the mutual forces exacerbated its wounds, causing blood to flow freely. The celestial behemoth ceased its struggles, lying on the ground, howling in despair. Xiao Yang retracted the phantom of the Kantong seal, gazing indifferently at the celestial behemoth. Feeling a sudden lightness, the behemoth looked at Xiao Yang, its eyes filled with a restless desire. However, upon glimpsing the Kantong seal, even without intelligence, a flicker of fear crossed its gaze instinctively. After a prolonged pause, the celestial behemoth lay on the ground, voicing a feeble whimper, its serpent tail swaying in submission towards Xiao Yang. "Excellent. I had anticipated needing to suppress you multiple times. I did not expect you to possess such keen instincts." A faint smile appeared on Xiao Yang's face as he formed a series of intricate seals with his hands, manifesting a symbol of the Tao before him. The vast divine consciousness, carrying this symbol, imprinted itself into the mind of the celestial behemoth. "Master." Upon the completion of the symbol, a vague voice echoed in Xiao Yang's mind, the celestial behemoth's consciousness barely discernible. Yet its awareness was predominantly shrouded in bloodlust and ignorance. The ability to utter the word master represented the pinnacle of its capability. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's brow furrowed slightly. The lack of complete intelligence poses a significant drawback, since you have acknowledged me as your master. I shall grant you an opportunity. As Xiao Yang's words fell, the Kongtong seal hovered above the colossal beast of the starry sky, with streams of imperial essence flowing into its being. This imperial aura continuously purified and expelled the malevolent blood energy from within the starry beast. Subsequently, Xiao Yang sprinkled 3 divine waters upon the beast, fully restoring its external injuries. That a piece of ancient enlightenment tea leaf was crushed by Xiao Yang, its inherent Tao rhythm infused into the mind of the starry beast, facilitating the evolution of its consciousness. Once all was accomplished, the beast's ominous aura vanished, replaced by an endless flow of stellar spiritual energy. Behind it, a colossal figure manifested, radiating overwhelming majesty. Indeed, astonishingly, it had stepped half a foot into the realm of quasi-saint. Xiao Yang gazed at the starry beast, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Thank you, Master, for your grace. Please bestow a name upon me." The starry beast, now subservient to Xiao Yang, expressed its gratitude. "You are a descendant of fierce beasts, rumored to be kin of the ancient beast emperor, Shun Enai. Thus, you shall bear the surname Shun. I am the emperor of humanity. Now that you have submitted, you shall protect humanity henceforth. Your name shall be Shun Yu." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang addressed the starry beast. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name." Shun Yu joyfully responded to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang patted Shun Yu's head and instructed, "Go forth and let your kin submit to me. In time, they too may cleanse their malevolent energy and gain consciousness." Roaring with excitement, Shun Yu took to the skies, spreading its massive wings towards its brethren. An immense regal presence emanated, stretching across the starry expanse. A single roar echoed through the cosmos, eliciting responses from afar. Moments later, more starry beasts appeared before Shun Yu. Their combined malevolent aura loomed large, even eclipsing the brilliance of the stars, observing nearly 30 starry beasts. Xiao Yang hesitated no longer. The Kongtong seal manifested supreme imperial might, subduing all the starry beasts. He imprinted his divine will into their minds, and the 30 starry beasts bowed in submission to Xiao Yang. "All right, disperse now." Xiao Yang waved his hand, sending the beasts away. These starry beasts were ill-suited to accompany him, better suited to thrive in the celestial realms. They had long been entwined with the powers of the surrounding stars. By harnessing the cosmos and absorbing stellar energy, combined with the cultivation technique he imparted, perhaps they could cleanse their malevolent aura and awaken consciousness. With their existence, should humanity decide to venture into the cosmos, they would serve as a formidable ally. Chapter 36. The Purple Microstar, celestial fruit of the starry heavens. In the vast, boundless cosmos, since Xiao Yang and his companions encountered the starry beast, they had not stumbled upon any other beings. However, they faced numerous terrifying stellar storms during their journey. When a stellar storm erupted, it would sweep across tens of thousands of miles. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it perilous. Having witnessed the might of these storms, Kong Xian and Jin Peng grew increasingly attuned to Xiao Yang's words, their dedication to cultivation deepening, and their powers advancing further. Thus, thousands of years passed. One day, Xiao Yang and his companions halted before a celestial body enveloped in violet stellar energy. This star radiated a resplendent purple-golden hue, its violet energy extending majestically into the surroundings. This is the Emperor's Star. Purple Micro. Xiao Yang's gaze flickered as he contemplated the significance of the purple microstar in the celestial sphere, where the sun and moon do not rise. The purple micro reigns supreme. Aside from the two supreme stars, the sun and moon, formed from the eyes of Pangu, no other star holds a higher position than the purple micro. In his past life, emperors were closely associated with the purple microstar. In this life, as the transformed, auspicious dragon of humanity, he, as the emperor of humanity, sought to explore the purple microstar for its extraordinary secrets. With this thought, Xiao Yang stepped forth toward the purple microstar. However, before he could approach, intricate patterns materialized within the star's domain, intertwining to form a grand array. As this array emerged, two three-legged golden crows manifested. Oh, that's how it is. I suspected that the sun and moon had birthed great powers. Yet the Emperor's Star, Purple Micro, bore no beings that it seems this has long been sealed by Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. A knowing look crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. The grand array surrounding the purple microstar was set by Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. Clearly, they recognized the significance of the purple microstar within the celestial sphere. For the demon race, competing with the shaman race relied heavily on the celestial star array. Should the master of the purple microstar emerge and fail to align with them, relying on the array against the shaman race would be nothing short of a farce. Yet if the purple microstar were to be breached, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, he could not bear the resulting karma. Their only recourse was to set the array, sealing the purple microstar to prevent the birth of any beings there. This was the reason behind the absence of life on the purple microstar. Just as Xiao Yang pondered, the two three-legged golden crows spotted him and let out furious roars, unleashing solar flames as they charged at him. In the past, even Dong Huangtai, he could do nothing against me. How could mere constructs of an array pose a threat? Opening the heavens, a cold glint flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he drew his right hand like a sword, tracing a profound trajectory toward the two golden crows. With a thunderous boom, the two golden crows offered no resistance and were instantly reduced to fiery explosions. Before the purple microstar, the grand array ceiling, it was also cleaved in twain by Xiao Yang's strike, its patterns collapsing into the void. In the celestial court, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai frowned simultaneously. Brother, the array we set outside the purple microstar has been breached. Should I go investigate? Dong Huangtai inquired of Emperor Jun. Contemplation flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. After a moment, he shook his head, and no need. The array may be broken, but even if the purple microstar births beings, it will take eons for them to reach quasi-sainthood. It poses no threat to our demon race. After a brief pause, a glimmer of ambition shone in Emperor Jun's eyes. You must personally monitor Hong Yun at Wuzhuang Temple. I suspect someone will soon act against him. That primordial purple energy is a prize we demons must secure. A similar glimmer of ambition sparkled in Dong Huangtai's eyes, and he bore a proud expression. Rest assured, brother, that I shall head to Wuzhuang Temple at once. No one shall take that primordial purple energy from our demon race. As the grand array crumbled, the long-sealed purple microstar burst forth in brilliance. Endless violet energy streamed from the purple microstar, radiating outward into the surrounding celestial domain. Within the neighboring star realms, some stars sensed this violet energy, instantly glowing with brilliance, harmonizing with the purple microstar. These were the auxiliary stars of the purple microstar, collectively forming the realm of the purple micro. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, You shall guard the realm of the purple micro. I have sent Xinyu to lead the starry beast clan to assist you. Should anyone dare to intrude upon the realm of the purple micro, they shall be met with death, without mercy. As Xiao Yang's words fell, his figure transformed into a beam of golden light, directly merging into the Jiwei Emperor's star. Upon entering the Jiwei Emperor's star, Xiao Yang immediately sensed that the power of the surrounding stars was exceedingly dense, almost as if it were liquid. Furthermore, within his consciousness, he detected numerous star energies coalescing into starry gravel. These gravels were rare and precious divine materials. If forged into weapons, they could harness the star powers to combat foes with a mere swing. Additionally, the starry gravel possessed various remarkable uses, too numerous to enumerate. When Xiao Yang arrived at the area where the star energy was most concentrated, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. There, a towering giant tree stood at the very center of the stars, reaching several tens of thousands of zhang. Its branches resembled a river of stars, with leaves akin to delicate celestial bodies. Adorning its boughs, the entire tree radiated starlight, appearing extraordinarily resplendent, rendering it almost blinding to behold. Legend has it that within the primordial world existed 10 supreme innate spirit roots: the Ren water peach, the ginseng fruit, the huangzhong li, the fusong, the moon laurel, the 7-colored gourd vine, the 5 elements immortal apricot, the 5-beetle pine, the green willow, and the Zhou Tian starfruit tree. In his previous life, with the exception of the Zhou Tian starfruit tree, all of these supreme innate spirit roots had made an appearance. Little did he expect that the Zhou Tian starfruit tree would manifest atop the Jiwei Emperor star. Gazing at this Zhou Tian starfruit tree, astonishment danced in Xiao Yang's eyes. The Zhou Tian starfruit tree blooms every 129,600 years, bears fruit after another 129,600 years, and reaches maturity after yet another 129,600 years. Ultimately, it produces 365 star fruits, each corresponding to one of the 365 main stars. Moreover, it even harbors a trace of the origin of stars. If a mortal were to consume it, they could undergo a transformation into a star divine body. This star divine body's foundation is no less formidable than that of certain weaker innate beings. Besides the star fruits, the branches of this star fruit tree are also the most suitable material for forging the flags of the great array of Zhou Tian starry constellations. It can be said that the Zhou Tian starfruit tree is a treasure trove in its entirety. For countless years, it has remained hidden from the world. Now that I have arrived at the Jiwei Emperor's star, I have the fortune to behold you. It seems we are fated. A smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he formed a seal with his hand, imprinting his consciousness onto the Zhou Tian starfruit tree. Wishing to claim it for himself, however, just as Xiao Yang's consciousness made contact with the Zhou Tian starfruit tree, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 37. The Remnant Will of the Starry Chaos Demon God. Ha ha! How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. This demon god shall live again. At the moment Xiao Yang's consciousness touched the Zhou Tian starfruit tree, a streak of flowing light surged forth from within the starfruit tree, plunging into Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. Xiao Yang's expression shifted, and he quickly sat cross-legged, his primordial spirit manifesting within his sea of consciousness. As soon as he appeared, he heard a voice filled with arrogance and disdain. Who are you? Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the unfamiliar figure that had materialized in his sea of consciousness. The figure towered 1,000 zhang tall, possessing a beastly head and a human body, adorned with 1,000 arms, and its form was dotted with glowing points resembling stars that flowed slowly to Ha. Who am I? I am the star chaos demon god of the 3,000 chaos. You, Junior, should feel honored to be occupied by this demon god's flesh. The star chaos demon god revealed a terrifying grin, his eyes gleaming with greed as he gazed at Xiao Yang. The star chaos demon god? Oh, I remember now. You were one of the demon gods slain by Pangu with a single axe. Shouldn't you be dead? The star chaos demon god's self-revelation triggered Xiao Yang's recollection of the chaotic demon god specters he had witnessed within the Pangu temple. Indeed, one of those chaotic demon gods resembled this one. Later, during the refinement of Panga's blood, he had seen it within the heaven-opening imprint. This star chaos demon god had charged at the forefront. only to be the first to be slain by Pangu's axe. Pangu. Upon hearing Xiao Yang utter Pangu's name, the star chaos demon god erupted in fury. With a roar, he stirred up monstrous waves within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. You know nothing of this demon god's capabilities. This demon god's remnant will have survived. All I need is to occupy your flesh, and I shall revive instantly at that time. This world opened by Pangu will be annihilated by this demon god. I shall take revenge on Pangu. The star chaos demon god's gaze toward Xiao Yang grew increasingly greedy, as if he could hardly wait to see Xiao Yang's body and re-emerge into the world. A defeated foe of the great Pangu dares to boast. If Pangu were to return before you, you wouldn't even dare to harbor the thought of making a move. Xiao Yang scoffed at the star chaos demon god, as though regarding a beaten hound. What kind of look is that? Damn it, I was going to let you live a little longer, but seems you wish for an early demise. The eyes of the star chaos demon god brimmed with murderous intent. A crimson mist emanated from his body, staining half of the sea of consciousness in blood red. Within that blood-red mist, starry forms swirled, but those stars were now all tainted with crimson, resembling ominous celestial bodies. With a wave of his hand, the star chaos demon god commanded the blood-red stars to tremble in unison, transforming into a crimson beam of light that hurtled toward Xiao Yang. What did I strike a nerve? To seize my body, you must possess the means to do so. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged. This was his sea of consciousness, his domain. A mere remnant of a chaotic demon god was not worthy of his despair. Kongtong's seal. Mountains and rivers suppress. With a cold shout, the Kongtong seal materialized above Xiao Yang's head. Endless imperial energy erupted from the Kongtong seal, coalescing in midair to form a map of mountains and rivers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the geographical features of this mountains and rivers map were identical to those of the Primordial World. Xiao Yang pointed a finger, and the mountains and rivers map unfolded in midair, absorbing and suppressing all the blood-colored stars unleashed by the star chaos demon god. The Kongtong seal? So that's it. It's actually a treasure of fate. Realizing this, the star chaos demon god's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he recognized the origin of the seal. His excitement grew, and the murderous intent directed at Xiao Yang deepened. Who shall prevail remains to be seen. Let me witness the methods of this chaotic demon god. Fight! Excitement flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Having witnessed the might of those chaotic demon gods from the heaven-opening imprint, he had long yearned for this moment. Now, although the star chaos demon god was but a remnant, it was still sufficient for him to glimpse the methods of a chaotic demon god. Surrounded by imperial energy, Xiao Yang's Kongtong seal danced above his head as he manifested his human emperor battle body, exuding an imposing aura. With a mere wave of his hand, he shattered part of the blood mist and stars conjured by the star chaos demon god. When I traversed the chaos, you didn't even exist, yet you dare to challenge me? Such foolishness! Kill! The star chaos demon god's expression darkened as he sensed Xiao Yang's provocation. The brilliance of stars enveloped him, and one by one, the stars emerged. They intertwined to form a celestial scroll, revealing the myriad paths and laws comprehended by the star chaos demon god. Beneath this starry scroll, Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness trembled faintly, as if it were struggling to endure the pressure exerted by the celestial scroll. Xiao Yang's expression shifted, and just as he sought to stabilize his sea of consciousness, a radiant multicolored light cascaded over the entire expanse. Fortifying his sea of consciousness further, the flicker of realization flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes, and he felt reassured. He turned his gaze toward the star chaos demon god. What? You actually have an extraordinary treasure on you. What good fortune, what a source of blessings. If I consume you, everything shall belong to this demon god. The starry scroll advanced toward Xiao Yang under the star chaos demon god's command, aiming to suppress him. Xiao Yang displayed no fear. He stepped forward, the Kongtong seal above his head, and charged toward the starry scroll. Endless imperial energy surged forth, and phantoms appeared behind him, as if the sounds of chanting resonated around him. With a single punch, myriad phantoms followed suit, each embodying the images of individual human beings. Boom! Within the sea of consciousness, Towering waves surged as their clash erupted. One wave had yet to settle before another arose. With neither side yielding an inch, the stars that have evolved, along with the essence of imperial authority, were incessantly scattered and then reconsolidated amidst their clash. It is commendable. Yet one can never fathom the immense power of a chaotic demon god's path and laws. The chaotic demon god of the stars, gazing at Xiao Yang, no longer harbored any traces of disdain. He had to concede that had Xiao Yang existed during the chaotic era, he would have been a being not inferior to himself. Indeed, he could have contended with the foremost demon gods, such as the demon gods of time and space. Yet, Xiao Yang happened to be born in this current age, even though he was left with but a remnant of his former self. His realm still surpassed Xiao Yang by far. His path and laws were beyond what Xiao Yang could withstand. This strike served as undeniable proof. In the realm of stars, I am the heavens. Chapter 38. The annihilation of the star demon god, the innate, indestructible spiritual light. In the realm of stars, I am the heavens. The melodious words of the star chaotic demon god resonated within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness that a grand celestial map suddenly spread throughout the entirety of his awareness. Countless stars emerged, each radiating its own brilliance, collectively forming a celestial nebula. The star demon god transformed into an indistinct orb of light, rendering his form indistinguishable. The orb trembled slightly, and an invisible wave swept across the entire nebula. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Kongtong seal above Xiao Yang's head to bow down by 3 points. Once more, Xiao Yang felt the sensation of being suppressed by the chaotic bell during his battle with Dong Huangtai. Moreover, this time, the oppressive force he sensed was far more formidable. It felt as if an entire world were bearing down upon him. Faced with this strike, a grave expression flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. He gently closed his eyes, the endless essence of imperial authority circulating within him, as if his mind returned to the scene of Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth. His consciousness began to concentrate intensely. A profound wave emanated from his being. Every sword and thought could pierce the heavens. Xiao Yang murmured, his eyes opening as if in a daze. His right hand rose before him, fingers poised like a sword, carving a trajectory towards the indistinct orb of light. This aura, damn it, Pangu, even in death, you cannot find peace, obstructing this demon god. The indistinct orb sensed a trace of Pangu's aura from Xiao Yang. Instantly, a frantic voice resounded. The power that was originally directed to suppress Xiao Yang now converged before the indistinct orb, attempting to block Xiao Yang's descending strike. Xiao Yang was not Pangu, yet the current star chaotic demon god was no longer the same as before. Confronted with Xiao Yang's somewhat nuanced approach, the star demon god was filled with solemnity. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and blinding light swept across the entirety of the sea of consciousness. A terrifying aftershock coursed through the walls of the sea of consciousness, setting off ripples of multicolored divine light, which successfully contained all residual waves, preventing any damage to Xiao Yang's awareness. Once the brilliance subsided, it became evident that the nebula world that had ensnared Xiao Yang was cleaved in twain. Even the indistinct orb that the star chaotic demon god had transformed into was severed in half, but a flash of light passed, and the figure of the star demon god reappeared before Xiao Yang. Yet his current appearance appeared remarkably tragic. All of his myriad arms lay broken, his once mighty form reduced to ruin, with only half of his body flickering in and out of existence, on the verge of complete dissolution. "Junior, tell me, what is your name?" The star chaotic demon god disregarded his own plight and addressed Xiao Yang. "I am Xiao Yang, the emperor of the human race." At this moment, Xiao Yang, too, felt somewhat unwell. This strike exceeded his capacity to endure. The right hand that had executed the blow was now reduced to mere bone, radiating a golden luster, its flesh entirely obliterated. "Xiao Yang, emperor of humans, this battle is yours to claim, but this demon god has not been vanquished by you. Rather, I have succumbed to Pangu, but do not revel in triumph. The world left behind by Pangu shall ultimately be obliterated by me, the chaotic demon god. I can sense them. They are awakening. They are returning." The figure of the star chaotic demon god vanished without a trace. Yet before disappearing, The depth of meaning in his gaze directed at Xiao Yang was profound, just as Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Contemplating the words of the star demon god, a glimmer of spiritual light emerged, subtly radiating the essence of innate immortality. Accompanying this primordial spiritual light was an influx of myriad paths and laws. This is the trace of innate indestructible spiritual light and his memories left behind by the star demon god after his dissolution? Excellent. So this is my greatest opportunity. A hint of excitement flickered across Xiao Yang's face. He was originally a soul that had traversed into the primordial chaos. If one were to delve into it, he was a mere postnatal indestructible spiritual light, even after merging with the fated golden dragon of the human race. It had not transformed the essence of his soul. Yet now, he had acquired a fragment of the innate indestructible spiritual light from the star chaotic demon god. Should he refine it, it would suffice to elevate his postnatal indestructible spiritual light to the realm of innate indestructibility. This fragment of innate indestructible spiritual light would bridge the final gap between him and those top-tier divine beings of the primordial chaos. This battle has also unveiled his shortcomings. Despite possessing numerous techniques and divine abilities derived from the Transcendence Pavilion, and having witnessed the essence of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods within the Panga Temple, he had also beheld the paths and laws manifested during Panga's creation of the heavens and the earth. Yet precisely because of this, he had acquired myriad paths, yet could not harmonize them into one cohesive force. Were it not for the final technique he had comprehended from Panga's heavenly opening, the outcome would remain uncertain. Now, once he successfully transforms the essence of his soul from postnatal to innate, it would enable him to comprehend the paths and laws of the star chaotic demon god. It would be sufficient for him to integrate all the paths and laws he had learned, forging his own path. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang wasted no time, but he raised his hand, summoning the fragment of innate indestructible spiritual light, which instantly merged into his primordial spirit. A peculiar aura coursed through his entire being. The ethereal sensation caused his primordial spirit to become somewhat dazed. Unbeknownst to him, his primordial spirit was enveloped in a cocoon of light. The five-color divine light that covered his sea of consciousness gently trembled, shooting forth a stream of light towards the cocoon, hastening the transformation of Xiao Yang's soul. Time passed, though it was unclear how long, until the cocoon enveloping Xiao Yang's primordial spirit shattered. Slowly, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, his gaze deep and seemingly encompassing all things in existence. Has this been the transformation, the essence of innate immortality? Xiao Yang murmured to himself. Sensing the changes within his primordial spirit, a smile gracing his face, as he beheld the paths and laws left by the star chaotic demon god, a solemn expression crossed his features with a wave of his hand. The paths and laws of the star demon god began to evolve continuously. Ultimately, a star chaotic demon god sat cross-legged before Xiao Yang, narrating his paths and laws. The essence of all things above are the stars. Below are the constellations, traversing the void, hidden within the starry river. As the star chaotic demon god recounted, one after another, stars materialized within the sea of consciousness, each radiating its unique brilliance. With the continuous narration of the star demon god, these stars began to move, tracing countless trajectories within the sea of consciousness. Xiao Yang watched in rapture, his entire being immersed in the experienced AT that moment. Before Xiao Yang, an eternal flame of vitality materialized. This eternal flame transformed into myriad figures, each sitting before Xiao Yang, expounding their own paths and laws. In an instant, the sea of consciousness of Xiao Yang resonated with the sounds of countless paths. Chapter 39. The Emperor of Humans commands the great path. The path that can be spoken of is not the eternal path. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The natural world divides the foul essence. The mystery within the cave, the bright and clear supreme origin, the deities of the 8 directions, make me natural. The way is entered with sincerity, preserved in silence, and employed with gentleness. That to use sincerity is to appear foolish. To use silence is to appear dull. To use gentleness is to seem clumsy. When thus, one can forget form, forget self, And forget forgetting. Within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, voices rang out, myriad paths and laws swirling within his heart. Yet at this moment, Xiao Yang found himself engulfed in confusion. What is my path? Slaughter? Desire? Freedom? No, none of these are the path I seek. Xiao Yang closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowed, failing to discover his path, leaving him deeply troubled, wishing to obliterate everything. A pitch-black flame erupted above his primordial spirit. When he finally opened his eyes, they were suffused with a crimson hue, exuding an aura of malevolence. Xiao Yang was merely an ordinary individual. In his previous life, the realm of cultivation had nearly faded away. In a society rampant with material desires, wealth was the sole measure of everything. Upon arriving in the primordial world, and owing to his identity as a descendant of the human race's auspicious golden dragon, even with his rudimentary understanding of the Tao, the assistance of the human race's fortune rendered him unscathed. Yet now, Xiao Yang sought to actively pursue his own path. This was a trial he must face. Should he overcome it, he would be free from future worries. If he faltered, it would spell his doom. As time progressed, the myriad figures composed of indomitable flames around him began to amplify their declarations of the Tao. The black flames surrounding Xiao Yang surged higher, rendering his primordial spirit increasingly ethereal. What is the Tao? What indeed is my Tao? Suddenly, the ancestral land of the human race radiated a brilliant light, capturing the attention of all within. Before long, the esteemed Suiren, the Yu Chao, and the Zi, along with several human sages, gathered before the ancestral court. Elder Suiren, a strange occurrence has transpired at the ancestral court. Could it be that our emperor is in trouble? The Zi queried, worry evident in his gaze. Taken aback, Suiren quickly regained his composure, realizing that many in the crowd shared the same concern as the Zi. Fear not, our emperor has faced countless trials. He will not falter now. Rather, it is we who must uphold the responsibilities entrusted to us before his departure. Should he return to find us remiss in our duties, we would have no face to present to him. Suiren proclaimed loudly to the assembly. The Yu Chao, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, chimed in. Indeed, our emperor has entrusted us with significant matters concerning the human race. We must not disappoint him. Let a few remain here to observe. While the rest return to their tasks, we shall await our emperor's return. Upon hearing the resolute words of Suiren and Yu Chao, the gathered human sages felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. After Suiren designated a few to stay, the majority of the assembly departed, resuming their unfinished duties. The human race was rapidly growing, and their responsibilities were increasing in tandem. Once the others had left, Suiren gazed at the ancestral court, worry flickering in his eyes. My Emperor, you must not encounter any misfortune. The human race still requires your guidance. Within the confines of the Ziwei Emperor's star, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged beneath the celestial fruit tree. A peculiar aura emanated from him, expanding outward. Before long, this energy burst forth from the Ziwei Emperor's star, permeating the entire star domain. The guardians of the Ziwei star domain, Kong Xian and Jin Peng, were taken aback upon sensing this aura. Brother, this aura seems to... Jin Peng began, but Kong Xian swiftly interrupted him with a wave of his hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. Trust in our emperor. Whatever the circumstance, he shall manage it. Our duty is to safeguard the Ziwei star domain and prevent any disturbances to our emperor. Jin Peng, upon hearing Kong Xian's words, fell silent, his golden eyes growing sharper as they scanned the surroundings. At that moment, Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness was engulfed in chaos. Countless figures, composed of indomitable flames, engaged in a fierce battle, seemingly vying to determine the singular path and law. Amidst the turmoil, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated, as the auspicious golden dragon materialized beside Xiao Yang. Observing the flames engulfing Xiao Yang, it let out a furious bellow, flicking its tail and plunging into Xiao Yang's being. The Kongtong seal also shimmered with light, emanating concentric rings that enveloped Xiao Yang. From within those rings, voices emerged, reminiscent of those of Suiren and the others. You are, as the auspicious golden dragon entered his body, those voices reached Xiao Yang's ears. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse a figure turn away from him, obscured from view. "What are you confused about?" A somewhat familiar voice resonated in his ears. "That I cannot find my path. Why seek the Tao?" To seek the Tao is... Xiao Yang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The confusion in his eyes deepened. Why was he pursuing the Tao? What did the human race mean to him? "The human race is my essence," Xiao Yang declared without hesitation. "And who are you?" "I am Xiao Yang, the human emperor, the auspicious golden dragon of the human race. What is your purpose in seeking the Tao?" "To better protect the human race. It is my duty as emperor." A surge of momentum erupted from Xiao Yang, embodying the might of his imperial status. What path should an emperor possess? An emperor's path must command the heavens. Dictate life and death with a word, and determine reincarnation with a phrase. "My path shall be the dominion of the grand Tao." As Xiao Yang's words grew increasingly resolute, the confusion in his eyes dissipated completely. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated within his heart as a regal figure adorned in imperial robes appeared behind his primordial spirit. Upon this figure's emergence, the chaotic figures in his sea of consciousness were all subdued and transformed into an array of symbols. Each symbol contained distinct energies, representing various paths and laws. The regal figure emanated an endless aura of imperial authority. With a mere gesture, he absorbed all the symbols into his being. The imperial aura evolved. As countless human phantoms stood firm around him, with mountains and rivers bowing at his feet, such magnificence, such grandeur. Above his head, the celestial bodies hung suspended, imprinted upon his imperial robes and crown. Laws marked their traces upon him. With an outstretched hand, myriad paths bowed before him. This was Xiao Yang's path of dominion. Chapter 40. A cosmic contingency. While traversing a perilous encounter, a magnificent and vast phantom of the human emperor appeared behind Xiao Yang. An infinite aura of imperial authority radiated from the Ziwei Emperor star, spreading across the surrounding star domains. As this imperial aura surged forth, it was as though a celestial emperor had manifested. Within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, he gazed at the somewhat indistinct figure before him. "Who are you, and why do you guide me?" The hazy figure turned slightly, revealing half of its face. Shock coursed through Xiao Yang as he beheld the visage. For it bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. "I am you. Remember well what you have spoken, and tread the path of the human emperor's dominion." "Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" The figure's eyes sparkled with enigmatic meaning. And after a hearty laugh, it vanished without a trace. Xiao Yang remained entranced, taking a long while to regain his senses. After a moment, he clenched his fists, a smile gracing his lips, determination shining in his eyes. "Regardless of what you are, I am simply me, the human emperor Xiao Yang." With those words, Xiao Yang's primordial spirit faded from sight. Outside, he opened his eyes, and the energy of his mid-stage quasi-saint surged dramatically. He soon approached the pivotal moment of advancing to late-stage quasi-saint. However, Xiao Yang was not in haste to ascend. For him, taking time to consolidate was a far wiser choice. Gazing at the celestial fruit tree before him, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. Reaching out to touch it, a flash of brilliance illuminated the air, and the towering celestial fruit tree gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing into the folds of his sleeve. Having secured the celestial fruit tree, Xiao Yang cast a final glance around the Ziwei Emperor star before transforming into a beam of golden light, soaring beyond its confines. "My Emperor, you have finally emerged." Upon seeing the figure of Xiao Yang, both Kong Xian and Jin Peng breathed a sigh of relief. The aura from thousands of years ago had indeed caused them considerable concern. The celestial beast Shunyu, stationed at the periphery, approached Xiao Yang, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. Being connected to Xiao Yang's soul, he was acutely aware of the dire circumstances Xiao Yang had once faced. Even now, as he stood before him, a trace of apprehension lingered in his heart. Xiao Yang's spirits lifted upon seeing Kong Xian and the others. He waved his hand and spoke joyfully. "Fear not, for I am well. I'm deeply grateful for your diligence in guarding the Ziwei star domain all these years." Kong Xian and the others bowed deeply, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of excitement. "To serve our emperor with utmost loyalty is our rightful duty." Xiao Yang nodded and gestured toward the three. a stream of light entering their minds. This is a divine ability I have comprehended during my recent enlightenment, known as the stellar Great Hand Seal. It harnesses the power of the stars to form a colossal hand that can annihilate foes with but a flick of a finger. I urge you to practice diligently. Kong Xian and the others closed their eyes to absorb the essence of this divine ability. Once they finished, their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Thank you for your bestowal. Your Majesty, without further ado, Xiao Yang cast his gaze across the entire Ziwei star domain, an expression of contemplation crossing his features. After a lengthy pause, determination shone in his eyes. Behind him, a majestic figure of imperial grandeur manifested. Imperial decree, sealing, as Xiao Yang's command echoed. An unparalleled force erupted from that regal figure, conjuring a series of prohibitions in the air, effectively sealing the entire Ziwei star domain. To the untrained eye, the extraordinary nature of the Ziwei Emperor Star would remain hidden. Shen Yu, lead your kin into the Ziwei Emperor Star. Should you lack my command, the Celestial Beast clan shall remain concealed. Shen Yu did not question further. Grumbling a response, he then let out a resounding cry. Summoning the Celestial Beast Xiao Yang had once subdued, who followed him into the Ziwei Emperor Star. Watching Shen Yu and the Celestial Beast depart, Xiao Yang's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The primordial starry sky was not something humanity could forsake in the future. For now, he would plant a hidden seed. With Shen Yu and the Celestial Beast at his disposal, humanity's endeavor to dominate the primordial starry sky would become considerably easier. Having achieved his goals in the primordial starry sky, it was time to return to the Hongwang. As Xiao Yang's words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of golden light, racing toward the land of Hongwang. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances before also transforming into streams of light. Pursuing him, after departing from the primordial starry sky, Xiao Yang and his companions traversed the 9 heavens gale layers. After flying for thousands of years, they finally arrived at the land of Hongwang, standing atop a mountain peak. They gazed into the distance. A hazy mist enveloped the area, ethereal clouds shrouding towering mountains, presenting a scene of celestial grandeur. Where is this place? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, extending his hand to calculate the situation. At that moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from afar, blinding light spreading outward, accompanied by a wave of destructive aftershocks. Are there quasi-saints battling? Kong Xian and Jin Peng's expressions shifted dramatically as they sensed the presence of quasi-saints within the residual waves. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed, concealing his innermost thoughts. Whoosh! 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 Just then, 3 streaks of light hurtled toward Xiao Yang and his companions from the vicinity of the battle. The foremost streak was crimson, surrounded by flickering clouds. Following it were a blood red and an ink-black divine light. As they raced forward, the wind howled, creating ripples in space. When the 3 streaks of light reached Xiao Yang, they transformed into 3 figures, each taking a position in the air to confront one another. Kuin Peng, do you truly wish to fight me to the bitter end? The leading figure, clad in a red Taoist robe, emanated a once ethereal and tranquil aura now tinged with fury. Behind him, clouds gathered, dyed a fiery red. Humph! Hong Yun, our feud has long been established. Had you not vacated your seat in the Zishao Palace, I would not have lost my chance at sanctification. Now, if you hand over the primordial purple chi, I might grant you a swift death. The figure cloaked in ink black was none other than Kuin Peng. Dressed in a dark robe, his handsome visage was overshadowed by the gloom and murderous intent in his eyes. Hong Yun, hearing Kuin Peng's words, wore a face of resignation, his heart heavy with bitterness. Had he not been misled back then, he would not find himself in such peril today. Ha, Kuin Peng, why waste words on this doomed man? Let us act swiftly and avoid prolonged suffering. A youth beside Kuin Peng, wielding a blood-red sword, spoke with an avaricious gleam in his eyes upon hearing their exchange. An expression of peculiarity crossed Xiao Yang's face. Chapter 41. Hong Yun under attack. Xiao Yang rejoins the fray. Could it be mere coincidence? Just as I return to Hongwang, I encounter Kuin Peng and Ming, he ambushing the old, good-natured Hong Yun. Xiao Yang's expression turned bizarre. Filled with disbelief, he truly hadn't anticipated such an occurrence. Before Xiao Yang could gather his thoughts, Hong Yun had already engaged in combat with Kun Peng and Ming He. All three were quasi-saint powerhouses, each having reached the late quasi-saint stage. If it were only Kun Peng or Ming He, Hong Yun could still contend with them. However, facing both Kun Peng and Ming He together, Hong Yun found himself on the defensive, struggling to hold his ground. Before long, Hong Yun's robe lay tattered, retreating repeatedly, his body adorned with wounds that it seems this poor Taoist is destined to fall here today. Yet I cannot accept this. A flicker of reluctance and despair crossed Hong Yun's eyes. Ha ha ha, Hong Yun is doomed. The primordial purple chi is now mine. Both Kun Peng and Ming He reveled in their triumph. Their eyes filled with greed as they gazed upon Hong Yun. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously clear sky suddenly transformed, replaced by a nebulous starry expanse. Countless stars twinkled, casting down streams of stellar power that sealed off an area spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. The space became incredibly stable, rendering any thoughts of tearing through it to escape futile. This is the celestial star array. A grave and wary expression crossed Kun Peng's face. Having once transformed into Kun in the water and Peng in the sky, he was well aware of the formidable power of the celestial star array among the demon clan. Now that it had manifested here, it was evident their whereabouts had long been exposed, and the array may have been set up long ago. Just as Kun Peng remained on guard, he heard Hong Yun's agonizing scream. When he turned to look, he found Hong Yun had vanished, leaving only a pool of steaming blood behind. Upon locating Hong Yun's figure, Kun Peng was shocked to see a gaping hole in his chest, revealing a beating heart within. Logically, as a quasi-saint powerhouse, Hong Yun's physical form should have been able to heal itself. Even a shattered heart would only constitute a minor injury. Yet at this moment, the hole in Hong Yun's chest showed no signs of healing. A closer inspection revealed the presence of faint golden flames burning at the wound, preventing it from mending. Cough cough, Dong Huang Tai Yi, how dare you, a being of great power, resort to such underhanded tactics? Emperor Dijun, since you have arrived, why do you not dare to reveal yourself? Hong Yun clutched his chest, revealing a bitter smile, while casting his gaze around. And no sooner had he spoken than the figure of Dong Huang Tai materialized where he had previously stood. In Dong Huang Tai's right hand, a piece of flesh was being consumed by the blazing fire of the sun. Above them, the hazy starry sky radiated brilliance. As the light dissipated, what had once appeared to be countless stars transformed into demon lords wielding star banners. At the forefront of these demon lords stood the demon emperor, Dijun. Hong Yun, this sovereign acknowledges your arduous cultivation. Should you willingly surrender the primordial purple chi and join my demon court as a minister, I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, this shall be your day of reckoning. Dijun proclaimed, his demeanor surprisingly calm. Yet beneath this veneer of tranquility lay a palpable threat. Should Hong Yun refuse, he would face the wrath of an unparalleled sovereign. Ah, thus it is, Dao Ancestor. Hong Yun managed a faint, sorrowful smile, his eyes glimmering with enlightenment as he seemed to grasp many things in that fleeting moment, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. The voice of Dong Huang Tai pierced through his contemplation. Xiao Yang, you are here as well? Ha, it seems your fate ends here. Hong Yun turned his gaze in the direction of Dong Huang Tai, spotting Xiao Yang and his companions. As he looked at Xiao Yang, curiosity stirred within him. Under normal circumstances, he would gladly welcome a friend like Xiao Yang. Yet, in this dire situation, it appeared he had inadvertently implicated him. My apologies, Xiao Yang, for dragging you into this unwarranted calamity. Hong Yun said to Xiao Yang with a bitter smile. Kun Peng and the others also turned their attention to Xiao Yang, and upon sensing his realm, their eyes widened in astonishment. The mid-stage quasi-saint. How could it be that Xiao Yang had advanced from early stage to mid-stage quasi-saint in such a short time? While others found their progress slowing with time, Xiao Yang seemed to be accelerating. This was simply absurd. Had they not been seasoned practitioners with countless years of experience, they might have faltered in their resolve. Dijun's gaze towards Xiao Yang grew increasingly lethal. Now that he had reached mid-stage quasi-saint, who could say how soon he would attain full quasi-saint status? This undoubtedly posed a grave threat to their demon clan. Tai, eliminate Xiao Yang and eradicate a significant source of trouble for our demon race. Dijuan's words were icy, his murderous intent surging violently throughout the array. Upon hearing Dijuan's command, a sinister smile crept across Dong Wang Tai's face. Had it not been for his elder brother's sudden order during their previous confrontation, Xiao Yang would have perished long ago. This time, he was eager to see what means Xiao Yang possessed. Without hesitation, Dong Wang Tai extended his hand. Summoning the chaos bell into his palm, he showed no sign of reluctance. Facing Xiao Yang, he unleashed his spiritual treasure. Ding, ding, ding! The chaos bell resonated repeatedly, sending out waves of sound to suppress Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, however, remained unfazed by Dong Wang Tai's assault. Imperial edict, disperse! With a cold shout, a golden light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. An inexplicable wave emerged, and the ripples of the bell chime dissipated before him, vanishing into nothingness. Not only was Dong Wang Tai taken aback, but even Dijuan and the others stared in disbelief. They understood that Dong Wang Tai's technique was ineffective against Xiao Yang, yet they had not anticipated that a mere utterance could so easily nullify Dong Wang Tai's attack. Tai, let us join forces and swiftly slay Xiao Yang. Dijuan had no reservations, despite believing in Dong Wang Tai's ability to defeat Xiao Yang, that he chose the most prudent course of action, to surround and assault Xiao Yang alongside Dong Wang Tai. Before them, two treasures materialized. Dijuan's accompanying treasures, the river map and the Luo book with a swift hand seal. The river map emitted a radiant glow, summoning the power of countless stars, transforming into massive celestial bodies that hurtled toward Xiao Yang. Simultaneously, Dong Wang Tai vigorously shook the chaos bell, intending to combine its suppressive force with Dijuan's celestial stars to crush Xiao Yang entirely. Chapter 42. Hongyun self-destructs, all becomes bridal attire. The power of the stars converged, forming colossal celestial bodies that descended upon Xiao Yang. The suppressive force emanating from the chaos bell sought to bind Xiao Yang completely, leaving him no room for resistance. United, Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai aimed to annihilate Xiao Yang. Watching the stars plummeting towards him, a hint of derision appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes. Imperial edict, rise, Emperor Star, disperse all others. With a resounding boom, a majestic purple star ascended from behind Xiao Yang. The purple star emitted a mystical mist, exuding an aura of supreme grandeur. Upon its emergence, the descending stars hung, suspended in the air. With a subtle tremor from the purple star, the approaching celestial bodies transformed into starlight and dissipated into the void. This is the purple microstar? So it was you who disrupted my grand formation. Dijuan's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang. Very well, this gives me yet another reason to slay you. So what if it is me? Dijuan, you possess audacity indeed, daring to imprison a celestial star of fate. Are you so fearful of the emergence of the purple microstar that you cannot control the celestial bodies and operate the great array of the heavens? Xiao Yang's gaze held no hint of fear. He looked directly at Dijuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Daha, I'm the sovereign of the demon race, Emperor Dijuan. A mere purple micro-star does not intimidate me. Yet you, opposing my demon clan, cannot be spared. Dijuan's expression turned frigid as he extended his hand, striking towards Xiao Yang that a colossal palm, ablaze with the fire of the sun, coalesced in the air, carrying with it boundless heat and murderous intent. Descending upon Xiao Yang, at the same time, Dong Wang Tai retrieved a yellow gourd. Please, my treasure, turn around. Dong Wang Tai bowed to the yellow gourd, and a small figure wielding a flying dagger emerged from its mouth. This figure emanated overwhelming killing intent, rendering resistance impossible. Imperial battle body. A chilling light filled Xiao Yang's gaze as the purple star behind him shattered. From the fragments of the star, a magnificent, imposing figure emerged. The moment this figure appeared, it captivated everyone's attention, drawing all eyes towards him. What an intense imperial aura! What can be said? Should it be remarked that Xiao Yang is indeed the manifestation of the auspicious dragon of the human race? Possessing such a potent imperial presence by nature, Both Hong Yun and Kunpeng regarded Xiao Yang with astonishment in their eyes. Haha, Dijuan, do you see clearly now? This is my battle body. I'm the sovereign of the human race. How can you defeat me? Xiao Yang took bold strides forward, actively advancing towards Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai. While Xiao Yang single-handedly faced the Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai, not far away, Kunpeng and Mingi exchanged glances. Understanding each other without the need for words, they unleashed their divine abilities and surged towards Hong Yun. For them, this was the perfect opportunity, should they delay until Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai had subdued Xiao Yang. They would find it impossible to contend for Hong Yun's primordial purple qi with the might of the great array of the heavens. They resolved to swiftly eliminate Hong Yun and seize the primordial purple qi, while Xiao Yang distracted Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai, allowing for a hasty retreat. Such was the rationale. As they contemplated this, their assaults grew increasingly fierce and ruthless, exacerbating Hong Yun's already grievous injuries. At that moment, Hong Yun spat out another mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of despair. His gaze shifted toward Xiao Yang, who was engaged in battle with Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai. Xiao Yang, I can help you escape this great array of the heavens. You need only retrieve my Juju Sampo gourd and deliver it to Zenyuanzi of Wuzhuangwan. What say you? Hong Yun transmitted his thoughts to Xiao Yang. Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the surrounding confinement of the great array of the heavens. Present, both Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai were unparalleled masters within the primordial realm. With their combined might, he found no opportunity to breach the array's restrictions. What means do you possess? In a moment, I shall self-destruct my physical form. The force of a late-stage quasi-saint's self-detonation is surely beyond words. Xiao Yang, if you can deliver the gourd to Wuzhuang Temple, I shall generously offer you the primordial purple energy in return. A hint of urgency laced Red Cloud's words as he struggled against the relentless assault of Kunpeng and Mingi. Very well. I shall heed your request. A flash of divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's response, Red Cloud's gaze brightened with a sense of relief. This was the only escape route he could conceive. Had Xiao Yang declined, he would have met his demise here. Now that Xiao Yang had assented, he felt an immense burden lift from him. Facing Kunpeng and Mingi, Red Cloud couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kunpeng, Mingi, and even Emperor Jun, you all covet my primordial purple energy. I shall not grant you your wishes. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce glint flashed in Red Cloud's eyes. Were it not for them, he would not have been driven to this desperate juncture. Alas, this is dire. Kunpeng and Mingi simultaneously cursed under their breath, unprepared for Red Cloud's choice to self-destruct. Chaos Clock, stabilize the cosmos. Heavenly stars, suppress. The Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, engaged in combat with Xiao Yang, sought to repel him. Subsequently, they wielded the Chaos Clock and the Heavenly Stars formation in an attempt to mitigate the impact of Red Cloud's self-detonation. A thunderous explosion resounded, unleashing a terrifying wave of destructive energy that swept outward. At that moment, space shattered, the earth fractured, and all existence dissolved into nothingness. In the wake of this cataclysm, Kunpeng and his companions lost all desire to pursue the primordial purple energy and hastily activated their spiritual treasures for self-protection. They had never anticipated that Red Cloud would resort to self-destruction, and their hearts brimmed with resentment. That instant, Xiao Yang reached out to draw Kong Xian and Jin Peng into his sleeve, then propelled himself into the very heart of Red Cloud's impending explosion. The terrifying remnants of destruction surged towards him relentlessly. Yet a radiant aura of humanity emanated from Xiao Yang, shielding him from the explosive aftermath. He grasped the gourd, the Jiao San Pe, which lingered in the air after Red Cloud's self-detonation. Transforming into a streak of light, he swiftly exited the confines of the Heavenly Stars formation. Cursed be it! Xiao Yang, do not flee. Leave behind the primordial purple energy. Pursue him. We must not let Xiao Yang escape. A murderous intent surged in Emperor Jun and the others' eyes after plotting for so long. They would not allow Xiao Yang to reap the rewards. They transformed into streaks of light, racing towards Xiao Yang's direction. Chapter 43. Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple. The fury of Zenyuanzi. A majestic mountain towered over the boundless land. Mist coiled among the peaks, ethereal energy wafted through the air, and purple aura frequently manifested. Celestial cranes soared, and mythical beasts leaped through the terrain. The trees upon the mountain towered to heights of 100,000 feet, casting verdant shadows that obscured the sun. Truly, a magnificent abode of immortals. At that moment, a golden light streaked across the sky as Xiao Yang halted before the mountain. This Wanshou mountain? Without a moment's hesitation. He produced the Jiu-Jiu-San Pagord and called out, "I beseech you, Zenyuanzi, to reveal yourself." His voice echoed towards Wanshou mountain. Within the mountain, an ancient Taoist temple stood tall, that on either side of its grand entrance hung peach talismans inscribed with the words, "The abode of immortals." Blessed with eternal life, a home in harmony with the heavens. Within the temple, a tree radiating the aura of the wood element swayed gently, bearing fruits resembling infants. Beneath this tree, Zenyuanzi sat with closed eyes, contemplating the Tao. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's voice, Zenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze turned to the exterior of Wanshou Mountain. When he beheld the Jiu-Jiu-San Pagord in Xiao Yang's hand, his eyes widened, and he could scarcely maintain his composure. In an instant, he vanished from beneath the tree. When he reappeared, he stood before Xiao Yang. "This is Red Cloud's spiritual treasure. From whence did you obtain it?" A flicker of divine light shimmered in Zenyuanzi's eyes, and his aura grew exceedingly oppressive as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang, as if prepared to strike at any hint of wrongdoing. Yet, before Xiao Yang could respond, 4 streaks of light surged towards them from the distance. "Xiao Yang, you cannot escape. Surrender Red Cloud's spiritual treasure and relinquish the primordial purple energy, or today shall mark your end. Surrender the primordial purple energy, or we shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." The murderous words of Emperor Jun and his companions reverberated throughout the realm. Many powerful beings, having sensed Red Cloud's self-detonation, merely observed this unfolding scene. Though some harbored thoughts of seizing the primordial purple energy, they ultimately relinquished their greed in the face of Emperor Jun and his allies. After all, even a venerable quasi-saint like Red Cloud had been compelled to self-destruct. They lacked the confidence to survive a confrontation with Emperor Jun and his ILK. As Emperor Jun's words reached him, Xiao Yang shrugged slightly and spread his hands. "You heard it. Red Cloud was driven to self-detonation by Emperor Jun and his companions. I am fulfilling Red Cloud's request to deliver this Jiu-Jiu-San Pagord to Wuzhuang Temple. Upon my arrival, I observed that Red Cloud's primordial spirit had been injured, if we do not attend to it promptly. I fear." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a chilling glimmer flickered in Zenyuanzi's eyes. This frigid light, however, was directed not at Xiao Yang, but rather at Emperor Jun and his allies, who had forced Red Cloud to self-destruct. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Zenyuanzi, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. He was no longer the gentle figure he once was at this moment. Emperor Jun and his 3 companions appeared in unison. They regarded Zenyuanzi with furrowed brows. However, upon witnessing the Jiu-Jiu-San Pagord in Xiao Yang's grasp, their apprehensions dissipated. "Zenyuanzi, this matter does not concern you. Return to your Wuzhuang Temple. Indeed, Zenyuanzi, should you interfere, consider whether you can withstand our combined might. Today, a single Red Cloud has perished. This ancestor does not mind adding another name to the list." Emperor Jun, Kuanpeng, and Mingi spoke in unison. Their gazes towards Zenyuanzi were far from amicable. "Many years ago, Red Cloud was an old friend of mine. I had once advised him to abandon this primordial purple energy. When the 6 saints emerged, I urged him not to leave Wuzhuang Temple until he had comprehended the primordial purple energy. Yet, none of this justifies your intent to kill him. If you desire Red Cloud's treasures and the primordial purple energy, you must first contend with me." Zenyuanzi spoke calmly. The more he spoke, the more the surrounding expanse became blanketed in swirling black snowflakes. These black snowflakes were the crystallized intent to kill emanating from Zenyuanzi. "Very well. Then let us slay you to eliminate any future threats. Kill. Chaos clock. Suppress." The countenance of Emperor Jun and his companions turned grim. Without further ado, they launched an assault on Zenyuanzi. Waves of earth-shattering divine powers surged toward him. Humph. Xinyuanzi scoffed coldly, his expression unwavering. He waved his hand, summoning the Earth Book, his accompanying spiritual treasure forged from the Earth's essence. Suddenly, his entire being surged with power toward the Earth Book, drawing forth the might of the land. Xinyuanzi reached out, grasping at the incoming divine powers. The force of the earth coalesced into a colossal claw, obliterating the incoming attacks. Come forth. I shall seek justice for my dear friend. As Xinyuanzi's words fell, the Earth Book soared above him, charging toward Emperor Jun and his companions. What audacity! 1 against 4. What grants you such confidence? The eyes of Emperor Jun and his companions glimmered with cold light. Xinyuanzi was a late-stage quasi-saint. Did they truly believe they were inferior? Who granted him the audacity to confront 4 of them at once? Enraged, Emperor Jun and his companions held nothing back as they lunged towards Xinyuanzi. Meanwhile, before Wanshou Mountain, Xiao Yang beheld Xinyuanzi, utterly astounded. The honest man is indeed not to be trifled with. When he ignites his fury, it is truly fearsome. Not only Xiao Yang, but even the likes of Laozi and other ancient beings were witnessing Xinyuanzi's wrath for the first time, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Xinyuanzi, my friend, I come to lend you my aid. At that moment, Xiao Yang stowed the gourd and charged toward Emperor Jun and his allies. Here they come. In Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered as he forsook Xinyuanzi and turned to confront Xiao Yang. The 5 of them commenced a fierce battle just outside the Wanshou Mountain. Their clash reverberated across billions of miles, devastating sacred mountains and diverting mighty rivers into oblivion. At that moment, Xinyuanzi spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura significantly diminished. To contend against 3 adversaries single-handedly proved to be a daunting task. Yet, Xinyuanzi remained undeterred, his gaze flashing with a fierce determination. Primal guarding earth formation, he declared, as he began to form seals with the Earth Book in his hand, incantations emerging from its pages. These incantations wove into a series of prohibitions, coalescing into a grand formation in the air. Once established, the formation began to siphon the Earth's energy from a radius of billions of miles. A resplendent yellow light erupted around Xinyuanzi, embodying an unparalleled defense as he charged once more towards Dijun and the others. Chapter 44. The Retreat of the Crowd. Dijun schemed with Kuin Peng, the primal guarding earth formation, observing the formation surrounding Xinyuanzi. Both Dijun and Kuin Peng, along with Minghe, furrowed their brows. Some of the few late-stage quasi-saints in the Hong Huang. Their experience was indeed extraordinary. Presently, the Earth's energy spanning billions of miles was manipulated by Xinyuanzi through the Earth Book's formation. Should they disrupt this vast energy, it would effectively render the area a wasteland. Such severe consequences were burdens too great for even a saint to bear, let alone for them, the quasi-saints. Let us arrange the Zhou Tian starry formation. With the power of the celestial stars, we shall suppress this primal guarding earth formation, Dijun uttered coldly. Although direct attacks were impossible, he could still contend through formations. In the midst of an intense battle with Xiao Yang, Dong Huang Tai, he caught wind of Dijun's words that he wielded the chaos spell, forcing Xiao Yang back before returning to Dijun's side. Together, they utilized the He Tu and Luo Shu alongside the chaos bell as the focal points for the Zhou Tian starry formation, harnessing the celestial energies to establish the formation. The sky above the Wanshou Mountain region transformed dramatically, morphing into a starry expanse. Countless stars radiated their unique powers, rotating along their celestial paths. Celestial starry power, suppress. Dijun's voice rang out amidst the starry sky. Suddenly, the myriad stars illuminated with brilliant light, and countless beams of celestial power descended upon Xinyuanzi. The points where these beams struck revealed themselves as focal points, imbued with sealing and suppressing forces. The ginseng fruit tree, primal armor wood guarding earth formation. In the face of the starry suppression, Xinyuanzi exhibited no signs of panic. Behind him, a towering tree laden with fruits resembling infants materialized. Boundless vitality emanated from the tree, merging seamlessly into the primal guarding earth formation. The life force contained within the armor wood invigorated the formation, instilling it with newfound vitality and transformation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two formations clashed, producing a resonant hum. Waves of ripples radiated outward, seemingly lacking in power. Yet wherever they spread, all things dissipated. Observing this spectacle, Kuan Peng's eyes gleamed with divine light. His form transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Xiao Yang that a great Peng phantom manifested behind him. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xiao Yang. His hand, enveloped in dark, mysterious light, exuded a chilling aura as it struck towards Xiao Yang. Am I to be a soft persimmon? One sword, one thought, to part the heavens. Xiao Yang's eyes glinted with coldness as he pointed his finger like a sword, slicing through the air before him. What? Kuan Peng's eyes widened in shock as realization dawned upon him. He sensed the terrifying nature of Xiao Yang's strike, and before he could land his blow, his figure flickered, attempting to distance himself from Xiao Yang. Too late to escape. A divine light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. A cold smirk gracing his lips, without any visible motion. He matched Kuan Peng's speed. Puff! A cry of agony escaped Kuan Peng's lips as a gaping wound appeared on his chest. Blood flowed profusely from the injury, while a sharp, mysterious aura swirled around the wound, hindering its healing. Flee! Kuan Peng clutched his wound, a singular thought occupying his mind. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of black light, racing towards the North Sea. Useless! In the starry sky, Dijun watched Kuan Peng's retreat with an expression of frustration. Beside him, Dong Huang Taiyi's countenance grew grave, and he placed himself in Kuan Peng's position, realizing that against Xiao Yang's attack, he too might fare poorly like a tea that moment. A blood-red light shot into the sky, and Ming he vanished from sight. Ming he understood clearly that since he could not subdue Jun Yuanzi and Xiao Yang earlier, and with Kuan Peng now gravely injured and fleeing, remaining here would render him the weakest among the trio. With no prospect of obtaining the Hong Meng purple chi, he saw no reason to linger. When a decision must be made, one must act decisively, and Ming he did so without a hint of hesitation. Brother, what shall we do now? Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes flared with anger, but he quickly reined in his fury and turned his gaze to Dijun. Dijun's eyes also flashed with ire. For now, let them go. To the North Sea, Dong Huang Taiyi, perplexed, struggled to comprehend. The North Sea? Indeed, to the North Sea. Kuan Peng is also of our demon clan. He has established the demon script, benefiting the entire demon race, and enjoys considerable renown among them. This time, while he is gravely injured, we shall bring him into the heavenly court to bolster our demon clan's prestige. Dijun's eyes shone with determination. Since they could not secure the Hong Meng purple chi at this moment, they must not return empty-handed. The wounded Kuan Peng was their best opportunity. Dong Huang Tai nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he addressed Dijun. Brother, what if Kuan Peng is unwilling to join our demon clan? Do you think the decision to join the demon clan still rests with Kuan Peng? Dijun's eyes glinted with a cold light. If he refuses, a chilling determination flashed in Dijun's gaze. Should Kuan Peng fail to recognize the opportunity before him, he would not mind if another formidable practitioner vanished from the Honghuang. A cruel smile crept onto Dong Huang Taiyi's face, anticipation flickering in his eyes. With their resolve set, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai did not linger any longer. The starry sky transformed abruptly, coalescing into a streak of light as they sped towards the northeast that moment, outside Wanshou Mountain. Only Jun Yuanzi and Xiao Yang remained, observing Dijun and the others retreat. Jun Yuanzi dispersed the formation, the pallor washed over his face, and his expression dimmed considerably. Even though he could withstand the Zhou-Tian starry formation, the pressure was immense. Jun Yuanzi approached Xiao Yang, scrutinizing him intently. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly stepped back, his demeanor solemn as he bowed to Xiao Yang. Did I, Jun Yuanzi, express my gratitude to Taoist friend Xiao Yang for rescuing Hong Yun. This matter counts as a favor owed by me, Jun Yuanzi, to you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Xiao Yang regarded Jun Yuanzi, admiration glinting in his eyes. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, disputes over treasures or rare materials often led to fierce conflicts, even among friends. This clearly demonstrated the rarity and preciousness of the bond between Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. There is no need for such formality, Taoist friend Zhen Yuanzi. Assisting Hong Yun is akin to aiding myself. Besides, Hong Yun has already compensated for it. Xiao Yang lifted Zhen Yuanzi, his face radiant with joy. Their eyes met, and they erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth echoing with unrestrained delight. Chapter 45. Zhen Yuanzi's Versailles. Things have changed. Since you, Taoist friend Xiao Yang, have come to my Wanshou mountain. How could you not visit the Wu Zhuangguan? Please, allow me to invite you inside for a discussion. Zhen Yuanzi regarded Xiao Yang with utmost sincerity, extending the invitation. Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, did not decline. His face beamed with a smile as he teased Zhen Yuanzi. I have long heard that your Wu Zhuangguan boasts one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree. I hope you do not hold back. Upon hearing these words, Xinyu erupted in hearty laughter, extending his hand to grasp Xiao Yang's right hand, guiding him towards Wu Zhuangguan. Ah, my friend, what are you saying? The ginseng fruit is more than sufficient. More than sufficient. Thus, Xiao Yang followed Xinyu along the winding mountain path. Along the way, exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished, their innate spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost liquid. Some spirit beings, resembling children of ginseng and fungi, frolicked playfully in the mountains. Truly, it was a scene of celestial tranquility. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Wu Zhuangguan, where the grand gate stood wide open. Flanked by 2 youthful disciples, Qingfeng, Mingyue, hastened to prepare. I must entertain esteemed guests. Yes, the 2 disciples, resembling finely carved jade, responded in unison to Xinyu command. They then bounced away into the temple. These mischievous children may provide some amusement for you, remarked Xinyu with a bittersweet smile. What do you mean, my friend? It is merely their innocent nature. There is no need for harsh judgment. Xiao Yang dismissed the matter lightly, not dwelling on it. With a swift gesture, he released Kong Xian and Jin Peng, who had been previously concealed within his sleeve. Xinyu, these 2 are my companions. One is named Kong Xian, and the other, Jin Peng. Do greet our esteemed Xinyu. Xiao Yang introduced them in turn. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, both Kong Xian and Jin Peng bowed respectfully to Xinyu. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, greetings to the esteemed Xinyu. Rise. Xinyu nodded, then praised, Your fortune is commendable, my friend. These 2 possess remarkable potential. Destined for future sanctity, as a seasoned quasi-saint, Xinyu could easily discern the backgrounds of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. It was precisely for this reason that he lauded their talents. Haha, dear friend, there is no need to praise them so. Let us swiftly explore the wonders within the temple. Xiao Yang laughed heartily, jesting with Xinyu. Must you keep me lingering at the entrance of Wu Zhuangguan? Xinyu clapped his hands, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Please come in. With that, Xinyu led Xiao Yang inside, followed closely by Kong Xian and Jin Peng. After a leisurely tour of the temple, Xinyu finally ushered Xiao Yang and the others into the main hall. Once they were seated, Qingfeng and Mingyue entered, carrying a tray that displayed 9 fruit-like entities, glistening like jade and exuding pure and vibrant spiritual energy. My friend, I have little to offer in hospitality. Save for these fruits that I hope you will not find them lacking. Xinyu gestured towards the platter. A peculiar expression crossed Xiao Yang's face. This the ostentation of a quasi-saint. Truly delightful. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning several fruits radiating starlit energy to appear before Xinyu. With an innocuous smile, he addressed him. Do try my fruits, and see if they please your palate. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words and seeing the starlit fruits, Xinyu eyes widened with surprise. He pointed at Xiao Yang, seemingly at a loss for words, before breaking into a chuckle. My friend, you are indeed. Xiao Yang, however, said nothing further, picking up a ginseng fruit and bowing respectfully to Xinyu. Xinyu accepted the starlit fruit without hesitation, and both began to savor their offerings. As the ginseng fruit entered his mouth, it transformed into pure spiritual essence, invigorating Xinyu body with a refreshing sensation, making him feel revitalized. Excellent. This ginseng fruit is truly remarkable, and your starlit fruit is equally exquisite. Yuzi beamed at Xiao Yang's praise and could see their level of cultivation. Both the ginseng and starlet fruits served more to satisfy their cravings than anything else. Yet hearing compliments from others brought them joy nonetheless. Kong Xian and Jin Peng, not wishing to remain idle, each took a ginseng fruit and began to relish them. Although the ginseng fruit held little value for quasi-saints, it was still quite beneficial for them as great Luo golden immortals. Observing this, Xiao Yang waved his hand again, conjuring several starlet fruits before Kong Xian and Jin Peng, having accompanied him for so long without receiving anything in return. These starlet fruits served as a fitting compensation. After some time, Yuzi regarded Xiao Yang, seemingly hesitant to speak, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. Sensing this, Xiao Yang understood Yuzi's intentions. He waved his hand, summoning Hungyun's 99 scatter soul gourd into the air before them. A wisp of crimson mist billowed forth from the gourd. After a moment, the mist gradually coalesced into a recognizable form. Hungyun appeared once more before Yuzi. "Old friend," Yuzi's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with emotion. Hungyun surveyed his current form, then looked at Yuzi, his gaze reflecting a sense of resolution. He bowed graciously to Yuzi. "Haha, dear friend Yuzi, I apologize for the spectacle." Yuzi gestured towards Hungyun, exasperated yet affectionate. "I warned you not to leave Wuzhuang Guan lightly. You should have waited until after achieving sanctity. Now look where it has led you. Your physical form utterly destroyed, and even your primordial spirit gravely wounded. Had it not been for Xiao Yang, we might never have met again." Hungyun sighed softly. "I never anticipated that Kunpeng and the others would keep such a close watch on me. Furthermore, as a mere wisp of red cloud in this world, isn't my longing for freedom simply my nature? The ginseng fruits here are nearly depleted. Why should I linger? I would rather return once they have ripened anew." Yuzi, upon hearing Hungyun's words, found himself both amused and exasperated. "Ah you, Hungyun, I extend my goodwill to keep you here, yet you jest at me. Truly ungrateful." Xiao Yang, observing the camaraderie between Yuzi and Hungyun, couldn't help but smile at their friendship. Such bonds are indeed rare. Chapter 46. Dispersing the primordial purple qi within Wuzhuang Guan. The discussion of the path to sanctity unfolded. After Yuzi and Hungyun concluded their conversation, Hungyun turned his gaze toward Xiao Yang, with a wave of his hand. A stream of primordial purple qi surged forth from the 99 scatter soul gourd. "Xiao Yang, my friend, we agree that you would safeguard my primordial spirit until we reach Yuzi. Now, this primordial purple qi belongs to you." Hungyun's eyes reflected a mix of reluctance and regret as he beheld the primordial purple qi. After a moment, a decisive glint crossed his gaze, and he pushed the qi towards Xiao Yang. The primordial purple qi seemed to sense its destiny, gliding towards Xiao Yang, ready to merge with him at that moment. However, Xiao Yang raised his hand, enveloping the primordial purple qi in imperial energy, halting its advance. "Xiao Yang, what are you doing?" Both Yuzi and Hungyun were puzzled, uncertain of Xiao Yang's intentions. Xiao Yang waved his hand again, channeling his power towards the primordial purple qi. With a single strike, he shattered it. 8 fragments of primordial purple qi materialized before Yuzi and Hungyun, which had once exuded profound cosmic resonance, but now appeared ordinary upon being dispersed. "Without primordial purple qi, I shall still attain sanctity. This primordial purple qi has arrived at the perfect moment. Our human race is in dire need of it," Xiao Yang declared, gathering the 8 fragmented pieces of primordial purple qi with a beaming smile. Showing no remorse for their destruction. "Xiao Yang, what audacity!" Yuzi marveled at Xiao Yang's remarkable boldness. "You have emerged into this world rather late, having not experienced the teachings of the Dao Ancestor at the Purple Cloud Palace. In the past, the Dao Ancestor proclaimed that there are 3 paths to enlightenment. One path to enlightenment lies in the demonstration of strength, another in the annihilation of the 3 corpses, and a third in the attainment of great virtues. However, the first path, which demands the breaking of heavenly laws, is now deemed impractical. The remaining paths of eradicating the 3 corpses and achieving enlightenment through great virtues both necessitate the presence of primordial purple energy. If you disperse this primordial purple energy, how then can one attain enlightenment and become a sage? Although Hong Yun admires Xiao Yang's courage, he shakes his head upon contemplating the method to achieve sainthood, clearly deeming Xiao Yang's actions as unwise. Despite Hong Yun's words, a smile remains on Xiao Yang's face, devoid of any trace of concern. Friend Hong Yun, I have a question to pose to you. When the Dao ancestor had yet to impart the method of annihilating the three corpses, how do you perceive the strength of the ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and initial Qilins among the ancient innate three clans in comparison to that of the great Luo? Listening to Xiao Yang's inquiry, a contemplative glint flashes in Hong Yun's eyes. Although I had yet to take form at that time, I believe their strength far surpassed that of the great Luo. After a moment of reflection, Hong Yun provides his answer. Very well. Since you believe that the ancestral dragons and their kin greatly exceed the great Luo in strength, how then did they attain the quasi-saint realm before the Dao ancestor revealed the method of annihilating the three corpses? I've heard that before achieving sainthood, the Dao ancestor had a formidable adversary, and the two engaged in a fierce battle in the western wilderness, shattering the very earth of that realm. Could it be that the Dao ancestor's opponent also mastered the unique method of annihilating the three corpses? A smile graces Xiao Yang's lips as he poses his question to Hong Yun. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, both Hong Yun and Xinyuzi fall into deep contemplation. Indeed, in ancient times, when a method of annihilating the three corpses had not yet been passed down, how did the ancestral dragons and others become quasi-saints? If they did not rely on the method of annihilating the three corpses to achieve quasi-sainthood, does this imply that there exists another way to attain enlightenment and become a sage? Furthermore, does this path require no assistance from primordial purple energy? As this realization dawns upon him, Xinyuzi grows excited. Taking a deep breath, with a solemn expression, he gazes at Xiao Yang and inquires, Friend Xiao Yang, have you perhaps glimpsed the essence of the sacred path? Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, gently shakes his head and responds, The sacred path, though quasi-saintly, bears the name of sacred. The chasm between the two is greater than that of heaven and earth. Claim insight into the sacred path is a bold assertion. Even though sages would hesitate to make such a declaration, Xinyuzi's expression dims, and he cannot help but smile bitterly within. Indeed, the journey to sainthood is fraught with difficulty. An ancient quasi-saint dares not utter such words, let alone Xiao Yang, who has only taken form for a mere 100,000 years. Yet, without primordial purple energy, how can one aspire to become a sage? Where, then, lies the path? Observing Xinyuzi's despondent demeanor, a mysterious smile graces Xiao Yang's face. Though I have not comprehended the sacred path, it is not without its possibilities to attain sainthood. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, whether it be Xinyuzi, Hong Yun, or the two attendants, Kong Xian and Jin Ping, they all fix their gaze upon Xiao Yang. The ancient three clans vied for supremacy, driven by fate. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Wu and Yao tribes persists, all for the sake of fate, for they all seek to gather the fate of the entire wilderness to achieve enlightenment and become sages. Xiao Yang first broaches the subject of fate, citing the ancient three clans and the Wu and Yao tribes as examples. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyuzi shakes his head. No, this path is a dead end. Setting aside the existence of the Wu and Yao, they will never allow a new contender to emerge. Moreover, the sages would not welcome a unified force in the wilderness. Xiao Yang remains undeterred, reiterating a second method. Indeed, achieving sainthood through great virtues is also feasible without the need for primordial purple energy. Xinyuzi shakes his head once more. Still not viable. While the sage Nuwa, the three pure ones, and the two Western saints are indeed associated with virtues, the primordial purple energy remains necessary. Otherwise, such minimal virtues would not suffice for their ascension to sainthood. Is it not evident in the case of the River of Forgetfulness? When he emulated the sage Nuwa to create the Azura tribe and subsequently established the Azura teachings. Despite the immense virtues accrued, he did not attain sainthood. A glimmer of insight shines in Xiao Yang's eyes. Thus, it appears that the only path left is to pursue the path of Hunyuan, achieving the status of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Both Xinyuzi and Hong Yun momentarily lapse into a daze, silently repeating these words. Indeed, It is the Hunyuan Dao Jingxian. The term Yuan signifies the unity of primordial energy. Chaos as one. The origin of all energies. Before the great Pangu opened the wilderness, the chaotic demons traversed this path. The ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and initial Qilins also walked this path. Yet, they never advanced beyond this point, merely attaining the completion of Hunyuan Jingxian, akin to the full annihilation of the three corpses, equivalent to a quasi-saint. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang addressed Xinyu and Hongyun, articulating his thoughts. Chapter 47. The path of Hunyuan. Xinyu forms an alliance with humanity. Hunyuan Jingxian, Hunyuan Dao Jingxian. How marvelous it is to unveil this path to sainthood. The eyes of both Xinyu and Hongyun gleam with newfound hope, as if they envision a radiant avenue ahead through Xiao Yang's words. To attain Hunyuan Jingxian, one must condense their understanding of the laws into a Dao fruit. Meanwhile, achieving Hunyuan Dao Jingxian necessitates devising a means to extricate the Dao fruit from the river of fate in this realm. However, traversing this path is far more arduous than in ancient times. Xiao Yang shakes his head, a hint of regret lacing his tone that if sages and Hunyuan Dao Jingxians are equivalent, then why is primordial purple energy required for ascension? Kong Xian, listening intently, interjects with a hint of confusion that a pertinent inquiry. What does one attain through enlightenment? What type of sage does one become? The enlightenment pertains to the heavenly path, and the sainthood achieved is that of a heavenly sage. Xiao Yang's gaze sweeps across the assembly before he continues. Achieving enlightenment and becoming a sage signifies receiving the recognition of the heavenly path, which grants one the privilege of becoming a sage. This privilege is specifically represented by the holy positions. Primordial purple energy is crucial for the integration of the three corpses, yet it is not the key to obtaining this privilege. The paramount factor remains the recognition of the heavenly path. Otherwise, possessing primordial purple energy is of no consequence. As he articulates this, Xiao Yang's attention settles on Hongyun. Isn't Hongyun a living testament to this? Though he possesses primordial purple energy, he relinquished his holy position to the two Western saints. Throughout the years, he has neither achieved the status of sage through primordial purple energy, nor has he evaded calamity because of it. This underscores his lack of recognition by the heavenly path, rendering him ineligible for enlightenment. So it is. The holy position has long been determined. A pang of bitterness washes over Hongyun. He had not anticipated that this would be the crux of the issue. Friend, I no longer desire the path of sainthood. Might I instead pursue this path of Hunyuan? Xinyu directs his gaze toward Xiao Yang, his eyes ablaze with fervor, since Xiao Yang has proposed the path of Hunyuan. And since the leaders of the three clans traversed this route in ancient times, he too might not be precluded from walking the path of Hunyuan. Upon hearing Xinyu's question, Xiao Yang ponders for a moment before finally lifting his head. If you wish to tread the path of Hunyuan, it is certainly feasible. However, as he nears the conclusion, Xiao Yang hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Witnessing this, Xinyu seems to have an epiphany, regarding Xiao Yang with a serious expression. Friend, would you be willing to impart the Dao lineage among the human race? At this, a smile graces Xiao Yang's countenance. Friend Xinyu, your magical prowess and divine abilities are exemplary. Should you choose to impart the Dao lineage, it would greatly bolster our humanity. Why would there be any objection? A glimmer of joy dances upon Xinyu's face. After a moment of contemplation, he speaks once more. Moreover, I am willing to form an alliance with humanity under the banner of Wu Zhuangguan. I vow before heaven and earth for all eternity to never betray this alliance. Observing Xinyu's resolute demeanor, Hongyun's eyes flicker with a complex expression. Yet he refrains from voicing further thoughts. After all, with a figure like Xiao Yang emerging from humanity, who can predict how far the human race may advance in the future? Xiao Yang gazed at Xinyu, who remained silent. Without a hint of hesitation, Xinyu met Xiao Yang's gaze with unwavering determination. Excellent. If you, fellow Taoist Xinyu, are willing to establish a lineage within our human race and forge an alliance with us, it would be my utmost desire. A smile illuminated Xiao Yang's face as he spoke to Xinyu. Once the two had reached their decision, They wasted no time and immediately swore an oath with their minds. Heaven and earth bear witness. Today, I, Zhen Yuanzi, pledge to ally with the human race. For all eternity, never to betray. Heaven and earth bear witness. Today, I, Xiao Yang, pledge to ally with Wuzhuangguan. For all eternity, never to betray. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth reverberated with a thunderous roar of 9 bolts of lightning. As allies, both Xiao Yang and Zhen Yuanzi sensed their fates intertwined, sharing in each other's fortune and misfortune. Most notably, Xiao Yang felt the golden dragon of human fortune surge from 180,000 to a staggering 300,000 in the blink of an eye. Congratulations! You have formed an alliance with the quasi-saint powerhouse Zhen Yuanzi, granting the human race a formidable external ally and enhancing its foundation, thereby increasing its fortune. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Yang's ears, while Xiao Yang reaped the benefits. Zhen Yuanzi's face beamed with joy. Although he had not yet gained any tangible advantage, he firmly believed that with Xiao Yang by his side, the development of the human race would undoubtedly accelerate. When a human race flourished, should he wish to attain the Tao of the primordial supreme golden immortal, the fortune of the human race would be sufficient to help him break through his bottleneck. At that moment, Xiao Yang's expression turned serious as he addressed Zhen Yuanzi. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, are you aware of the origin of your innate spiritual treasure? My innate spiritual treasure is transformed from the Earth's primordial membrane. Known as the Earth Book, that IT possesses the innate ability to connect with the Earth's veins of the primordial world. Furthermore, with the Earth Book, one can establish the innate guardian Earth Great Formation, harnessing the boundless energy of the Earth's veins for unparalleled defense. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi explained the nature of his innate spiritual treasure. As he spoke, he produced the Earth Book that IT appeared as a tome radiating earthy yellow spiritual light, exuding an aura of immense weight. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, might I borrow the Earth Book for a moment? Xiao Yang inquired, gazing at the Earth Book. What is there to object to? I would not only permit you to glance at it, but even if you wish to comprehend it for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, it would be perfectly acceptable. Zhen Yuanzi promptly handed the Earth Book to Xiao Yang. With a smile, Xiao Yang accepted the innate spiritual treasure. As he turned each page, he beheld ethereal reflections of the primordial mountains and rivers, as if the entirety of the primordial world's geography was encapsulated within this tome. Fellow Taoist, are you aware that during the era of the 3 ancient clans, the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan appointed the River Dragon Kings, by designating Dragon Kings to command the great rivers? The Dragon Clan successfully advanced its influence from the 4 seas into the primordial realm. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhen Yuanzi nodded, a glimmer of divine light flickering in his eyes. I have indeed heard of this matter. Even now, many of the great rivers still have the Dragon Kings who were appointed back then. Could it be that my path to enlightenment? Excitement flashed in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. Xiao Yang, sparkling with starlight in his gaze, responded with a grin. Exactly. The Earth Book's greatest purpose is not merely to command the boundless energies of the earth for defense. Its greater function lies in the appointment of deities over mountains, rivers, and marshes. If you, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, could appoint deities over all the primordial mountains, rivers, and marshes, thereby attracting the inexhaustible fortune of the primordial world, I believe that achieving the Tao of the primordial unity will no longer be an unattainable dream for you. In that case, you would become the progenitor of Earth Immortals. Holding the Earth Book, Xiao Yang spoke earnestly to Zhen Yuanzi. He shared his perspective. In the future, once the heavenly court was re-established, all deities of mountains, rivers, and marshes would be appointed by the heavenly court, bestowing upon it boundless fortune. Since the heavenly court could accomplish this, why could not Zhen Yuanzi, possessing the Earth Book, do the same? In his previous life, Zhen Yuanzi was merely known as the progenitor of Earth Immortals. In this life, Xiao Yang aimed to make that title truly deserving. Progenitor of Earth Immortals? Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, as he regained his composure, a longing expression filled his gaze. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Xiao Yang, his demeanor grave. I implore you, fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, to lend me your strength. Xiao Yang assisted Zhen Yuanzi to his feet, looking at him with a serious expression as he asked, "Fellow Taoist, have you made your decision? Be aware that if you wish to tread the path of primordial unity, you cannot continue down the path of the three corpses." Should such extraordinary phenomena have captured the attention of countless discerning individuals, whether they be formidable practitioners or venerable sages, all furrowed their brows, each lost in their own contemplations at this moment. Within the confines of the five, as they beheld Xinyuanzi's three corpses utterly obliterated, his aura plummeting to the realm of the Luo, Kong Xian and Jin Peng felt a tremor within their hearts. They gazed at the remarkably composed Xinyuanzi, finding it somewhat incredulous. Could it be that, despite the annihilation of his three corpses and the drastic decline in cultivation, he felt no pang of pain or a sense of loss? As Xinyuanzi's three corpses were destroyed, his primal essence of the guarding soil emerged from the bloody mist. Human Emperor's decree. Merge! A grave expression flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as a soft command resonated. An endless aura of imperial might was summoned by Xiao Yang, and behind him, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated. A golden dragon of fate, stretching 30,000 zhang, appeared intermittently. The earth book and the ginseng fruit tree also radiated their respective glories. This light began to subtly intertwine with Xinyuanzi's, as if engaged in a continuous dialogue. When the auras of the three entities aligned closely, Xiao Yang waved his hand, directly merging the primal essence transformed from the three corpses into Xinyuanzi's body. In an instant, an oval-shaped cocoon, emanating a yellowish glow, enveloped Xinyuanzi. Outside of him, the earth book and ginseng fruit tree continued to shower light, melding with him. Gradually, an aura transitioned from extremely weak to overwhelmingly strong. Once having fallen to the realm of the Luo, he began to ascend again, with increasing speed. The Luo perfection. Early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Hunyuan Golden Immortal perfection. The cocoon trembled violently, and the illusory figures of the primal mountains and rivers emerged. Regardless of the famed mountains or flowing rivers, all manifested one by one, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently towards the five. Crack! Crack! At that moment, the cocoon shattered, revealing the figure within. Chapter 49. Hunyuan seeks rebirth as a human farewell to the five. As the yellow cocoon fractured, Xinyuanzi's figure appeared before all, adorning a purple gold crown and draped in a carefree crane cloak. Three wisps of fine beard floated gently, a jade whisk held in his hand. He exuded an ethereal grace, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Haha, I'm deeply grateful for your assistance. Taoist Xiao Yang, Xinyuanzi, feeling the distinct power coursing through him, beamed with joy and burst into hearty laughter. He then bowed solemnly to Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with earnestness. Upon embarking on the path of Hunyuan, he finally comprehended the vast chasm separating a quasi-saint from a Hunyuan. When he severed his three corpses, the path to sanctification had seemed obscured, akin to an impenetrable barrier. Yet now, having achieved the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he could distinctly sense the bottleneck to breaking through to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The path ahead lay completely before him. He felt fortunate not to have hesitated previously. There is no need for such formalities. Taoist Xinyuanzi, we are allies now. Such matters need not be delineated. Xiao Yang assisted Xinyuanzi to his feet, pausing briefly before continuing. However, the time of conflict between the witch and demon clans is imminent, and the appointment of deities for mountains and rivers will require your patience. You may take this time to identify the deities to be appointed. Among our human race, there are many seasoned cultivators who, upon my return, shall lend you their support. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyuanzi nodded in agreement. The prospect of receiving assistance from the human race was indeed splendid. A smile of delight graced Xinyuanzi's face. He had never been adept at, nor particularly fond of, cultivating power. Within the vast five, apart from the enlightened Xingfeng and Mingwei, there were only a few sentient plants and trees to appoint deities for the mountains and rivers and consolidate the fortune of the primal lands. He could not accomplish this alone. With the aid of the human race, he would undoubtedly be far more capable. At that moment, Hong Yun's primordial spirit spoke up to Xiao Yang. Taoist Xiao Yang, my corporeal form has been destroyed, and I wish to reincarnate as a human. May I ask if you could guide me onto the path? Xiao Yang fell into contemplation, his eyes shimmering with starlight. In a past life, the conflict between the witch and demon clans had left them both severely weakened, paving the way for the rise of the human race. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged in succession. The shattered primordial purple energy he had previously dispersed transformed into fragments corresponding to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Hong Yun's desire to reincarnate as a human met with his approval. After all, once Hong Yun awakened his memories, his cultivation would undoubtedly flourish rapidly. At that time, the human race would gain another formidable entity, enhancing their foundational strength. However, with Hoti yet to undergo reincarnation and the 6 paths of reincarnation still inoperative, Xiao Yang was reluctant to allow Hong Yun to simply be reborn. Taoist Hong Yun, your wish to join the human race is most welcome. I could even appoint you as our human emperor. However, all of this requires time. Would you be willing to wait? Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to Hong Yun, his expression reflecting thoughtful contemplation. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Hong Yun displayed no change in demeanor, but a smile graced his face as he addressed Xiao Yang. Haha, your promise is more than sufficient. My primordial spirit is also severely injured and requires time to recuperate. When you are prepared, Taoist Xiao Yang, I can reincarnate into the human race at any moment. Xiao Yang nodded with a smile, replying, Excellent. Congratulations, my old friend Hong Yun. Taoist Xiao Yang, come, shall we engage in a discourse of our respective paths? Observing the conclusion of Hong Yun and Xiao Yang's conversation, Xinyuanzi promptly turned to Xiao Yang, stating, Very well. My path is that of dominion, encompassing all under heaven. There exists no ruler but the king within the 4 seas. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang began to expound upon his doctrine of dominion to Xinyuanzi. The earth is the realm of the sovereign, governing the primal mountains and rivers. Listening to Xiao Yang's teachings, Xinyuanzi's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness, and he too began to articulate his own path. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and Jin Peng had long since immersed themselves in the discourse between the two, their auras fluctuating, rising and falling in tandem. Observing this scene, Hong Yun, now reduced to mere primordial spirit, sighed softly. Shaking his head slightly, he transformed into a wisp of red mist, returning to the Jiujiu Sampo gourd. The gourd swayed twice before soaring out of the great hall. Hanging above the ginseng fruit tree, a trickle of wood essence was absorbed by the gourd, nurturing Hong Yun's primordial spirit. Time passed without notice, and Xiao Yang and Xinyuanzi eventually ceased their discussions, their gazes still imbued with a sense of unfulfilled longing. Taoist Xinyuanzi, let us conclude here. There are matters to attend to among the human race. You may begin surveying the mountains and rivers. When the opportune moment arises, I shall inform you. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyuanzi nodded, a smile gracing his features. That is agreeable. It is indeed a good time to transition to the path of Hun Yuan. Having listened to your teachings, I must retreat to contemplate. At that moment, as if struck by a thought, Xinyuanzi raised his hand. A branch from the ginseng fruit tree soared into the great hall. Taoist, I have no other means to express my gratitude. Let this branch from the ginseng fruit tree serve as my token of thanks. Safe travels, and I look forward to our next meeting. Gazing at Xinyuanzi's sincere demeanor, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a carefree smile. In that case, I extend my thanks to you. Taoist Xinyuanzi, until we meet again. Xiao Yang accepted the branch from the ginseng fruit tree, and in an instant his figure vanished. Along with him, Kong Xian and Jin Peng, his 2 attendants, also disappeared. As Xinyuanzi watched Xiao Yang depart, he remained silent. Old friend, have you truly placed your hopes upon the human race? A wisp of red mist drifted in, transforming into Hong Yun's form. Indeed, have you not placed your hopes upon the human race as well? It appears that Taoist Xiao Yang has scattered a piece of primordial purple energy, likely with contingencies in place. This Taoist Xiao Yang, truly a rare individual. Xinyuanzi gently shook his head, his words laden with pauses, as if he were at a loss for what to say. Old friend, you have misread the situation. I am not a gambler of the human race, but rather a supporter of my comrade Xiao Yang. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that the future sovereign of the primordial world will undoubtedly be humanity. Chapter 50. Encounter at Thundermarsh upon leaving Wuzhuang Temple with Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Xiao Yang and his companions set forth towards the ancestral land of the human race. Their journey extended over a millennium. On this day, the trio arrived at a vast marsh, where they paused to catch their breath. Before them lay a great expanse filled with the crackling energy of thunder and lightning. Various forms of thunder manifested within the marsh, including Jia Mu Zhen Lei, Imu Shen Lei, Kuei Shuayin Lei, Zhu Xie Shen Lei, and Mieke Shen Lei, creating a veritable realm of thunder. Surrounding this thunder marsh were diverse beings, all gathered here to comprehend the profound truths of thunder. Your Majesty, how can there be such an abundance of thunder here? And such a variety? Kong Xian inquired, astonishment evident in his eyes as he turned to Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Jin Peng was eager to partake, although he cultivated the innate dual energies of yin and yang. It did not imply that he lacked other attributes as golden-winged great Peng. He was innately attuned to the laws of Geng Jin, and he was most curious about which was more powerful, Geng Jin or the divine thunder. This is the thunder marsh of the primordial world. The multitude of thunder here must be attributed to the divine being residing within, Xiao Yang remarked, a glimmer of divine insight shining in his eyes as he seemed to perceive the changes within the marsh. Divine being? Both Kong Xian and Jin Peng expressed unfamiliarity with the term. Over the years, they had encountered several quasi-saint powers, but had yet to behold a divine being. Indeed, there exists a divine being within the marsh. This divine entity is a manifestation of the first thunderbolt created at the dawn of the universe. Tell me, as the embodiment of the first thunder, could one not inherently comprehend these thunders? A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he gazed upon the marsh. Your Majesty, should we take a detour? Kong Xian, suppressing his astonishment, respectfully inquired to know, why take a detour? In fact, I wish to witness the legendary Thunder Marsh deity. Let us proceed. With that declaration, an imperial aura descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiao Yang, Kong Xian, and Jin Peng. With a whoosh, the trio transformed into a streak of golden light, heading toward the thunder marsh. The thunder seemed to sense the intrusion of outsiders, roaring in fury as arcs of lightning surged forth, seemingly intent on obliterating the three. The tumultuous disturbance certainly caught the attention of those meditating on the truths of thunder. Hiss! Another group dares to venture into the marsh. Do you think they will succeed? Not long ago, a great Luo attempted to breach it, only to meet a tragic end, utterly annihilated. Indeed, only quasi-saints or saints could hope to enter. The beings around the marsh murmured amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of mockery and schadenfreude, none believing that these newcomers could truly penetrate the marsh. Observing the incoming bolts of lightning, a slight smirk appeared on Xiao Yang's lips as he raised his hand to strike at the thundering bolts. Boom! A gentle sound resonated as the roaring lightning was shattered by Xiao Yang's palm, scattering into arcs of electricity and vanishing before him. Hiss! He shattered the lightning with mere physical strength? A quasi-saint. It must be a quasi-saint. The onlookers were filled with awe, their faces paling as they recalled their earlier disrespectful remarks. Hastily retreating from the marsh, they dared not gamble, especially not with their lives at stake. Amidst it all, Xiao Yang remained unfazed. Pressing onward, he navigated through the layers of thunderous barriers until he finally arrived before a magnificent palace. Surrounding this palace, the thunder raged incessantly, yet no bolt dared to strike within its confines. Whoever you may be, what brings you to my domain? As Xiao Yang surveyed the palace, a powerful and commanding voice reverberated throughout the realm. I am the human emperor, Xiao Yang, having heard tales of the wonders of Thunder Marsh. I come to behold. I had no idea such a mighty ally existed in the Thunder Marsh. My apologies for my previous oversight, Xiao Yang responded with a smile. Human emperor? Voices of confusion arose. The grand doors of the palace swung open, unleashing a torrent of blinding lightning that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. A figure emerged from the tempestuous glow, each movement accompanied by arcs of lightning. Clad in thunderous armor, with bold brows and piercing eyes, this figure emanated a mysterious and terrifying aura. The Thunder God, The realization struck Xiao Yang, and he instantly recognized the entity before him, a late quasi-saint. On the verge of attaining perfect quasi-sainthood in this realm, he could think of no other candidate besides the Thunder God. Just as Xiao Yang prepared to engage in dialogue, the Thunder God's aura surged. Illuminating the skies, I have heard of your battle against Dong Huang Tai Yi and your victory over Bei Hai Kuan Peng. It has been ages since anyone visited my Thunder Marsh. Your arrival fills me with delight that I wish to discuss the Tao with you. Please enlighten me. Hearing the Thunder God's words, a hint of helplessness crossed Xiao Yang's face. Since the Thunder God has such enthusiasm, let us engage in a discussion. Ha ha, be cautious, my friend. The thunder calls at the Thunder God's hearty laughter. He raised his arm, and the entire Thunder Marsh erupted with fury as all the bolts of lightning converged toward him. Millions of thundering bolts gathered, forming a vast thundercloud that roiled ominously. Within this cloud, flashes of lightning erupted, each imbued with an aura of annihilation. Standing amidst the tumult, the Thunder God adopted a stance of authority, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Thunder descends. He roared. From within the thundercloud, millions of bolts roared forth, hurtling toward Xiao Yang. The dazzling brilliance radiated from the center of the Thunder Marsh, each bolt akin to a true dragon of thunder, exuding an aura of invincibility and world-ending destruction. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by those outside the Thunder Marsh, their faces drained of color. What has transpired? Why has there been such a violent upheaval of thunder within? Quick, we must flee. If these bolts escape the marsh, the devastation could extend for billions of miles. Curse be this, are two quasi-saints truly clashing? The onlookers buzzed with speculation, hastily retreating. The Thunder Marsh was too fearsome. It would be unwise to approach for at least a millennium, if not a myriad of years. Chapter 51. Battle with the Thunder God of Thunder Marsh, what a disgrace. Millions of bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like dragons, rushing toward Xiao Yang. Yet his eyes betrayed no fear. With a wave of his hand, imperial energy radiated from him, transforming into golden dragons that roared forth, shattering the incoming thunderbolts, even amidst the relentless tumult of the thunderclouds. The myriad of lightning could not draw near. Ah, splendid! The Thunder God, standing aloft, watched with delight as Xiao Yang effortlessly shattered the multitude of thunderbolts. Taking a step forward, he emanated a chilling aura and extended his right hand. Performing a grasping motion, lightning erupted before him, gradually coalescing into the shape of a massive war hammer, dark and foreboding, adorned with symbols of lightning. Human Emperor, receive my hammer, as the Thunder God unleashed his hammer. The thunderclouds roiled as if an ocean in turmoil. Endless divine lightning transformed into thunder dragons, howling skyward, the intent to kill rippling throughout the Thunder Marsh. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the Thunder God, wielding the mighty hammer, advanced toward Xiao Yang with determination. Beneath the force of the strike, the very fabric of space appeared to buckle under the immense pressure, becoming distorted as if on the brink of collapse. Cracks marred the expanse, reminiscent of fragile glass poised to shatter. An endless torrent of thunder transformed into a true dragon, cascading down in tandem with the might of the Thunder God's hammer. In the face of this colossal assault, Xiao Yang ceased to conceal his power. His quasi-saintly energy erupted forth, causing an explosive surge in his aura. His physical form radiated brilliance, exuding a subtle yet immortal essence. With a mere gesture, the Kongtong seal floated above him, accompanied by streams of imperial energy cascading downward. Behind him, an imposing, magnificent figure materialized, exuding an aura of ancient dominance, eternal and unyielding. Even the raging thunder seemed to quiet in its presence. Clad in regal robes and crowned, this figure was enveloped in imperial energy that coiled around him like a golden dragon, beneath which lay a depiction of the mountains and rivers of the realm. Evoking a sense of reverence, that moment, the imperial avatar of Xiao Yang advanced, extending a hand to disperse the accompanying thunder. Subsequently, he pointed towards the Thunder God's hammer, halting it in its tracks, rendering it immobile. What? The Thunder God's expression shifted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He was a practitioner nearing the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, while Xiao Yang was merely at the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The disparity between their realms was palpable. How could he be obstructed by a mere imperial avatar? As one ascends in power, the gaps in strength become increasingly pronounced, and even possessing innate treasures cannot alter this reality. Yet now, the Thunder God felt as if he were amongst those in the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Thunder God, my friend, losing focus in battle bodes ill. At that moment, Xiao Yang made his move. An infinite stream of imperial energy converged towards the imperial avatar, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena. With a thunderous boom, the imperial avatar retracted its right hand, clenched it into a fist, and launched it towards the Thunder Goddess hammer. This strike seemed to harness boundless power, akin to the force of an entire world. It sent the Thunder God's hammer soaring, along with the Thunder God himself, who was propelled backward. Regaining his composure, the Thunder God unleashed his quasi-saint energy. Reaching near perfection, he halted his flight in midair, only to feel a tingling in his arms, as if he might lose his grip on the Thunder God's hammer. Xiao Yang offered no opportunity for the Thunder God to recover. After repelling him, he channeled his energy, merging with the Imperial Avatar. Instantly, the Imperial Avatar swelled to a height of tens of thousands of feet. With the Kongtong seal in hand, he brought it crashing down upon the Thunder God. Space shattered, and voids opened up. Where the Kongtong seal passed, thunder dissipated. Faced with this onslaught, the Thunder God could only manage to raise the hammer before him. Boom! With a deafening crash, the Thunder God was sent flying. His armor dented and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Boom! Xiao Yang followed suit, the Kongtong seal offering no respite, striking again, as relentless as the heavens themselves. Puffed! The Thunder God's hammer was knocked from his grasp, and he too was launched backward, the endless thunderclouds above him fracturing and dissipating into nothingness. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang pressed the attack, the Kongtong seal striking repeatedly like a relentless battering ram. In that moment, the Thunder God was besieged, his armor shattered and riddled with dents. His body bore numerous wounds, blood seeping forth, his aura waning. This time, Xiao Yang refrained from pursuing further. He hovered in the air, retracting both the Imperial Avatar and the Kongtong seal. Thunder God, my friend, how about we cease hostilities here? A serene smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he regarded the Thunder God. Very well, your strength is truly remarkable. I concede, the Thunder God, with a face etched in bitterness, nodded in agreement. Though long secluded within the Thunder Marsh, he had heard of Xiao Yang's renown over the years, recounting tales of his exploits, battling to a standstill against the Eastern Emperor Tai, and severely wounding Kunpeng. Initially, he had been skeptical, but after this personal encounter, he realized that Xiao Yang was indeed an extraordinary being. Had he known this beforehand, he would never have dared to challenge such a prodigy. Now, having initiated the conflict, he found himself utterly outmatched, a disgraceful spectacle indeed. Thunder God, I hope you won't hold it against me for intruding uninvited. Xiao Yang bowed politely to the Thunder God. The Thunder God chuckled, rubbing his head. Nonsense, my friend. Though I haven't wandered the vast wilderness, I am well aware of your esteemed reputation. To finally meet you in person, I can attest that you are even more formidable than the tale suggests. Come, let us converse in my Thunder Palace. With warmth and hospitality, the Thunder God beckoned Xiao Yang forward. They entered the Thunder Palace, accompanied by Kong Xian and Jin Pei, as they settled into their seats. Xiao Yang observed the Thunder God's wounds and waved his hand, infusing the Thunder God with the three lights divine water. In an instant, the Thunder God's injuries healed completely. Thank you. Xiao Yang, my friend, without your aid, I would have been quite the sight, the Thunder God remarked, touching his arm and bowing in gratitude. Xiao Yang inclined his head slightly, then addressed the Thunder God. Thunder God. My friend, Chapter 52, Thunder, the path of heavenly punishment and thunder tribulation. Thunder is the pivot of heaven and earth, the celestial and terrestrial mechanisms, Yang thunder and Yin thunder, the mechanisms of Yin and Yang. Thunder is benevolent while lightning is malevolent. Thunder governs the calamities and blessings of heaven, holding sway over the balance of objects that it governs beings, life and death, binding and releasing, controlling the keys of creation. Within the Thunder Palace, the Thunder God was enraptured, surrounded by flickering bolts of lightning. Jia would divine thunder. He would divine thunder, and many others. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Yang with admiration. I did not expect you to possess such insights into thunder, my friend. It truly humbles me. Xiao Yang smiled gently and replied, You flatter me. Thunder Ji, my understanding of the path of thunder cannot transcend my own. Yet your mastery is nearing the threshold of the sacred path, is it not? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the Thunder God fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed deeply, a hint of confusion glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Yang. It is difficult. It is truly difficult. To achieve the sacred path is an arduous endeavor. Though I have reached the zenith of quasi-sainthood, the path to sanctity remains elusive. His words trailed off, yet the meaning was clear. Xiao Yang pondered in silence for a while before looking at the Thunder God. There is no need for haste. My friend, you know what I discussed with Daoish and Yuan at Wuzhuang Temple. I would like to hear the details. The Thunder God's eyes gleamed with curiosity that I proposed to Daoish and Yuan that a great war is inevitable between the witch and demon clans. And such a conflict will lead to their demise. After their decline, which race could possibly rise again? Only our human race. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with conviction, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's proclamation, the Thunder God's gaze flickered uncertainly. After a long while, he fixed his eyes upon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, my friend, do you have something to convey to me? Xiao Yang spoke candidly, revealing, I wish to ask you, Thunder God, to establish a doctrine and legacy for our human race and to forge an alliance with us. The Thunder God remained silent, contemplating. Xiao Yang was not surprised by his reaction. After all, persuading a top primordial being to ally with the human race based solely on mere words was no simple feat. Even he himself would be hesitant. Daoish and Yuan has already allied with our human race. And in doing so, he has embarked upon the path of Hunyuan. The path of Hunyuan. The Thunder God's eyes glimmered with intensity, his heart racing. His instincts told him that what Xiao Yang spoke was pivotal to his future path to enlightenment. Indeed, it is the path of Hunyuan. Hunyuan signifies the primordial energy unseparated, chaos as one, the origin of vitality. In the time before the heavens were opened, Pangu and the myriad chaotic deities followed this very path. In the eyes of the Thunder God, a contemplative expression emerged as he gazed at Xiao Yang. The path of the Hunyuan could potentially lead to sanctification. Without the need for great merits, without the necessity of the primordial purple qi, without relying on strength to validate the Tao, Xiao Yang chuckled and spoke, the Hunyuan, the path that one attains, is not that of a sage, but rather that of the Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal. The sage and the Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal, are on great merits are required. No primordial purple qi is needed, and no strength is required to validate the Tao. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the Thunder God rose and bowed to him, saying, I humbly request that you, Tao friend Xiao Yang, teach me the path of Hunyuan. I am willing to pass down the Tao lineage among the human race and form an alliance with humanity. Never to betray it through the ages. Ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Thunder God, please heed my words. With the Thunder God's response, a hint of joy flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The two sat across from each other, and Xiao Yang's demeanor grew solemn. Thunder God, you have just heard me expound on the Tao. The thunder represents the fulcrum of heaven and earth, governing the disasters and blessings of the heavens, wielding the scales of existence. As you observe this primordial wilderness, countless resentful and malevolent beings abound. Have you contemplated this? A thoughtful expression crossed the Thunder God's visage as he pondered. Though the primordial heavens detest such beings, they will not eradicate them. Thus, the primordial realm lacks a method of punishment. The Thunder God murmured, a flicker of inspiration illuminating his mind, yet he could not grasp the essence. The thunder governs the disasters and blessings of heaven. There are countless perpetrators of slaughter in the primordial realm. If I could establish heavenly retribution through thunder, vanquishing the malevolent and clarifying the cosmos, restoring order to the universe with a resounding boom. It was as if lightning flashed in the thunder goddess' mind, and he understood completely. Those who commit heinous acts, burdened with sin, shall be punished by heavenly retribution. Those who harm the heavens and defy the natural order shall be punished by heavenly retribution. Establish the heavenly tribulation. There are 9 levels of this tribulation, each representing a layer of heaven. Those who transcend it shall receive the blessings of heaven and earth, while those who fail shall perish. Their souls extinguished, reduced to ashes. Henceforth, the heavenly punishment and tribulation shall be established, and the primordial realm shall be governed by law, allowing all things to flourish. The thunder god's expression grew increasingly animated, as if he had discovered the path of his future. Thunder God, awaken! At that moment, a voice resonated like a morning bell and evening drum, reaching the thunder god's ears that he looked at Xiao Yang. His expression filled with perplexity. Thunder God, now is not the time to establish the thunder tribulation. A realization dawned upon the thunder god. His eyes reflecting enlightenment, he bowed to Xiao Yang, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Dao friend Xiao Yang, for imparting the Dao. The thunder god shall remember this. Let heaven and earth bear witness. Today, I, the thunder god, vow to establish a lineage and inheritance among the human race, forming an alliance with humanity. Everlasting and unyielding. With a resounding rumble, thunder echoed from the heavens above, affirming the thunder god's oath. Xiao Yang, without hesitation, declared to heaven and earth, let heaven and earth bear witness. Today, I, the human race, ally with the thunder god. Everlasting and unyielding. Another thunderous roar reverberated, signifying the recognition of heaven and earth. The thunder god and Xiao Yang exchanged glances, then burst into hearty laughter. After a moment, the hesitation in the thunder god's eyes dissipated. He looked at Xiao Yang and retrieved a sphere enveloped in the essence of thunder. Dao friend, this is a glint of curiosity flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes as he inquired of the thunder god. Dao friend Xiao Yang, within this lies a thunder dragon. Long ago, when I first emerged from the Thunder Marsh, I encountered him. Though he was born of the Dragon Clan, he faced constant ostracism and thus left the Dragon Clan to dwell in my Thunder Marsh, where we became inseparable. However, one day, a formidable foe attacked, and to protect me, the Thunder Dragon was gravely wounded. As he spoke, the Thunder God gently touched the egg wrapped in the essence of thunder. Though I have reached the quasi-saint realm, I can only nurture his injuries slowly with the essence of thunder. Now, having received your teachings, Dao friend, I will soon enter seclusion and lack the time to tend to this thunder dragon. I beseech you, Dao friend Xiao Yang, to care for him. Xiao Yang nodded, extending his hand to accept the thunder egg. Rest assured, thunder god, I will take good care of this thunder dragon. Thus my worries are alleviated. When we meet again, he shall surely attain the realm of Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal. The thunder god laughed heartily. The anxiety in his eyes vanished, and his entire demeanor transformed. Chapter 53. The Return to Humanity After 10,000 Years. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the ancestral land of the human race, a faint golden celestial canopy formed a barrier, enveloping the territory of the human race spanning millions of miles. This faint golden canopy isolated the ancestral land of humanity from external prying eyes. Yet it also prevented the human race from easily expanding outward. Only with the permission of the initial 3 sovereigns, such as Swerin, could they freely enter and exit the barrier like tea that moment. A ripple spread across the faint golden canopy. The space warped, and 3 figures slowly materialized. We have finally returned. As Xiao Yang beheld the familiar landscapes before him, a smile graced his face. Your Majesty, is this the land of your people? Kong Xian and Jin Peng gazed curiously at everything before them, as attendants of the Emperor of Humanity. They were deeply intrigued by all aspects of the human race and eager to learn more. Indeed, this region, covering millions of miles, belongs to my human race. However, in due time, we will have to abandon this place. Xiao Yang nodded, reflecting on his surroundings with a touch of sentiment. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged puzzled glances. Their spiritual senses clearly perceived that aside from the human race, the area was populated only by uncivilized beasts. These creatures posed no threat to humanity, so why must they abandon this place? Your Majesty, you have finally returned. We welcome you back to the human race. We pay our respects to your Majesty. As Xiao Yang passed through the faint golden canopy, the news reached within the ancestral land of humanity. The heads of all affairs, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, hurried over to greet Xiao Yang. His return brought them immense relief. It could be said without hesitation that Xiao Yang was the stabilizing anchor of the human race. As long as he was present, they possessed a measure of confidence in all their endeavors. Observing the trio of Suiren, Xiao Yang nodded. Sensing Suiren's mid-level Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm and the early-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realms of Yu Chao and Zi, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Excellent. It seems that during my absence, you have not neglected your cultivation. I am truly pleased. The faces of Suiren and the others lit up with joy. Receiving Xiao Yang's praise made all their efforts worthwhile. These are my attendants I acquired during my time away, named Kong Xian and Jin Peng. The two were sons of the ancient Phoenix clan, one a colorful peacock and the other a golden winged roc. In the future, you must treat each other well and avoid conflict. Xiao Yang introduced Kong Xian and Jin Peng to Suiren and the others. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, pays respects to the three initial human sovereigns. We ask for your guidance in the days to come. Kong Xian and Jin Peng bowed to Suiren and the others, and no need for excessive formalities, since you have become the attendants of our emperor. Simply serve him well. Suiren and the others returned the bow to Kong Xian and Jin Peng, then spoke with a serious demeanor that is only natural. Kong Xian and Jin Peng nodded in agreement. Over the years, they had witnessed Xiao Yang's prowess and remarkable abilities, solidifying their resolve to serve him diligently. All right, let us return to the ancestral land. I await your reports on the state of humanity. Once preparations are sufficient, it shall be time to depart from here. After speaking, Xiao Yang made his way toward the ancestral land of humanity. The expressions of Suiren and the others were tinged with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Although they had expanded the human territory from a few 100,000 miles to millions of miles, the path ahead for humanity remained uncertain. They were unsure where humanity would ultimately go, which gave rise to a sense of trepidation. Yet, they were also filled with excitement. Once humanity began its migration, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir. The entire primordial realm would become aware of their endeavors. This would signify the official emergence of a human race, once a mere few 100,000 years old, in the primordial realm. Soon, a group of individuals returned to the ancestral land of the human race. Xiao Yang did not disturb the other clansmen and quietly made his way back into the ancestral hall. The three members of the Suiren clan took their seats opposite Xiao Yang, while Kong Xian and Jin Peng stood attentively behind him. Suiren, has the development of our human race been smooth over the years? Xiao Yang inquired, fixing his gaze upon the Suiren clan. To report to your Majesty, the development of the human race has been relatively smooth. Thanks to the barrier techniques passed down by your Majesty, every new territory we expand into is covered by a barrier. However, our population is growing rapidly, and the surrounding area, being part of the unending mountains, does not provide ample food. Often, hunting requires venturing far afield. Suiren pondered for a moment before responding to Xiao Yang. Upon hearing Suiren's words, Xiao Yang nodded and spoke. Indeed, our population is increasing at an alarming rate, and the surrounding food resources are insufficient to sustain the entire human race. This is one of the reasons I intend to migrate our people. After a brief pause, he continued, Initially, I plan to divide the entire human race into 3 batches for the migration. Are you all prepared for this undertaking? Yu Chao stood up and bowed to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, since the day the migration was proposed, we have divided the entire human race into 3 segments. Once Your Majesty gives the order, the first batch can depart within 10 days. Is the protective force for the migrating clansmen adequately prepared? Xiao Yang inquired with a slight nod. I could see this moment. Zi stood up. Unlike the typical delicate demeanor of most women, she exuded a sense of gallantry and vigor. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have organized a migration into 3 batches, each accompanied by a formidable army. Among these forces, there are several Deluo, hundreds of thousands of Tai-E, and tens of millions of golden immortals. Additionally, the 3 of us will oversee one of the armies. We have also arranged ample protective forces among the migrating clansmen to ensure absolute safety. Xiao Yang nodded, as if recalling something, and asked, "Has the Tiangong Pavilion completed the forging of the immortal cities?" "To report to your majesty, since its inception, the Tiangong Pavilion has seen countless clansmen dedicate themselves to its cause in order to ensure the immortal cities possess the foundation your majesty envisions for suppressing a region. The Tiangong Pavilion has worked tirelessly day and night, utilizing precious materials such as phoenix immortal gold, mother bronze, ore, and copper from Xiao Mountain. We have finally forged the immortal cities your majesty desires." Z responded promptly. "How many immortal cities do we currently possess?" "The latest batch of immortal cities is nearing completion, totaling 100,000. Each city is equipped with an innate expansion formation, capable of accommodating over 100 million inhabitants." Z spoke with uncontained excitement. In the midst of discussing the immortal cities, a spark of light could be seen in her eyes. Chapter 54. From this day forth, it shall be the first year of the human era. Within the ancestral hall of the human race, as time passed, Xiao Yang had gleaned the changes the human race had undergone over the years from the three members of the Sui Ren clan. At this point, Xiao Yang rose, his expression serious and solemn. "Where are the three sovereigns? Sui Ren is here. Yu Chao is here. Z is here." The three members of the Sui Ren clan stood in unison. Their expressions grave. 10 days hence, the first batch of migrants shall depart for the shores of the East Sea, Xiao Yang declared, fixing his gaze upon Sui Ren. "Sui Ren, do you remember why you became one of the initial three sovereigns of our human race?" "I dare not forget. I became one of the initial three sovereigns because I harnessed fire. Even without cultivation, I could still summon fire," Sui Ren replied solemnly, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. "Indeed, you have created the undying flame of our human race, illuminating the darkness for us. The challenges faced by the first batch of migration will be greater than any encountered during the development of our race over the years. I hope you can become the beacon of hope for the human race, akin to the eternal flame. If darkness should arise, may you illuminate it. Can you achieve this?" Xiao Yang's gaze bore into Sui Ren, missing not a flicker of his expression. "Rest assured, your majesty, Sui Ren shall not fail your expectations. Even in the face of encroaching darkness, I will embody the undying flame and become the sun for the human race." Dispelling the shadows, Sui Ren's heart surged with fervor as he addressed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded, then continued, "Very well. As the migration is about to commence, it is time for the outstanding talents of our human race to step onto their stage. Whether they thrive or perish, whether they become dragons or mere insects, it will depend on their own fortunes." The members of the Sui Ren clan nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments at this moment. Xiao Yang shifted his gaze to Yu Chao and Z. Following the departure of the first batch led by Sui Ren, subsequent batches must be prepared within 3 days. Z, your meticulous nature surpasses that of Yu Chao. The central tribes account for nearly 90% of the migration. The burden on your shoulders is substantial. Without hesitation, Z bowed to Xiao Yang, her gaze filled with solemnity. "Rest assured, your majesty, Z, is confident in fulfilling this task." "Ha ha ha! Splendid! This is the spirit of my human sons." Xiao Yang erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Z's words. After a while, he turned his attention back to Yu Chao. "Yu Chao, the journey ahead will not be without peril. Even if the subsequent 2 batches of our people successfully migrate, do not let your guard down." Yu Chao nodded, stating, "Rest assured, your majesty, I would never jest with the lives of our kin. As for danger, let it come. Neither I nor our human race is to be trifled with." At his words, Xiao Yang laughed heartily once more. He looked at Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Z, and thought of the sages among the human race who had worked tirelessly for its prosperity. A surge of ambition welled up within him. "Excellent. Since everything is prepared, then in 10 days, we shall commence the migration of the human race. From this migration onward, we shall usher in a new era for our people, marking the day as the first year of the human era." The 3 members of the Sui Ren clan bowed in unison to Xiao Yang, their expressions imbued with excitement, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. 10 days swiftly passed, and on this day, the first batch of migrants, tasked with both migration and the opening of new paths, was ready. These clansmen, predominantly robust young men, bore expressions of both exhilaration and trepidation. Soon, they would venture into the unknown for the sake of their race. Among them, some appeared pallid, as if the weight of the moment rendered them breathless. Yet none spoke of withdrawal. They understood that paving a safe path was paramount to minimizing casualties among their kin. Even if it cost them their lives, they accepted it willingly to the ancestral hall of the human race, atop a platform of 999 zhong. Xiao Yang's presence captured their attention. My sons of the human race, I am the emperor of humanity. Today marks the first year of the human era, when this land can no longer sustain us, and we have grown to find it insufficient to accommodate our race. What shall we do? Xiao Yang's voice echoed throughout the assembly of the human race, prompting all to ponder deeply. Indeed, if this place cannot support our existence, why should we remain? What is the solution to this dilemma? Migration? Xiao Yang seemed to sense their thoughts. Correct. The key to resolving this issue lies in migration. If this place cannot house our human race, then we must seek a location that can accommodate us all. The shores of the East Sea shall be our new sanctuary. The words East Sea resonated deeply within the hearts of countless clansmen. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly. Traversing from here to the East Sea might take us tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Many would sacrifice along the way, perhaps even myself. Yet for the future of our race, such sacrifices are unavoidable. What we can do is move forward. Forward, forward. Remember, your brothers stand with you. The sages stand with you. The original three sovereigns stand with you, and I am also with you. Although the words of Xiao Yang may not be particularly stirring, they are a genuine expression of his heartfelt emotions, resonating with every member of the clan, both in their ears and in their hearts. For the sake of humanity, forward, forward, forward. Suddenly, an unknown voice cried out, igniting the entire realm of humanity. For the sake of humanity, forward, forward, forward. For the sake of humanity, forward, forward, forward. Sui Rin seizes this moment, revealing his form as the eternal flame ignites atop his head. The first group of migrating clansmen, I shall transform into the eternal flame, embodying the sun, illuminating your path through the dark night. The pale golden sky dissipates accordingly. Now, let us set forth. Boom! At once a thunderous roar echoed throughout the ancestral land of humanity, and a multitude of people stretched endlessly for thousands of miles. Standing upon the high platform, Xiao Yang gazed at this scene, murmuring to himself, "Today marks the first year of the era of humanity. Are all clans prepared to welcome the arrival of humankind?" Chapter 55. The response of the demon clan Tang Gu emerges. In the heavenly court within the Sun Palace, brother, urgent news arrives from the primal lands. Dong Huang Tai hurriedly entered, bowing to Dijun. His voice tinged with urgency. Dijun sat before the desk, lifting his gaze to Dong Huang Tai, a smile gracing his face. Tai, when will you learn to temper your impulsive nature? Speak. What has transpired? Dong Huang Tai chuckled, rubbing his nose as he addressed Dijun. Brother, the human clan has made new moves. Oh. Dijun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. According to the reports from the demon clan, you stationed near the human clan, for the past 3 months, numerous humans have been departing from their homeland, steadily heading eastward, based on their movements and covert investigations. Their destination appears to be the shores of the Eastern Sea. A spark of brilliance shone in Dong Huang Tai's eyes. The shores of the Eastern Sea. Dijun's gaze momentarily lost focus. Muttering to himself, suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he instructed Dong Huang Tai, summon the demon god Bai Zhe. Without delay, Dong Huang Tai hastened from the Sun Palace to find Bai Zhe. Soon, Dong Huang Tai returned with Bai Zhe in tow. Bai Zhe bowed before the demon emperor. Bai Zhe respectfully saluted Dju and no need for formalities. Bai Zhe, the East Emperor has just reported that the human clan is migrating en masse to the shores of the Eastern Sea. What do you think is their motive? Dijun inquired. The human clan, migrating en masse to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Bai Zai murmured, a glimmer of wisdom sparking in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he trembled slightly and bowed to Di Jun. The shores of the Eastern Sea are in close proximity to the Eastern Sea itself, lacking any formidable forces nearby, and the environment is quite safe. Your Majesty, Bai Zai believes that the human clan is migrating to find a new place to reside. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Di Jun nodded slightly. Indeed, I share your thoughts. The human clan's migration to the shores of the Eastern Sea is in search of a new dwelling. In the vast wilderness, there is no place more suitable for the development of the human clan than the shores of the Eastern Sea. What do you propose our demon clan do in response to the human clan's migration to the shores of the Eastern Sea? Bai Zai pondered briefly before responding to Di Jun, Your Majesty. Bai Zai believes we must make every effort to intercept the human clan's migration. Pausing momentarily, Bai Zai continued. However, since the human clan was created by the Empress Nuwa, we should not be overly aggressive. Your Majesty could allow the demons stationed along the migration route to exert their full strength while the remaining demons provide appropriate assistance. Di Jun, upon hearing this, regarded Bai Zai with newfound appreciation, saying, Excellent. Your words reflect sagacity. I shall entrust this matter to you for full execution. Bai Zai calmly bowed to Di Jun. Bai Zai shall faithfully obey the command of the demon emperor. Once Bai Zai departed, Dong Huang Tai Yi, who had remained silent, spoke up eagerly. Brother, why agree to Bai Zai's approach? Should we not exert our full power to eradicate the human clan? Even if we cannot completely annihilate them, we must at least strive to eliminate them to the best of our abilities. Di Jun gently shook his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Tai Yi, you do not understand. Though the human clan poses a threat to our demon clan, they are but a minor nuisance at present. The true peril for us lies with the Wu clan. Now, do you comprehend why I consented to Bai Zai's plan? He too harbors a desire to eliminate the human clan. Since the dawn of humanity, he has felt a sense of unease, especially as the fortunes of the human clan coalesced into the form of the Golden Dragon. Culminating in the emergence of the human emperor, the continuous blessings bestowed upon the human clan by the heavenly decree have repeatedly thwarted his grand designs. The human clan has long been a thorn in his side. Yet, as he has stated, the human clan is merely a minor concern for the demon clan. The true underlying threat is the Wu clan. After all, should we inadvertently drive the human clan into the arms of the Wu clan, it would spell trouble for us, despite our power over them. A look of dawning comprehension appeared in Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes. His gaze flicked, and he addressed Di Jun. Brother, may I partake in this matter? I must ensure that the human Xiao Yang pays a price. As he spoke, a fierce intensity flickered in Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes, for he had long harbored resentment toward Xiao Yang. Di Jun, hearing this, could not help but chuckle, shaking his head as he replied, Very well. If you wish to proceed, then go ahead. Thank you, brother. Dong Huang Tai Yi rejoiced, bowing to Di Jun before hurriedly departing. Di Jun watched Dong Huang Tai Yi leave, shaking his head with a wry smile. When Tai Yi learned to temper his impulsive nature, before Di Jun could collect his thoughts, Bai Zai, who had departed earlier, re-entered. Your Majesty, please discipline the 10 princes. A hint of exasperation crossed Bai Zai's face that Di Jun, taken aback, inquired, Speak, what mischief have those 10 rascals been up to? Di Jun felt a headache coming on. Ever since the Empress Shi bore 10 little golden crows, they had garnered the affection of Shi himself and Dong Huang Tai Yi, leading to their unruly behavior. The 10 little golden crows, possessing the innate ability to wield true solar fire, often wreaked havoc due to their youth, causing unrest in the heavenly court, either burning down palaces or destroying precious herds. He found it exceedingly troublesome. Your Majesty, this time it is far more serious than before. The 10 princes, upon leaving the Jinwu Palace, engaged in playful antics that resulted in a patrol unit being reduced to ashes. If we allow the princes to continue their mischief, many in the heavenly court may harbor grievances. Bai Zai's expression was one of distress. What? Di Jun's eyes flared with anger. He had not anticipated that the 10 little golden crows would cause such destruction. Initially, Di Jun intended to summon the 10 golden crows for a reprimand. However, upon probing with his divine sense, he discovered that the 10 little golden crows had already taken refuge in Shi's palace. Jun's lips curled into a wry smile. Bai Zhe, where do you think we should send the 10 little golden crows to keep them away from the heavenly court? After pondering for a moment, Bai Zhe responded, Your Majesty, I believe we should send the 10 princes to the Sun Star. The Sun Star? Indeed, the Sun Star. The Sun Star is abundant in true solar fire, and it hosts the Fusong tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, which could aid the 10 princes in mastering the true solar fire. This is the best destination Bai Zhe could conceive that Jun contemplated for a moment. Indeed, the Sun Star was the most suitable location. Very well, I shall personally escort them to the Sun Star, and we shall name their new residence Tengu. Chapter 56. The Battle Between Humans and Demons During Migration Xiao. In the central region of the primordial wilderness, amidst a vast expanse of plains, the first group of humanity, led by Xiao temporarily took refuge. Within their encampment, the anguished cries of his kin echoed intermittently. Permeating the air with the stench of blood, a sorrowful and desolate atmosphere enveloped the entire human settlement. Standing at the entrance of the dwelling of the injured, Xiao's eyes were filled with profound sorrow. His hand rested upon the door, hesitating multiple times to push it open. Yet he found himself devoid of the courage to cross that threshold. A formidable being of mid-stage Hunyuan Jinxian, he was inexplicably gripped by a suffocating sensation. Is it not laughable? Behind him stood a human man, wielding a long sword and exuding a sharp aura, casting a worried glance his way. Your Majesty Xiao, are you well? Xiao inhaled deeply, turning to face the man. And finally a faint smile graced his face. Since departing from the ancestral homeland of humanity, the first wave of his migrating kin had been relentlessly attacked by the demon race, despite his understanding that obstacles would arise from the demons. He had never anticipated their aggression would be so fierce, to the extent that he and his people felt the malice of the primordial wilderness. Fortunately, he had not left empty-handed. While humanity faced countless perils, some of his kin had perished, yet others had risen to prominence. Among these emerging figures, the one he valued most was the individual before him, known as Xiao. Xiao's unparalleled prowess in swordsmanship resonated throughout the realm, his sharp aura shaking the heavens and the earth. Even Xiao Yang had taken notice of this young human. There was a saying, how did it go? Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single sword's radiance chills 19 states. Xiao felt this phrase perfectly encapsulated Xiao. Rest assured, Xiao, I am fine. It is merely the thought of our kin who have suffered injuries or even lost their lives in recent days that fills me with a desire to eradicate those demons. A fierce glint of malice flickered in Xiao's eyes. Throughout his existence among humanity, Xiao had always been a gentle soul, treating both people and things with kindness. However, as the conflict between humanity and the demon race escalated, he came to understand a profound truth. Gentleness is reserved for one's own kind. When it comes to enemies, especially demons, one must pursue their utter annihilation. Fear not, Your Majesty Xiao. The blood of humanity shall not be shed in vain. Those demons will one day pay the price. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xiao clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Xiao chuckled, and witnessing Xiao's fervor lightened the heaviness in his heart. Come, let us enter and check on our kin. The days ahead will not be easy. Xiao patted Xiao's shoulder and pushed open the door. Years later, in a certain expanse of the primordial wilderness, the ground was strewn with corpses, blood flowing freely and staining the earth crimson. The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, a malevolent aura surging, blood light piercing the sky. Once a picturesque locale, it was now riddled with craters and in ruins. If humanity wishes to depart from here, they must first inquire whether my Lihua tiger demon clan is amenable to their exit. Such insignificant creatures as humanity are fit only to be our blood food. A mighty tiger, ablaze with flames, stood atop the clouds, surveying the chaotic battlefield, coldly uttering these words. The Lihua tiger race was said to have originated from the union of the Phoenix and White Tiger clans, inheriting the fire-controlling abilities of the Phoenix and the combat prowess of the White Tiger. Renowned for their formidable strength, they were a fearsome force within the primordial wilderness, Their clan boasted not only a quasi-saint patriarch, but also dozens of Deluo, Jinxian practitioners. Even among the myriad of beings in the primordial realm, they ranked as a powerful tribe. Spare me the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. A faint golden flame erupted into the sky, dominating half the firmament. Swearing glared at the patriarch of the Li Hua tiger clan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Behind him, millions of human practitioners seethed with rage. After years of warfare, it was the Li Hua tiger clan that had posed the greatest impediment to them. Countless brothers had fallen to their blades. Conversely, many of their tiger demons had also perished at the hands of humanity, their flesh consumed for sustenance, their hides fashioned into garments, and their bones utilized in medicine. The hatred between the two factions was as vast as the heavens. No matter how much water from the celestial river was poured, this enmity could never be washed away. With a roar from the patriarch of the Li Hua tiger clan, countless tiger demons beneath him howled in unison. These demons transformed into their true forms and charged towards humanity. The malevolent aura that accompanied the Li Hua tiger demons coalesced in the sky, descending upon the humans like a collapsing heaven. Brothers of humanity, kill! Swearin bellowed, flames surging around him as he transformed into a fire dragon, roaring towards the patriarch of the Li Hua demon clan. The humans behind him ignited with battle fervor, their hearts ablaze with anger and bloodlust. Kill! 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 Let us carve out a resplendent world for humanity. All who stand against us shall be slain. The war cries echoed throughout the region as both sides clashed in a relentless battle. Countless Li Hua demons and humans filled the area, and with every passing moment, innumerable corpses fell to the ground. Some bodies were so mangled they could not be preserved, turning to ash. Amidst this chaos, the combat between Swearin and the patriarch of the Li Hua demon clan was the most intense. The South Ming Li Hua, inherited from the Phoenix clan, clashed fiercely with humanity's indomitable flame, painting the sky in shades of crimson, the scorching heat permeating the atmosphere. The battlefield was a breeding ground for murderous intent. Furthermore, with billions engaged in combat, the malevolent aura had already soared to the heavens, attracting the attention of countless powerful beings from the primordial realm. They observed silently, their focus drawn to the conflict between humanity and the Li Hua tiger clan. The sheer scale of this battle, however, paled in comparison to the earlier war between the witch and demon clans, which had seen hundreds of billions, even trillions, engaged in battle. Only the human race, crafted by the Saint Nuwa, could capture their hearts and minds. Within Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi sat cross-legged beneath the ginseng fruit tree, a phantom appearing beside him. Old brother, do you think Xiao Yang Daoist has orchestrated everything meticulously, perhaps using the migration to a new residence as a means to temper the will of humanity? Hong Yun inquired with curiosity that a glint of wisdom flashed in Xinyuanzi's eyes. Whether or not Xiao Yang Daoist has planned this, I do not know. What I do know is that my path to Han Yuan has been thoroughly illuminated. A look of surprise flickered in Hong Yun's eyes. Could it be that you? Xinyuanzi's gaze deepened, a smile gracing his lips. Now, we await the moment I desire. Chapter 57. A new quasi-saint humanity's Chisongzi shall slay you. In the Three Pure Ones Hall of Dong Kunlun, Tong Tian observed with great interest the fierce clash between the Li Hua tiger clan and humanity. Elder brother, did you not promise to protect humanity diligently? Does this current situation not align with what you said back then? Tong Tian turned his gaze to the meditative Taiji Laozu beside him. Slowly, Taiji Laozu opened his eyes, which sparkled as if filled with countless stars. Dazzling to behold. Indeed, I promised to protect humanity, but that was limited to crises threatening their extinction. The current skirmishes are merely trials for humanity. He dismissed the significance of the ongoing conflict. Indeed, without trials, how could one achieve greatness? Even we three brothers have endured countless hardships to attain sainthood. What humanity is experiencing is still far from sufficient. Yuqing Yuanshe, who had remained silent until now, spoke with indifference. His expression was calm and unwavering. Were it not for Tong Tian insisting I pay attention to this affair, I would find it rather dull. Would it not be more fruitful to ponder the Tao and enhance my cultivation during this time? Upon hearing the words of the Primordial One, Tong Tian's lips curled into a smirk. That very moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Elder brother, second brother, do take a look. Another quasi-saint from the demon clan has arrived. Although he is merely at the early stage of quasi-saint, this batch of human warriors is likely doomed. As he concluded, Tong Tian shook his head in dismay. The sage's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Dao, and there is scarcely anything he cannot foresee. He had already observed the battlefield with his sage's insight. Aside from Swearin, there was no other quasi-saint among the humans. Faced with a quasi-saint powerhouse, unless another quasi-saint emerges from the human ranks, this group of warriors, in his view, was already on a path to destruction. With this thought, Tong Tian sighed deeply, as if overcome with sorrow. Both Laozi of Taiji and Yuqing Yuan Shi subtly moved their divine consciousness, capturing the essence and cultivation of the entire battlefield. Laozi remained silent, taking hold of a dragon-headed staff and gesturing forward. Before the three, a mirror of clear light materialized, vividly displaying the scene of battle between the Lihua tiger demons and the humans. I could see this moment. The relentless battlefield was strewn with the corpses of both the Lihua tiger demons and the humans, each body soaked in blood, indistinguishable whether it was their own or another's. Just then, a colossal aura spread across the battlefield, and an enormous hand descended upon the humans. The sudden appearance of this massive hand left the human warriors no time to react, and countless lives were reduced to mere flesh and blood beneath its weight. Swearin, engaged in battle with the ancestor of the Lihua tiger demons, suddenly changed countenance. Damn it, another quasi-saint. How is this possible? He exclaimed. There is nothing impossible. I have told you before, it is inconceivable for your human race to pass. You are destined to become our food. This is your fate. The ancestor of the Lihua tiger demons laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with cunning satisfaction. The emergence of this new quasi-saint had been premeditated, aimed at completely burying the human warriors led by Swearin. This moment, the hidden demon quasi-saint revealed himself, manifesting as a black flame spider shrouded in dark energy. His form was enveloped in a sinister haze, with eerie green compound eyes glinting ominously as so much food to bring back for my kin. The aura of the early stage quasi-saint spread throughout the battlefield. The black flame spider exhaled, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards the bulk of the human forces. The black flames swept across. The corpses littering the ground were instantaneously obliterated, leaving nothing in their wake. In midair, witnessing this unfolding scene, Swearin's eyes filled with urgency. He yearned to break free from the clutches of the Lihua tiger demon's ancestor to intercept the black flames. Swearin, where do you think you're going? Why not stay and witness the demise of your race? The ancestor of the Lihua tiger demons obstructed Swearin's path, intensifying his assault. A storm of southern bright flames transformed into fiery beasts, charging towards Swearin. Damn it, faced with the relentless blockade of the Lihua tiger demon's ancestor, Swearin gritted his teeth, realizing he could not extricate himself. Just then, a brilliant sword light illuminated the entire battlefield. Countless sword energies rampaged, shattering everything in their vicinity. These sword energies converged, resembling a mighty river, surging towards the black flames. The black flame spider was momentarily taken aback that a human, wielding a bloodied longsword, emerged, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness, reminiscent of a legendary divine sword. Who are you? The black flame spider demanded. I am Chisongzi of the human race. Today, I shall surely slay you. Chisongzi's eyes shimmered with fierce determination, his words resonating with an unwavering conviction that his proclamation would indeed come to pass. Upon hearing Chisongzi's declaration, the black flame spider paused, then erupted into laughter. This is the finest jest I have ever heard. A mere Deluo golden immortal dares to challenge a quasi-saint. I shall relish in watching your futile attempt. The black flame spider's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he transformed into black smoke, enveloping Chisongzi. Chisongzi harbored no intentions of retreating. He fixated on the black flame spider, fully aware that if he failed to vanquish this foe, countless human lives would be lost. He was resolute in his mission to slay the black flame spider. This was his unwavering belief. As if sensing Chisongzi's conviction, the long sword in his grasp resonated softly, its faint glow flickering erratically. You too feel my resolve? Then let us strike him down. Chisongzi gazed upon his sword, a tender light gleaming in his eyes, with no further hesitation as the black smoke surged towards him. Chisongzi charged forth, embodying the essence of an unparalleled divine sword. The black smoke spread relentlessly, rendering the surrounding area, spanning thousands of miles, a realm where neither the Lihua tiger demons nor the humans dared to tread. In midair, Xueren watched as the human descendant he held in high regard plunged into the black smoke. His figure trembled slightly, his gaze towards the ancestor of the Lihua tiger demons turning crimson with fury. Kill. Chapter 58. The reversal against the quasi-saint. The envious onlookers were filled with jealousy and resentment. The black flames transformed into a shroud of darkness over the battlefield. Within this boundless gloom, a glimmer of light emerged. Human brat, weren't you intent on slaying me? Why now do you kneel before me? Are you seeking mercy? The voice of the black flame spider echoed ominously from the shadows, reverberating from all directions, leaving one disoriented as to its origin. Cough, a mere rodent, and yet you hide from me. A Deluo? You truly disgrace the dignity of a quasi-saint. Chisongzi, with his sword embedded in the ground, knelt partially, blood flowing from his wounds, evidently gravely injured. Yet even so, his aura remained undiminished, instead surging with renewed vigor. Hearing the black flame spider's taunts, Chisongzi responded with utter disdain, mocking the creature. Ant, you have incited my wrath. The black flame spider's form materialized before Chisongzi, his compound eyes glinting with a blood-red glow, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. The spider was infuriated by Chisongzi's words, having never been so humiliated since ascending to quasi-saint status. Especially by a mere Deluo, golden immortal of the human race. Fear not, I shall not easily take your life, that I will break your limbs, strip you of your powers, and render you a cripple. Then, I shall make you witness how your kind becomes my clan's sustenance. You shall behold how the likes of Xueren, Niao Shi, and even your Emperor Xiao Yang perish at our hands. The black flame spider's words dripped with malice, as if envisioning the grim fate he had in store for the humans, his body trembling lightly in his own reverie. You seek death. Chisongzi roared in response to the black flame spider's threats, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, radiating a chilling aura. His figure transformed into a streak of sword light, slicing towards the black flame spider. Amir de Luo, do you truly think I fear you? The black flame spider's eyes mirrored the same murderous intent. His quasi-saint powers surging forth, a bolt of lightning flickered in his gaze as he thrust his forelegs forward with a sharp sound. Chisongzi's sword light was sent flying backward. His long sword fell from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground. Huh? You are enraged. Fear not, I shall ensure you witness that scene. The black flame spider laughed heartily, relishing in the moment. Not so fast. As long as I stand, I will not allow it. Chisongzi lay prostrate on the ground, lifting his gaze towards the black flame spider, his eyes filled with defiance. Suddenly, Chisongzi trembled, slowly rising from the ground, a mysterious aura enveloping him, causing the very space around him to warp slightly. The sword comes, clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a resounding roar from Chisongzi, the air was filled with the resonant clang of swords. And a terrifying sword intent surged forth. The long sword, embedded in the ground, emitted a soft hum, transforming into a streak of radiant light that merged into Chisongzi's grasp. Slash! Chisongzi bellowed that in an instant, boundless sword principles manifested around him, intertwining with the very fabric of heaven and earth. The darkness enveloping him seemed unable to withstand this sword principle, trembling gently, as if imbued with consciousness, quaking in fear. Swish, 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 a beam of light pierced through the darkness, followed by an endless brilliance that tore apart the shadows. The sound of swords resonating from Chisongzi grew increasingly majestic, as if the entire cosmos harmonized with his presence. In that moment, heaven and earth became swords. The flora and fauna transformed into blades, and all things were but swords. Countless razor-sharp edges converged in the air, coalescing into an extraordinarily resplendent sword light. This sword light, propelled by Chisongzi's movement, descended upon the black flame spider. The sword energy stretched across 100,000 miles, a single sword radiating coldness across 19 states. In the entirety of creation, it seemed as though only this sword existed. How is this possible? The black flame spider's expression shifted dramatically, sensing a hint of peril emanating from the sword light. It felt as if this strike alone could extinguish its very essence. Boom! The sounds of thunder reverberated. As if unable to bear the weight of this assault, the realm was filled with the echoes of swords. The spiritual energy that pervaded the vast primordial expanse was completely dispersed by this singular sword light. Flee! The black flame spider trembled, a singular thought racing through its mind. To escape, the closer the sword approached, the more it felt the overwhelming terror of the strike. It seemed to embody the pinnacle of sharpness. This was the ultimate. With resolve, the black flame spider transformed into a streak of darkness, tearing through the void, fleeing into the distance to evade the impending blow. Thinking of escaping, die. Chisongzi's gaze was sharp as a blade. He perceived the black flame spider's movement and increased the force in his hand. The already swift and powerful sword light surged with additional might. The sound of the blade grew ever more crisp and luminous, cleaving through space, leaving behind fissures that marred the fabric of reality itself. At that moment, a roar filled with resentment echoed from afar, as a brilliant light flared up, sending shockwaves spiraling outward. When tranquility returned, the black flame spider was reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated by Chisongzi's strike. When I say cut you down, I mean it. No one can save you. Chisongzi exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips, yet the blood staining his visage rendered that smile ominous. How could this be? In midair, the ancestor of the fire tiger demon, Nuwa, gazed at Chisongzi, who had just slain the black flame spider, his eyes wide with disbelief. What a fine talent. What an exceptional swordsman. I never expected such brilliance from the human race. He is destined to become my disciple, to inherit my sword path. Unsurprisingly, Tong Tian was moved as one of the three purities, formed from the amalgamation of Pangu's primordial spirit. Each of the three had their own specializations. Taiji was adept in alchemy, Yuqing in artifact crafting, while Shanqing Tong Tian excelled in formations. However, proficiency in formations did not imply incompetence in other areas, apart from formations. His greatest passion lay in the sword. His treasured weapon for achieving sainthood was the Qingping sword. The four swords of Zhuzhen he commanded, though linked to the Zhuzhen sword formation, could not be wielded to their fullest potential without mastery of the sword itself. Now, witnessing Chisongzi wielding the sword to defy a quasi-saint, both his temperament and talent matched Tong Tian's desires perfectly, stirring his interest. Laozi said nothing. He understood Tong Tian's character well. Yet, as he observed Chisongzi's figure, a profound glimmer flickered in his eyes. Yuqing, on the other hand, scoffed, remarking, Chisongzi is not a primeval human. His qualifications are barely adequate. If you wish to take him as a disciple, it wouldn't bring shame to our three purities. But Yuanshi paused, then continued, however, your disciples are mostly uncultured brutes, causing unrest throughout Kunlun. You must exercise stricter discipline. If necessary, expel him from your fold. Tong Tian, who had initially appeared jovial, now wore a frosty expression. This was not the first time he had heard Yuanshi voice such concerns. Since their ascension to sainthood, when Laozi brought back a disciple from Xuandu, both Yuanshi and he had contemplated taking on disciples. Yet Yuanshi had yet to act. Meanwhile, Tong Tian had already accepted more than a dozen disciples, including the likes of Duo Bao, Jinling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu. Among them were individuals whose habits were unchangeable, constantly gathering friends and causing chaos within Kunlun. Tong Tian was acutely aware of this. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, those individuals were still his disciples. Even if he were to discipline them, it was not his second brother's place to intervene. Second brother? What do you mean by that? Our master once opened the Xiao Palace to invite 3,000 Xiao guests to hear the great Tao. My acceptance of these disciples is merely following our master's example. Furthermore, I will manage my disciples. There is no need for you to worry. Tong Tian's words bore a hint of rigidity. Yuan Shi regarded him with a cold glance, letting out a disdainful huff. Humph. Without a treasure to stabilize your sex fortune, your fate will inevitably intertwine with that of your unruly disciples, and you will suffer the consequences. With that, Yuan Shi's figure vanished from the Sanqing Hall. Laozi sighed as he observed this exchange. Third brother, your second brother means no harm. He merely cares for you. I wish to advise you as well. If your disciples consist solely of virtuous true immortals, that would be fine. However, if you take in those who disrupt fortune, you will find regret to be too late. With that, Laozi too disappeared from the Sanqing Hall. Alone, Tong Tian sat quietly within the hall, his eyes glimmering with resolve. Eldest brother, second brother, I understand your intentions well. Yet, in order to protect the fortune of my sect, I must resort to this desperate measure. Tong Tian muttered to himself, holding a formation diagram in his hands. The diagram was densely etched with interconnecting patterns of grand formations. A mere glance would leave an ordinary person dizzy, even to the point of mental collapse. Tong Tian caressed the diagram for a while before storing it away. The faint inscription of 10,000 immortals barely visible. In the central region of the western wilderness, a divine mountain rose majestically from the earth. Golden light radiated from its peak, spreading warmth and a sense of tranquility. Approaching the divine mountain, one could catch a whiff of a faint, exotic fragrance and hear the ethereal sounds of celestial music emanating from its summit. Atop the mountain, two figures sat facing each other. One bore a haggard visage, his countenance pale and filled with sorrow, while the other appeared robust, exuding an air of affluence. Those eyes occasionally sparkled with shrewdness, clearly a clever individual. These two were among the few saints in the primordial realm. The former was the saint of guidance, while the latter was the saint of precept. This divine mountain was known as Mount Shumi. Alas, I never anticipated that the human race would possess such remarkable talents. It is a pity that they are not my disciples in the Western teachings. Had our Western spiritual veins not been utterly destroyed, how could we allow the East to bask in glory first? Jin let out a faint sigh, and the sorrow in his eyes deepened as he gazed at the already ascended Chisongzi, a pang of bitterness stirring within him. For ordinary humans, if they do not cultivate, their lifespan in this abundant aura of the primordial world is merely 300 years. Yet Chisongzi, upon observing his bone age, had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, transforming from a mere mortal into a powerful being on the brink of sainthood. Tito, someone like him, who had to toil for countless epochs to attain the saintly realm. Chisongzi, or rather the entire human race, truly exemplified the favor of destiny. Meanwhile, the figure of Juni shifted slightly, and he spoke to Jin, "Brother, do not be disheartened, since you hold Chisongzi in such high regard. Valuing the human race so dearly, why not descend and take him under your wing? Surely the human race would not dare to refuse." Listening to Juni's words, Jin shook his head slightly. "It is different. Although the heavenly schemes are chaotic, I have calculated before. The witch and demon races are merely the protagonists of this era, while the human race is destined to be the next favored lineage. Moreover, the human race is currently under the protection of Nuwa and is further safeguarded by Laozi, who established the teachings in the name of humanity. Should we forcefully intervene with the human race, it is likely to breed dissatisfaction within their hearts that in the next era, our Western faction may find itself at a standstill." Upon hearing Jin's words, Zhuti shook his head. "Brother, if we follow your reasoning, how long must our Western faction wait for prosperity? To achieve greatness, we must take the initiative, whether it be recruiting gifted disciples or seeking out spiritual treasures. It is essential. I, too, have great interest in this Chisongzi." As Zhuti finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished, heading towards the battlefield between the human and demon races in the heart of the primordial world. Watching Zhuti depart, Jin let out a soft sigh. "Brother, perhaps you are right." Chapter 60. A glimpse of the future. The human race has existed for 58,376 years. In the depths beneath Mount Bujo, the 12 ancestral witches of the witch race gathered. Having received news of the human race's migration from their ancestral land towards the east, Zhurong, with his fiery red hair radiating a scorching aura, spoke up, "Do not be so gloomy. The human race, led by brother Xiao Yang, is migrating eastward. How shall we respond to the demon offspring that intercept them along the way?" Upon Zhurong's words, the previously somber hall lightened slightly. The seated Emperor Zhang looked up at Zhu Juyin. "Second brother, have you discerned anything from the flow of time?" Zhu Juyin did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him. The sound of rushing water filled the air as an illusory river, with neither beginning nor end, flowed before him. Opening his eyes, Zhu Juyin gazed into the ethereal waters. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan, blood tears streaming down his eyes, dimming his once bright gaze. After gasping for breath for a while, Zhu Juyin finally regained his composure. My cultivation is insufficient to fully reveal the future of the human race. What I have gleaned are merely fragments of what is to come. After a brief pause, he continued, "From these fragments, it appears that the human race has not halted its progress. They have migrated to the shores of the eastern sea. I also foresaw that in the future, our witch race will intermarry with the human race, giving rise to the witchmen with primordial spirits. These witchmen will be crucial for the continuation of our lineage. Lastly, it seems the human and demon races will become adversaries over some matters." When I attempted to see more clearly, a terrifying gaze emerged from the river of time and cast me out. For a time, I will be unable to utilize this secret art again. Beside them, Hutu gently tapped her hands and spoke softly. "Let us not forget that Brother Xiao Yang has aided our witch race greatly and imparted the methods of refining divine weapons with our bloodline. Moreover, as second brother just mentioned, the key to the continuation of our witch race lies in intermarriage with the human race, producing witch men with primordial spirits. Just based on this, I believe we should assist the human race." Gong Gong, with his deep blue hair, crossed his arms, his eyes shimmering with determination. The migration of the human race, while being obstructed by the demon race, presents an excellent opportunity to strike that I believe our witch race must not let this chance slip by. "Ha! Gong Gong, you finally said something sensible. When did I ever realize you had such intellect?" Zhurong looked at Gong Gong with astonishment, seemingly pondering when Gong Gong became so reasonable. Observing Zhurong's expression, Gong Gong's face darkened, arms dropping to his sides as he coldly glared at Zhurong. "Zhurong, do you think everyone is like you, simple-minded and brawny? Do not provoke me with your words. Should you wish to fight, I am always ready." Zhurong scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Well then, that's perfect, just in time for me to test a new divine ability I've developed using the Zhurong banner. I'll use you as a trial before challenging brother Xiao Yang." Gong Gong snorted disdainfully, contempt flickering in his eyes. "Humph. After being utterly defeated by brother Xiao Yang, you still want to challenge him again? Huh." Just as Zhurong was about to retort, Emperor Zhang slammed his hand on the table before him, his expression displeased as he looked at Gong Gong and Zhurong. This a place for your nonsense. Take your quarrel outside." Hearing Emperor Zhang's discontent, Gong Gong and Zhurong fell silent. Not wishing to say more, Emperor Zhang simply huffed, "I have decided to assist the human race in their migration. The 12 of us shall remain inactive, sending only the great shamans of our tribes to help. We must disperse the human race into small tribes, integrating them into our surroundings. And remember, we are merely assisting. Do not let your great shamans act rashly. The time for open conflict with the demon race has not yet arrived." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches nodded, except for Hutu, whose eyes revealed a flicker of hesitation. Although they maintained a decent relationship with Xiao Yang, their allegiance first lay with the witch race. Hence, all matters must prioritize the interests of their kin. The human race has existed for 58,376 years. Led by Swearin, the first group of migrating humans finally arrived at the shores of the eastern sea, gazing at the vast plains before them. Both Swearin and the other humans erupted in jubilant cheers, their eyes brimming with excitement. Swearin looked back at the humans following him, a wave of emotion washing over him. Since the day of their migration, it has been 58,376 years. Along the way, countless demon races had attacked them. Even with the support of the witch race, Suiren and his kin faced immense hardships, reflecting on these past 50,000 years. It felt as if they had traversed through another world. They had never imagined they could traverse billions of miles, purging the demon race along the way. Amidst this trial by blood and fire, the human race continuously birthed prodigies. From the battle against the black flame spider, Xiao broke through to the level of primordial unity. With a mere wave of his hand, countless waters transformed into crashing waves, submerging the formidable demon race of the Li Lu clan. Likewise, there were the sword-wielding Yin Kong, cleaving mountains and rivers, and Zhu Xiang, wielding the fire of departure, among others. These individuals would be the backbone of the human race's future. In addition to these prodigies, all the resources from the demon races that Suiren and his companions had vanquished were transported back to the ancestral home of the human race. Xiao Yang allocated most of these resources into the creation blood pool, utilizing its power to bless all newborns of the human race, laying a solid foundation for their future. A complete and stable path to the resurgence of their race unfolded before the human race. As Suiren pondered these matters in his mind, a beam of sword light approached him. This sword light halted before him, transforming into a woman exuding a chilling aura. This individual was none other than the future prodigy of the human race. Yin Kong, Suiren, we have confirmed that there are originally 38 demon clans in this expanse of the eastern sea plains. Upon hearing of the arrival of my human kin, 38 have diminished to 16, leaving a mere 22 demon tribes. Among them are the 7-colored golden rooster, the crimson feathered weasel, the silver moon horse, the ice crystal python. As Suiren listened to Yin Kong's words, images of these races incessantly surfaced in his mind. Previously, they had suffered losses due to a lack of understanding of their opponents. Henceforth, Suiren resolved that upon reaching any new territory, he would first clarify the local relations. Only after devising a plan of action would he proceed. Although the 22 demon tribes may lack individual strength, do they truly intend to seek assistance from the human emperor? Suiren furrowed his brow, pondering how to systematically dismantle these 22 races. Just then, Suiren suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Chapter 61. Such is the dominance of our human race. On the shores of the East Sea, Suiren stood before a multitude of his kin, his brow tightly knitted as he gazed into the distance. Before him, dark clouds of demons gathered ominously, as if the heavens were collapsing, advancing towards Suiren and his company. Waves of radiant light streaked across the sky, revealing themselves not far from Suiren. There were 22 of these lights, each representing a quasi-saint powerhouse, the very demons that had taken residence here. While Suiren was somewhat taken aback, his countenance betrayed no sign of panic. Around him, the undying flames of his spirit ignited, emanating an overwhelming quasi-saint aura. "What is your intention?" Suiren inquired of the 22 demon quasi-saints, his gaze piercing as it swept across the assembled foes. "We, the human Emperor Suiren, bear no ill will towards your kind." One of the quasi-saints stepped forward, articulating their purpose. "The shores of the EC are also our home, that we have come solely to negotiate with the humans." Seeking a place to coexist, Suiren let out a scoff, surveying the gathering demon tribes. "Negotiate? Is it your entire clan that has come here? Should I refuse, do you intend to pursue a vendetta against my people?" Suiren harbored no trust in the words of these demons. "I have heard that the Suiren Emperor fought valiantly for the survival of humanity, traversing countless miles in bloodshed. Now, we demon tribes, too, are prepared to battle for our rightful place on the shores of the East Sea." The quasi-saint spoke with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by Suiren's mockery. I could see that moment. Xiao emerged from behind Suiren, sword slung across his back. His aura radiated with intertwining sword energies, creating the illusion of spatial rifts. "You call it negotiation, but it is merely coercion. The human race has little patience for such tactics. If you desire battle, then let us fight. If not, depart from the shores of the East Sea." With Xiao's declaration, the likes of Yin Kong, Lilu, and Zhu Xiang, all prodigies of the human race, stepped forth. Their bodies radiated with brilliance, powerful energies soaring into the sky, exuding immense strength. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Behind them, the human kin were inspired, voicing their fervor in unison. A spirit of invincibility surged forth, tearing apart the clouds above that. Is it truly unacceptable for us to remain on the shores of the East Sea? Is your human race so tyrannical? The demon quasi-saints wore grim expressions. They had assumed that their appearance, with 22 quasi-saints, would compel the humans to concede, but it quickly became apparent that humanity was far more domineering than they had anticipated. Just as Swayerin was about to respond, a figure tore through the fabric of space, appearing before Swayerin and his companions. Our human race is indeed so tyrannical. You now have two choices: embrace death or submit, should you choose to submit. You may remain on the shores of the East Sea. A voice, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, resonated throughout the heavens. A beam of golden light burst forth, piercing through time and space, carrying an aura of supreme majesty. As this figure materialized, excitement glimmered in Surin's eyes, tears threatening to spill. Emperor Xiao Yang, I pay my respects to your majesty. Your imperial majesty has arrived. At long last, we behold the emperor. I have not disappointed the emperor's expectations. Upon hearing Surin's words, the human kin erupted with joy, tears brimming in their eyes. For 58,376 years, since their departure from the ancestral homeland, they had fought relentlessly. Countless humans had sacrificed themselves against the demon tribes, reclaiming vast territories. Today, on the shores of the East Sea, they were graced by the presence of Emperor Xiao Yang. They felt that their past sacrifices had not been in vain. Every effort was worthwhile. At this moment, Xiao Yang stood with his back to Swayerin and the others, momentarily disregarding them. His demeanor remained composed, his gaze fixed indifferently upon the 22 demon quasi-saints. Have you made your decision? Submit or perish. As his words echoed, the entire East Sea grew silent. Even the howling winds ceased to exist. Countless mighty beings observing this scene were momentarily taken aback. What unparalleled dominance! Before Xiao Yang stood not mere rabble, but 22 quasi-saints, to submit or die. This was a declaration of audacity that even the demon Emperor Dijuan and the witch clan's Emperor Jiang could not rival. How bold of Xiao Yang! In the primordial realm, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess could not help but smile at this scene. Truly, this aligns with your nature. Like a Wanshou mountain, within the 5 Zhuang temple, Hanyan looked at Xinyuanzi with surprise. Is this truly my friend Xiao Yang? I never knew he possessed such a formidable side. Xinyuanzi remained silent, bursting into laughter, his mirth infused with a sense of satisfaction. None could comprehend why he felt this way. In the Thunder Lake. Within the Thunder God Palace, the Thunder God shivered at the sight of Xiao Yang, that he recalled the time he sought a contest with Xiao Yang, only to be overwhelmingly suppressed. I cannot provoke him. He is a monster. Thankfully, this monster is now my ally. The expansive Thunder God Palace echoed with the Thunder God's somewhat lewd laughter. Xiao Yang, you too are a quasi-saint. How dare you look down upon us? A demon quasi-saint, infuriated by Xiao Yang's domineering words, stood up, pointing a finger at him, murderous intent evident in his eyes. I could see that moment, as Xiao Yang hovered in midair, his gaze fell upon the defiant quasi-saint. The imperial dragon aura surrounding him flared, a dragon's roar resonating. Within his eyes, boundless power manifested, bearing down upon the demon quasi-saint. Crack! The space shattered beneath Xiao Yang's gaze, transforming into a void of darkness. Puff! The demon quasi-saint's complexion paled, and he coughed up blood. Though he had just entered the realm of quasi-saint, he never expected to be unable to withstand even a mere glance from Xiao Yang. It appears you have chosen death. In that case, both you and your race shall be expunged from the primordial realm. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand toward the quasi-saint, and his kin, a human emperor's avatar, descended alongside his motion. Chapter 62. 21 Demon Tribes Submit on the Shores of the East Sea. Xiao Yang hovered in midair, his human emperor avatar descending behind him. Both figures simultaneously extended their right hands toward the demon quasi-saint and his The demon quasi-saint sensed something amiss, but could utter no more than a single word before falling silent. Before the eyes of all present on the shores of the East Sea, and under the watchful gaze of the primordial great powers, the demon quasi-saint and his kin began to vanish. Piece by piece, Neither flesh nor spirit remained. They dissolved into nothingness. Where once stood 22 demon tribes, a significant void now loomed, as if a portion of a grand tapestry had been plucked away. Hiss! At this moment, countless individuals inhaled sharply, their expressions momentarily frozen in disbelief. How could Xiao Yang, the one who transformed into the auspicious golden dragon, possess such formidable strength? Surely, he must be the favored child of the heavenly Dao. If it weren't for their ignorance of what it meant to be cheating in this realm, they might have been inclined to shout in astonishment. While they were lost in thought, Xiao Yang remained unfazed. He withdrew his right hand and placed it behind his back, gazing with an air of indifference at the remaining 21 demon clans. He had chosen death, and now it was their turn. Surrender. Or perish, the human race's fateful treasure, the Kongtong seal, materialized above Xiao Yang's head, releasing an infinite cascade of golden radiance. The once diminutive seal transformed into a colossal emblem that obscured the heavens. The resonant sound of Dao echoed, accompanied by a brilliance that revealed its unparalleled might. From Xiao Yang emanated an overwhelming pressure that nearly rendered the gathered demon clans breathless. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 7 breaths. Just as Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, preparing to lift his hand, at last, a representative from the 7-colored Golden Rooster clan stepped forward, his face tinged with bitterness as he bowed to Xiao Yang. We, the 7-colored Golden Rooster clan, are willing to submit to the human race and serve under His Majesty, the Human Emperor. With the first declaration made, a second and a third followed suit. We, the Silver Moon Horse clan, are willing to submit to the human race and serve under His Majesty, the Human Emperor. We, the Vermilion Feather Weasel clan, are willing to submit to the human race and serve under His Majesty, the Human Emperor. We, the Ice Crystal Python. Ultimately, all 21 demon clans surrendered before Xiao Yang. In a void, Dong Huang Tai displayed a conflicted expression that he had not anticipated Xiao Yang's rapid surge in power. When Xiao Yang was at the Great Luo stage, he was a quasi-saint. Now he found it increasingly difficult to discern Xiao Yang's true potency. This disregard for the fundamental principles was utterly absurd. Based on Xiao Yang's previous annihilation of a quasi-saint and his affiliated clans, Dong Huang Tai, he was certain that had he adhered to his initial plan, he would surely have met his demise by now. After a lengthy silence, he gazed at Xiao Yang and murmured, "I will spare your life for now, but once the Wu clan is eradicated, I will assuredly eliminate you." With these words, the concealed Dong Huang Tai departed for the heavenly court. The moment he vanished, Xiao Yang slightly raised his head, as if sensing Dong Huang Tai's movement. However, he paid it no further mind and instead focused on the 21 demon clans that had pledged their allegiance to him. A contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. Among these remaining 21 clans, aside from the Vermilion Feather Weasel and Ice Crystal Python, there were 11 clans: the 7-colored Golden Rooster, Silver Moon Horse, Azure Stone Ox, Bamboo Green Snake, and others. Coincidentally, these 11 clans represented the animals of the Chinese zodiac: rooster, horse, ox, snake, monkey, pig, tiger, sheep, dog, rabbit, and rat. This prompted Xiao Yang to reflect upon the concept of the 12 zodiac signs from his previous life. What was the basis for this classification? It traced back to the 12 Yuan Shun. The 12 Yuan Shun were aligned with the 12 earthly branches, each corresponding to a month, also known as the 12 monthly generals. Beyond these 12 Yuan Shun, there existed a further 60 Yuan Shun, known as the 60 stellar lodges. If he could manifest these 12 Yuan Shun and the 60 Yuan Shun deities in the primordial realm, it would undoubtedly signify a monumental leap for the human race's fortune and development. Xiao Yang felt a surge of eagerness, nearly compelled to act immediately. Yet he was not an ordinary man. This thought flickered fleetingly in his mind. Now was not the time. The human race, already a figure of prominence, risked becoming a target for all of Hong Huang if they proceeded recklessly. Sometimes, it is not necessary to reveal all cards. Retaining some in hand may yield a more advantageous outcome. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully subdued 21 demon clans, making them subordinate to the human race, greatly enhancing the human race's fortune. The human race's fortune has increased, elevating its level to level 4. The human race's fortune has expanded, with the auspicious golden dragon now measuring 300,000 zhong. Congratulations, you have obtained an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the system's arrival, he might have forgotten it altogether. The notion that subjugating other clans could augment the human race's fortune seemed to encourage him to conquer even more. Was that even feasible? After all, Xiao Yang was someone who cherished peace. How many subordinate clans could elevate their fortune by one level? Collecting his scattered thoughts, Xiao Yang shifted his gaze to the 21 quasi-saints before him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Very well. Swear the heavenly Dao oath, and return with your clans to your original territories. Should any matters arise, I shall summon you. The quasi-saints of the seven-colored golden rooster and the others collectively exhaled in relief. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. They bowed to Xiao Yang and swiftly led their clans away from the area. To them, Xiao Yang was akin to a nightmare, and the sooner they could part ways, the better. As he watched the multitude of demon clans depart, Xiao Yang turned his attention to Swearin and the human populace behind him. Meeting Xiao Yang's gaze, both Swearin and the human stood tall, their eyes brimming with pride as they looked upon him. Swearin bows to his majesty. Swearin stepped forward first, bowing deeply to Xiao Yang. Qi Songzi, Yin Kong, Li Lu, Zhu Xiang. We bow to his majesty, the talented individuals among the human race. Led by Qi Songzi, followed suit, bowing in reverence. Some among them flushed with excitement that we bow to his majesty the human emperor. The gathered humans knelt in unison before Xiao Yang, within the human race. Xiao Yang had become a figure of near religious devotion. Even after a long absence from their midst, this remained unchanged. At this moment, the collective faith of these humans converged, akin to a blazing flame igniting the very heavens and earth. Xiao Yang surveyed Swearin and the human crowd before him, a satisfied expression crossing his features. He raised his hand with a flourish, lifting all the humans to their feet. Excellent. You have all exceeded my expectations. I take pride in you. Xiao Yang's gaze settled upon Qi Songzi. There must be rewards for merit and penalties for transgressions. Chapter 63. Human King, Marquis of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. There must be rewards for merit and penalties for transgressions. Xiao Yang directed his gaze at Qi Songzi, a smile gracing his face. Qi Songzi stepped forward. Your Majesty. Qi Songzi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he took a couple of steps forward. Qi Songzi, following Swearin, has forged a new homeland for our human race, overcoming numerous obstacles that he once defeated a quasi-saint of the demon race at the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, thwarting multiple assaults on our human race. His contributions to our people are immense. Today, in the name of the human emperor, I confer upon Qi Songzi the title of Sword Sovereign of the human race. Xiao Yang raised his hand, summoning the Kongtong seal into his grasp. As his words fell, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the air. The auspicious golden dragon surged forth from the Kongtong seal, hovering before Qi Songzi, its eyes seemingly assessing him. After a moment, another dragon's roar echoed as the golden dragon exhaled a breath of human fortune toward Qi Songzi. A radiant light flashed, and Qi Songzi's attire transformed into a regal robe akin to that worn by Xiao Yang. Adorned in this garment, Qi Songzi's presence shifted, exuding an air of authority. Pleased with Qi Songzi's transformation, Xiao Yang then turned his attention to Yin Kong. Yin Kong, though a woman, possesses the valor of a man. She has wielded the Clear Moon Sword to vanquish 3 opposing demon clans, clearing a path for our human race. Today, in the name of the human emperor, I confer upon Yin Kong the title of King of Yin Kong among the human race. The auspicious golden dragon approached Yin Kong, releasing a breath of human fortune towards her. A shimmer enveloped her, and she donned a regal robe befitting a human monarch, with her already striking demeanor enhanced by the royal attire. Yin Kong appeared even more breathtaking and formidable. Li Lu is conferred the title of King of Li Lu among the human race. Zhu Xiang is conferred the title of King of Zhu Xiang among the human race. Jin Yu is conferred the title of Marquis Jin Yu among the human race. Feng Qi is conferred the title of Marquis Feng Qi among the human race. One after another, the remarkable figures of the human race were conferred titles by Xiao Yang. Their bodies radiated a unique brilliance akin to the sun itself, illuminating the entire eastern shores of the sea. A gasp escaped my lips. It had not struck me until now that a newly appointed quasi-saint among humans, accompanied by dozens of great Luo golden immortals and thousands of Tai golden immortals, signified that the strength of humanity had reached such formidable heights. This level of power indicates that humanity is no longer the inconsequential race it once was in the primordial chaos. The onlookers, powerful beings from the primordial realm, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that humanity had grown to such an extent. Even among their own ranks, some races could not boast of such formidable strength as the humans now possessed. The primordial realm, vast though it may be, has no inch of surplus territory. With humanity currently occupying the eastern shores, should they ever decide to expand their domain outward, how would they defend themselves when the conflict reaches their very doorstep? Everyone fell into deep contemplation, and even the leaders of the nearby factions began to consider a united front. Xiao Yang stood atop the clouds, conferring titles upon numerous human kings and generals. As a golden dragon of fortune emerged behind him, concealed within the depths of the clouds, occasionally revealing a scale or claw. From this day forth, any member of the human race who attains the cultivation of a quasi-saint shall be crowned as our royal sovereign. Those who reach the level of great Luo golden immortal shall be designated as human kings, and those who become Tai golden immortals shall be honored as generals, should anyone achieve great merit for our race. They shall be duly recognized. His words echoed throughout the eastern shores, reaching the ears of every human. The hearts of these humans surged with fervor. Sovereigns, kings, generals, to attain such titles, they would willingly lay down their lives. "May every human be a sovereign," cried Sui Run, his eyes shining with excitement. "May every human be a sovereign," echoed Qi Songzi, Yin Kong, Li Lu, Zhu Xiang, and other distinguished human talents. "May every human be a sovereign." The entire human populace along the eastern shores joined in unison, their eyes gleaming with newfound spirit. They could see that moment. Their beliefs seemed to undergo a transformative refinement. They had found a purpose to strive for in the future. Congratulations! You have conferred titles of sovereigns, kings, and generals, significantly inspiring the human race and igniting their ambition. The fortune of humanity has surged. With the migration to the eastern shores, humanity is poised to embark on a new chapter. You have received a fortune reward. Teleportation array. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ear at just the right moment, but a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. He had not anticipated that merely proposing the titles of sovereigns, kings, and generals would yield a reward from the system. Simultaneously, he gained greater clarity. Only with the rapid and prosperous development of humanity could the system function at its utmost capacity. The two are interdependent. In the depths of the East Sea, within the Dragon Palace, with Xiao Yang's emergence showcasing the might of humanity, the Dragon King of the East summoned the other three Dragon Kings, esteemed colleagues. With humanity settling along the eastern shores, should our Dragon Clan observe quietly or take some action? The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang inquired of the other three Dragon Kings. The West Sea Dragon King Ao Run glanced at Ao Guang, his demeanor somber as he replied, "Elder brother, among the humans, the initial three emperors have achieved quasi-saint status, and there is also Qi Songzi, a formidable quasi-saint, not to mention the terrifying human emperor Xiao Yang. As for us dragons, apart from the four of us great Luo supporting the facade, who would regard us with any respect? You ask whether we should respond to humanity. What should we respond with?" Ao Guang fell into silence. The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, glanced at the others, hesitantly suggesting, "Perhaps we should awaken the ancestor dragon." Before he could finish, Ao Guang interrupted, "Silence! Ao Shun, have you forgotten the rules? Is this the time to awaken? Our dragon clan has not yet reached the point of extinction." Upon hearing Ao Guang's reprimand, Ao Shun felt discontented, his irritation boiling over. "If this is not permissible, and that is not permissible, then what do you propose we do?" Ao Guang opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin attempted to interject. But just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall. What? Is a single human enough to render you all so powerless? A chapter unfolds, the Elder Turtle, amidst the 3,000 immortal cities. What? Is a single human enough to render you all so powerless? A venerable voice drifted from beyond the hall, reaching Ao Guang and the others. Upon hearing this, the four of them turned their gazes toward the entrance. Their eyes lit up with surprise as they recognized the speaker. We have met Elder Turtle. Ao Guang and the others respectfully greeted the elderly figure who entered the hall, a venerable man bearing a turtle shell, leaning on a staff, exuding an air of ancient, boundless wisdom. Enough. No need for formalities, Dragon Kings. You need not bow to this old immortal. The elder waved his hand. Gently raising the bowing Dragon Kings, he approached the center of the hall, casting a glance at the four Dragon Kings, all of whom were only at the great Luo golden immortal level, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Once upon a time, only a quasi-saint could assume the mantle of the four sea Dragon Kings. Now it seems our dragon clan has truly fallen. A sense of shame washed over the faces of the four. Just as they prepared to speak, the elder continued, now that you have become the four sea Dragon Kings, do your jobs well. As for matters concerning humanity, there is no need for you to concern yourselves. If they wish to settle along the eastern shores, let them do so, but one thing is non-negotiable. A glimmer of authority appeared in the elder's eyes, his aura radiating throughout the hall, rendering the atmosphere oppressive. The four seas belong to our dragon clan, should humanity seek to expand into the four seas. We shall not permit it. If conflict arises from this, we old immortals will not hesitate to exert our final strength. His words darkened the hall, and spectral dragon shadows danced along the palace walls. The four Dragon Kings gazed at the phantoms with excitement. Just as they were about to speak, everything vanished, including the elder bearing the turtle shell. After a prolonged silence, Ao Guang composed himself, his earlier trepidation replaced with newfound courage. Esteemed colleagues, you now understand the will of our ancestors. The four seas belong to our dragon clan, and no one shall encroach upon them. Ao Qin and the others bowed to Ao Guang, their expressions radiating enthusiasm. We understand. The human race has traversed 54,100 years. Led by the Ze clan and the Yu Chao clan, the remaining two groups of humans have arrived at the eastern shores. Thus, the great migration of humanity has been completed. At this moment, at the heart of the eastern shores, the ancestral abode of humanity stood majestically in mid-air, radiating boundless golden light. This golden light could be felt even at the fringes of the eastern shores, enveloping those in its glow with warmth. They understood that their ancestral abode was watching over them. Within the ancestral abode, Xiao Yang sat at the head. Sui Run and three others, alongside Qi Songzi, occupied the left side, while Yin Kong and a cadre of other human luminaries sat to the right. At this juncture, Sui Run rose, bowing to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, our clan has successfully migrated to the eastern shores. The territory within 1 billion miles has been cleared. Shall we proceed with the previously established Immortal City Plan? The Immortal City Plan? Yin Kong and the others were somewhat perplexed. They had never heard of such a plan. Observing their expressions, Xiao Yang spoke. It is only natural that you are unaware. This was an agreement I reached with Sui Run and the others long 8G. As Xiao Yang waved his hand, a luminous barrier materialized before the gathered assembly. Upon that radiant screen, a square celestial city emerged, captivating the eyes of all present. The city was replete with a plethora of exquisite structures. The so-called Celestial City Project aims to transform the current tribal habitation of humanity, relocating them within the confines of this celestial metropolis. Once established, a celestial city can harness the ley lines, exerting dominion over a territory spanning thousands of miles. Each celestial city will be governed by a city lord and 2 deputy lords, positions reserved solely for the great Luo monarchs. Additionally, a stationed military force will be established, comprising 10 Tai generals and 1 million golden immortals. It is worth mentioning that with the establishment of this celestial city, the majority of you will be dispatched to become city lords or lead grand armies. Xiao Yang's gaze shifted towards the young prodigies of the Yin Kong clan and others, his eyes sparkling with mirth. The descendants of the Yin Kong clan, gazing at the celestial city and listening to Xiao Yang's words, were all filled with fervor. Suddenly, Yin Kong rose to her feet. Though a woman, her presence was as commanding as any man. Your Majesty, I, Yin Kong, humbly request to be stationed at the periphery of the human territory. Should any foreign race dare to invade, I shall be the first to quell and annihilate them. The audacity of this woman ignited admiration among the assembly. The great Luo monarchs, including Li Lu, Zhu Xiang, Wu Huai, and Gutan, also rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, I Li Lu, humbly request. Your Majesty, I Zhu Xiang, humbly request. One by one, their spirits soared with martial fervor. Their eyes ablaze with determination, ready to sacrifice their lives for humanity. The trio of Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi looked upon these young heirs of humanity with expressions brimming with joy. Xiao Yang's eyes reflected satisfaction. I understand your desire to command the most remote cities. Rest assured, the lords of celestial cities will rotate every 10,000 years, and you will all have the opportunity to govern the most distant outposts. After a brief pause, Xiao Yang waved his hand once more, and the luminous barrier transformed again. The screen now displayed the current shores of the East Sea and the surrounding regions. Presently, our human race is backed by the East Sea, and we do not wish to venture towards it just yet. Therefore, we shall divide our territory into 3 directions, expanding towards the north, south, and west. Sui Run will oversee the north, Yu Chao the south, and Qi Songzi the west, while Zi and I will guard the center. Each celestial city can accommodate billions of our kin, with 1,000 cities established in each direction. Furthermore, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Qi Songzi, you shall each form 3 mighty armies. These armies will not be stationed in any celestial city, but will patrol the human territories relentlessly. If any issues arise that cannot be resolved by the celestial cities, the 3 armies will intervene accordingly. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Sui Run felt a surge of excitement. He inhaled deeply, standing forth to bow respectfully to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, what shall these 3 armies be named? Xiao Yang's gaze deepened, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. These 3 armies shall be known as the Slayers of Demons, the Guardians of Magic, and the Executioners of Celestials. Chapter 65. The Seed of the World, Z's Intent. Humanity has thrived for 54,111 years. Just a year after Sui Run and others conferred with Xiao Yang regarding the celestial cities, they began to implement the plans laid out. One celestial city after another was established towards the north, south, and west, with various great Luo monarchs assuming the mantle of city lords, 10 Tai generals commanding, and millions of golden immortals stationed within. Like a celestial tapestry, the influence of humanity swiftly spread outward. The great powers observed the progress of humanity with quiet attention that owe them. These celestial cities bore little difference from the tribes within the ancestral grounds of humanity. Xiao Yang sat alone in the great hall, his thoughts stirring that a radiant spectrum of colors erupted before him, transforming into a vibrant barrier. As he gazed at the screen, the following information appeared. Host, Xiao Yang identity. Golden Dragon of Human Fortune. Sovereign of Humanity Fortune Level. Level 4 Realm. Late stage of Quasi-Saint. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can summon the strength of all humanity. Cultivation techniques. 1 sword. 1 thought opens the heavens. Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can master all human cultivation techniques and unify them. Items. Postnatal Merit Spiritual Treasure Creation Whip, Supreme Fortune Treasure Kong Tong Seal. Comprehensive Teleportation Array Fortune Sign-In Count. 1. Human Fortune increases, granting sign-in opportunities. System, I wish to sign in. You have consumed 1 Fortune sign-in opportunity, and the sign-in is in progress. Congratulations on a successful sign-in. You have obtained the 12 Earth Tablets, the Heavenly Array Pavilion, and the Seed of the World. The 12 Earth Tablets represent a grand world for humanity, bestowed by an unparalleled Heavenly Emperor to honor the 12 affiliated races of humanity with cultivation methods corresponding to the 12 earthly branches. The Heavenly Array Pavilion contains supreme array creation, allowing for the comprehension of array transformations and the essence of grand formations. The seed of the world, a seed from the world tree that can create infinite worlds from chaos, can be utilized to cultivate a small world that, if nurtured, it may continuously evolve. Upon absorbing the reward, Xiao Yang focused intently. Excellent. The 12 Earth Tablets will provide the exclusive cultivation methods for the 12 Yuan stars. It seems the establishment of the 12 Yuan stars is imperative. The Heavenly Array Pavilion can be integrated into the ancestral grounds of humanity, ranking alongside the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and the Heavenly Artifact Pavilion as part of our heritage. The seed of the world can cultivate a small world. Thus, we may transfer some of our heritage into this small world that, in the future, we may gradually evolve this small world into a middle thousand world, or even a great thousand world. Xiao Yang's gaze deepened, his eyes sparkling like distant stars. After a considerable time, he regained his composure, waving his hand to extract the 3 items from the system. The 12 Earth Tablets and the Heavenly Array Pavilion were integrated into the ancestral grounds of humanity. A flash of light swept through, and the entire ancestral grounds began to undergo transformation. Now is not the time to cultivate worlds. We must await the opportune moment. At that moment, Zi entered from outside the hall, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty. Xiao Yang, smiling at Zi, inquired, "What brings you here, Zi?" Zi, looking at Xiao Yang, asked, "Your Majesty, you once mentioned that after establishing the celestial cities, the trial for the prodigies would commence. Will this still proceed?" Upon hearing Zi's words, Xiao Yang fell into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "This matter must proceed. Once the 3,000 celestial cities are established, we will disperse our prodigies." Zi grew anxious. She approached Xiao Yang to dissuade him from this notion. "Your Majesty, for the past 50,000 years, our kin have migrated to the shores of the East Sea, suffering countless casualties. Our people have already undergone significant trials. Have not the young prodigies like Kong already matured? Moreover, the demon race harbors deep enmity against us. They would not dare to retaliate by the East Sea. If we disperse our kin into the wilderness for trials, will that not grant the demons an opportunity for revenge?" Hearing Zi's concerns, Xiao Yang pondered deeply. After a considerable time, he turned to her and replied, "You have valid points, yet we must continue with the trial for the prodigies." "Why?" Zi's anxiety escalated. Over the years, witnessing the countless deaths of her kin, her heart was heavy with sorrow. Now that stability had finally been achieved and a new generation of prodigies had emerged, she could not fathom why it was necessary to conduct trials that could lead to further loss of young lives. "Calm yourself." Just as Zi's anxiety peaked, her eyes reddening, Xiao Yang's booming voice resonated, awakening her from her turmoil. "I understand your feelings. If it were possible, I too would prefer not to send our young heirs into trials. However, you must recognize that our humanity is not without adversaries in the wilderness. Aside from the demon race, countless others lurk in the shadows, watching us intently." Xiao Yang paused, observing that he had begun to regain her composure before continuing. "Of course, the trials are not intended to lead them to their demise. During this migration, the Witch Clan has offered significant assistance to our people, and even some tribes have remained near the Witch Clan. I desire that those of my kin who venture forth to undertake trials first explore the realm of the Witch Clan, only to eventually enter the vast primordial wilderness." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's arrangement, the Z clan nodded in agreement. Yet, soon after, a thought crossed Zi's mind, prompting him to address Xiao Yang my Emperor. Though I cannot ascertain the reason, I am plagued by the feeling that the Witch Clan harbors ill intentions towards our human race. Zi furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier assistance rendered by the Witch Clan, which left him with a lingering unease. Upon hearing Zi's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of space. Witnessing the intersection of the human and witch tribes. "Zi, are you aware of the origins of the Witch Clan? I beseech you, my Emperor, to enlighten me." Zi bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang. The Witch Clan was birthed from the confluence of the blood of the 12 ancestor witches and the Panga blood pool. Once the Panga blood pool dries up, the primary source of the Witch Clan shall be severed. In order to continuously birth new witches, they must seek alternative means. Upon hearing this, Z's expression shifted, and he finally grasped the cause of his unease. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yang's profound words resonated. The witch clan has devised a cunning plan, yet they remain unaware that those born may not necessarily belong to the witch clan, but rather to our human race. Chapter 66. A mortal enemy to humanity. We shall not rest until they are annihilated. The race of humanity has endured for 60,280 years. By the Eastern Sea, 8,689 years have elapsed since the human race migrated to this place. There, on the shores of the Eastern Sea, numerous celestial cities of humanity stand spaced 90,000 miles apart. Resembling stars scattered across the earth to the very center of the eastern seashore, the ancestral abode of humanity radiates like a great sun, emanating boundless light. Standing tall in the air, ding, 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 at that moment. The sound of 9 resonant bells echoed from the ancestral abode of humanity. Following the tolling of the bells, streams of light surged in from all directions, merging into the ancestral abode. Within, Xiao Yang sat upon the main seat. Behind him, the figure of a golden dragon of fortune flickered in and out of visibility, occasionally revealing a scale or clawed a thread of imperial dragon energy surrounded Xiao Yang, imbuing him with an aura of majesty. The Swearing clan, the Chao clan, the Zi clan, and others took their seats on either side. Esteemed guests, it has been nearly 9,000 years since our human race settled along the Eastern Sea. During these 9 millennia, we have experienced no great wars, and even minor skirmishes have been exceedingly rare. This, without a doubt, is a boon for our development. Swearing, are you aware of how many of our descendants have ventured into the primordial wilderness for training over the years? Xiao Yang's gaze swept across the assembly, finally settling on the Swearing clan. Without hesitation, Swearing rose and bowed to Xiao Yang. Why, Emperor, every 500 years, we dispatch a group of our clan's elite. Ranging from hundreds to over 1,000. To date, we have sent forth 17 batches, totaling 45,600 individuals. Xiao Yang nodded, then turned his attention to the Chao clan. Chao, do you know how many of these 45,600 have returned to our clan? Chao nodded and stood, addressing Xiao Yang, Why, Emperor. Among these 45,600, 3,796 perished. 4,921 suffered irreparable damage to their innate talents. 1,544 have gone missing. Furthermore, 5,327 remain within various human tribes of the primordial wilderness. Ultimately, 30,012 have returned to our clan. Xiao Yang nodded, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. In these nearly 9,000 years, our human population has surpassed 10 trillion. This 45,600 is the cream of the crop, yet still, nearly 10,000 have met their demise. Tell me, is it that our chosen descendants are too weak, or is it that the primordial wilderness harbors too many adversaries against our human race? The assembly turned their gazes toward Xiao Yang, each harboring their own conjectures. I am certain you are all curious as to why I have summoned you here today. Observing their expressions, Xiao Yang's visage hardened. Humans have never been a race to endure humiliation. Since the primordial wilderness is rife with adversaries against our kind, we must mobilize. Let us strike back relentlessly. Xiao Yang's gaze swept across the assembly once more, a cold smile escaping his lips. I am aware that our human race has known no wars for the past 9,000 years. And many of our kin have grown accustomed to a life of ease. I fear that for some among you, the fervor of your youthful blood has long since cooled. Xiao Yang's words elicited a sense of shame in some present. Suddenly, the Chao clan rose, their faces flushed, their eyes ablaze with determination. My Emperor, my blood still burns. Chao clan requests to battle. As his words fell, many others stood in unison, bowing to Xiao Yang. The Inkong clan requests to battle. The Lilu clan requests to battle. The Datian clan requests to battle. The Zunlu clan requests to battle. Among them were both men and women. Yet regardless of gender, their eyes shone with fearless resolve, as if flames of valor surged within them. Their fervor ignited a chain reaction among the others, each rising to bow before Xiao Yang. Gazing upon these warriors, Xiao Yang suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Excellent! This is the spirit our human race should embody. Remember, those who dare to threaten our kin shall be deemed our mortal enemies. As such, we shall spare no effort in eradicating them. Xiao Yang rose, the golden dragon of fortune resting its forelimb upon his shoulder. The dragon's head faced the assembly, its eyes fixed intently upon Xiao and the others. In this forthcoming expedition into the primordial wilderness, our objectives are threefold. First, to alleviate the crisis facing our kin still residing in the various tribes of the primordial wilderness. Second, to eliminate those who dare to strike against our human race, thereby instilling fear in all beings of the primordial wilderness. Third, to train our troops. After 9,000 years, many of our descendants have forgotten how we came to settle on the shores of the Eastern Sea. Xiao Yang paused, raising his hand to reveal the Kong Tong seal before the assembly. Yinkong clan, Wuhai clan, Zhuxiang clan, Lilu clan, Getian clan, Datian clan, Zunlu clan, he my command. My emperor, the 7 members of the Yinkong clan stepped forward. Bowing to Xiao Yang, you shall lead these 7 as commanders, commanding 30 major generals and 100,000 Taiji soldiers. In this battle, we must achieve nothing less than victory. We must showcase the prowess of our human race. Let it be known to all beings in the primordial wilderness that we are not to be trifled with. The members of the Yinkong clan bore solemn expressions as they bowed to Xiao Yang. We shall faithfully execute your orders, my emperor. In the annals of human history, 60,281 years have passed. Upon Xiao Yang issuing his command, the 7 members of the Yinkong clan took 10 years to assemble 7 mighty armies. On this day, under the leadership of the Yinkong clan, the armies marched forth to engage the primordial wilderness. In the northern part of the primordial wilderness, atop Mount Wangyue, in the heavens above, clouds gathered. And upon those clouds, countless armored warriors of humanity formed a formidable formation. The patterns of the formations flickered between existence and oblivion, exuding a terrifying aura. The Yinkong clan observed the scene below with cold detachment. With a wave of her hand, the sound of war drums shook the very heavens and earth. 100,000 Taiji soldiers, alongside 10 major generals, merged their energies, transforming into a tempest of bloodlust that enveloped the land. Endless murderous intent coalesced, causing black snowflakes to fall upon Mount Wangyue. These snowflakes were formed from the very essence of slaughter. Who dares to wreak havoc upon my Howling Moon Wolf clan? From atop Mount Wangyue, a figure emerged, channeling the essence of spirit to manifest the image of an unparalleled ferocious wolf. Those who offend our human race shall face annihilation. The Yinkong clan brandished the cold moon divine sword, her powers swirling around her, bathing her in a radiance akin to that of a lunar goddess. Yet her voice echoed with the timeless authority of ancient deities, resonating with formidable might. Chapter 67. The campaign commences. The sword falls, with strength that can move mountains. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless swords ringing out reverberated from atop Mount Wangyue at a previously unseen sword light sliced through the fabric of space, shattering the void and scattering myriad strands of spiritual essence. Boom! A resounding roar erupted, and dust scattered in all directions. The formidable power contained within the gleaming sword burst forth, instantly shearing off a portion of Wangyue Mountain. I could see that moment. The laws of the void shattered, and waves of destruction surged outward. Countless members of the Huanyue Wolf clan fell from the heights of Wangyue Mountain, their demise occurring before they could utter a sound, reduced to mere ashes. How audacious! Dare you act so recklessly in the sacred territory of our clan? Do you humans seek eternal enmity with the Huanyue Wolf clan? Just then, a terrifying aura soared into the heavens from within Wangyue Mountain. Black demonic energy billowed like clouds, obscuring the sky. In an instant, a colossal and fearsome Huanyue wolf manifested in midair. Facing the ancestral Huanyue wolf, Yinkong's expression remained unchanged as she brandished the cold moon divine sword, which glimmered with brilliance that a streak of sword light, moving at an astonishing speed, cleaved through the void, crashing down upon Wangyue Mountain once more. This sword light not only obliterated a segment of the Huanyue Wolf clan, but also further diminished the height of Wangyue Mountain. Howl! You shall perish, You humans shall perish. The ancestral Huanyue wolf had never endured such indignity, his eyes turning a furious crimson, a savage aura radiated outwards. And the black demonic clouds churned like a tide. His initial cultivation at the early stage of quasi-saint was laid bare. Beneath him, the Huanyue wolf clan revealed their true forms, howling uncontrollably within their cries. Mysterious ripples seemed to flicker. The moonlight from the Taiying, star high above, poured down upon the Huanyue wolf clan, imbuing them with newfound might. I have secluded myself for so long, yet I never anticipated being humiliated by you despicable beings. Truly deserving of death. The ancestral Huanyue wolf's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He inhaled deeply, transforming into a vortex that drew in boundless spiritual energy. Then, with a gentle exhale, a luminous orb formed from the convergence of countless spiritual energies, hurtled towards Yinkong. In response, Yinkong's demeanor remained icy and indifferent. Her magical power flowed quietly, causing her aura to grow increasingly frigid. The majority of the moonlight originally bestowed upon the Huanyue wolf clan was seized by Yinkong. This endless moonlight coalesced upon her cold moon divine sword. Behind her, a divine manifestation appeared, its features obscured, yet wielding a cold moon divine sword of its own. Today, the Huanyue wolf clan shall be annihilated. Slash! As her words fell, an immense power erupted from within Yinkong. Boundless sharpness surged into her cold moon divine sword. This sword strike descended, shattering the very fabric of space. Under this strike, it seemed as though nothing existed, as if she were the singular entity in the world. The spiritual energy beneath this sword appeared to gain sentience, desperately attempting to flee. What? The ancestral Huanyue wolf's expression changed drastically. The fierce look in his eyes was now filled with panic. He sensed the threat to his very life emanating from this sword. Yet, it was far too late for comprehension. By the time the sword reached him, he finally had the thought to evade. But alas, it was all too late. Boom! In an instant, the ancestral Huanyue wolf's physical form exploded, and Yinkong's sword strike rained down upon him, erupting forth from within his body. The blood and flesh of a quasi-saint scattered across the region, perhaps soon to give rise to another blessed land. After vanquishing the ancestral Huanyue wolf, Yinkong refrained from attacking the remaining members of the clan. She had not forgotten that this battle was not only to establish her might, but also to hone her skills. Without the support of their ancestral pillar, the Huanyue wolf clan crumbled under the assault of 1,000,000 Tai and 10 Luo. Gradually, the sounds of battle in Wanhua Mountain diminished before the eyes. The army composed of humans was busy clearing the battlefield. Thus, the Huanyue wolf clan became but a footnote in the annals of history. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the wilderness, at Thunderous Rage Mountain. Thunderous Rage Mountain is the ancestral ground of the Leishi clan. This mountain is perpetually shrouded in thunder, resembling another realm of lightning, albeit less fearsome than the original this moment, outside Thunderous Rage Mountain. A man clad in a fur coat, imbued with an aura of vastness, hovered in mid-air. His eyes gleamed with intensity, and his muscular arms resembled pillars of heaven. This man was none other than the human clan's Illustrious. His martial prowess was unparalleled. At this moment, Illustrious gazed at Thunderous Rage Mountain, licking his lips, a bloodthirsty gleam shining in his eyes. With martial arts that reached divine realms, he was a force unmatched. With a mighty roar, Illustrious invoked his powers, and his form swelled hundreds of times, transforming into a colossal titan. His footsteps trembled the very earth as he approached a divine mountain. Illustrious bent down, plunged his hands into the mountain's body, and bellowed with fury. Instantly, the mountain shook and the ground quaked. As his magical power surged, unparalleled strength erupted from his arms, uprooting the entire divine mountain. Subsequently, Illustrious hurled the mountain towards Thunderous Rage Mountain with a deafening roar. The space before the throne divine mountain appeared fragile, shattering effortlessly. Thunderous bolts, having existed for countless years, struck the divine mountain as if merely scratching an itch. These bolts disintegrated upon contacting the mountain, becoming formless. The words of the ancestral Leishi were left unspoken. The divine mountain cast by Lilusher crashed in a thunderous rage mountain. Bang! The thunderous booms echoed, dust billowed, and the shock waves spread in all directions. After a considerable time, calm returned. Gazing ahead, the once towering thunderous rage mountain was now split in two. Many members of the Leishi clan, in the aftermath of the collision, had not even left behind their corpses. Crackle! The sound of crackling thunder resounded. The ancestral Leishi, accompanied by the surviving members of his clan, appeared before Lilusher. Humans, truly a remarkable race. If this grudge goes unavenged, I am unworthy of being a quasi-saint. Hatred and coldness filled the ancestral Leishi-esque gaze. His clan had suffered heavy losses in their battles against other tribes, but never had they faced such humiliation as today. Daha. Seeking revenge, you must first ensure your survival through today. Lilusher regarded the ancestral Leishi with a scoff. The glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He drew upon his magical power, as if runes were etched within him, radiating boundless brilliance. Blood and energy surged through his body, like a mighty river, vast and eternal. With martial arts reaching divine realms, he aimed for the stars. Chapter 68. Lord Lusher, the innate five elements great formation. Light, endless brilliance burst forth from Lilusher. The energy and blood within him flowed incessantly, producing a resonant tide-like sound. The essence surged towards the heavens. Upon his body, profound runes shimmered, illuminating his form. He resembled an ancient deity, exuding an aura of primal wilderness. With martial arts reaching divine realms, he aimed for the stars. As Lilusher softly chanted, the sky itself seemed to shift. The once bright day darkened ominously. Under this shadow, points of light began to emerge, intertwining in midair to form a colossal hand that obscured the sky. Lilusher reached out towards the ancestral Leishi, and the starry hand followed suit, rumbling into motion. At that moment, Lilusher's hair billowed, his fur attire flapping wildly in the tempest. The power of martial law was infused into this colossal hand, amplifying its might threefold. Even the revealed form of the ancestral Leishi appeared diminutive beneath this strike. It seemed as though in all of existence, nothing existed save for this hand unleashed by Lilusher. No! How is this possible? The ancestral Leishi writhed, terror flooding his serpentine eyes. He could clearly sense that his strength at the early stage of quasi-saint was utterly insufficient to withstand this blow. Yet it was far too late for realization that Lilusher granted him no chance to react. This hand, transcending time and space, instantaneously appeared before the ancestral Leishi, crashing down upon him. Bang! In an instant, it seemed as though an infinite power had descended, causing the earth to tremble uncontrollably beneath the vast palm of the celestial body. When the residual waves finally subsided, it became evident that the form of the thunder serpent ancestor had been obliterated, exploding into a mist of blood that enveloped a radius of several 100,000 miles. Even the once sundered rage, Thunder Mountain, lay utterly annihilated beneath that mighty hand, reduced to mere flatland. He is dead. The ancestor is no more. He was a monster. Flee. We are no match for him. We must survive. The remaining members of the Thunder Serpent clan, upon witnessing the demise of their ancestor, were engulfed in panic. Some stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before their eyes, while others, terrified by the presence of Lilu, transformed into streaks of light, fleeing into the distance. Lilu, with arms crossed over her chest, gazed coldly at the Thunder Serpent clan. All troops, heed my command. Eradicate the Thunder Serpent clan, leaving not a single one alive. As her words, laced with murderous intent, echoed through the air, a tumultuous wave of battle fervor surged behind her. .10 Great Luo, and a million-strong human army charged forth. Faced with the demoralized Thunder Serpent clan, they harbored no pity, raising their blades against them. Only after emerging from the shores of the Eastern Sea and witnessing the struggle for survival among the various human tribes in the Primordial World did they comprehend the true essence of brutality and bloodshed. Thus, for the Thunder Serpent clan, who had once humiliated the human race, they felt not a shred of compassion. Whether they resisted or fled, all were hunted down without exception on the shores of the Eastern Sea. Towards the west, at this moment, the Dirwu Mountain was engulfed in a surge of malevolence, the sounds of battle echoing endlessly. The million-strong human army of Tai and the 10 great Luo were embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Gujiao clan. The Gujiao clan, native to Dirwu Mountain, resembled eagles yet bore horns, their cries akin to that of infants, and they were man-eaters. Surrounding them were several smaller human tribes, all devoured by the Gujiao clan. It was precisely for this reason that the human army had arrived here to confront the Gujiao clan, just as the Gujiao clan was about to consume the last of the small tribes. They never anticipated that such delectable prey would deliver themselves right to their doorstep. Since you have come, then allow me to keep you all. Amidst the unrelenting clashes of the armies, a piercing eagle's cry reverberated across the battlefield, causing numerous human soldiers to cover their ears, their faces turning pale. The Gujiao ancestor revealed his true form, a pair of wings resembling those of a celestial bird, casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. Just as he prepared to strike at the human army, threads of multicolored light began to emerge around him. The Gujiao ancestor sensed something and turned his gaze to the left. To his surprise, a human woman, previously unseen, now stood there. Jiu Jiao ancestor, you have finally made your appearance. I, the human noble Renlu, have awaited you for quite some time. A smile graced Renlu's face as she regarded the Gujiao ancestor, though it was laced with an icy chill. Ha ha ha. What of it if I have appeared? Do you truly believe you can subdue me? The Gujiao ancestor laughed heartily, his sharp eagle eyes glinting as he flapped his wings, stirring up an endless storm. How can you know without trying? Renlu murmured softly, her hands weaving intricate seals as runes drifted toward the Gujiao ancestor. The threads that had appeared around him morphed into the intricate patterns of a grand formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The energies of the 5 elements swirled in vibrant hues. Innate 5-element formation, activate. Renlu's words, imbued with murderous intent, resonated. Her entire being erupted with power, intertwining with the essence of the formation at that moment. The innate 5-element formation began to operate at her behest. Boom! The formation stirred. The heavens echoed with thunder, as if illusory laws transformed into chains descending from above. An endless tide of spiritual energy surged toward the formation, and Renlu's murderous intent became the formation's OWS. The formation took shape. The surrounding space became unstable. Within the formation, boundless wood sprouted forth, extending toward the Gujiao ancestor, seeking to ensnare him. Do you truly think this mere formation can slay me? The Gujiao ancestor's demeanor remained unchanged, his own power swirling around him, but a streak of light dashed across his wings, which bore a fierce aura. As if they were not flesh, but true weapons of war, he aimed to sever the encroaching wood with his wings, even seeking to break the formation apart. 5 elements. Become blades, sever. Renlu's expression remained impassive. With a flick of her mind, the 5 elements converged, forming a radiant blade that glimmered with the colors of the 5 elements. This blade sliced through space, carrying with it the essence of annihilation. Aimed directly at the Gujiao ancestor. The once calm Gujiao ancestor watched as the blade approached, his expression finally shifting. However, before he could react, the blade struck him, cleaving him in two. In the next moment, Renlu let out a cold huff. The innate 5-element formation operated, forcibly refining the Gujiao ancestor. Ultimately, he was transformed into a blood-red orb, resting in Renlu's palm. Chapter 69, Eastern Sea. Dragon Clan, Humiliation. The human race has endured 60,810 years. Under the leadership of Yin Kong and 6 others, they emerged from the shores of the Eastern Sea. 60,900 years into their history. Yin Kong annihilated the Huan Yu Wolf clan at Moonwatch Mountain. Lu exterminated the Thunder Serpent clan at Rage Thunder Mountain. Renlu obliterated the Gujiao clan at Dirwu Mountain. 63,000 years into their history, Wu Huai eradicated the Chao Hen clan at the Netherworld Mountain. Zhu Xiang annihilated the Lili clan atop Gui Mountain. De Ting exterminated the Yiyu clan. Gu Tian obliterated the Hua Shi clan. 7 legions of the human race ventured forth from the Eastern Sea, waging war across the primordial lands in a mere 200 years. They had vanquished 7 clans that were not among the weakest in the primordial realm. It can be said that the process of the human race's conquest over these 7 clans was akin to a sweeping tide that, in an instant, the human race stirred a maelstrom among the myriad clans of the primordial world. Countless clan leaders issued orders forbidding any mistreatment of the human race within their ranks. Should anyone dare to trouble the humans, they would not need to lift a finger. The troublemaker would be dealt with accordingly. Thus, the human race's reputation soared within the primordial realm, and few clans dared to provoke this formidable force. Amidst this tumultuous environment, at the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the ancestral hall of the human race, Xiao Yang, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened his eyes as he heard the hurried footsteps approaching. Soon, Sui Ren burst into the hall, an air of urgency about him. "Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. What has caused you such distress?" Xiao Yang inquired, his gaze curious, since entrusting the affairs of the human race to Sui Ren, he had never witnessed him in such a state of alarm. "Reporting to your Majesty, some time ago, I thought to exploit the treasures of the Eastern Sea. So I dispatched a great Luo human king along with several hundred Tai generals to venture forth for exploration. However, the head of the command token hall just informed me that those dispatched for the Eastern Sea expedition have been completely annihilated. The Eastern Sea is the domain of the Dragon Clan. I dare not make a decision without your guidance. Hence my arrival." Sui Ren spoke solemnly, relaying the entire sequence of events. Yet his eyes still burned with indignation, clearly unsettled. Upon hearing Sui Ren's words, Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within them. At the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan has been active in the primordial chaos since ancient times, even playing a pivotal role in the celestial conflict among the 3 primordial races. At that time, the might of the Dragon Clan necessitated a united front from the Phoenix and Xilan clans to contend against it. In the present day, the Phoenix clan remains forever stationed at the eternal fire volcano of Nanming, and aside from a golden phoenix that appeared as a steed during the ascension of Nuwa, none have laid eyes upon another phoenix. The Xilan clan has similarly vanished from the annals of the primordial realm, seldom making an appearance. Only the Dragon Clan continues to dominate the 4 seas. Xiao Yang firmly believes that the Dragon Clan still possesses the ability to maintain their hold over these territories today. Clearly, the situation is far from straightforward. Even he, in times past, chose to temporarily avoid the Eastern Sea. Yet this does not imply that the human race fears the Dragon Clan. A great Luo, along with hundreds of Tai, met their demise in the Eastern Sea, regardless of whether the Dragon Clan was involved. An explanation must be demanded. I shall personally visit the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea. I am determined to uncover who possesses the audacity to strike against my people. With these words, Xiao Yang's figure vanished from the grand hall like a fleeting shadow. Upon witnessing this, Sui Ren hastily exited the hall, intent on rallying his demon-slaying troops to head towards the Eastern Sea. Not long after, high above the Eastern Sea, Xiao Yang gazed upon the tranquil waters, taking a step forward. The crown of the human emperor materialized upon his head as he donned the royal attire. An aura of supreme majesty emanated from him. The flow of Tao resonated with countless rhythms, as if myriad phenomena were within his grasp. With this step, the previously calm Eastern Sea erupted into a frenzy. The human emperor, Xiao Yang, has come to pay his respects to the Dragon Clan. His proclamation sent ripples of unrest through the waters of the Eastern Sea. Deep within the Eastern Sea, as Xiao Yang took his first step, Ao Guang rose from his seat, his expression marred by displeasure. "What is happening? Why do the waters of the Eastern Sea churn without cause? Tortoise Prime Minister, do not delay. Go investigate at once." Ao Guang directed his gaze toward a figure standing at the lower end. This figure appeared as an elderly man, bearing a tortoise shell upon his back. Yet, do not mistake this old tortoise for the one who previously appeared in the Dragon Palace. That elder had attained the quasi-saint realm, delving deep into its mysteries. The tortoise prime minister before him, however, was merely a great Luo golden immortal, merely a descendant of that elder. It is indeed peculiar. Ever since the ancestral dragon led the scaled clans across the 4 seas, the tortoise clan has become a standard presence. Each deep-sea dragon palace has a tortoise prime minister. Yes, the tortoise prime minister, not daring to be negligent, promptly bowed to Ao Guang and prepared to investigate the matter. However, before he could exit the Dragon Palace, Xiao Yang's voice echoed within. The human emperor, Xiao Yang, has come to pay his respects to the Dragon Clan. His words resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, leaving them stunned and unable to regain their composure. What? The human emperor, Xiao Yang? Why has he come to visit our Dragon Clan? As Ao Guang regained his senses, his countenance darkened considerably. Anxious, he paced back and forth within the hall. He could not believe that Xiao Yang approached the Dragon Clan with good intentions. After all, the human race had lingered by the Eastern Sea for quite some time without any indication of wishing to pay a visit. Just when he thought that the Dragon Clan and human race had severed all ties, a sudden visit occurred. Such a timely arrival could only foretell trouble. Yet, before Ao Guang could reach a decision, Xiao Yang had already descended towards the eastern as he landed. The waters instinctively parted to the sides, revealing a golden pathway paved with imperial dragon energy that led directly to the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang strode forward, step by step, towards the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. With a thunderous roar, as he drew closer, the waters of the Dragon Palace surged violently, causing both Ao Guang and the Tortoise Prime Minister to stagger and struggle to maintain their footing. Once he regained his balance, Ao Guang's expression had turned completely grim. How dare the human emperor, Xiao Yang? Since Ao Guang's birth, no race has ever dared to humiliate the Dragon Clan in such a manner, especially within the sanctity of the Dragon Palace. Such insolence is utterly intolerable. At that moment, Xiao Yang had arrived before the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. What? Is there not a single soul within this grand Dragon Palace who dares to present themselves before me? Standing before the imposing edifice of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a faint smile, tinged with sarcasm. Within the Dragon Palace, upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ao Guang gritted his teeth. As a mere great Luo golden immortal, facing such an extraordinary figure as Xiao Yang naturally instilled fear within him. Yet, as the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, he could not afford to show weakness. Taking a deep breath, Ao Guang steadied himself, his sleeves sweeping back as he composed his demeanor. Tortoise Prime Minister, accompany me to meet the human emperor. I wish to ascertain the purpose of his visit to our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. With that, Ao Guang stepped towards the palace's exit. Your Majesty, wait for this old minister. The Tortoise Prime Minister, momentarily taken aback, called out before hastily following suit. With a creak, the grand doors of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace swung open. Light streaming forth from within to last. They have emerged. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, a glimmer flashing within. One could discern his intentions behind that expressionless facade. I am Ao Guang, the sovereign of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I have long heard of the esteemed name of the human emperor, Xiao Yang, and upon seeing you today, your grandeur is indeed remarkable. Ao Guang, accompanied by the Tortoise Prime Minister, stepped forth from the palace, a smile adorning his face as he offered his compliments to Xiao Yang. You are Ao Guang? Xiao Yang surveyed Ao Guang, a spark of recognition illuminating his gaze. During the time of the investiture of the gods, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was indeed Ao Guang. Yet he had not anticipated that Ao Guang would ascend to the position of Dragon King so early. Indeed, I am Ao Guang. Is there something amiss with my name? Ao Guang regarded Xiao Yang with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Since assuming the role of Dragon King, he had never made an appearance in the Primordial Realm. Why does the human emperor seem so familiar with his name? Regarding Ao Guang's confusion, Xiao Yang offered no explanation. Dragon King, I have heard that your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is replete with rare treasures. Might I have the fortune to witness them? Xiao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Ao Guang. A smirk playing on his lips, Ao Guang's heart raced with trepidation. He quickly responded, I must apologize for my oversight. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, please enter within and allow me to extend my hospitality. With that, Ao Guang gestured for Xiao Yang to enter. Xiao Yang nodded subtly, refraining from any further pleasantries as he stepped towards the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sight of jade railings intricately carved, opulent golden halls adorned with pearls and rare treasures, exuding an air of extraordinary splendor. After a considerable time, Xiao Yang finally took his seat in the main hall of the Dragon Palace alongside Ao Guang. Observing Xiao Yang's calm demeanor, Ao Guang's heart remained unsettled. Cautiously, he glanced at Xiao Yang and inquired, "Human Emperor Xiao Yang, may I ask the purpose of your visit to our Eastern Sea Dragon Palace?" A smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he extended his right hand, tapping rhythmically on the table, creating palpable tension. After a lengthy pause, he ceased his motion, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Dragon King Ao Guang, under normal circumstances, my human race resides by the Eastern Sea, neighboring your dragon clan. While we need not cultivate deep ties, we should not descend into enmity. Do you find my words reasonable?" Upon hearing Xiao Yang's statement, Ao Guang nodded. Indeed, he had no desire to oppose the human race. "Very well. It seems Dragon King Ao Guang concurs with my sentiments. Therefore, I implore you to inform me of the circumstances surrounding the demise of one of my great Luo and hundreds of Tai in the Eastern Sea." Xiao Yang's gaze turned icy, a faint aura of killing intent radiating from him. Even if Xiao Yang did not exert his full strength, the killing intent he exuded was not something easily borne by others. "What? A member of the human race was slain in the Eastern Sea?" Ao Guang gasped, not only taken aback by the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Yang, but also by the gravity of his words. He never anticipated that a member of the human race would meet with such a tragic fate in the East Sea, and, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, he was utterly oblivious to it. His gaze shifted to the side, settling on the figure of the Tortoise Prime Minister. Understanding Ao Guang's intent, the Tortoise Prime Minister bowed respectfully before promptly exiting the Grand Hall. "I implore you, Emperor Xiao Yang, to allow me some time. I have already dispatched the Tortoise Prime Minister to investigate this matter," Ao Guang said, forcing a smile toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The Tortoise Prime Minister entered, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Before he could utter a word, Ao Guang, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Tortoise Prime Minister, have you discerned who is responsible for this?" The Tortoise Prime Minister stood speechless, and a foreboding sense of dread blossomed within Ao Guang's heart. Just as he was about to speak, a voice resonated from beyond the hall. "Ao Guang, how could a mere human instill such fear in you? You disgrace the title of Dragon King." This voice was laden with an ancient timbre, and even Xiao Yang could sense a trace of decay within it. A smirk graced Xiao Yang's lips as he turned his gaze towards the entrance, as if piercing through the walls to behold the speaker. "Why do you not dare to present yourself before me? Very well, since you refuse to meet me, I shall come to you." With a swift motion, Xiao Yang summoned the precious Kong Tong seal into his hand, and a resonant dragon's roar filled the air as boundless imperial dragon energy surged forth from the Kong Tong seal. Radiating outward, a golden light erupted from the seal, illuminating the surrounding expanse for countless miles. An overwhelming tide of water spirit energy surged forth, causing the seabed to tremble violently. Boom! Just as Ao Guang was still observing the strands of energy emanating from Xiao Yang, the latter took a step forward while wielding the Kong Tong seal. A towering and majestic figure materialized before Ao Guang and the others, surrounded by 3,000 radiant halos, each seemingly housing vast worlds within. At that moment, Xiao Yang thrust the Kong Tong seal forward, rumbling. The seal struck the walls of the East Sea Dragon Palace, and mystical runes flickered to life, intertwining in a dazzling display of spiritual brilliance. As if attempting to utilize the palace's protective formations to thwart the Kong Tong seal, "Oh, you truly believe you can withstand this?" Xiao Yang murmured, as runes from his sleeve merged into the palace walls. It appeared that the defenses were futile. A sly smile crept onto Xiao Yang's face as the brilliance of the Kong Tong seal intensified, ultimately shattering the East Sea Dragon Palace. Chapter 71. A single finger annihilates the dragon race's quasi-saint conditions. A deafening explosion reverberated, unsettling the waters surrounding the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Kong Tong seal's impact caused the palace to collapse, reduced to mere ruins. Since ancient times, the East Sea Dragon Palace had served as the ancestral dwelling of dragons, rich with treasures. Yet now, It lay in utter desolation. Guang stood amidst the shimmering light, his expression a mixture of shock and fury. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's intervention, he would have undoubtedly sustained grave injuries, or even perished. Presently, the East Sea Dragon Palace bore no casualties, indicating that he had not yet wed the Dragon Queen. As for the guards of the palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their demise was inconsequential. He could easily summon replacements later to that moment. Amidst the ruins of the collapsed palace, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted. This red light surged forth, scattering debris in all directions. Subsequently, a disheveled figure emerged before Xiao Yang, seething with rage and a murderous glint in his eyes. Emperor of humanity, Xiao Yang, how dare you obliterate my East Sea Dragon Palace and thus humiliate my kin? Do you not fear that the dragon race will seek vengeance upon your humankind? His presence radiated with the aura of a mid-level quasi-saint, expelling the surrounding seawater in a violent rush. His anger ignited fiercely. Since the establishment of the dragon race, this was the first instance of someone causing such a ruckus within their stronghold, let alone destroying the East Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang regarded his words with indifference. You have slain my kin, and yet you dare to threaten me. Do you truly believe my people to be weak and easily cowed? From afar, I can already sense the decay emanating from you. A collection of decrepit and frail beings, still clinging to life, dare to act so brazenly before me. With those words, Xiao Yang did not grant the individual a chance to respond. The towering divine form behind him took a step forward. Boom! The sea trembled, and the sound of dragon roars echoed. Imperial dragon energy transformed into golden dragons, intertwining within the ocean and forming an expansive domain of law. Within this domain, Xiao Yang held dominion. Even the turbulent waters were subdued, falling silent. Die. With a mere gesture, Xiao Yang pointed towards the figure. The mid-level quasi-saint of the dragon race displayed a look of sheer terror. His eyes filled with struggle as his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, all was in vain. Under Xiao Yang's finger, he was reduced to mere Guang, and the tortoise prime minister, witnessing this scene, were left in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure for a long while. Standing amidst the ruins of the dragon palace, Xiao Yang's expression shifted slightly. He turned to Guang and spoke. Guang, Dragon King, do you truly have authority over your race? Snapping back to reality upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. Guang hurriedly bowed, not daring to show any disrespect. Emperor Xiao Yang, what commands do you wish to impart? Xiao Yang regarded Guang, his expression inscrutable. The individual you just encountered was one of your kin. An ancient dragon no less. Those who err must face the consequences. Do you not agree? A bitter expression crossed Guang's face as he rasped. Emperor, the actions of Elder Hua were solely his doing. We were entirely unaware. Moreover, with the destruction of the East Sea Dragon Palace and the death of Elder Hua, does this not count as a price paid? Xiao Yang chuckled lightly, unfazed by Guang's display of grievance. He replied, of course, it does not suffice. This is merely a collection of interest. Now, however, I seek an explanation from the dragon race. What explanation does the emperor desire? Guang's heart swelled with indignation and bitterness. As for the deceased Hua, he was filled with unutterable frustration. Now he had to shoulder the consequences of Hua's transgressions. Quite simply, I require the dragon race to become a subordinate of my kin. Xiao Yang calmly articulated his intentions. Yet upon hearing this, Guang's complexion shifted dramatically. The tortoise prime minister behind him also displayed a look of horror. They could hardly fathom that Xiao Yang would harbor such aspirations. Seeking to make the dragon race a subordinate to the human race. This was utterly preposterous. Even during the height of conflict between the witches and the demons, when the demon emperor Dijun and the Easter emperor Tai led their forces against the East Sea, they only managed to compel the dragon race to offer verbal submission, never daring to demand them as subordinates. Yet now, Xiao Yang dared to do so. It was simply inconceivable. Emperor, if you propose alternative terms, I could agree, but this condition is non-negotiable. Guang felt a surge of fear toward Xiao Yang, yet he resolutely rejected the proposition. Should he acquiesce, he would surely be branded a traitor among the dragon race. The ancestral dragon and the spirits of the fallen ancestors would rise in fury, seeking to punish him severely, perhaps even to the point of wishing he were dead. Since the rise of the ancestral dragon and the establishment of the dragon race's supremacy in the primordial era, the dragon race had been revered as the mightiest. Even the Phoenix and Xiao clans could only unite in opposition. Though the dragon race had waned, how could they possibly consent to be subjugated by a race born of later generations? Not only could he not agree, but even if he did, there would be many within the dragon race who would refuse. This was a steadfastness that a once mighty ancient sovereign should possess. It was a pride that must be upheld. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang cast a detached gaze upon Ao Guang. Within the realm of the law, immense power bore down upon Ao Guang. Do you believe I am merely negotiating with your dragon clan? This is a decree I am issuing to your lineage. Submit, or face death. Ao Guang stared blankly at Xiao Yang, taken aback by his overwhelming assertiveness. Indeed, although Xiao Yang was a human emperor, he was also an unparalleled harbinger of death. Since Xiao Yang first revealed his might in the primordial world, countless souls had perished under his command, including more than 10 who had reached the quasi-saint leveled Ao Guang. Merely a great Luo, golden immortal, had no capacity to thwart him. Just as Ao Guang, filled with despair, was about to acquiesce, a soft sigh resonated across the sea. Why must human emperor Xiao Yang exert such pressure on our younger generation? I implore you to enter the Ancestor Dragon Palace for a discussion. As these words fell, a radiant light materialized not far from Xiao Yang. The sea parted under a powerful force, and a magnificent ancient palace emerged before him. Has it finally appeared? A faint smile graced Xiao Yang's face. He had not anticipated that he would indeed compel the dragon clan to reveal their hidden means. Very well. I wish to witness what remarkable qualities the ancient dragon clan possesses. Fearlessly, Xiao Yang strode towards the Ancestor Dragon Palace and vanished within. Chapter 72. Zhulong, Contest of Great Dao. Under the EC, after a long absence, the Ancestor Dragon Palace welcomed its first guest today. Xiao Yang entered the palace and arrived at the Great Hall. There, he beheld a true dragon, adorned with 10 claws, reclining within the hall. This magnificent dragon breathed forth winds and rains, with glimmers of light flickering from its scales. It is said that the dragon clan has fallen, yet I did not expect such a being to remain. Along with Xiao Yang's words momentarily faltered as his gaze swept around. And these decrepit old fools. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Suddenly, from the previously empty surroundings, over a dozen figures materialized. These beings bore dragon horns, exuding a fierce aura, each possessing cultivation at the quasi-saint level. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, fury ignited in their eyes. Human Emperor, you are exceedingly arrogant. The dragon clan is not to be belittled by a mere human emperor. Do you seek to incite a war between our races? One after another, the dragons voiced their indignation, their words laced with reproach. They were figures who had thrived since the time of the Ancestor Dragon, having endured the brutal conflicts of yore in their hearts. The dragon clan was their sole faith, and they could not permit Xiao Yang to demean their lineage in their presence. Xiao Yang paid them no heed, instead focusing his gaze on the 10-clawed true dragon. I presume you are Zhulong, the brother of the Ancestor Dragon? As his words fell, the true dragon reclining in the hall abruptly opened its eyes. The previously dim hall was instantly illuminated. Those who observed the dragon's eyes would note the cycle of day and night swirling within them. Indeed, I am Zhulong. Well met, Human Emperor. Are you not afraid that I might confine you here in the Ancestor Dragon Palace? Zhulong's words seemed to commend Xiao Yang. Yet as he spoke, the overwhelming aura of a complete quasi-saint bore down upon him. The entire hall trembled under Zhulong's pressure. Even the dragon elders present found their breaths quickening, too intimidated to speak. Despite having reached the quasi-saint level, the disparity between an ordinary quasi-saint and one at the peak was unfathomable. This was a scene they could scarcely fathom. Yet, in the face of Zhulong's might, Xiao Yang appeared unaffected. A smile adorned his face as he calmly regarded Zhulong. If you wish to keep me here, you may attempt it. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Zhu Long stared at Xiao Yang in silence for a long while. The atmosphere in the hall grew oppressive. The surrounding dragon elders fixed their gazes upon Xiao Yang, seemingly envisioning Zhu Long's wrath culminating in Xiao Yang's suppression. Some of the dragon elders even began to channel their powers, clearly intending to subdue Xiao Yang in that moment. Just then, Zhu Long erupted into hearty laughter, retracting his oppressive aura, leaving others perplexed by his intentions. Very well, human Emperor Xiao Yang. I shall regard your previous remarks as though they were never spoken. This was undoubtedly Zhu Long's gesture of goodwill, offering Xiao Yang an escape from the tense exchange. Xiao Yang discerned the implication in Zhu Long's words. However, he was disinclined to acquiesce to Zhu Long's suggested course of action, as it did not align with his intentions. Zhu Long, I also hold respect for you, as the brother of the Ancestor Dragon. The Dragon Clan may yield to the Human Clan. Should you submit to my lineage, I shall grant the Dragon Clan a future. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's proclamation, Zhu Long remained silent. Yet within his eyes, flickers of black and white light danced, at a subtle shift in his form exuded an aura that shook the entire hall. Even outside the Ancestor Dragon Palace, one could feel Zhu Long's imposing presence. Ancestor, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang murmured, his expression brimming with excitement. He was born into a time when the Dragon Clan was already in decline. At that time, the Dragon Clan had suffered significant losses and retreated to the Four Seas. Many of the clans allied with the Dragon Clan rebelled, aiming to annihilate them and seize their last remnants of fortune in that perilous moment. It was Zhu Long, the elder of the Dragon Clan, who turned the tide. With his own strength, he vanquished the rebellious clans, granting the Dragon Clan a chance to breathe. Thus, for Ao Guang's generation, the Ancestor Dragon seemed almost mythical, while Zhu Long stood vividly before them. Their hearts brimmed with faith and anticipation for Zhu Long within the Ancestor Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang faced Zhu Long's oppressive aura without a trace of trepidation. He took a step forward, and the visage of the Human Emperor manifested behind him. A grand aura of the Human Emperor sweeping across the hall, countering Zhu Long's might. Around the Human Emperor's form, it appeared as though celestial rings encircled him. Infinite heavens, mountains and rivers, and the phantoms of humanity all emerged one by one. Come now, let us engage in a true contest. I too wish to comprehend the ancient powers of your dragon lineage. Xiao Yang licked his lips, a spark of divine light flashing in his eyes. Ha ha, boldness indeed. Zhu Long laughed heartily, a flicker of fury passing through his gaze, as if Xiao Yang's demeanor suggested he held him in disregard. Suddenly, a duality of black and white light radiated from Zhu Long's form. His eyes, open to the light and closed to the dark, were innately attuned to the principles of yin and yang. Now, within the Ancestor Dragon Palace, regardless of the situation, he could not engage in a full-scale battle with Xiao Yang. Thus, Zhu Long resolved to utilize the yin and yang great path he had cultivated to subdue Xiao Yang's path. A contest of paths? Is it? Then let us truly compete. Xiao Yang's lips curled slightly. He had never doubted his prowess in comparing the depths of his understanding of the path. With a flash of radiance surrounding him, the visage of the Human Emperor vanished. Before him, a great path of light materialized, laid out like a road, advancing towards Zhu Long's yin and yang path. Zhu Long, of course, would not flinch to him. Xiao Yang's understanding of the path, gained over a mere 100,000 years, was inconsequential compared to his own, which had been nurtured over countless years. He was confident he would not falter. With such conviction, Zhu Long met Xiao Yang's path without hesitation. Instantly, within the Ancestor Dragon Palace, the two great paths collided. The duality of black and white light clashed against the golden light of Xiao Yang's path, erupting in a spectacle of divine radiance. There was no thunderous roar, only an intangible clash in one moment. The yin and yang light overpowered the golden light. In the next, the golden light surged forth, overpowering the duality of light. The dragon elders still present in the hall watched in rapt attention, some even revealing contemplative expressions. Chapter 73. The Great Dao suppresses. The 12th subordinate dragon clan finally emerges. How can this be? Within the grand halls of the ancestral dragon palace, the eyes of the candle dragon flickered with incredulity. It was astonishing that his path of yin and yang could only stand on par with Xiao Yang's great Dao. This fell far short of his expectations. In his mind, it should have been his Dao that utterly crushed Xiao Yang's. What is your Dao? Candle Dragon fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang for a long moment before finally voicing the question, that a smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he regarded his own Dao. Softly replying, "My Dao is yin and yang." As his words fell, the golden light emanating from his Dao instantaneously transformed into two colors representing yin and yang, radiating a presence akin to that of the Candle Dragon's own path. This Candle Dragon was momentarily taken aback, and even the Elder Dragons were similarly astonished that My Dao is the five elements. The Dao that had morphed into the yin and yang suddenly shifted again, becoming a radiant spectrum of five colors infused with the essence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Before Candle Dragon could react, Xiao Yang's voice resonated once more that My Dao is the stars. The Dao that had taken the form of the five elements instantaneously transformed into a celestial tapestry. Resembling the myriad stars in the heavens above, My Dao is thunder. My Dao is wind. My Dao is rain. Xiao Yang continued to articulate, his Dao evolving perpetually. Thunder, wind, rain, lightning, blood, space, and the myriad phenomena of the world. All were manifested through his words. The other Elder Dragons were left in a state of stupor, while a contemplative glimmer flickered in Candle Dragon's eyes. What exactly is your Dao? Gazing at Candle Dragon, Xiao Yang's expression abruptly shifted, and a dragon's chant seemed to resonate from his very being. My Dao is the sovereign emperor's dominance. All paths lie within my grasp. Upon uttering these words, the Dao that had previously been entwined with the yin and yang of Candle Dragon returned to its most fundamental essence. The aura of imperial dominance surged forth, causing Candle Dragon's yin and yang path to tremble before him, utterly incapable of contending. Witnessing this spectacle, a bittersweet smile crept across Candle Dragon's face that he shook his head, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes that I should have foreseen this. Why, elder brother, the ancestral dragon, is the sovereign of the dragon race, while you are the sovereign of the human race. It is only natural for you to walk the path of dominance. Xiao Yang could not refute Candle Dragon's observation. He retracted his Dao, maintaining a steady gaze upon Candle Dragon. Whether the dragon race submits to the human race is a matter of my patience, which is not boundless. Candle Dragon sighed, his expression one of perplexity. In the past, my dragon race contended against the Phoenix and Qilin clans for supremacy, bringing untold suffering to the myriad beings of the wilderness. All three races were gravely weakened. Even now, my dragon race bears a heavy burden of cosmic karma, with the talents of our kin steadily declining, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Should my dragon race become your human race's vassals, your kin would also bear the weight of our karma. Were it not for this, how could the demon emperor Jun possibly relinquish the pursuit of my dragon race? His words were tinged with pain and bitterness. The dragon race had endured immense suffering over the years, with many survivors of the Great War succumbing to madness. Had it not been for these circumstances, he would not have appointed Ao Guang, the purest of bloodlines and least entangled with karma, as the Dragon King of the Four Seas. Xiao Yang's eyes glinted with understanding as he addressed Candle Dragon. What if I were to say that the human race is willing to bear the karma of the dragon race? What? Candle Dragon was taken aback by Xiao Yang's declaration. Once he regained his composure, he shook his head and replied, Your Majesty Xiao Yang, it is not that I doubt your words, but you cannot fathom the magnitude of the karma that plagues the dragon race. Were it not for our overwhelming karma, how could Jun ever consider letting us go? A spark of insight illuminated Xiao Yang's gaze. He gestured, and 12 ethereal stone tablets materialized within the ancestral dragon palace. As soon as the tablets appeared, they interconnected, one after another, revealing silhouettes of the 12 zodiac animals: rooster, rat, pig, tiger, dragon, and others. Your Majesty Xiao Yang, this? What is this? Candle Dragon's eyes widened with excitement as he observed the intertwining energies of the 12 silhouettes. Fortune, what is fortune? This is fortune. Candle Dragon sensed that these 12 stone tablets contain an opportunity, one that included a portion for his dragon race. If they could seize this opportunity, His instincts told him that the karma borne by the dragon race could be significantly alleviated. The surrounding elder dragons gazed at the stone tablets, though they could not perceive the connection as clearly as Candle Dragon. Nevertheless, there was an innate yearning within them. Xiao Yang retracted the 12 stone tablets with a smile. I previously stated that if you submit to my kin, I would grant your dragon race an opportunity. The human race is far from as simple as you perceive. Xiao Yang's gaze held profound meaning. If Candle Dragon remained unwilling, there was little more to be said. Without the butcher, one cannot feast on the hair-covered pig. He had dragons at his disposal, in terms of bloodline. That fellow's lineage was even purer. At worst, he could find more suitable companions to recreate a dragon race. Candle Dragon, at that moment, felt a deep sense of belief in Xiao Yang's words. Yet, a struggle remained evident in his eyes. The dragon race, since ancient times, had been the sovereigns of the wilderness. Even in their current decline, he still took pride in the former glory of his entity. Submit to a human race was a burden he found difficult to bear. One waited in silence, while the other wrestled with inner turmoil. Time passed, and finally, Candle Dragon exhaled deeply, in a flash of brilliance. His previously draconic form transformed into that of a human, a middle-aged man. Exuding an air of authority, clad in a robe adorned with true dragon motifs, approached Xiao Yang. He bowed deeply. Be I the witness of heaven and earth. Candle Dragon, representing the dragon race, declares that from this day forth, the dragon race willingly submits to the human race, becoming their vassals for all eternity, never to forsake our allegiance. Candle Dragon paid his respects to the emperor. After Candle Dragon made his decision, the other elder dragons also rose to bow before Xiao Yang. We pay our respects to the emperor. In the outside world, high above the 9 heavens, the thunderous sound of 9 reverberating roars echoed, a resonance unheard by ordinary beings. Heaven and earth acknowledged Candle Dragon's declaration. Henceforth, the fates of the human and dragon races became intertwined, and the karma of the dragon race would now encompass a portion from the human race. As the current leader of the dragon race, Candle Dragon could distinctly sense the shift in fortune. The fortunes of the dragon race flowed towards the human race, and reciprocally, the fortunes of the human race flowed towards the dragon race. He could feel that a portion of the karma borne by the dragon race had been mitigated by the human race. This alleviated portion far surpassed what the dragon race had managed to offset over the years. Candle Dragon's emotions swelled with excitement as he gazed at Xiao Yang, eager to express something. Yet, just as the words formed on his lips, they became stuck that moment. Xiao Yang, filled with an air of mystery, addressed Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, if you desire the dragon's sovereign, just speak, and I shall present the dragon's sovereign to you. Chapter 74. Ancestral Dragon Pearl of the 9-clawed Thunder Dragon. Candle Dragon, if you desire the dragon's sovereign, just speak, and I shall present the dragon's sovereign to you. Xiao Yang regarded Candle Dragon, a smile illuminating his face. The dragon sovereign? Candle Dragon's eyes were clouded with confusion upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, and the elder dragons within the hall shared his bewilderment. Observing their expressions, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and a crackling arc of electricity surged forth at a colossal egg, resplendent in purple and intermittently sparking with arcs of lightning, materialized before them. This is, Candle Dragon stared with hesitation, sensing a familiar aura emanating from the egg. The elder dragons felt a growing heaviness in their bloodlines. Once, as I traversed the Thunder Marsh to meet the Thunder God residing therein, he entrusted me with this dragon egg. Inside lies a Thunder Dragon, a 9-clawed Thunder Dragon. Xiao Yang fixed his gaze upon Candle Dragon, articulating the origin of the dragon egg with precision. What, a 9-clawed Thunder Dragon? In the eyes of the Candle Dragon, a flicker of excitement passed, accompanied by a hint of uncontainable emotion. The 9-clawed Thunder Dragon, even during the ancient times when the dragon clan had not yet fallen into decline, was an exceedingly rare and highly esteemed entity. After all, the 4 sea dragon kings were then represented by 4 9-clawed true dragons. Beyond them, only he, the 10-clawed Candle Dragon, and the 12-clawed Ancestor Dragon could surpass their stature. Yet now, with the dragon clan in decline, even those few surviving members with the purest bloodlines are merely 5-clawed true dragons. Did I hear correctly? A 9-clawed? No wonder I felt my own bloodline being suppressed. Currently, most of our clan's offspring are four-clawed. If there were a nine-clawed thunder dragon among us, it would be truly splendid. One by one, the elder dragons voiced their excitement, their eyes brimming with joy. They had witnessed the glory of their clan and also endured its decline, and one yearned more than they to restore the dragon clan's former splendor. After a prolonged moment, the candle dragon steadied his emotions and turned his gaze toward Xiao Yang. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, this does not appear to be an unhatched state. Could it be? Once he regained his composure, he, now at the perfected quasi-saint realm, could distinctly sense that this object resembling an eggshell was merely a manifestation of gathered thunder, not a true shell. This was entirely different from the usual state of hatching within the dragon clan, that a sense of foreboding arose within the candle dragon, filled with unease. Xiao Yang did not conceal the truth. He nodded at the candle dragon. When the thunder god entrusted him with the thunder dragon, they had once relied on each other through life and death crises. It was this thunder dragon that had shielded the thunder god from fatal harm, enabling them to escape that calamity. Yet, even the thunder god, now a quasi-saint, could not fully rescue the thunder dragon. He could only choose to envelop the thunder dragon with the essence of thunder, hoping it would absorb this primal force and revive itself. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a surge of energy erupted within the great hall. Who dares to lay a hand on my dragon clan? We must find out who it is. Our clan will not rest until we have vengeance. One after another, the elder dragons, their eyes burning crimson, gritted their teeth in anger. They had now regarded this thunder dragon as the hope for the restoration of their clan's past glory. The news of the thunder dragon having been gravely injured ignited their fury. Even the candle dragon's eyes flickered with a cold glint, a murderous aura swirling around him. Your Majesty, do you know who inflicted such grievous wounds upon this thunder dragon? Xiao Yang shook his head, admitting that he had not delved deeply into the matter at the time. I do not know. The thunder god never spoke of this to me, in the future. When you meet with the thunder god again, you may inquire directly. The candle dragon nodded, his gaze fixated on the enormous egg before him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features after a considerable pause. Determination finally settled in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved, conjuring a large orb within the hall. As the orb appeared, it emanated a distinct aura. The giant egg seemed to sense the orb's presence and began to tremble gently. The surrounding elder dragons knelt halfway, their eyes filled with reverence and sorrow. Gazing at this orb, Xiao Yang appeared to recall something. Could it be a dragon pearl? Indeed, this was a dragon pearl, and furthermore, it belonged to my elder brother's lineage. A flicker of sorrow crossed the candle dragon's eyes. The ancestor dragon's dragon pearl. A look of astonishment flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. In the past, all three clans suffered a devastating defeat, their vitality severely depleted. And due to the immense suffering inflicted upon all beings in the primordial realm, they bore profound karmic consequences. The Xiao clan was forever sealed in the central lands, vanishing from existence. The Phoenix clan retreated to the southern immortal fire mountains, choosing seclusion. Yet, the ancestor dragon seemed to have sacrificed himself to repay the dragon clan's karma, completely disappearing from the primordial realm. He had not anticipated that the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl would remain still in the possession of the candle dragon. If this were to be discovered by the powerful beings of the primordial realm, the dragon clan would surely be overturned. What about the Eastern Azure Dragon among the four spirits of heaven and earth? Just then, Xiao Yang recalled something and hurriedly asked the candle dragon. Among the four spirits, the Azure Dragon is the physical manifestation of my elder brother, closely linked to our dragon clan. Otherwise, with such heavy karma, we would not have survived. This dragon pearl is the final gift left for the dragon clan by my elder brother before his demise. The candle dragon's eyes were filled with sorrow. A look of sudden realization crossed Xiao Yang's face. So, are you now preparing to use the power of this ancestor dragon's dragon pearl to awaken the thunder dragon? One thing I need to remind you of is that the reason the thunder dragon left the dragon clan was due to the clan's exclusion. The candle dragon displayed no visible reaction. He placed the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl before the massive egg. A surge of magical power flowed into the dragon pearl. In an instant, the dragon pearl radiated light. A milky white beam entering the giant egg. The egg quivered, arcs of violet lightning flashing around it, and a connection was established between the two, as if they were communicating in some manner. Regardless of the circumstances that led to his departure from the Dragon Clan. He is, after all, one of us. I believe you will understand. Xiao Yang remained silent, merely observing the unfolding scene. As time passed slowly, the once weak aura of the giant egg gradually strengthened. Crack, crack, when the aura reached its peak. The giant egg emitted sounds of shattering. Through the fissures, the silhouette of a diminutive thunder dragon became discernible. Roar, Iao Huang, have returned. Chapter 75. The unruly Ao Huang. What? You want me to become the new Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan? A slightly juvenile voice echoed within the Ancestor Dragon Palace. The tone of the speaker was filled with disbelief. Indeed, as a nine-clawed thunder dragon, you must shoulder the responsibilities of the Dragon Clan. Currently, you are the most suitable candidate to become the Dragon Emperor among the entire clan. A hint of helplessness appeared in the candle dragon's eyes as he regarded the nine-clawed thunder dragon before him. Feeling somewhat powerless. Why is this so? The thunder dragon, named Ao Huang, stood barely over 3 meters in size, resembling a dragon that had only recently hatched. Expect him to inherit the position of Dragon Emperor and lead the clan to resurgence would take an indeterminate amount of time. And at present, what they lacked most was time. The original Ao Huang had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. However, due to suffering severe injuries, even with the presence of the Ancestor Dragon's Dragon Pearl, Ao Huang now resembled a phoenix in the midst of rebirth. His cultivation had completely dissipated, akin to that of a newly hatched dragon. Impossible. You drove me away before. Now you expect me to take the position of Dragon Emperor? I refuse. What of the Thunder God? Where is he? I nearly lost my life saving him, yet he sent me back to the Dragon Clan. Ungrateful. Ao Huang shook his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Had he not encountered the Thunder God after being expelled, he might have long since perished. Now they expected him to become the Dragon Emperor. Did he look like a fool? The Candle Dragon found himself momentarily speechless. Unsure of how to respond, Ao Huang, you are gravely injured. The Thunder God entrusted you to me. This means you should heed my words. Suddenly, Xiao Yang interjected, addressing Ao Huang. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ao Huang flicked his tail and circled around him 2 or 3 times before hovering before Xiao Yang. His dragon eyes fixed on Xiao Yang, he snorted disdainfully, a hint of contempt glimmering in his gaze. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The Thunder God entrusted you with my care, and you expect me to comply? If we were to ask you to, before Ao Huang could finish his sentence, he abruptly halted, a flicker of fear entering his eyes. Xiao Yang extended a finger and touched the Thunder Dragon's forehead. A golden light flashed from his fingertip, carrying a chilling aura that distorted the surrounding space. Xiao Yang wore a serene smile. Why the silence? Now, please finish what you were about to say, as the ominous aura of death emanated from the finger. Lei Long dared not act recklessly. He could only manage a dry, humorless chuckled, No, I have nothing to say. The Thunder God is truly exceptional. It is my fortune to be under your care. The elders of the Dragon Clan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they sensed the gravity of Ao Huang's temperament, filling their hearts with foreboding. Very well, you must assume the role of Dragon Emperor. Regardless of the circumstances, you are an integral part of the dragon lineage. A connection you can never sever, Xiao Yang remarked, casting a glance at Ao Huang. However, Ao Huang remained silent, deeply troubled by his past exclusion from the Dragon Clan. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's formidable strength, he would have vehemently opposed the notion. For now, he could only respond with silence, conveying his dissent. Do you not wish for the Dragon Clan to flourish under your leadership? Consider this. If you become the Dragon Emperor, you will wield immense power over the clan, commanding them as you please. Observing Ao Huang's reaction, a glimmer of amusement danced in Xiao Yang's eyes as he spoke enticingly. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a spark of realization ignited within Ao Huang. Indeed, how had he overlooked this prospect? The current plight of the Dragon Clan, which Zhu Long had informed him of upon his awakening, was dire if he were to ascend to the position of Dragon Emperor. He would become the most significant figure within the dragon lineage. At that moment, he would have the authority to dictate their actions. The thought of a future filled with beautiful dragon attendants and a life of luxury brought a smile to his face. Yet, Zhu Long's expression darkened at Ao Huang's delight. Though uncertain of Ao Huang's thoughts, he could surmise that they were far from favorable. Regret washed over him. Perhaps he should have approached the situation with greater caution. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Ao Huang, noticing Zhu Long's hesitation, felt urgency swell within him. All right, I am willing to become the Dragon Emperor. From this day forth, the entire dragon clan shall bear the name Ao Huang. Come forth and pay your respects to your emperor. With a flourish of his dragon form, Ao Huang addressed the assembled dragon elders. The elders exchanged uncertain glances, directing their gaze toward Zhu Long. Alas, I have met Emperor Ao Huang. Zhu Long sighed. Bowing respectfully to Ao Huang, we pay our respects to Emperor Ao Huang. The elders echoed, each offering their obeisance. Observing this unfolding scene, a smile crept onto Xiao Yang's face. Excellent. With the position of Dragon Emperor secured, the Dragon Clan's stability was assured. Suddenly, a memory from his past life surfaced regarding the Dragon Clan. He fixed his gaze upon Zhu Long. Zhu Long, the new generation of the Dragon Clan, is quite scarce. Is it not? Zhu Long nodded, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Indeed, your majesty speaks the truth. Due to the burdens of fate, it has become increasingly challenging for the Dragon Clan to produce offspring, and the bloodlines have become increasingly mixed. What if I could devise a way to restore the purity of the dragon bloodline and even engender more dragons? A contemplative expression crossed Xiao Yang's face as he addressed Zhu Long. At his words, all eyes turned toward him, filled with intrigue. Zhu Long inhaled deeply and bowed deeply. If your majesty possesses a means to aid the Dragon Clan, I, Zhu Long, shall be your most loyal subordinate. Never to betray you in this lifetime. Even unto death, I would willingly submit. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. The other dragon elders also bowed deeply to Xiao Yang, having already accepted their allegiance to the human race, their reluctance dissipating. Yet now, if Xiao Yang could truly assist the Dragon Clan, their loyalty would be wholeheartedly given to Ao Huang. The newly appointed Dragon Emperor also regarded Xiao Yang. His acquiescence to the title was not solely due to Xiao Yang's persuasive words. It was also because he belonged to the dragon lineage. Despite past grievances, the bond remained unbreakable. Furthermore, he had once lived in an era when the ancestor dragon held dominion, and he yearned to lead the Dragon Clan back to its former glory. Brother, I acknowledge you as my elder brother. If you truly possess a solution, please aid the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yang fell silent for a moment, contemplating Zhu Long and the others, and his thoughts drifted to the human race, which had risen from weakness to establish its dominance. That a smile emerged on his face. Chapter 76. The Shattering of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl Dragon Gate. Ascend. Whether from the ancient three clans or the myriad races of the current era, bloodlines were revered above all. Since the bloodline of the Dragon Clan had dwindled compared to the past, why not seek a way to elevate it? Within the Ancestor Dragon Palace, Xiao Yang's voice resonated, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Zhu Long, upon hearing this, wore a bitter smile. We've pondered this matter ourselves, yet have found no viable solutions. Xiao Yang nodded, fully aware of this fact. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would not be burdened by such concerns. Since I have suggested it, I naturally possess a solution. Zhu Long and the others turned their gaze toward Xiao Yang, hope glimmering in their eyes. The Dragon Clan was closely intertwined with the Ancestor Dragon, and the Ancestor Dragon Pearl still resided with them. If that were the case, why not start with the Ancestor Dragon Pearl to enhance the bloodline? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's proposal, Zhu Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting? Xiao Yang slightly nodded, a smile gracing his face. The Ancestor Dragon can be considered the source of the Dragon Clan. Thus, his pearl must possess extraordinary powers, by unleashing the energies within the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and invoking a resonance with our bloodlines. We could potentially elevate our own bloodlines. He paused, allowing Zhu Long and the others a moment to contemplate. Then he continued, in the vast expanse of the wilderness, aside from the true dragons, there are numerous races possessing dragon bloodlines. If we could harness the power of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl to fully awaken the dragon blood within them, it is likely that the number of dragons would increase significantly. His words. The surrounding elders erupted with excitement. Indeed, how did I not consider this approach? This is our opportunity, the chance for our clan to reclaim its former glory. We owe this insight to His Majesty, without which we would remain oblivious to this method. Zhu Long's heart raced at the prospect of a burgeoning dragon population. After a lengthy pause, he inhaled deeply and bowed once more to Xiao Yang. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. This favor shall be forever etched in the annals of our clan. Xiao Yang extended a hand to assist Zhu Long to his feet, a warm smile adorning his face. No need for excessive courtesy. Now that your clan is a vassal of mine, strengthening your power also fortifies my own. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhu Long waved his hand, and the Ancestor Dragon Pearl floated before Xiao Yang. With sincere eyes, Zhu Long regarded him. Your Majesty, you who proposed this method are undoubtedly more adept at wielding the power of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. I implore you to lend your strength to our dragon clan. Without further ado, Xiao Yang accepted the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. His consciousness surged into the pearl, with a vast essence of the dragon clan emerged. Within the Ancestor Dragon Pearl, he discerned a wealth of dragon legacy and a faint, almost extinguished a spark of realization ignited within his eyes. Indeed, the Ancestor Dragon would not have left this pearl without a contingency plan. Thus, it was the perfect vessel for transformation. Xiao Yang understood the essence of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. With a flourish, he summoned the Imperial Dragon Aura, swirling around him. Raising his hand, a sphere of imperial flame ignited in his palm. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl was placed within the flames, absorbing the searing heat. Zhu Long, fetch the celestial treasures and divine materials your clan possesses. Zhu Long hesitated not for an instant, even as he witnessed the Ancestor Dragon Pearl endure Xiao Yang's refinement. Having resolved to entrust the future of the dragon clan to Xiao Yang, he felt no doubt. There was no need for skepticism. Swiftly, the Candle Dragon procured a plethora of celestial treasures and divine materials. Even Xiao Yang, upon witnessing these items, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Among the treasures brought forth by the Candle Dragon were countless celestial gold and divine copper, some of which he had only heard of in lore, never having laid eyes on them. Despite having endured a bloody battle and vanquished numerous primordial tribes, the human race, which had amassed a considerable fortune, found itself utterly outclassed by the offerings of the Candle Dragon. Is it any wonder that the Dragon Clan is renowned as one of the three great races that once vied for supremacy in the Primordial World? Without further contemplation, Xiao Yang extended his hand, channeling his magical essence to continuously cast these celestial gold and divine copper into the flames. As time passed, the treasures began to melt, their impurities dissipating into black smoke. The remaining liquid was then melded together by Xiao Yang's divine consciousness, forming a vibrant orb of multicolored light. That moment, the ancestral dragon's essence also began to soften, releasing the vital energy of the dragon clan into the air. This dragon essence was infused into the radiant orb, which began to transform. Gradually, it took shape, ultimately coalescing into a true dragon. However, this dragon lacked sentience, appearing lifeless and devoid of vitality. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the ancestral dragon pearl shattered completely, unveiling the vast essence of the dragon contained within. Some of this essence morphed into a dragon, emitting a resounding roar, while others remained inert, resembling mere stones. Almost there, a glimmer of divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. He withdrew the hand that had ignited the imperial flames, leaving only the flames burning in midair, purging the impurities from the liquid and even the vast dragon energy. Indeed, Xiao Yang firmly believed that even the quasi-saints must have their limits. And this orb of multicolored liquid was no exception. As time progressed, Xiao Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. His hands formed intricate seals, conjuring a myriad of runes that surrounded him. With a flourish of his hands, these runes were cast into the liquid. Simultaneously, his divine consciousness surged, and under its influence, The liquid began to take on distinct forms. Soon, an archway materialized before all present. Xiao Yang raised his hand, pouring the vast essence of the shattered ancestral dragon pearl into the archway. The archway welcomed this influx of power with open arms as it absorbed the dragon essence. Intricate patterns began to emerge upon its formerly smooth surface, resembling runes and images. Ultimately, at the apex of the archway, two 12-clawed divine dragons converged, with a pearl shape nestled between them. Once everything was complete, the archway emanated a unique aura. Sensing this aura, apart from the candle dragon, a sense of yearning arose in the hearts of the elder dragons. It was finally completed. Henceforth, any race bearing the blood of the dragon clan that could pass through this archway would be transformed into dragons. Thus, this archway was named the Dragon Gate, Chapter 77, Entering the Dragon Gate. Ao Huang's transformation. This gate shall be called the Dragon Gate. Within the ancestral dragon palace, Xiao Yang cradled the archway in his hands, a satisfied expression gleaming in his eyes. As his words fell, the archway seemed to possess a spirit of its own, inscribing the characters for Dragon Gate at its center. Splendid. Ao Huang, since you have chosen to become the Dragon Emperor, you cannot lack cultivation. Just in time for the emergence of the Dragon Gate, come and test its efficacy. Xiao Yang's laughter boomed, and he turned his gaze upon Ao Huang, observing the Dragon Gate in Xiao Yang's hands. Ao Huang took a deep breath, his eyes brimming not with fear, but with eager anticipation. Very well, let me test the efficacy of this Dragon Gate. Upon hearing Ao Huang's declaration, Xiao Yang said nothing more. With a flick of his hand, the Dragon Gate floated gracefully in the air of the ancestral dragon palace. Ao Huang did not hesitate. With a swish of his tail, he propelled himself toward the Dragon Gate. As Ao Huang approached the vicinity of the Dragon Gate, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. This pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire. Each step proving to be an arduous task that, in just a few dozen steps, he found himself utterly drained of strength, still a distance away from the Dragon Gate. I am the Dragon Emperor. How can I fail to pass through a mere Dragon Gate? If I cannot conquer the Dragon Gate, how can I lead the Dragon Clan back to glory? Roar! A fierce determination and madness flashed in Ao Huang's eyes. He let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of power from within. His entire being surged forward, colliding with the Dragon Gate. Beneath the weight of this pressure, Ao Huang felt his bones creaking in protest against such a reckless act. His dragon scales erupted, blood spilling forth from the ruptured areas. In some places, flesh and blood had vanished, exposing his dragon bones. Ao Huang even sensed his consciousness beginning to blur. Yet what did that matter? Nothing could deter his resolve to pass through the Dragon Gate. He last, battered and bruised. Ao Huang stood before the Dragon Gate, ready to step through. Just as Ao Huang's dragon head breached the threshold, a resounding roar echoed from the Dragon Gate. A phantom of a dragon materialized. Upon its appearance, the candle dragon trembled. Brother, indeed, the dragon phantom that emerged bore 12 claws, a manifestation of the ancestral dragon. This ancestral dragon phantom seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, gazing at the candle dragon with a glimmer of concern in its eyes. When it turned to Xiao Yang, gratitude shone within its gaze. And when it looked upon Ao Huang, a sense of reassurance emerged. Perhaps the Dragon Clan would not falter into complete decline as he had feared. Ultimately, the day would come when the Dragon Clan would reclaim its former glory. As if resolved, the ancestral dragon phantom cast a lingering glance around before transforming into a beam of light and entering Ao Huang's body. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated from within Ao Huang. In the blink of an eye, his form rapidly expanded, his aura intensifying. Celestial immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. A flash of light passed, and as Ao Huang crossed through the Dragon Gate, his inflated form vanished without a trace. In its place stood a tall figure, possessing a visage like polished jade, a posture that radiated the regal presence of a dragon emperor. Ao Huang opened his eyes, gazing at the candle dragon and the others. From this day forth, I, Ao Huang, am the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. I shall inherit the will of His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon and vow to lead the Dragon Clan back to glory. Boom, boom, boom. The primordial world bore witness as thunder roared in the heavens, acknowledging Ao Huang's proclamation. Although Ao Huang had previously claimed the title of Dragon Emperor, he had not formally declared it to the heavens. Now, having received the ancestral dragon's endowment, he officially declared himself the Dragon Emperor. With this declaration, the fortunes of the Dragon Clan converged upon Ao Huang. Behind him, countless phantoms of dragons seemed to materialize, each one a manifestation of the Dragon Clan's essence. The boundless energy of the Dragon Clan coalesced, forming Ao Huang's unparalleled aura as the Dragon Emperor. Candle Dragon pays homage to the Dragon Emperor. The Candle Dragon respectfully bowed to Ao Huang. Although he was the brother of the Ancestral Dragon, within the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor held the highest authority. Even he could not defy the commands of the Dragon Emperor. We all pay our respects to the Dragon Emperor. The elder dragons bowed in unison, their eyes filled with exhilaration. The East Sea Dragon Palace. The ruins lay scattered, just as Ao Huang grew anxious. With the formal recognition of Ao Huang's identity as the Dragon Emperor by the Candle Dragon and others, he, as the East Sea Dragon King, also sensed Ao Huang's presence. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. The Dragon Emperor, is it? So be it. In the future, matters will be managed under the Dragon Emperor's command. East Sea Ao Huang pays homage to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor. Ao Huang bowed directly towards the direction of the Ancestor Dragon Palace. The 3 Sea Dragon Kings of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea followed suit, each paying their respects to the newly appointed Dragon Emperor. From that moment forth, Ao Huang's status within the Dragon Clan was firmly established. At that instant, as Ao Huang wished to speak to Xiao Yang, his expression suddenly shifted. He transformed into a streak of lightning, bursting forth from the Ancestor Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang too vanished in a flash of light from the palace. Above the surface of the East Sea, Swearin led the demon-slaying army to this location. Before Swearin could utter a word, Ao Huang surged forth from the water, standing before him and his comrades, Dragon Clan. Where is our emperor? Swearin regarded Ao Huang with icy disdain. Are you the Swearin of the human race? Ao Huang did not respond to Swearin's inquiry, but gazed at him with keen curiosity. Dragon Clan. I ask you once more, where is our emperor? Swearin's presence exuded a formidable aura, pressing down upon Ao Huang. Ao Huang sensed the very fabric of space around him solidifying. Tisish, what is so impressive? If I weren't injured, would it be your turn to flaunt your authority? A hint of indignation flickered in Ao Huang's eyes. Upon hearing Ao Huang's words, a flicker of impatience appeared in Swearin's gaze. You are courting death, with a swift motion of his hand. The indomitable flames ignited around him, quickly staining the heavens. In Swearin's eyes, Ao Huang was merely an ordinary Deluo golden immortal, and a mere Deluo golden immortal, if perished, would be of little consequence. Wow, are you serious? Big brother, if you don't come save your little brother, he might just be done for. Ao Huang cried out in alarm at Swearin's actions. Swearin, extinguish the indomitable flames. This is the Dragon Emperor of our clan. The Dragon Clan shall henceforth be a vassal of the human race. Chapter 78. The 3 immortal isles in the vast expanse of the East Sea, a magnificent azure surface dotted with islands shimmered like stars in the sky. These islands were extraordinary, harboring wondrous beasts, rivaling even the primordial continent. That moment, a golden light streaked across the horizon. As the light faded, a figure emerged in mid-air. Xiao Yang. Nearly a century had passed since he subdued the Dragon Clan and established Ao Huang as the Dragon Emperor. During this time, the Dragon Clan continued to govern the 4 seas, while the human race made its advance into the East Sea. Numerous cities sprang up on the larger islands, and the bounty of overseas resources accelerated the growth of a new generation of humans. Yet, instead of returning to the ancestral grounds of the human race, Xiao Yang was drawn to the legendary 3 immortal islands concealed within the East Sea. He felt compelled to explore further and remained in the East Sea. This search lasted nearly a century. Xiao Yang scoured the entire East Sea, initially believing his efforts fruitless, but at last he made a discovery. Hovering in mid-air, A golden divine light flickered in his eyes, behind him. The form of the human emperor manifested, and streams of imperial dragon energy surged around him, akin to the sound of dragon roars. In his gaze, the previously barren space began to ripple, sending forth waves that spread outward. A misty haze wafted from the rippling surface. Xiao Yang extended his hands toward the gray mist and tore it apart, producing a sound reminiscent of fabric being rent asunder. An infinite brilliance erupted from the mist, rapidly expanding to thousands of feet high. When Xiao Yang looked again, 3 islands, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, materialized before him. Could this be the 3 immortal islands? Penglai, Yingzhou, Fangzhong. Xiao Yang gazed upon these islands, a strange glimmer igniting in his eyes. According to legends from his previous life, these 3 islands were fragments born from the chaos when Pangu created the world. Moreover, they did not remain static in the East Sea, but wandered continuously. Each island was shrouded by a grand formation, making their locations difficult to ascertain. Kongtong Seal. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yang summoned the treasured artifact, the Kongtong Seal. Infusing it with his immense power, he gathered countless streams of imperial dragon energy into the seal. The Kongtong Seal, initially no larger than a palm, rapidly expanded, resembling a great mountain as it descended upon the 3 islands. Boom! The waters around the islands surged, creating waves that towered thousands of feet high. In the next moment, the gray haze that had enveloped the islands dissipated. I have arrived. A divine light sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes as he transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the islands. In the blink of an eye, he landed on one of the islands as he stepped upon it. A name surfaced in his mind. This island was indeed Penglai. Truly, it was a celestial paradise, perhaps even surpassing Kunlun in its splendor. On the island, primordial spiritual energy flowed like misty rain, and under the sunlight, a dazzling array of colors burst forth. Rare and exotic flora flourished in abundance, painting a breathtaking tableau. Furthermore, amidst this primordial spiritual energy, faint traces of untransformed chaotic energy mingled. Compared to the outside world, the concentration of spiritual energy was several times greater. Let me see what treasures this island holds. With this thought, Xiao Yang soared into action. Beginning to gather the riches of Penglai Island. This a primordial low-grade spiritual root. The purple crystal apple. What a find. Stardust gold as well. Tai gold. Earth mother stone. Heavenly spirit grapes. An array of primordial spiritual roots and divine materials overwhelmed Xiao Yang's senses. Initially, he meticulously collected each item, but soon grew weary of the laborious task, employing his divine consciousness combined with his magical prowess to form a colossal hand, sweeping up all the spiritual roots and divine materials within his perception. In this manner, Xiao Yang quickly arrived at the center of Penglai Island. There, beneath a veil of mist, a vast pool of water radiated a milky white glow. Merely being enveloped by this luminescence stirred a sense of tranquility within his heart, as if it possessed the power to cleanse the soul and purify all impurities. This is the 3-light divine water, forming a vast pool. Additionally, there was a white lotus. The 3-light divine water is one of the most renowned divine waters of the primordial era. The heavens possess 3 treasures: the sun, moon, and stars. The 3-light divine water is composed of sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water. The golden sunlight divine water can erode flesh and blood. The silver moonlight divine water can corrode the soul, and the purple starlight divine water can devour true consciousness. It is indeed a potent poison. However, when these 3 divine waters are combined, they transform into the 3-light divine water, capable of counteracting all toxins. Xiao Yang had a few drops of 3-light divine water as reserves. After all, one never knows when one might be injured. Yet, even he possessed only a few hundred drops, far from the vast pool of 3-light divine water before him. Not only was this astonishing, but he was also more captivated by the cohesive white lotus blooming within the pool. The outermost layer of white lotus flowers blossomed at the 3rd grade, numbering around 100. The middle layer, blooming at the 6th grade, had approximately 40 to 50 flowers, while the innermost layer boasted around 10 flowers at the 9th grade. At the very core, there was a singular white lotus blossoming at the 12th grade. Xiao Yang raised his hand, and the 12th grade white lotus flew directly from the center of the lake into his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. Indeed, it was the pure world white lotus, one of the 5 seeds of the chaotic green lotus, unexpectedly appearing on Penglai Island. According to legend, the chaotic azure lotus that gave birth to Panga shattered at the moment of creation. The fragments of the azure lotus evolved into the myriad innate spiritual treasures of the present primordial world. Among these, one of the 5 lotus seeds transformed into the creation azure lotus, which was obtained by the 3 pure ones, manifesting as the dragon-headed staff, the jade rui, and the Qingping sword. Another seed became the destruction black lotus of Luoho, while one more transformed into the merit golden lotus in the hands of Jiayin, and yet another became the fiery red lotus of karma, held by the river of souls. The final lotus seed manifested as the purifying white lotus that now lies before Xiao Yang. However, in his previous life, this purifying white lotus had never emerged into existence, but he had not anticipated that the purifying white lotus would appear atop Penglai Island. This purifying white lotus, blooming in 12 grades, possesses the power to suppress fate, eradicate inner demons, and resist all forms of infringement, classifying it as an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Gazing upon the purifying white lotus and the pool of 3 light divine water, a divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Chapter 79. The Abbot of the Immortal Island. The world-connecting tree. In the heart of Penglai Island, facing the expansive pool of 3 light divine water and the purifying white lotus. Xiao Yang fell into deep contemplation. The 3 light divine water can dissolve all poisons and serves as a premier healing elixir in the primordial world. Additionally, it can be combined with the creation blood pool to enhance its efficacy. In the future, as humanity thrives and multiplies, this vast expanse of 3 light divine water will ensure that the creation blood pool will not lack its source. Thus, how could the human race shy away from such celestial treasures? And then there is the purifying white lotus. After a moment of introspection, Xiao Yang finally reached a decision that in the past, generating 3 light divine water relied solely on the natural forces of heaven and earth or on spiritual treasures and roots capable of condensing it. Since the 3 light divine water can gather into a vast pool atop Penglai Island, it is evident that as long as the spiritual energy flows uninterrupted on this island, the 3 light divine water will continuously emerge. With the steady flow of 3 light divine water, the purifying white lotus can perpetually thrive within the pool. These 2 ceaseless treasures are more than sufficient to become a significant foundation for the human race. Consequently, it is imperative to station someone on Penglai Island. Merely setting up a grand formation would not suffice to put his mind at ease. Suddenly, Xiao Yang thought of Kong Xian and Jin Peng, whom he had taken as attendants. Both are sons of the primordial phoenix. One possesses the innate essence of the 5 elements, while the other embodies the innate essence of yin and yang. It would be most appropriate for them to guard Penglai Island. With this thought, Xiao Yang wasted no time. He tore apart the space before him, revealing a void. Through this void, one could faintly discern the realm of humanity. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, hasten to meet me. Through the void, Xiao Yang summoned them. Soon, 2 streams of light crossed the void and arrived by Xiao Yang's side. With a wave of his hand, he restored the torn space to its original state. My Emperor, is this the 3 light divine water? The vast pool of 3 light divine water, and that is the purifying white lotus? Kong Xian, sensing the immensely dense, innate spiritual energy in comparison to the outside world, displayed a look of bewilderment. Upon seeing the vast pool of 3 light divine water and the 12 grade purifying white lotus, he gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked, and unable to comprehend his whereabouts. This is Penglai Island among the 3 immortal islands. As you can see, the 3 light divine water and the purifying white lotus exist here. Therefore, I require you and Jin Peng to guard this place. Xiao Yang understood Kong Xian's astonishment, for he himself had been taken aback by this scene earlier. Yes, please rest assured, my Emperor. With us here, No one shall trespass upon Penglai Island. Kong Xian, regaining his composure, bowed to Xiao Yang. Jin Peng beside him mirrored this sentiment, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The 12-grade purifying white lotus was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, completely unrelated to him. Yet within the pool, there also existed 9-grade and 6-grade purifying white lotuses. Surely, he would be able to obtain them in due course, right? Xiao Yang noticed the glimmer in Jin Peng's eyes and waved his hand. 2 9-grade purifying white lotuses floated before Kong Xian and Jin Peng. That's my attendants, and tasked with guarding Penglai Island. These 2 9-grade purifying white lotuses shall serve as your rewards. Thank you, my emperor, for your generous bestowal. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, both Kong Xian and Jin Peng's faces lit up with joy. They accepted the 9-grade purifying white lotuses without hesitation, for refining these into spiritual treasures would yield a superior innate spiritual treasure. In the primordial world, any superior innate spiritual treasure is a rare find, and they certainly needed in own need for excessive courtesy. You perform your duties for me, and this is what you rightfully deserve. On Penglai Island, there exists the 12-grade purifying white lotus and a pool of 3 light divine water. You shall accompany me to the abbot and Ingzhou. I imagine there is little difference. With these words, Xiao Yang transformed into a golden light and sped towards the left side of Penglai Island. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances and followed suit. Before long, the trio arrived at the island, which they learned was named Fangzhong. Unlike the flatness of Penglai Island, Fangzhong Island was dominated by towering mountains with sheer cliffs. Between the mountains, innate spiritual energy flowed like rivers, ever surging. Rare herbs and divine materials abounded. However, having already plundered Penglai Island, Xiao Yang was not overly concerned. His focus lay on the treasures of this island. He tore apart the space once more, bringing Kong Xian and Jin Peng to the very center of Fangzhong Island. Here, 2 remarkable items awaited. One was a pool, albeit only a span of about 10 feet. The water appeared grayish and shrouded in swirling mist. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiao Yang's eyes revealed understanding. Although this pool was small, it contained extraordinary water, surpassing even the 3 light divine water in quality. After all, it was condensed from chaotic energy. This water could be classified as chaotic spiritual liquid. With this chaotic spiritual liquid, one could withstand the erosion, allowing acquired roots to revert to innate roots. If there were enough chaotic spiritual liquid, innate roots could transform into chaotic roots. Of course, a mere 10 feet of chaotic spiritual liquid could not achieve such a transformation. The other item was a magnificent towering tree. This peculiar tree had no branches, its trunk entirely purple with irregular patterns that exuded a unique charm. Atop the tree, 9 serpentine branches spread out, their blue leaves resembling parasols. Among them were even some black flowers and yellow fruits. Beneath the tree, 9 intertwining roots coiled like a dragon, emanating a vast aura. Gazing at this towering tree, Xiao Yang felt an unusual sensation. In his previous life, he had encountered descriptions of such a tree. There exists a tree resembling an ox, with a hide akin to a ribbon, like a yellow serpent. Its leaves are like nets, and its wood resembles the lotus. There exists a tree with green leaves and purple stems, with dark flowers and yellow fruits, devoid of branches yet possessing 9 roots. These 2 phrases describe the same tree. Its name is the world-connecting tree. Xiao Yang possessed the seed of the world tree, and this world-connecting tree could also be regarded as the world tree of the primordial realm. However, since the primordial world is home to the unyielding mountain formed from Panga's spine, there was no need for this world-connecting tree. Thus, it remained relatively unknown, hidden within Fangzhong Island. For the primordial world, this world-connecting tree is unnecessary, but for humanity, and for Xiao Yang, perhaps it holds a different significance. The world-connecting tree. Then who will come to connect heaven and earth? Matters seem to be growing increasingly intriguing. A mysterious smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Chapter 80. Ingzhou Huang Zhongli. The Law of Heaven and the Image of Earth. On the eastern sea, atop Fangzhong Island, Xiao Yang gazed at the towering world tree, a perplexing expression gracing his countenance. This era is marked by the fierce rivalry between the witch and demon clans. However, Once both clans are mutually exhausted and withdraw from the grand stage of the primordial world, the human race shall undoubtedly ascend to replace them, becoming the central protagonists of the vast expanse. Presently, the human race's development is confined to the shores of the Eastern Sea, but in the future, their influence will permeate every corner of the primordial realm, including the celestial expanses traverse from the primordial land to the ancient starry skies. One must navigate through treacherous territories, such as the 9 heavens' violent winds and thunder fire. The perils are immense. Even a great Luo golden immortal, without a protective treasure, would find it arduous to freely enter and exit the ancient starry skies. Yet, with the presence of this world tree, the circumstances are profoundly altered. Renowned as the world tree of the primordial realm, its primary function is to connect heaven and earth. The tumultuous forces between the primordial land and the ancient starry skies cannot hope to dismantle the world tree. The human race may utilize the powers of the world tree to traverse freely between these realms. However, should they do so, they would undoubtedly incur the ire of many. Others would not wish to see the human race rise within the primordial realm, especially to see them spread across both land and sky. The sole means to thwart this would be to sever the world tree, rendering it a pathless void. This was the essence of Xiao Yang's earlier musings. He was eager to discern who would be the first to emerge and take action. Kong Xian and Jin Peng stood silently behind Xiao Yang, their gazes fixed upon the world tree. Tinged with awe, having accompanied Xiao Yang over the years, they had witnessed many peculiar wonders and phenomena. Your Majesty, why does this feel so eerily similar to the aura I sensed at Buzhou Mountain? Kong Xian inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he had felt a striking resemblance between the essence and properties of the world tree and those of Buzhou Mountain. Kong Xian, you are aware that Buzhou Mountain is the transformed spine of Pangdu, serving as the pillar that supports heaven and earth. The world tree bears a similar function that I have been concerned about how the human race would advance into the ancient starry skies. Now, a solution presents itself. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, realization dawned upon Kong Xian's face. Observing his expression, Xiao Yang offered a faint smile, unfazed by the need to enlighten him. After all, as a close attendant to the human emperor, Kong Xian had much to learn. Xiao Yang extended his hand, forming seals as runes floated towards the world tree, merging into its essence. Subsequently, he raised his hand, summoning the world tree into his grasp. At that moment, the world tree had diminished to the size of a palm, vanishing from the sight of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Let us go. Having experienced Penglai and Fangzhong, I find myself even more curious about the islands of the 3 immortals. Before his words fully faded, Xiao Yang's figure dissipated like mist, as though he had never been present. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances and hurriedly pursued him. Soon, the trio arrived at Yingzhou Island. This island bore little distinction from the previous 2, with various celestial treasures and divine herbs flourishing abundantly. Wisps of white clouds converged in the central region of Yingzhou Island, cloaking it under their ethereal embrace. Flickers of yellow and black light radiated from within the clouds. Xiao Yang paid no heed to the celestial treasures, swiftly arriving at the heart of Yingzhou Island within a mere breath. The Huangzhong Li, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. He marveled at the presence of this esteemed fruit within the 3 immortals' island, a testament to the immense fortune contained within the fragments of chaos. A glimmer of awe crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. The Huangzhong Li was not merely any spiritual root. It's one of the supreme innate spiritual roots. It could rival the ginseng fruit of Zenyuanzi and the Renshui, peach of the Queen Mother of the West. Merely a single Huangzhong Li fruit could elevate a mortal to the realm of great Luo golden immortal. Although its consumption would hinder further cultivation for life, it remained a remarkable boon within the primordial world. Yet, for Xiao Yang, this Huangzhong Li bore little utility. Reflecting on the treasures acquired during this journey to the 3 immortals' island, his heart raced with excitement. The bountiful rewards were undeniable. Even the pool of Wanli Sangguang, divine water alone, was enough to elate him. Not to mention the pure world white lotus and the world tree. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang surveyed the somewhat disarrayed 3 immortals' island, frowning thoughtfully. After all, The only ones left to guard the island were Kong Xian and Jin Peng. It seems I have underestimated the situation, entrusting the defense of 3 islands to just the 2 of you. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jin Peng dismissed the concern with a carefree remark. Your Majesty, fear not. Even if additional dozens of islands were to arise, under my swift prowess, they would pose no challenge, he boasted, patting his chest. Xiao Yang's lips twitched slightly, his gaze shifting between Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Despite both being progeny of the same phoenix lineage, why was there such a stark contrast in their demeanor? Kong Xian shot Jin Peng a disapproving glance and turned to Xiao Yang. Bowing respectfully, Your Majesty, rest assured, the islands are protected by formations. We shall manage. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. I have an idea. Seeing Xiao Yang's declaration, Kong Xian and Jin Peng regarded him with curiosity. Xiao Yang raised his hand, and the Kong Dong seal materialized before him. Infusing it with his spiritual power, the seal erupted with brilliance, resonating with the sounds of dragon roars. The imperial dragon aura enveloped Xiao Yang, radiating an aura of unmatched authority. The human emperor's law manifestation, the human emperor's battle body, a majestic human emperor's law manifestation appeared behind Xiao Yang, exuding a vast and imposing presence. With a mere thought, the manifestation approached him, merging seamlessly into his being. The integration of the human emperor's law manifestation seemed to awaken something within him. Instantly, a regal robe adorned his form, intricate patterns of profound mystery embellishing the attire. Exuding an otherworldly charm, his eyes, shimmering with golden light, deterred any who dared to meet his gaze. Law of heaven and earth, arise. With a deep breath, Xiao Yang bellowed, his body rapidly expanding in size. He soared into the air, directing his hands toward Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island. Chapter 81. The 3 Talents Formation. Fortune sign in. In the extraordinary realm of the Eastern Sea, on the 3 Immortals Island, the imperial dragon aura surrounding Xiao Yang glimmered, transforming into a dragon form that emitted a resounding roar. This moment, as he unleashed the grand divine ability of law of heaven and earth, his hands obscured the heavens, as if the very sky were collapsing upon the land. He grasped Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island in his hands that a slight tug revealed no discernible movement from the 2 islands. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang channeled his power, unleashing astonishing strength between his arms. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled as Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island quaked, as though they were on the verge of being uprooted. Just then, thunderous roars echoed from the 9 heavens above, dark clouds converging ominously. Purple lightning darted through the gathering storm clouds, manifesting in the peculiar realm of the 3 Immortals Island. The rumble of thunder resonated, sounding like a warning directed at Xiao Yang. However, he paid no heed to the approaching thunder, exerting force with his arms to lift Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island. This audacious act incited the wrath of the thunderous storm within the clouds. Crack! Crackle! Thunder roared like a dragon, crashing towards Xiao Yang with a deafening clamor. The violet light coalesced into a singular mass, scarcely pausing for breath. The sound of explosions resonated incessantly, as smoke and dust obscured the realm, rendering it impossible to discern the events unfolding within. After a considerable time, as the haze dissipated, Xiao Yang's figure emerged before the crowd. Arcane sparks danced upon his shoulders, yet he bore not a single wound. The swirling clouds above seemed to respond with provocation, as more dark clouds gathered ominously. Xiao Yang cast a glance upward, his eyes betraying a sense of impatience. He had initially believed that a single strike would suffice, yet to his astonishment, the clouds continued to amass, their hue shifting from a pale blue to a deep violet. Disperse, he bellowed in fury, summoning the Kong Tong seal from thin air. The resonating roar of dragons erupted, as 9 golden true dragons surged forth from the seal. Their eyes sparkled with intelligence, resembling genuine dragons in every aspect. They roared fiercely, their tails thrashing as they charged towards the dark clouds. Boom! Boom! The thunderous clash echoed as the 9 true dragons entered the clouds, flickering in and out of sight, battling the lightning. After a prolonged struggle, the clouds finally dispersed, revealing the 9 golden dragons majestically poised in midair. With a mere thought, Xiao Yang summoned the 9 dragons back into the Kongtong Seal. Subsequently, he grasped the islands of Fangzhong and Yingzhou, transporting them to the front of Penglai Island, placing them on either side. That he gestured, forming seals with his hands, as golden runes emerged before him, merging into the 3 islands. 3 distinctly different auras emanated from the islands, interdependent yet unique. At last, Xiao Yang ceased his efforts, his celestial powers dissipating, and he returned to his usual self. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, I have established the triad formation upon these 3 immortal islands. You must diligently guard them without fail. Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Rest assured, my sovereign, my brother, and I shall safeguard the 3 immortal islands with utmost care. Kong Xian replied solemnly. Jin Peng nodded in agreement, his expression serious, devoid of any levity. Xiao Yang acknowledged them with a nod, touching their foreheads with his finger. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Yang transformed into a beam of golden light, speeding toward the shores of the eastern sea. Only his voice lingered in the air. As you guard the 3 immortal islands, you must also cultivate diligently. The Deluo realm is still insufficient. Strive to attain the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Kong Xian and Jin Peng clenched their fists, both sons of the Yuan Feng, possessing talents among the finest in the primordial world. Yet now, as Xiao Yang's attendants, they felt powerless to assist him. This realization struck a significant blow to their pride. Let us proceed and devote ourselves to cultivation, striving to reach the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm soon. We must not disappoint our sovereign's expectations. Kong Xian urged, patting Jin Peng on the shoulder. Jin Peng nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Brother is right. Our sovereign has treated us well, and we must work hard to support him. With renewed resolve, Kong Xian and Jin Peng wasted no time, making their way toward Penglai Island to select a location for their future abode. Meanwhile, after departing from the realm of the 3 immortal islands, Xiao Yang tore through the fabric of space and returned to the ancestral grounds of the human race by the eastern sea. Sitting in the grand hall where he regularly practiced, he reflected on recent events. After a considerable time, he focused his thoughts, and a stream of inconspicuous multicolored light materialized before him. This light rapidly expanded, transforming into a vibrant curtain of colors. Host, Xiao Yang identity, human race's fortuitous golden dragon. Human Emperor Fortune level, level 5 realm, late stage quasi-saint. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can mobilize the collective strength of the human race. Cultivation techniques. 1 sword, 1 thought opens the heavens. Divine essence body refinement scripture. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can learn all techniques of a human race and integrate them seamlessly. Items. Postnatal merit spiritual treasure, creation whip. Fortuitous treasure, Kongtong seal, complete array of teleportation arrays, fortune sign-in count. 1. Human fortune has risen, granting a sign-in opportunity. Indeed, Xiao Yang had 1 sign-in opportunity available, since the day he subdued the Dragon Clan and appointed Ao Huang as the new Dragon Emperor. The fortunes of the human race had surged once more, particularly after he imparted the 12 earthly branches cultivation methods. The fortune level of the human race had escalated directly to level 5, granting him another sign-in opportunity. System, initiate the fortune sign-in. Xiao Yang commanded, gazing at the system interface. You have consumed 1 fortune sign-in opportunity. The sign-in process is underway. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the Beast Pavilion, Celestial Array Pavilion, and 6 Arts Pavilion. The Beast Pavilion, belonging to the celestial realm of a vast world, is a specialized facility for nurturing exotic beasts, enhancing their breeding chances and speed, as well as their innate qualities. The Celestial Array Pavilion, owned by the human celestial realm, contains profound array principles, allowing for the comprehension of array techniques. The 6 Arts Pavilion, a treasure trove of the vast world, encompasses the legacies of chess, music, calligraphy, painting, archery, and martial arts. Xiao Yang exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. Each of these items significantly enriched the foundation of the human race. With the Beast Pavilion, the human race could eventually assemble a formidable army of exotic beasts. The celestial array pavilion could provide protective grand arrays for every human celestial city, ultimately uniting all celestial cities into a colossal formation. This would drastically enhance the safety of the human race. Moreover, the emergence of the Six Arts Pavilion would offer the human race alternative pathways to explore, paving the way for a flourishing future. How could he not rejoice at such prospects? With a flick of his hand, the three treasures appeared before him, which he subsequently infused into the ancestral grounds of the human race. Chapter 82. The Chaos of Heavenly Mechanisms. A great calamity approaches. The human race has traversed a span of 100,000 years. Since Xiao Yang's return from the Eastern Sea, over 30,000 years have elapsed in the primordial realm. Throughout these 30,000 years, the human race has never ceased its march forward with its growth. Numerous celestial cities have been established beyond the shores of the Eastern Sea, expanding steadily as the human race triumphed over the Gujiao and other tribes. Few among the myriad races of the primordial world dared to underestimate the humans. They refrained from brazenly oppressing the human race. Concurrently, as celestial cities were established, various other races began to engage with the humans. Furthermore, the human race did not forsake its ambitions toward the Eastern Sea, discovering large islands in nearby waters and establishing overseas celestial cities. The human race either formed alliances with the coastal tribes or engaged in combat. The human race had risen like the sun. Though it had yet to reach its zenith, it had undoubtedly declared its arrival. In the western region of the primordial realm, at Mount Shumi, the sacred sounds of music resonated as boundless light radiated outward. Those standing beneath this resplendent light would find their worries alleviated, free from desires and distractions. This was the abode of the saints, at this moment, atop Mount Shumi, before a pool of 8 treasures of merit. The saints Junti and Jean were seated opposite one another. Both were immersed in contemplation of the heavenly principles, a gentle breeze stirring around them, causing the water in the pool to ripple. "Brother, I wish to descend the mountain." At that moment, Junti opened his eyes, gazing at the rippling water as he spoke. However, Jean remained unresponsive, his eyes still closed, as if he had not heard Junti's words. Junti paid no mind to this, continuing, "Brother, do you recall our first meeting? Though I had gained spiritual awareness, I had yet to take form. When you arrived, I feared you would erase my consciousness, yet you taught me the Tao and helped me to take form. You shared your aspirations with me, and in that moment, I vowed to ensure your ambitions came to fruition. Brother, I wish to descend the mountain." Junti's voice was soft yet imbued with rare determination. After a long pause, Jean sighed softly, opening his eyes to regard Junti. "Junior brother, what can you accomplish by descending the mountain now?" It appears that Junti had already anticipated this issue, a confident smile gracing his face. "Senior brother, I have descended from the mountain solely to incite a great war between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan. After enduring 2 formidable conflicts, the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan have become akin to fire and water, destined to clash once more. I merely wish for their battle to arrive sooner." Jiayin gazed at Junti, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "Junior brother, I understand your intentions, but under the grand design of heaven, there exists a predetermined order. When it is time for our Western faction to flourish, it shall do so without your reckless gambit." Yet Junti shook his head, turning his gaze towards Jiayin. "Senior brother, your words are misguided. The demon sovereign Di Jun and the witch sovereign Di Jiang are extraordinary figures. Logically, a war between the witch and demon clans should have erupted long ago. But it has been suppressed for now. They simply have yet to prepare for the final confrontation. Should we allow them to ready themselves, amidst the impending calamity, we may find ourselves unable to control the situation. Thus, it would be wiser to precipitate the conflict, rendering their schemes futile." Jiayin regarded Junti in silence. After a prolonged moment, he closed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Your actions may not escape the notice of the 3 Pure Ones and Nuwa. If they intervene, it would surely incite the wrath of both the witch and demon clans. Even if we are unafraid, it would pose a significant complication." Upon hearing Jiayin's words, Junti chuckled. He recognized that Jiayin had been swayed by his arguments. "Senior brother, it is precisely for this reason that I require your assistance to obscure the heavenly secrets." At this, Jiayin's eyes widened sharply. Fixating on Zhuan Ti with a piercing gaze, Zhuan Ti met his gaze without an ounce of trepidation. After a lengthy silence, Jie Yin's sharp demeanor softened, and with a wave of his hand, the 12-grade merit golden lotus materialized before them. Since you have made up your mind, I shall lend you my support. Thank you, senior brother, Zhuan Ti exclaimed, his spirit invigorated. With that, both their expressions grew solemn. They joined hands to form a seal, channeling their power into the merit golden lotus. Gradually, an enigmatic Dao rhythm began to circulate upon the 12th-grade merit golden lotus. Suddenly, an invisible golden light surged from the lotus, ascending into the heavens, vanishing without a trace, as if entering an unknown realm. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti simultaneously withdrew their hands, their faces pale. Yet, after a few breaths, their countenance returned to normal. Jie Yin wore a wry smile. Were it not for the current calamity, the heavenly secrets would already be in disarray, that T.O. obscure them to the point that even a sage cannot discern them. I fear our efforts may still fall short. However, Zhuan Ti paid no heed to these concerns. For him, achieving his ambitions was all that mattered at this moment. The heavenly secrets were utterly chaotic, marking his opportune moment to enter the primordial wilderness. Senior brother, the heavenly secrets are in disarray. I shall take my leave. With that declaration, Zhuan Ti's figure dissipated into the ether, clearly having departed from Mount Shumi. Jie Yin stood in a daze, gazing at the spot where Zhuan Ti had once been. Lost in thought at that moment, a voice resonated from the summit of Mount Shumi. Jie Yin, have you yet to make your decision? Upon hearing this voice, Jie Yin snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply without responding. You are already ensnared. How could you hope to escape so easily? I await the day you decide to stand on your own. As if perceiving Jie Yin's demeanor, the mysterious voice let out a cold chuckle before vanishing. Jie Yin's eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment. After a considerable time, a bitter smile crossed his face as he shook his head slightly. He then closed his eyes, delving into contemplation of the Tao. Meanwhile, at the same moment when Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti thoroughly disrupted the heavenly secrets in the eastern Kunlun, within the three pure one's great hall, the three figures of Taiji Laozi simultaneously opened their eyes. Yuqing Yuanshi furrowed his brow. Elder brother, the heavenly secrets are utterly chaotic. Could this be due to the calamity, or? His words remained unfinished, yet they were sufficient for Laozi and Tong Tian to grasp his meaning. Laozi's gaze deepened, and he replied, regardless of whether it is the scheming of those few or the calamity itself, we shall simply observe the unfolding events. In agreement, both Yuanshi and Tong Tian nodded. Responding to change with steadfastness was their wisest course of action. In the chaos within the realm of Nuwa, the goddess of creation also opened her eyes. She sensed a shift in the heavenly secrets and turned her gaze towards the primordial wilderness. With her sage-level insight, she could discern the pervasive malevolent energy of the impending calamity. The great calamity is nigh. Chapter 83. Zhuan Ti's manifestation at the Sun Star. Tengu Jinwu. Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Thus began the primordial wilderness. Ultimately, he transformed into all things, his left eye becoming the Sun Star. Upon the Sun Star, the unquenchable flames of the sun burn eternally. The closer one approaches the center of the Sun Star, the more formidable the sun's true fire becomes. Even the Deluo golden immortals dare not linger on the Sun Star for long. Therefore, apart from the demon's sovereign Di Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, born of the Sun Star, it remained silent. However, on this particular day, ripples began to dance through the space before the Sun Star, and a figure materialized from thin AI. This is the Sun Star? A formation formidable enough to thwart quasi-sages, coupled with the all-encompassing sunfire. Di Jun is indeed cautious. Alas, this formation cannot hinder me. This individual was none other than Zhuan Ti, who regarded the Sun Star with a hint of derision. In his eyes, a swastika symbol flickered. He could clearly see the terrifying array of restrictions enveloping the Sun Star. Should a quasi-sage step within, they would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves. And that time would be ample for Di Jun to arrive. Yet, no matter how Di Jun theorized, he could never have imagined that a sage would take action. Ti waved his hand towards the sun star, and an enigmatic light surged forth, enveloping the sun star. A.S. if responding. A grand formation encircling the entire sun star manifested, its intricate patterns densely woven through the void, showcasing the extraordinary nature of this array. Were it anyone else, they would have surely startled the formation. However, Ti's enigmatic light caused no disturbance as it seamlessly integrated into the array. Seeing this, Ti smiled, striding towards the sun star. Upon reaching the array, he passed through without hesitation, stirring not a single ripple of resistance, as if he did not exist at all. Once Ti's figure completely vanished into the sun star, the grand formation faded from view. Everything transpired as though nothing had occurred. Upon entering the sun star, Ti beheld an unending sea of blazing sun fire. He did not linger, making his way towards the center of the sun star. As he progressed, the sun fire shifted from a pale red hue to a deep crimson. Ultimately, when Ti came to a halt, it had transformed into an ominous white. This white sun fire distorted the very fabric of space itself. Before Ti lay a canyon, and at its heart stood a primordial spiritual root. This primordial spiritual root was none other than the Fusang tree, one of the 10 greatest primordial spiritual roots of the primordial wilderness. Upon the Fusang tree, 10 luminous orbs shimmered, akin to 10 miniature suns birthed from the tree itself. Gazing at the 10 orbs, a glimmer of divine light flashed in Ti's eyes. You are the ones I seek. Do not disappoint me. With this utterance, Ti advanced towards the canyon. Upon entering the canyon, Ti's form transformed into that of a tiger demon. Just as Ti approached the Fusang tree, the 10 luminous orbs began to tremble in unison, but a cacophony of cries erupted as 10 three-legged golden crows soared through the air. One of the golden crows spotted Ti and called out urgently, "Look, a demon from Tanggu has arrived." Hearing his words, the surrounding little golden crows turned with curiosity. Upon seeing Ti, they grew increasingly excited. It truly is a demon, and a tiger demon at that. Could it be that Father sent him? Is Father here to see us? The 10 little golden crows were embroiled in a heated debate, with some so agitated that they even spewed forth the true fire of the sun. At that moment, someone unexpectedly spoke up. In that case, let us pay a visit to that tiger demon and seek clarity from him. Upon hearing this, the little golden crows found the suggestion quite reasonable and transformed into a radiant beam. Heading towards Ti, soon, they arrived before Ti, encircling him in a tight formation. "You little demon, where do you hail from? You better summon your master at once," one of the golden crows exclaimed fiercely. "If you fail to comply, I shall demonstrate the might of the true fire of the sun." One golden crow said sharply to the tiger demon that Ti had transformed into. Ti feigned fear, his body trembling slightly. With a quavering voice, he addressed the 10 golden crows. "Your Highness, spare me. I shall comply. Then speak swiftly." Another golden crow urged. Observing Ti's trembling form, they felt a surge of triumph. "The little demon hails from the heavenly court and bears the decree of His Majesty the Demon Emperor. He has words to convey to you, your Highnesses." Ti continued, his voice still trembling. "Ha! So it is indeed Father Emperor who sent you. What message does he wish to impart?" A golden crow asked, elated. "The Demon Emperor summons you all back to the heavenly court, as there are pressing matters to discuss." Ti replied. Just then, one golden crow approached Ti, locking eyes with him. This golden crow perceived the flicker of fear in Ti's gaze, filling his heart with satisfaction. "Is it truly Father Emperor who dispatched you? How did you manage to enter and evade the true fire of the sun?" Upon hearing the crow's inquiry, Ti hastily explained, "I was sent by the Demon Emperor to relay the message to you. This is the fire-warding talisman granted to me by His Majesty, capable of warding off flames." Another golden crow chimed in, "Words alone do not suffice. Let us see that talisman." Without hesitation, Ti, in the guise of a tiger demon, reluctantly produced a talisman. This talisman was entirely red, adorned with a grand symbol, and bore a trace of Dijun's essence. Upon seeing the talisman, The golden crows finally set aside their wariness that it truly is from Father Emperor. But I must ask, why has he not visited us over the years? He promised to see us once every 100 years, yet nearly 7,000 years have elapsed. The golden crows clamored, peppering Zhuan Ti with questions. The cacophony of their inquiries made Zhuan Ti, transformed into a tiger demon, feel a twinge of discomfort in his brow. Enough, your highnesses, please, I beg you to cease. Your questions are too numerous. Allow me to answer them one at a time. He implored. At last, the golden crows fell silent, casting unfriendly glances towards Zhuan Ti for interrupting their discourse. It is not that His Majesty the Demon Emperor has neglected you, but rather that he has been unable to visit. In recent years, the conflict between our demon clan and the shaman clan has escalated, making it exceedingly difficult for His Majesty. Chapter 84. The golden crows descend to the mortal realm, reflecting the thoughts of all beings. In the primordial wilderness on the sun star, the 10 golden crows surrounded Zhuan Ti, now a tiger demon, listening intently to his words. Each of them bore expressions of anger. One golden crow, looking skyward, unleashed the true fire of the sun. His voice laced with fury. The shaman clan is utterly detestable. They're the reason Father Emperor cannot visit us. The others joined in, cursing the shaman clan. The shamans deserve death for daring to oppose our demon clan. I shall slay those accursed shamans. Hearing these words, Zhuan Ti, in the form of a tiger demon, feigned trembling, his expression one of feigned terror. You must not, your highnesses, you cannot. The shamans are far too powerful. You are no match for them. The golden crows glared at him with displeasure. One of the crows suddenly unleashed the true fire of the sun at Zhuan Ti. The tiger demon made no attempt to resist. Before the golden crows, he disintegrated into ashes without uttering a single cry. Third brother, what have you done? Why did you incinerate this tiger demon? When we return to the heavenly court, Father Emperor will surely reprimand us. The largest and most powerful golden crow among them exclaimed. The golden crow who had unleashed the fire remained unfazed. Brother, you worry too much. Father Emperor would not scold us over such a trivial matter. This tiger demon was terrified by the shamans. He has brought shame to our clan. It is better for him to be dead than to live in disgrace. Upon hearing his words, the previously vocal golden crow fell silent, clearly indifferent to the fate of the tiger demon. His earlier concern had merely stemmed from fear of Jun's reprimand. Very well, if he is dead, then he is dead. Let us return to the heavenly court. With that, the largest golden crow began to fly out of the valley. The others followed suit, and soon all 10 golden crows had departed from the sun star, their eyes gleaming with excitement at finally leaving the valley. Just as the largest golden crow was about to lead the others back to the heavenly court, a third golden crow halted and declared, I have decided. I shall not return to the heavenly court. I shall venture to the primordial wilderness and slay the shamans in defense of our demon clan. Hearing this, the other golden crows paused in their tracks, compared to returning to the heavenly court. They were far more inclined to join him in the primordial wilderness, their eyes brimming with eagerness. In the ensuing silence, the smallest golden crow timidly spoke up, but if we do not return to the heavenly court, what if Father Emperor holds us accountable? Moreover, there are powerful shamans among them, the weakest of whom are at least great Luo golden immortals. How can we contend with them? The third golden crow, undeterred, replied, as long as we confront the shamans, Father Emperor will not blame us. We are now at the peak of the Tai realm, and with the true fire of the sun at our disposal, we can defend ourselves in due time. Father Emperor will protect us. The words of the third golden crow ignited a greater desire within them to venture into the primordial wilderness. Yet none dared to take the first step. A bunch of cowards. If you are afraid, then return to the heavenly court. The third golden crow scoffed and transformed into a radiant beam, heading towards the primordial wilderness. Wait for me. Third brother, I shall accompany you. And I too. Let us go together. As the third golden crow took flight, the others followed suit, unwilling to be left behind. In no time, the 10 golden crows vanished from the sun star, restoring tranquility to its surroundings. At that moment, within the valley, the tiger demon, now reduced to ashes, reappeared. He transformed back into his original form. Zhuan Ti. It is done. Let us return. Let us return. With those words, Zhuan Ti's form dissolved into golden light. Scattering into the surrounding space, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the ancient and unchanging Fusong tree to sway slightly. A barely audible sigh echoed through the air, but on this day, the primordial wilderness remained as it always had. Though occasional disputes arose, it was largely stable. Yet at that very moment, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. A golden-red radiance emerged from the horizon, blindingly bright and impossible to gaze upon directly. Countless formidable beings turned their attention to the source of the golden-red light. Some perceptive creatures of the primordial wilderness also glanced in that direction. As the golden-red light drew nearer, their expressions transformed in shock. 11 suns. Indeed, in the sky, alongside the original sun star, 10 additional suns had appeared. As these 10 suns emerged, the golden-red light cascaded down upon the primordial wilderness, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Look at the sky. How did 10 more suns suddenly appear? Where do they come from? This is bad. They are flying towards the primordial wilderness. As the temperature anomalously ascended, an increasing number of primordial beings became aware of the 10 suns soaring towards the vast expanse of the primordial land. For those of insufficient power, the true nature of the 10 suns remained obscured. However, for those who had attained the realm of the Luo, the truth was unmistakable. These 10 suns were none other than 10 three-legged golden crows. In the primordial realm, these three-legged golden crows could only be associated with the demon sovereign Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Now that these 10 three-legged golden crows descended upon the primordial land, could it be the work of a certain demon sovereign? An unusual hue flickered in their eyes, in the Eastern Kunlun, within the grand hall of the Three Pure Ones. The moment the 10 golden crows approached the primordial land, the 3 sages turned their gazes towards them. Tong Tian began to calculate with his fingers, but soon halted, a contemplative expression emerging in his eyes. The heavenly secrets were utterly chaotic, rendering any calculations impossible. Elder brother, could this be the handiwork of those individuals? Or is it the true intent of Emperor Jun? A hint of derision glimmered in Yuan Shi's eyes. Most likely, it is the work of those individuals. The arrival of the 10 golden crows in the primordial realm will undoubtedly create considerable karma, jeopardizing the fortune of the demon race. As the sovereign of the demons, Emperor Jun would not engage in such actions. Laozi spoke with an indifferent gaze, slowly articulating his thoughts. Whether it is true or not, the descent of the 10 golden crows into the primordial realm is now a foregone conclusion. We must merely await the ensuing reactions. By the eastern sea, within the ancestral grounds of the human race, Xiao Yang stood at the entrance of his usual dwelling, gazing skyward, where the reflections of the 10 three-legged golden crows seemed to linger in his eyes. After a considerable pause, he finally withdrew his gaze. Who could be responsible for the descent of the golden crows into the primordial realm? Shadows of various figures flitted through his mind. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Chapter 85. Expulsion and Obstruction. At the eastern sea's shore, within the council hall of the human ancestral grounds, Xiao Yang occupied the central seat. The initial 3 sovereigns sway run. Yu Chao, and he sat to his left, his right were a host of human prodigies, including Qi Songzi, Yin Kong, Li Lu, and Zhu Xiang. This moment, apart from Xiao Yang's composed demeanor, the others exhibited palpable urgency in their expressions. Your Majesty, is it possible that the arrival of these 10 three-legged golden crows in the primordial realm is orchestrated by the demon sovereign Emperor Jun? What could their purpose be? Sui Run, unable to contain himself, inquired of Xiao Yang, a quasi-saint. He naturally held no fear of the 10 three-legged golden crows of Tai realm. However, his lack of fear did not extend to the entire human race. In the vicinity of the Eastern Sea, where the main forces of humanity resided, their presence offered a sense of security. Yet, during the migration of humanity, many had scattered in tribal forms throughout the primordial realm. Additionally, the younger generations of human prodigies continued to traverse the primordial lands. Some among them had consolidated smaller human tribes, while others had established new ones. Now, even they could not ascertain the number of human tribes present in the primordial realm. Among these tribes, some were strong while others were weak, yet all would find themselves powerless against the true fire of the sun. Should these 10 three-legged golden crows rampage through the primordial realm, it would likely lead to significant casualties among the human race that he could not help but feel anxious for those human tribes. The arrival of the 10 three-legged golden crows in the primordial realm is not the doing of Emperor Jun. The current situation has arisen merely because certain individuals disregarded their dignity, Xiao Yang stated with a rather indifferent demeanor, though a trace of mockery lingered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Sui Ren's expression shifted to one of realization. The human prodigies were not fools. They too comprehended the implications point one by one. They fell silent, yet their hearts were stirred with tumultuous emotions. After a while, Zi raised her head, her voice cool and clear. Your Majesty, what course of action should we take regarding the 10 three-legged golden crows? For the majority of our kin, they pose a significant threat. Just as Xiao Yang prepared to respond, he sensed something. He turned his gaze towards the hall's entrance and suddenly bellowed, "Begone! You vile creatures, do not dare to act recklessly by the eastern sea." The roar reverberated, and the imperial dragon aura manifested around Xiao Yang, resembling a true dragon as it surged towards the hall's exterior. In the external world, upon the appearance of a true dragon formed by the imperial dragon aura at the eastern sea shore, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue, creating a zone of prohibition that exuded a deathly aura. It seemed that the moment the 10 three-legged golden crows set foot in the eastern seas territory, they would be met with demise. Flee! There's great terror here. The 10 three-legged golden crows, filled with trepidation by the overwhelming aura of death, emitted panicked cries. Their inner fears compelled them to flee as far from the eastern sea as possible. Observing the 10 three-legged golden crows retreat, Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to Qi Songzi. Qi Songzi, follow closely behind these vile creatures. Should they dare approach any human tribe, drive them away. Upon hearing this, Qi Songzi immediately stood, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang. Rest assured, Your Majesty. With his words spoken, Qi Songzi transformed into a streak of sword light, pursuing the 10 three-legged golden crows. Meanwhile, the 10 three-legged golden crows executed the golden crow transformation technique, swiftly distancing themselves from the eastern sea by millions of miles. This was still due to their cultivation being limited to the Tai realm. Had they reached the Deluo realm, traversing billions of miles in a single breath would pose no challenge. Brother, just now it felt as though I was confronted with death itself. That aura was reminiscent of facing an enraged father. One of the golden crows remarked, his eyes still reflecting remnants of fear. The eldest golden crow, recalling that earlier scene, felt a shiver run through him. It seems that was the Eastern Sea. I have heard our father mention that the Eastern Sea is the territory of the human race. That person must be the human emperor Xiao Yang. After contemplating for a moment, the eldest golden crow arrived at this conclusion. The human race, once I grow stronger, I shall make them pay, another three-legged golden crow declared fiercely. This was their first taste of defeat, and resentment towards the human race ignited within their hearts. Enough. Let us seek out the Wu clan instead. I want those Wu to experience my true sun fire. Another three-legged golden crow interjected. With that, the 10 golden crows lowered their flight altitude and proceeded onward. As they flew, the true fire of the sun ignited a sea of flames beneath them, reducing vast forests and grasslands to ashes. Rivers and great lakes were severed, and towering mountains crumbled. Countless creatures, unable to escape in time, fell victim to this disaster. Back in the eastern Kunlun, within the grand hall of the Three Pure Ones, just as Xiao Yang's furious roar sent the 10 golden crows fleeing, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Tongtian's eyes. The one who issued that roar must be the human emperor Xiao Yang. Truly deserving of his fate, his strength has escalated rapidly. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed with disdain as he coldly scoffed. What does rapid growth matter, as long as one is yet to reach the Saint Realm? They remain but ants. Laozi remained silent, yet his expression grew increasingly profound. Since attaining sainthood, his demeanor had become ever more frigid and detached, as if he had entirely forsaken emotion. The human emperor seemed to pose a slight obstacle. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, Zhuanti observed the 10 golden crows descending upon the primordial realm, his face alight with excitement. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yang's furious admonition sending the 10 golden crows away, Zhuanti's brows furrowed, that he turned to Jin, addressing him earnestly. Senior brother, during our ascension to sainthood, we both sense that the human race is destined to be the principal power in the world after the conflict between the Wu and the Yao. To foster prosperity in the West, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. We must strategize concerning the human race. Upon hearing Zhuanti's words,